Guan Xiaofei shook her head and stopped thinking about it. She started to search online to find out whether this kind of virtual reality device is true or not. Once this high-tech is published, it will definitely cause a sensation in the country. No, it is in the world. There is no doubt that the entire network, no matter which forum or page, is talking about this incredible virtual reality device. Beidou Taiba and virtual reality device Taiba attention have exceeded 5 million people in a short period of time, and various post bars are constantly refreshed. In recent years, with the benefit of Beidou Taiba, the number of advertisements, various members, and the number of people playing Taiba has gradually decreased. But this does not affect the crazy discussion atmosphere of the entire virtual reality device Taiba. Some people think this is true, and some news reports have been released from abroad, whether it is the United States or Riben, whether it is the United Kingdom, France, or even Yin degrees. These countries have virtual reality in the true sense of the universe umbrella technology company, advertising for the device. At this time, almost the world is talking about this virtual reality device. It is unlikely to be fake. At the same time, some opponents have pulled out the intelligence of the umbrella technology company through various aspects of intelligence through the internet. The president of this company is Zhang Manlin, a native of China, and this company is also a technology company established in China. In addition, the company was founded this year. It had no products before. It was a virtual reality device. Only fools would believe it. This is the company's Pang scam, an unprecedented super scam. Most people think that the company's so-called virtual reality equipment is actually fake. Of course, there are still some people who think this is true, not a lie. This is a worldwide advertisement. How can such a technique and such momentum be a liar? How could a liar be so stupid? In addition, the environment abroad is different from that in China. If you don't have a real product, how can you promote advertising globally at the same time? Think too much. This virtual reality device is probably real. At best, this is a question of completion. Although the number of such believers is not large, they have their own opinions and arguing with doubters, proposing various inferences and so-called evidence. This made Guan Xiaofei, who had been watching in secret, felt that some did not know who to trust. According to common sense, it is impossible for this virtual reality device to exist. After all, the current technological level is here. If 20 years later, or even 30 years later, there will be such a technology, Guan Xiaofei still believes. But now, virtual reality real equipment, is it too fake? Of course, these things have nothing to do with Guan Xiaofei. She shook her head to stop thinking about these things. She has other experiments to do this afternoon. Before, she was bored with her good sister Su Kaiyanqian and worked with Jiang Cheng to do some medical research. Of course, they don't really understand these things. They just want to ask Jiang Cheng for help to improve China's medical standards because of their precious care for life. This can be considered as a contribution to society. It can be said that they are still people who know how to give back to society, and they also ask the right people. So recently, they simply used their spare time to act as Jiang Cheng's assistants. In addition to gaining some valuable experience, Jiang Cheng was also assigned some tasks. Such research tasks are usually undertaken by medical graduate students or even doctoral students. At their level, it must be very difficult. Fortunately, they have a wealth of relevant information for reference, so their progress can be said to be very fast. At this moment, Su Kaiyanqian opened the door, walked into the room, and walked behind Guan Xiaofei, glanced at Guan Xiaofei's screen subconsciously, and said, "You are also watching this?" Yes. Guan Xiaofei nodded, then looked at Su Kaiyanqian and asked, "Do you think this is true?" Su Kaiyanqian gave Guan Xiaofei a strange look. Guan Xiaofei couldn't help but wonder why she had to look at herself in this way. She just said this. "What's so strange? Have you forgotten?" Su Kaiyanqian asked. Did I forget? What did I forget?" Guan Xiaofei said strangely. "What are you talking about? You really forgot." Su Kaiyanqian had nothing to say. "What are you talking about?" Guan Xiaofei smashed her lips and asked. "Virtual reality, of course, is real." Su Kaiyanqian said. Why is this? How can you tell the truth?" Guan Xiaofei asked what Su Kaiyanqian should know. Have you been confused about your research topics these days? You forgotten? This is the Universe Umbrella Technology Company, Jiang Cheng's technology company. We helped register the name of the technology company at the beginning. Jiang Cheng has been busy with these things these days. Su Kaiyanqian said silently. So that's it, Universe Umbrella Technology Company. Yes, I remember it. The name is too familiar. That was Jiang Cheng's company. When I registered the company's name, I didn't pay much attention. I completely forgot. I'm really confused. Guan Xiaofai then reacted, patted her forehead with some speechlessness, and said, that is to say, this virtual reality device is real. It's real. Yes, this is true. Su Kaiyanqian nodded and said, I can't believe this was actually invented. It has something to do with Jiang Cheng. Guan Xiaofai glanced at Su Kaiyanqian speechlessly, with a shocked expression in his eyes. I remember Jiang Cheng said that the field he hopes to develop is not only the medical field, Su Kaiyanqian said. Yes, I also remember Jiang Cheng once said this. Guan Xiaofai nodded and said, but I just think Jiang Cheng is joking. After all, the nature of human civilization has brought a leap, so where is it so easy? Indeed, Jiang Cheng is too terrifying. This is not a genius that can describe it. Maybe this is the real genius. It is our greatest honor to be able to change the world and see all this happening by our side. Guan Xiaofai said in shock, you're right. Su Kaiyanqian looked at the various discussions on the screen, the above post. Do you believe it or doubt it? I'm afraid everyone wants to try the legendary real virtual reality device. That's right, Su Kaiyanqian said suddenly. Okay, you said, let's ask Jiang Cheng. Will he give us this kind of equipment to play first? Su Kaiyanqian said curiously. I don't know. However, now on the internet, it is said that someone has paid an export price of 10 million yuan. The first virtual reality device from Universe Umbrella Technology Company has been rejected. Can we really? Guan Xiaofai asked strangely. Why don't we give it a try? That's good. Guan Xiaofai showed an inexplicable smile on her face and then said, in China, many wealthy people say they really want to play when they see advertisements for virtual reality devices. They contacted the Umbrella Technology Company one after another and found that the virtual machines seemed to be real, which made them even more excited. Suddenly, rich people from all over the world offered hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of quotations. However, these were all rejected by Jiang Cheng. And some news media have also reported on this kind of virtual reality equipment in the true sense. This topic has aroused widespread heated discussion, attracting waves of attention from everyone. They actively contacted the Universe Umbrella Technology Company and each offered their own quotes. Millions, but no doubt they were rejected by Jiang Cheng. In foreign countries, there is the same situation. Some of the richest people in the Middle East even bid $100 million for a virtual reality device. You know, this is US dollars. But no matter how high the bid, they were rejected by Jiang Cheng. Because this is not a price issue, but a matter of honor, it is impossible to make an exception to sell it to the rich, because the date of sale is fixed, and the rich only verbally agreed. Of course, they may be serious, but now, Jiang Cheng's company is already busy enough. If there are exceptions, the number of local tyrants who contact privately will probably explode. After all, there are many local tyrants in the world. It will directly delay the original plan for a period of time. In this critical period, it is best not to overdo it. Those local tyrants seem to have a lot of money, but the benefits that can be achieved after the real start of sales are only a small part. Rich people often get most of the privileges in the world, but they met Jiang Cheng for the first time. Of course, Jiang Cheng could not provoke these local tyrants. For some people, he had to make an exception. When Jiang Cheng released this advertisement, the Chinese government, the US government, and the National High Commissioner all contacted Jiang Cheng. After confirming that the virtual reality equipment was indeed genuine, they began to ask Jiang Cheng whether there is a real thing now. Jiang Cheng generously gave them some free items. It was for not for sale, and there were some differences. After receiving the goods, governments all over the world asked whether the technology could be transferred. Jiang Cheng flatly refused. The Chinese government, Jiang Cheng had more special treatment, saying that it is impossible now, but 1 year later, technology transfer can be accepted. He believes that as long as this technology is transferred, the technology of the Huaxia nation can be directly allowed to go further from the wild, thereby gradually making China the world's #1 technological hegemony. Of course, by then, Jiang Cheng will play other tricks. That's another matter. When Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian came to the gate of Jiang Cheng's Universe Umbrella Technology Company, they were directly stopped by 4 tall, powerful, armed policemen with live ammunition. Please show the employee ID and entry permit. One of the security guards glanced at Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian and said lightly, "These security bodyguards, just standing here, have enough momentum to make the 2 girls feel a little suffocated. The so-called armed police is some army in need. But it cannot work under the name of the army, armed police. Police usually I don't know how much better than those bodyguards. They are considered the elite of the elite. Let them stand here. When the umbrella high-tech company needs to provide security, it is enough. Now it is more difficult to enter the high-tech universe of the umbrella. In addition to the employee permit, it is also necessary to obtain the permit regularly." Of course, Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian didn't have these 2 things. Ha! Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian looked at each other, wondering what to do. "What to do?" Guan Xiaofai said. "I don't know," Su Kaiyanqian whispered. In front of outsiders, she was very cautious and her voice became very small. "Can you help us contact our friend Jiang Cheng?" Guan Xiaofai asked while looking at several security guards. Jiang Cheng, the security guard who spoke earlier, looked at the 2 girls strangely and asked, "Who are you?" "Look for President Jiang. Let them in." At this time, a faint voice came from outside the door. The 2 girls looked over and suddenly saw Jiang Cheng standing not far away, smiling at them. The nervous heart suddenly calmed down. Jiang Cheng can always bring them a great sense of security. "Yes, sir." The security guard looked back and found that it was Jiang Cheng and let him go immediately. The 2 girls rushed in immediately and came to Jiang Cheng's side, one left and the other right, looking very cute. "Come to my office first," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "Okay," the 2 girls nodded and said in unison. Then Jiang Cheng took the 2 girls to her office. "Is this your office?" Guan Xiaofai looked around and said as soon as she walked into the president's office. "It's huge," Su Kaiyanqian whispered. Jiang Cheng's office occupies a very large area, with transparent surroundings, more than 1,000 square meters, fully equipped in addition to bathroom, wardrobe, and even a more private bedroom. As for the layout, it is naturally very delicate. Jiang Cheng sat on the chair, looked at the 2 girls, and asked, "You came to me specially. What's the matter?" Jiang Cheng asked. Guan Xiaofai secretly looked at her good sister, and Su Kaiyanqian also looked at her. The 2 eyes seemed to say, "You said." "No, just say it. What's wrong? What happened?" Jiang Cheng was not interested in such a guessing game and continued to ask. Finally, Su Kaiyanqian spoke first. She told the whole story again. "Simply put, I want to experience virtual reality equipment." "I thought, what were you doing here?" "That's it." Jiang Cheng laughed at this and said, "2 virtual devices, of course, no problem, I can give you." "Really?" Guan Xiaofai said happily. "Really?" Su Kaiyanqian asked, also very happy. "Of course it's true, it's nothing," Jiang Cheng said with a slight smile. "Great." The 2 women looked at each other, smiled and said, "Thank you then." "No, this is also to reward you," Jiang Cheng said lightly. At that moment, the office door was knocked. "Come in," Jiang Cheng said. Then a woman in a delicate suit walked in. It was the company's CEO, Zhang Manlin. Zhang Manlin glanced at Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian with some surprise. Although the beauty of the 2 surprised her, she did not see more. She prefers the existence of Jiang Cheng. There is also a woman, even the Huame couple. Twin sisters, there is nothing strange. She walked up to Jiang Cheng and said earnestly, "President, there is an important thing. I want to talk to you. In this case, shall we go out first?" Guan Xiaofai said straightforwardly when seeing Jiang Cheng busy with work. "Well, me too." Su Kaiyanqian nodded and said, "Okay, there is a lounge next to it. Go there and wait for me first, and I will look for you after I finish processing." Jiang Cheng nodded. Then the 2 girls turned and left the office. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Manlin and asked, "If you have anything, just talk about it." "Well, there is a company who wants to buy our stock. They bid $1.5 billion to buy 50% of our shares." Zhang Manlin said lightly. $1.5 billion to buy 50% of our shares. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Manlin questioningly and said, "Is the person in charge of that company mentally retarded? By the way, what do you mean by mentioning this to me? I can't directly refuse." "I don't know how to say." Looking at the document in her hand, Zhang Manlin grinned reluctantly and handed him a document. Jiang Cheng nodded and took the document. He knew that things were not that simple, and there must be other reasons. Jiang Cheng took the document and looked at it carefully. A company called Tycoon Technology proposed to acquire shares in Universe Umbrella Company. The background of this company is not simple. As detailed in the document, the background is a big figure in the Los Angeles government. After seeing the company's name, Jiang Cheng learned that this document did not refer to the president of the company to a large extent, but the person behind the company. Jiang Cheng knew that the rise of the cosmic umbrella would definitely affect the interests of these people. They knew that even if suppressed, they would not be able to resist Jiang Cheng suing the company. At the same time, they also wanted the reality of virtual devices in the true sense, which could bring huge therefore. The other party made such a request and wanted to buy 50% of the shares of Universe Umbrella Technology Company. If Jiang Cheng refuses, she is worried that she will encounter a lot of trouble, whether it is the bank's continuous loan problem, or the company's material procurement, or the production line of virtual equipment. It will be blocked or even cut off. Of course, Tycoon Technology did not say that Kai Gyuguo, but said it once euphemistically, which actually means the same. If Jiang Cheng disagrees, the development of the company will encounter various resistances and cause all kinds of troubles. At that time, Zhang Manlin may have a headache and explode. No wonder she is so careful to find herself. Perhaps Zhang Manlin had encountered this kind of trouble before and knew that the matter was serious, so she quickly discussed with Jiang Cheng. The person who picked the peaches, Jiang Cheng smiled coldly. He didn't expect that someone would want to pick his own peaches now, which really surprised him. These people are not only greedy, but stupid. It turned out that Jiang Cheng felt that there are several armed policemen acting as security guards, which is enough to explain the above attitude, but some people still ignore this. Do you really think this peach is easy to pick? They too look down on Jiang Cheng's influence now. If Jiang Cheng's new technology is not virtual reality equipment, but some other small tools with less influence, and these forces come to trouble him, he may not be able to deal with them. If Jiang Cheng does not give up his own interests, all aspects of development will be hindered and the company may go bankrupt. But now, these people dare to use this set to deal with themselves. They really don't know their life or death. Jiang Cheng said calmly, "Reject them to me." Zhang Manlin looked at Jiang Cheng and seemed to want to say something, but after hesitating for a while, she closed her mouth. Jiang Cheng must have a solution to this matter. She did not interrupt, but did it according to Jiang Cheng's words. "Okay," Zhang Manlin nodded. "You go out first. If there is anything else, come to me again and try to urge the national production channels to reach 10 million finished products before the release date. I am afraid that we will hurry up and follow up with these 10 million finished products. It will be very busy." Jiang Cheng said lightly. "Yes." Zhang Manlin turned and left. Jiang Cheng looked at the documents that were not far away and sneered. This kind of person who likes to pick peaches is the most hateful and disgusting. He took out his cell phone and prepared to call the person above. In fact, not the president of Tycoon Technology Co., Limited, can make all the decisions. Although the company's major issues and directions should be handled by the CEO, there are some common things that the president can command anyway. But the heads of some departments always like to work against them. This is hard to see. The CEO doesn't have much power. What else can be done? However, the big directors of the board of directors do not think so. They have carried out private control over the company time and time again and have some power. This is almost entrenched. They formed a faction of the board of directors and fought a lot with the president. Maybe it is really old. This kind of suffocation was unbearable when he was young, but now, the president of Xingtang can bear it. Just as Jiang Cheng speculated, Tycoon Technology wants to take away the peach of Universe Umbrella Technology this time, not the CEO's opinion. He even opposed, but still couldn't stop the ambitions of several big bosses on the board. From the CEO's point of view, these people on the board were fundamentally stupid. In fact, in the eyes of several bosses on the board of directors, the president is also a pedantic role. Without some ability, he would have been fired long ago. Work is work. Do you still want to oppose your own ideas? This is really absurd. Office of the Board of Directors. Several directors are discussing how to divide up the 50% stake in Universe Umbrella Technology that acquired Jiang Cheng according to our shares. Let's share this share together. A chubby middle-aged man smiled and squinted. That's impossible. I put my best effort. I want 30%. A middle-aged man with a serious face and glasses said coldly. What makes you do the most? Just one sentence. Is it the one who contributed the most? An old man in his 60s snorted and said with a sneer, "This is exactly what I want." The old man made a gesture. 20%, 1/5 of the shares. You think so beautiful, said another director. What do you mean by wanting to be beautiful? Isn't this taken for granted? We have 5 people, with 50% shares and 10% one person. Very normal. The old man snorted. This is impossible. If it doesn't work, what else can be done? Suddenly, the directors started arguing in the office over the benefits they had not yet received. Suddenly, the phone rang and one person answered the phone. After a while, he put down the phone and his face was a little strange. "Gentlemen, be quiet," the man said. Everyone looked at him strangely and calmed down. "What's wrong? What happened?" someone asked. "The other party refused," he said. "What? Cosmic Umbrella Technology. They rejected us. They rejected us very quickly, very decisively." The man said slowly. "How dare Universe Umbrella Technology Company refuse?" The fat man squinted and stared at him in disbelief. "This is too ignorant, right? Do you think he has the right to refuse? Do you want more money? It's so greedy. In that case, give them a little trouble and let them know that no one can refuse us," said the middle-aged man with glasses coldly. "You're right." On the same day, Jiang Cheng's domestic virtual equipment production lines were immediately investigated by certain departments in the name of prohibited goods. Therefore, these production lines had to fall into a state of stagnant production. At the same time, some banks that provided loans to Umbrella Technology also stopped lending, recovered hundreds of billions of dollars in loans that were prepared to be issued, and demanded that Jiang Cheng's company repay the loans as soon as possible. This made the relevant departments of the Umbrella Technology Company worry about this and hurriedly turned their attention to other banks, but without exception. They were all told that the umbrella company under investigation was unable to repay so many loans, nor could it lend so much money. According to Jiang Cheng's current situation, these banks refused to make a loan decision. These conditions quickly reached Jiang Manlin's ears, and her eyes went black. She has seen this situation more than once, and she knows very well that the company was framed. If this situation continues, some unexpected situations will occur sooner or later. Suddenly, Jiang Manlin was depressed, and she quickly found Jiang Cheng to talk about it, but Jiang Cheng just said calmly, "Don't worry. The situation of Umbrella Technology Company is not very good. It can even be said to be bad. Jiang Cheng is secretly planning and preparing to take a big move. The first step is to achieve simultaneous global sales. This vision is ambitious, but the risks are also huge. This world is like this all the time, with great risks and great benefits. Without risk, it is impossible to obtain huge benefits. Universe Umbrella Technology has a huge amount of loans and has reached the peak lending capacity of any bank. 10 million sets of virtual reality equipment will definitely be an astronomical number. With such a terrible number, if Jiang Cheng did not master the technology in the true sense of virtual reality equipment, it would be impossible for any bank to lend him. In the eyes of the bankers, there is no doubt that this is an unprecedented big gamble. If the bet loses, then the loss is too great. However, if the bet wins, it is naturally very happy. Judging from the current situation, the country attaches great importance to virtual reality equipment in the true sense. This is indeed rare. How can they not participate in witnessing this historical moment? Therefore, the loan to Jiang Cheng is actually reasonable. However, if someone else intervenes, the situation is different. There are a lot of risks involved. And if some large companies are upset, then it is normal for the bankers to recover their loans and investments. But for the Umbrella Technology Company, this will be a disaster. It's not just that one bank is unwilling to lend money to the umbrella, but all the banks have refused the loan and the opponent's energy is so great that it makes people feel a little desperate. I personally set up the company step by step, watching the company slowly getting on the right track, attracting the attention of the world, and about to show its strength to the outside world. Who knew what happened to this pile? This was totally an accident. Zhang Manlin, who was anxious here, immediately came to Yi Jiangcheng's side, but heard him say not to worry, don't worry at this time. When should you worry? This is the moment when the company is about to close down. Once the company goes bankrupt, such a huge debt can directly wipe out the hard work of Jiang Cheng and Zhang Manlin. This is no joke. Of course, with Jiang Cheng's status and ability, it is impossible to fall down so quickly, but she is different. The situation is very bad now. If there is no solution, the company will go bankrupt. It is only a matter of time. Within a week, the company will be completely bankrupt. Then the only solution to avoid bankruptcy is to sell virtual reality equipment, Mr. Jiang Cheng, do you want this result? Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't mean to be nervous, Zhang Manlin couldn't help but said emotionally out of control. Jiang Cheng looked at her anxious look and couldn't help laughing. You're still laughing. Zhang Manlin's mood was a little out of control and she almost yelled out. Well, you don't have to worry, you will come out today. Those people are very good at this kind of thing, but they will pay for it, you can rest assured. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said coldly, Really? Zhang Manlin asked in disbelief. Jiang Cheng nodded calmly. It is no small feat to be able to influence so many banks and so many relevant departments with huge power. Can Jiang Cheng really solve this level so easily? To be honest, Zhang Manlin didn't believe it. But now, there is no way to believe, only to choose to believe. Well, I keep you informed this matter must be resolved as soon as possible, no later than tomorrow. Otherwise, it will have a significant impact on our plan, and the goal you decided may not be achieved at all. In addition, I also, after contacting foreign factories, banks, investors, and even venture capitalists, after seeing virtual reality equipment in the real sense, they are easier to talk about than these people in China, and the plan should be completed smoothly according to the steps. Nodded, his expression returned to seriousness. Domestic channels are used for production. Even at full power, it is impossible to complete 10 million sets of virtual reality devices in such a short period of time. Therefore, they should decisively turn their attention to the world. At the same time, they began to look for partners and start in different countries. Generate virtual reality equipment. In fact, this is not very easy to do. There are too many processes, but Jiang Cheng is lucky and everything is going well. In this way, you can truly global simultaneous sales. Jiang Cheng left the president's office and walked straight out of the company. The guard immediately saluted him. Not far from Jiang Cheng Company is Tycoon Technology. The two companies are only separated by a building. At this moment, a few directors of the other party just came down from the stairs and prepared to leave by car. When Jiang Cheng saw them, they naturally saw Jiang Cheng. They looked at Jiang Cheng with a sneer, as if they were saying, "This is how you offended us." And Jiang Cheng's faint eyes seemed to be looking at a few mentally retarded. In fact, the eyes of the directors of Tycoon Technology are quite reserved and not very presumptuous, but Jiang Cheng is completely different. His scornful eyes were full of irony without any restraint. Then, at that moment, several directors couldn't bear it. They laughed at Jiang Cheng earlier, hoping to see Jiang Cheng getting angry, but in the end, Jiang Cheng didn't react, which made them look a bit mentally handicapped. The attitude of the catastrophe dared to be so arrogant. This Jiang Cheng is really young. Several directors couldn't help but quickly walked over and came to Jiang Cheng's car, who was just about to board the car. Jiang Cheng looked at it. To be honest, he was really surprised these guys dared to run in front of him. In the real world, there are indeed villains like those in urban novels. The so-called reality is often more absurd than art. Is this true? Where did you come from? Why did you park my car? Jiang Cheng looked at these people and said lightly, "You are the chairman of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company, aren't you?" A fat man asked with squinting eyes. "What do you want to say?" Jiang Cheng looked at him, then at other people, and said in a condescending tone, "If you want to say something, please say it quickly. Do you know how precious my time is? So don't waste my time on your stupidity. Do you understand? If Jiang Cheng's contemptuous eyes made the directors feel uncomfortable and unbearable, then Jiang Cheng's words directly made them a little angry, even a little depressed. "What do you mean by this?" an old man said, hitting the ground hard with his crutches. "Do you really know what you are talking about?" the other asked. "So young, do you know what the consequences are?" The smiling fat man, whose smile had disappeared, asked coldly. "Young man, this is not what you should say. Your attitude in this society can hardly continue." The middle-aged man snorted, wearing a pair of glasses with a serious expression. "How arrogant! Don't you know that your company is going bankrupt? Don't you know why you are here? Are you really ignorant and stupid, or pure stupidity? Do you know who we are? How dare you treat us like this?" "Of course I know who you are." Jiang Cheng ignored the ridicule of these people. "You are the top 5 directors of Tianyu Technology," he said calmly. "I know this little thing. If only you knew it." The middle-aged man with a serious expression said coldly, "My business has nothing to do with you." Jiang Cheng shook his head and said weakly, "You'd better not be nosy. I know you have the support of some big people. In fact, those so-called big people who oppose me are nothing more than it's just dogs." "I'm so stupid. It really makes me feel helpless." "Chuckish." The old man pointed at her with a stick and said, "Do you really know who you are talking to? The rude people, it's you." Jiang Cheng said he was too lazy to pay attention to these people. His time should not be wasted on these mentally retarded. "I heard that you are arrogant and domineering, but now that it is true," said the fat man with his squinted eyes, humming, "Sooner or later." The old man snorted. "Not sooner or later, but soon," said the serious middle-aged man weakly. At this time, the phones of these people rang. Several people were a little surprised, a little unexpected. The call came at the same time. After a moment, started to answer the phone. "Oh no, not good." The first thing on the phone was a hasty voice. "If something is going on, speak slowly. If something is going on, make it clear." The 5 directors are actually synchronized, all saying similar things, and they are not surprised to look at each other. The phone started talking in detail. Soon, the 5 presidents turned pale. One by one, the phone messages were sent to their backstage. One was thoroughly investigated by the double GUI, notified by the above, and several other hidden figures were also detained. Calling at this time naturally informs them of a situation. Behind the fall, the real stake is that all the big names have been taken away. The bank and related departments came to the door to check the accounts and recover the investment if this series is implemented. Then it is only a matter of time before Tengyu declares bankruptcy. The 5 shareholders never thought that the situation would change so quickly. Obviously, Jiang Cheng of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company has been forced to the point where everything is exhausted. How can his company go bankrupt in an instant? This was completely unexpected. Suddenly there was a big reversal, making their faces dumbfounded and completely shocked. "How's it going? What happened? Why did their backstage collapse without any signs?" You know, before such a big event, there should be some signs, or there should be some wind. Maybe it's the wrong line. Maybe some big event has happened. But now nothing has happened. Such a sudden collapse behind, is it? A bit puzzling. If so, there is only one reason. Because they touched Jiang Cheng's company. Does this Jiang Cheng have such great strength? The squinted fat man opened his eyes and stared at Jiang Cheng in the car blankly. He didn't even know that his phone fell on the ground with a click. This. The middle-aged man's expression was serious, and he didn't know what to say after a long time. "What should I do?" The old man had no authority at all. His eyes were full of fear, just like a very ordinary old man. At this moment, Jiang Cheng in the car couldn't help but sneered in front of the car, looking at the ugly faces of a few people, and shook his head. Of course he knows what happened, but they asked for it. The driver reversed and turned around to avoid them. These directors reacted immediately and quickly stopped Jiang Cheng's car again, crying, "Master Jiang Cheng, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please forgive us. And please don't be familiar with us." The 5 directors were not afraid of losing face or being hit by a car. They lay in front of the car and pretended to be dead, begging for help. Jiang Cheng's window slowly fell. He looked at several people and asked, "Do you think it is possible? Is this possible?" They should have expected that if the situation were to be reversed, they would do something with the cosmic umbrella technology. Of course, maybe they didn't have such awareness at all. "To be honest, I have seen some stupid guys, but I have never seen you so stupid." Jiang Cheng shook his head, pressed the car window, then drove the car back, drove away a few people, and left quickly. A few directors were left in a trance. Of course, what awaits them is a never-ending investigation. They cannot be in their current position without some black trading, and if they do, they will be put in jail. Of course, the experience of these directors has nothing to do with Jiang Cheng, and he is not in the mood to continue to care about this matter. When Jiang Cheng returned home, Zhang Manlin called Jiang Cheng, and her tone was full of joy. "The trouble is solved. The bank has taken a loan, so I personally come to look for it and are willing to take another loan. In addition, production lines in various regions have restarted. What kind of magic did you use? This is amazing. Like I said, there is no problem. If there is no problem, you don't believe me." Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "It's not that I don't believe it, it's just that I encountered difficulties. It was really too big. Fortunately, it was resolved in time. It almost made me desperate." Zhang Manlin said, "Successfully resolved. There are many people who have experienced such an incident or who are not long-sighted. Even if there is no Tengyu technology company, they are likely to escape to other companies, but this time things will make all those who want to beat our company. Those who think, be honest," Jiang Cheng said lightly. "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Manlin was stunned for a while, knowing that the matter had been resolved, but still did not know the specific situation. Jiang Cheng knew it, and he told the truth. After listening to those words, Zhang Manlin widened her eyes. She never thought that the solution behind this incident was so smooth. In this way, Jiang Cheng's ability to solve problems and energy cannot be simply described by the word fierce. It should be horror. After being silent for a long time, Zhang Manlin said slowly, "To be honest, I am really surprised. However, in this case, it is really like you said, there will be no long-eyed people coming to pick peaches in the future. I believe the company will become stronger and stronger." Jiang Cheng returned home and went straight to the laboratory. He took a look and found that Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian were busy in his small laboratory, so he smiled happily. Since the two sisters gave up the job at hand and came to help Jiang Cheng, they showed their talents and worked very hard, which made Jiang Cheng very interesting. Jiang Cheng thought for a while, immediately opened the door and walked in. Both of them are wearing white lab coats, which are very simple, but their figures are very good. Even though they are wearing lab coats, they are still beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Both of them were focusing on the work in front of them, unaware that Jiang Cheng had already opened the door. Jiang Cheng came to Guan Xiaofai's, took a look, and then couldn't help nodding. It turned out that for Jiang Cheng, the project he gave to the two sisters might be pediatrics, but for them, it was not a simple matter. But for now, Guan Xiaofai is close to a complete solution. She came to Su Kaiyanqian, and Su Kaiyanqian was doing an experiment. When Jiang Cheng saw this, he slowly frowned. He found that Su Kaiyanqian had a bad habit. In addition, there were many problems in the operation of the experiment. Jiang Cheng didn't think much about it and said, "There is a problem." "Huh." Su Kaiyanqian was stunned for a while and suddenly heard a sound, which made her stunned for a moment. She looked over and found that it was Jiang Cheng. She couldn't help showing a happy expression and asked quickly, "What's wrong? There are too many mistakes." Jiang Cheng said, and then from behind Su Kaiyanqian's body, he took Su Kaiyanqian's hand so that he could teach his hand. Jiang Cheng had done a lot of these things. At this time, he didn't think much and just did it. In fact, he had no other intentions. But for Su Kaiyanqian, this is different. Jiang Cheng was holding her hand from behind, and she was completely leaning against Jiang Cheng's chest. Such a feeling made Su Kaiyanqian's cheek a little blush, and she felt a little embarrassed, but also a little strange. Generally speaking, there are some subtle and complex emotions, a little happy and a little sweet for a time. Su Kaiyanqian felt a little spring feeling. After getting along for so long, Su Kaiyanqian could not have no admiration for Jiang Cheng. So perfect, so handsome, and know so much. Just like a mountain, bringing her and Guan Xiaofai to a broader world, and experiencing more things than Prince Charming is more perfect in the yearning. She secretly likes it a little, and it is entirely reasonable. At this time, the admired person hugged his body from behind. It is strange that it is unhappy. Of course, Su Kaiyanqian also knows that Jiang Cheng may have no other meaning, but even so, he is still very happy. Su Kaiyanqian's mouth did not show a sweet smile. Jiang Cheng naturally saw Su Kaiyanqian's thoughts and said helplessly, "Don't be distracted." "Okay," Su Kaiyanqian nodded slightly. "Carefully observe what I do and write down every step. First of all, you should." Jiang Cheng said slowly beside him. Su Kaiyanqian listened very carefully. Jiang Cheng's one-on-one guidance was still so caring, intimate guidance, but the opportunity was very rare besides. She decided not to wash her hands tonight. Want to savor Jiang Cheng holding her hand carefully feel. Guan Xiaofai, who was solving the problem not far away, heard the sound here, raised her head, and suddenly saw such a scene. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise. This is a posture. This is too close. Kaiyanqian's body completely stuck to Jiang Cheng. She looked at her cheeks flushed, but if it wasn't her Kaiyanqian who stood there, but herself, that would be great. Jiang Cheng helped Su Kaiyanqian solve the problem and came to Guan Xiaofai. Guan Xiaofai watched Jiang Cheng come to him, like a frightened bird, and hurriedly lowered her head. He touched Guan Xiaofai's head and said, "This is a good idea. After all the problems I left for you are solved, come to me." Guan Xiaofai sounded like a mosquito. "It's good to know this." Jiang Cheng really heard it and nodded. Then Jiang Cheng turned around and left, starting to do his own thing. After Jiang Cheng left, the two sisters looked at each other. Without a doubt, they understood each other's thoughts, but did not speak. Maybe this is nothing to say. For most ordinary people, it is difficult to imagine what they will feel when they research and create a virtual reality device in the true sense. These two achievements are enough for anyone to be proud of for a lifetime. It can be said that virtual reality devices have changed a part of human life. As an individual, it is very great to be able to do this. Most of human life is just for survival. Even if there are some extraordinary things, it is not important to the entire human class. Such things happen every day. Fundamentally speaking, it is unrealistic to change the entire human class or similar things. But everything went smoothly. Jiang Cheng changed the world little by little, affecting all mankind. He is not complacent because of his immediate achievements, because complacency is not worth it, and he takes it for granted. Similarly, Jiang Cheng does not know how advanced the world's advanced civilization in science and technology will be in the future. Even if he learned virtual reality equipment in the true sense from the black technology system, he would not be proud of it, because this is given to him by the system. Why be proud of this? Should he be proud of this? Is this all? Because of the influence of this emotion, Jiang Cheng, who has changed the world, was in a calm mood at this time. He was thinking, what should be done to change humanity next? Jiang Cheng has many ideas, but there are not many things suitable for this world, of course. For people in this world, the number is still very considerable, but when these things are taken out, we still need to pay attention to the order. Human technology is like a tree. He must consider balanced development. If the point of the technology tree is skewed, bad things will easily happen and it will be difficult to make a comeback. The question now is simple. What kind of technology should he use next? Jiang Cheng thought about it carefully and rubbed her eyebrows. At this moment, the computer screen suddenly opened, and the artificial intelligence Lucy, created by Jiang Cheng, appeared on the computer screen. She looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, "Master, you look like a headache. What trouble have you encountered?" "This is not a problem, it's just that I'm thinking about what else the world needs," Jiang Cheng said and shook his head. "What else do people in this world need?" Lucy paused for a while and then immediately replied, "People in this world lack many things. The poor need money, the hungry people need food, the lonely people need company, and those who are bound people need freedom. Too many. I don't know what the master means." Jiang Cheng shook his head. "I didn't mean that. What does the master mean?" Lucy looked at Jiang Cheng and asked. Jiang Cheng listened and looked at Lucy blankly. Lucy looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, "Is there anything weird about Lucy? Why does the master look at me like that?" "Thanks to you, I found the answer," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "Did the master find the answer? Congratulations, master." Lucy didn't ask what he found, but smiled. "Okay." Jiang Cheng nodded, then said, "I need your help to do the next job." "Okay, master," Lucy said obediently. The thing Jiang Cheng thought of was artificial intelligence. He wants to promote artificial intelligence in the world. The artificial intelligence in the world, working towards the direction of human research, is completely wrong in the eyes of human scientists in the world. in order to develop a kind of intelligent artificial intelligence. It is necessary to make the speed reaction speed. As for the collection, it has become more rapid and comprehensive. Through preset conditions, triggers, results, and coping strategies, intelligence can reach a state of personification. But in reality, this is not intelligence at all. But there is no way, this is a helpless method, because there is no way to hand things like human thinking to machines from a basic point of view. This is not feasible. But for Jiang Cheng, this is just a question of whether the code is complicated or simple. Jiang Cheng can create true artificial intelligence through code. This is completely different. Jiang Cheng wants to thoroughly disseminate artificial intelligence among humans, but he knows more clearly that he cannot disrupt the intelligence dissemination plan. It is not a joke to make Lucy, this kind of artificial intelligence, become so common. It is easy to cause chaos, stifle human technology, and completely stagnate many fields. The technology tree must be more balanced, and lessons must be learned. If Lucy's intelligence level is equivalent to 10 standard points, then the artificial intelligence that Jiang Cheng is going to use is only about 1 standard point. Even so, it will destroy all intelligent systems in the world. It is completely different. The most powerful level of intelligence on the market now is 0. 5 standard points at most. This is a sign of face. However, although such an intelligent system is advanced, it is not a small problem to promote it. How to promote this intelligent system to the world and make everyone accept this intelligent system is also a big problem. Yes, Jiang Cheng's intelligent system is advanced, but it is not as compelling as a virtual reality device. Virtual reality equipment must be connected to a person's mobile phone before it can run on a computer. However, in the world, whether it is a computer or a mobile phone, there is a fixed system. Where is Jiang Cheng's ability to intervene in an intelligent system? Although Jiang Cheng's system is really excellent, and those systems add up to nothing, but whether people agree to replace it is another matter, and how much resistance is still unclear. How many financial giants in the electronics industry will disagree with this happening? If Jiang Cheng cooperates with them, there is a certain possibility, but Jiang Cheng has the habit of not making wedding dresses for others. Therefore, although Jiang Cheng invented this intelligent system, promotion has become the biggest problem. Jiang Cheng did not continue to think about this problem, could not come up with a solution in a short time, and continued to waste time on this is not a problem. So Jiang Cheng temporarily shelved this plan and let Lucy help solve it. Lucy keeps on running, inferring, looking for a solution. I believe the perfect solution will be found soon. Before that, you just had to wait. At the same time, Jiang Cheng's virtual reality equipment still attracts people's attention and discussion from all over the world in a realistic sense. Whether it is at home or abroad, the enthusiasm for discussion is very high. It is not because of time that it fades out of people's vision, but the enthusiasm for discussion is getting higher and higher. Lucy collected this information, listing foreign data analysis and domestic data. In this internet age, all information exchange has become simple, and people in the world can discuss together. The emergence of this virtual reality device has aroused everyone's enthusiasm. The real virtual reality device of Umbrella Technology, the official name of the first generation, is Vi. It can be an abbreviation or a full name called Vi. At the moment the name appeared, almost everyone in the world was talking about the meaning of these 2 words, Vi. What does it represent? Umbrella Technology did not give an explanation, but announced another earthquake news. Umbrella Technology is about to launch the first generation of Vi worldwide. This time, the whole world is boiling. Virtual reality in the true sense. The first generation of Vi will be sold globally. The New York Times immediately issued such a headline after receiving the news. They stared at the news in this area for a long time and finally got the news. How could they not report well? For the newspaper industry, attracting people's attention is their biggest mission. The New York Times reported in a newspaper, Universal Umbrella is a Chinese technology company. Not long ago, a 60-second commercial was released worldwide, and its content attracted the attention of people all over the world. This is virtual reality in the true sense. When the advertisement came out, everyone thought it was just a scam. Only fools with low IQ can believe such obvious lies to the extreme. The technological world has not yet developed to this point. Moreover, even if this kind of thing is invented, it should have been invented by the United States. How could a developing country, China, invent such a thing? Almost everyone is skeptical of them. In this constant suspicion, this technology company did not waver at all. Instead, from the expanding large-scale loans, according to relevant reports from industry insiders, they believed that the content of advertisers, this may be true. Yes, this incredible virtual reality device is not a prank, but real. Today, the technology company Umbrella, which has attracted the attention of the world, sent a message. The world's first epoch-making virtual reality device, VI conference, will be held soon. When the news of Umbrella technology came out, the whole earth was boiling. On the other side of the world, all newspapers and all U.S. news media were reporting this story frantically. Except for the New York Times, other newspapers will certainly not lag behind. Hangguo Daily, the launch of a real virtual reality device will drive the development of the entire global economy, and the world is changing. Tokyo Times, today, the world is boiling, the countdown to the launch of the virtual reality device VI. With media reports, this news has spread quite widely, and almost no one does not know. Everyone is talking about VI. They are talking about one thing, that is, the sales price of VI. How much is it? Can they buy virtual reality equipment? Those rich local tyrants, because Jiang Cheng had already rejected the request to purchase in advance, became extremely angry and vowed never to touch this so-called virtual reality device again. Even in these days, this is very sad. But when the news came, they changed their minds. Impossible. The attractiveness of virtual reality equipment, in the true sense, is too great. Traders from all over the world have contacted Umbrella Technology, hoping to have some cooperation. However, these people did not expect that their actions were too late. As early as before, countless people contacted Jiang Cheng's company, hoping to achieve cooperation. How could it be possible to wait until now? China, Luocheng, high-tech industrial park. Jiang Cheng's company moved away. The first floor of the original building is not enough for Umbrella Technology. Now, Umbrella Technology Company has moved to a corner of the high-tech park. A large piece of land there is a building. Umbrella Technology Company has taken over the entire building. The number of employees has increased from less than 1,000 to nearly 5,000. All these people have gone through the process of hitting a wall. Lucy helped them solve the problem before they finally entered the company. Each of them is a genius. Now the Universe Umbrella Company is well known in the world, so there is no need to worry about recruitment. Therefore, the conditions for entering the company can be said to be very harsh. However, despite the harshness, it is reasonable. Every evaluation is important. The interviewer does not randomly choose such things. For example, half of the resumes are thrown out. Various filter conditions. In the high-level meeting room of Umbrella Technology, only 2 people were discussing matters. One is Zhang Manlin, the head of the company, and the other is naturally Jiang Cheng. After hearing your Zhang Manlin's proposal, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but glared at her helplessly and said, "The virtual reality conference, are you ready to let me go?" "Yes, this is a question I have been thinking about." Zukin nodded and said, "Then do you really think I am an inappropriate candidate?" Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "Besides, I don't have much time to waste on this. I recently heard that you have developed an intelligence system, but you are considering how to promote it. I have an idea. Would you like to hear it?" Seeing Jiang Cheng refused, Zhang Manlin blinked and said with a smile, "Move to other areas. Do you have any ideas?" Jiang Cheng looked at her and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" "Do you want to hear?" Zhang Manlin asked. Jiang Cheng looked at her and said weakly, "I don't want to listen because I know you might want to run my smart system on VI to promote it. Can you imagine? So can I." Zukin suddenly looked embarrassed when he heard Jiang Cheng's words. There is no doubt that Jiang Cheng's words directly hit what she originally wanted to say. For a while, his expression was directly rigid, and he didn't know what to say. "Of course, I will put my intelligence system to run on VI." Now Vi also lacks such things, but if it is taken out like this, it is still unqualified. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, I still think Jiang is always the most suitable candidate. No one is more suitable than you. Jiang Cheng turned the topic back to this topic again. Give me a reason. Jiang Cheng looked at her. Because these things are created by your research. No one in the world knows them better than you. Therefore, you are the most suitable candidate for the world's first-generation VI conference. Is there any problem with this? The importance of this meeting is self-evident. Even if I go to battle in person, it may not be a complete success, but you are different. Zhang Manlin looked at Jiang Cheng with scorching eyes with a firm attitude. Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly and said, well, just as you want, let me host the first-generation VI Global Press Conference. On this day, the eyes of the whole world are gathered here. Kyoto National Performing Arts Center. This theater was designed and remodeled a few days ago and became the location of the VI press conference. The theater can accommodate 5,500 people, almost as big as a gymnasium, and the people who are lucky enough to come here are celebrities from all over the world. Compared to ordinary press conferences, the number of 500 people at the press conference is not the same grade. Despite this, the number of people is still precious, and many people broke their heads or couldn't go to the scene and could only watch at home. Perhaps only by turning this into a big sports landscape that can accommodate 50,000 to 60,000 people can all powerful people enter here. But such a press conference is impossible to hold in a stadium. The National Grand Theater is the best choice. The press conference has not officially started, and there is still half an hour. At the press conference, there were no empty seats. No one was absent. This is a moment to witness history. Today's press conference was broadcast by many TV stations. This kind of attention is many times higher than that of Pingguo not long ago. Zhengyang TV has produced a special program for today's press conference, which will be broadcast live. The same is true for some foreign TV stations. Billions of people are staring at TV screens or computer screens, waiting for Jiang Cheng to come on stage. Backstage, Jiang Cheng was resting. Zhang Manlin looked at Jiang Cheng with some appreciation. She knew very well how much pressure Jiang Cheng, who was about to take the stage, would have to bear. That is not only the eyes of 5,500 people watching, but also the attention of billions of people behind the camera. In the eyes of so many people, let Jiang Cheng not make a small mistake. In such a situation, if you think about it, your legs are a little unstable. Stress is a mountain. It can easily overwhelm a person. However, Jiang Cheng didn't have the slightest tension. His calm face, no emotions, and the randomness revealed between gestures and gestures, this kind of tolerance really convinced Zhang Manlin to the extreme. She couldn't help thinking, sure enough, is genius different? Aren't you nervous at all? Zhang Manlin hesitated for a long time and finally couldn't help but look at Jiang Cheng, so she asked, are you nervous? After hearing this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but think about it carefully. He couldn't help thinking, logically speaking, he shouldn't be so calm when he is so old. But what is the nervousness like? Jiang Cheng thought for a while, nodded and said, don't look at me like this, I'm actually very nervous. Really? Zhang Manlin was suspicious of Jiang Cheng. It doesn't look like it at all. That's because I got facial paralysis. Jiang Cheng shrugged. Is that so? But it doesn't matter, right? Zhang Manlin looked at Jiang Cheng dubiously. Of course it doesn't matter, I have never made a mistake. Jiang Cheng said flatly. Of course. Zhang Manlin was still very confident about this. Half an hour later, in the blink of an eye, it was already 9 o'clock, exactly the time for the press conference. The lights of the entire venue suddenly dimmed. On the stage of the theater, a huge screen was quietly lit up to illuminate the venue. At the same time, Zhang Manlin, who looked extremely beautiful in a professional dress, came to the stage. She spoke loudly into the microphone and said, friends from all over the world, I, the President and CEO of Universe Umbrella Technology Co. Limited, welcome you. For a moment, the audience thunderous with applause, all of them banged with tambourine excitedly, looking at her excitedly. At the same time, audiences from all over the world who were watching the live broadcast were a little surprised to see that the female president of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company was so beautiful and really young and promising. Zhang Manlin's legs trembled slightly and her palms were full of sweat, but she forced herself to be more calm. Today's meeting is very important and must not be messed up. Zhang Manlin went on to say, although I am very happy to meet you here, the host of the next conference is not me, but the chairman of our company, Mr. Jiang Cheng, who is also the developer of virtual reality equipment. I believe, yes, for me, you are more looking forward to Mr. Jiang Cheng's hosting, so please don't delay any longer and invite Mr. Jiang Cheng to come on stage. Zhang Manlin exited the stage. Jiang Cheng walked straight to the center of the stage. Behind him, a huge screen magnified his figure several times, allowing everyone in the theater to see it. In an instant, that flash went crazy. Countless flashing lights make everyone's eyes unable to open. Jiang Cheng's expression was very pale, and his face was calm, and instantly made everyone watching the radio stop around the world. Unbelievable. Isn't this the owner of Emerald Island? When did you come to China? Also, when did he create the Umbrella Technology Company? What's the problem? In the whole world, people from any country or race can only use swear words to describe their mood at this time. This person is God. There are people from other countries, or fuck. No one could have imagined that the real creator of this virtual reality device was actually the island owner, Jiang Cheng. The idea that flashed through his mind for the first time was, of course, incredible. How is this possible? People with common sense will doubt the invention of such high-tech products. This is truly an epoch-making virtual reality. I am afraid this will be the greatest invention in decades. It is incredible that such an invention was created by Jiang Cheng, the world-renowned island owner, with his own hands. Although everyone knows that on such a stage, facing billions of people around the world, the technology of universal umbrella is not the most important. In fact, there are rumors that virtual reality equipment is still very young. No one would think it was created so quickly. Oh my God, that is impossible. Is he the inventor of virtual reality equipment? He is the chairman of Umbrella Technology Company. Oh my God, this is unscientific. I know there are many geniuses in the world, but a genius at this age to achieve such great achievements. This, how is it possible? At the theater scene, big names from all over the world looked at Jiang Cheng under the spotlight and couldn't help but express their wonder. These great men know that things are often like this, but it's too much. This makes them unable to accept immediately. What an immortal genius. In China, the young people in front of all TV watchers can't help but exclaim, "What is a genius? This is the real genius." In the U.S., everyone's eyes are wide open, and they can't help shouting, "Why is the virtual reality device invented by such a person? My country allocates billions of scientific research funds every year. Do those scientists eat shit? Nothing is solved. What the hell?" In Japan, everyone watching TV can't help but exclaim, "What international joke is this? Is it true? Is it true? I can't believe it." In Ying country, everyone raised their hands excitedly and shouted to the screen, "Look, this is the genius who can change the world." Although this is the genius of other countries, for people at this level, no matter what they get, achievements are the progress of the entire human civilization. This is the greatest person. At this time, countless people began to pay attention to Jiang Cheng. They exclaimed, admired, and envied. Glory, attention, greatness, immortality. This moment belongs to Jiang Cheng. At this moment, Jiang Cheng stood on top of everyone on the earth. The attention of those big men on earth to Jiang Cheng instantly increased by many times. All the news about Jiang Cheng's arrival in China was slowly unearthed. They understood all Jiang Cheng's past sutras, but after they really understood, they couldn't help but be afraid. According to common sense, such a genius should have been shown before. There are some differences from birth to even if born ordinary, but such a genius is completely different from ordinary people. These investigations are very detailed. Before Jiang Cheng, the second generation of rich and bad did a lot of evil things, even illegal things. If it is not for the superior family, there are many things that can be handled with money and go to school. At that time, the grades were very poor. There was no genius at all, just a simple rich second generation. One is the rich second generation with many bad behaviors, and the other is the super genius among hundreds of billions. There is no connection between the two. Although those who are important cannot believe it, this is the truth. No one can imagine such a teenager who invented that only science fiction movies appeared in virtual reality devices. This is open hanging. This is definitely open hanging up. Can humans really do it? Some people even began to wonder if Jiang Cheng was over, or is someone starting to suspect that Jiang Cheng is an alien? Both the former and the latter are more reasonable, and some organizations have already begun to target Jiang Cheng. In fact, Jiang Cheng also knew that he should have been targeted at this time. Since he was standing on such a stage, his future life was destined not to be peaceful and full of danger. However, this situation is basically pediatrics for Jiang Cheng. Kidnapping, assassination, Jiang Cheng doesn't care about this kind of thing at all. He has a way to deal with it. Therefore, after mastering a lot of resources, Jiang Cheng did not believe that any organization would threaten her, except the state machine. He just wanted to tell them, "You are too young." Jiang Cheng's footsteps are very steady, relaxed, and casual, without too much nervousness. And the corners of his mouth have a fairly confident smile, which makes people feel very attractive. Although he looks like his son in a suit, he is more handsome and handsome. Judging from this performance, this is an event that the whole world can pay attention to. The scene of the Grand Theater also rang out all kinds of exclamations in all languages. Facing such a call, Jiang Cheng did not lose his composure. He looked at everyone in front of him, and then at the two sisters Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian, who were sitting not far away. Finally, he looked at the camera and nodded slightly. "People say hello. Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian were invited here. For the two girls, this is a time to witness history. How could such an important thing not come? For these two girls, Jiang Cheng at this moment is full of fatal attraction, of course. They understand how many people are watching him at this moment. Faced with such a great pressure, he is not yet knowing that in general, the relaxed attitude is great. Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Xiaofai looked at Jiang Cheng frantically at Jiang Cheng on the stage, only to feel completely attracted, unable to move their eyes. In fact, most of the girls who came here felt this way. Jiang Cheng at this time exuded a different kind of attraction from the inside out. Jiang Cheng doesn't care about these things. He said into the microphone, "Welcome to the launch ceremony of the first-generation virtual reality device, Vi. I am the inventor and founder of Vi, and the sole director of Cosmic Umbrella Technology. My name is Jiang Cheng. I know some people here have known me for a long time, but at this moment, I am not the former owner of the Emerald Island. I am just a developer of the Umbrella Technology Company. This is not a direct introduction to Vi, but to introduce Jiang Cheng himself, but this is understandable. After all, Vi is Jiang Cheng's invention. There is nothing wrong with such an opening. Virtual reality, this technology, I believe you are not a strange concept. It began to spread a few years ago. Even before, it began to be used in some science fiction movies. People like to conquer the universe. People feel that it is remote and extreme. However, with the application of VR technology, people have gradually stepped into this field. However, this is only a simulation of virtual reality. There was no psychological link device before, and all virtual reality is just a joke. Although Jiang Cheng's words were a bit common, they also made sense. When it came to the point, everyone heard what these people said and couldn't help nodding. This is a local conference and a live broadcast from all over the world. Jiang Cheng speaks Mandarin, which only Chinese can understand, while foreigners, most people do not understand, but those TV shows have already been translated into Chinese proficient. The translator immediately began to translate a sentence so that everyone could understand what Jiang Cheng said. Looking at all the people in the theater, Jiang Cheng went on to say, "From now on, it is different. I have created a virtual reality device that will completely change the situation and easily surpass all virtual reality devices on the market. Say something sorry to those suppliers, but this is indisputable. The emergence of Vi means innovation. This means a new era." Jiang Cheng's words began to become a bit intense. After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, everyone cheered up and applauded involuntarily. Jiang Cheng raised his hands, suppressed the applause, calmed down, and continued to say, "Today, you are about to witness this historic moment. I believe you have been waiting for a long time, even impatient. The first-generation virtual device, Vi, in the true sense. Right in front of your eyes, looking at the back of the stage. There is an elevator with an illusory Jiang Cheng walking up slowly and presenting it in front of everyone. This is the real virtual reality device Vi. Jiang Cheng pointed to the device. Wow, suddenly there was an uproar at the press conference. All over, he couldn't help but leaned forward, staring at the virtual reality device Vi shown by Jiang Cheng. Of course, at the Thai press conference, it is impossible for the audience to see it from sitting far away. But Jiang Chengsu has magnified the virtual reality device by several dozen times on the huge screen behind them, so everyone can watch it. To what it looks like. Smaller than ordinary Vi equipment, very delicate. Can such a small device link the realism of the virtual reality device Vi? Everyone at the press conference, in front of the TV station, in front of the computer screen, after seeing this Vi, they couldn't help asking themselves. Backstage, Zhang Manlin watched Jiang Cheng's performance on stage, and she couldn't help but praise her with some appreciation. It's amazing. She thought Jiang Cheng would be somewhat restrained. As a young man, it was inevitable to react in such a big scene, but Jiang Cheng did not show any restraint. He was calm from start to finish, with nothing to criticize. Next to Zhang Manlin, her assistant and secretary is a lovely girl with glasses. At work, the level of appearance is very important. If not beautiful, at least not ugly, she is such a good-looking person. The best. Her name is Wang Nan. Wang Nan is also an excellent girl, good ability, beautiful, but also very young with a gentle personality. In the company, as the secretary of the president, she is very popular and many people want to catch up with her. But no one succeeded. In fact, this is related to Wang Nan's character. During this time, she saw a lot of things. When she saw ordinary employees in the company, she was not moved at all. If there is a company, whoever makes her look forward to it most, or even feels it is out of reach, is naturally Jiang Cheng. This young president, every time he meets him, he feels that when facing the abyss, he feels extremely unfathomable, and even his existence itself is like a mystery. But Jiang Cheng attracted her in this way. At this moment, Wang Nan, looking at Jiang Cheng on the stage, could not help but see small stars in his eyes. There is no doubt that the first-generation virtual reality device Vi is a new era in which everyone can experience products. Jiang Cheng picked up this Vi device glasses. I specially configured a separate intelligent system Caladelph for this virtual reality device. This system will run our Vi devices perfectly, making everyone feel very comfortable. Intimate? Yes, until now. Maybe there are still many people who don't believe in the so-called virtual reality equipment, which is just a shameless hoax. This is like the plot in a science fiction movie. How can it happen in the real world? Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and said, "But now, I believe no one can deny its existence. Next, I will test the real effect of this virtual reality device, Vi for everyone. All the scenes of the Vi device will appear on the big screen behind me. There is that gentleman or lady over there who wants to test it." Jiang Cheng looked at the audience and asked, "I, pick me up, I, choose me. Lord Jiangdao, look here, choose me. I'm a loyal fan of you, let the Lord Jiangdao choose me. Choose me?" As soon as Jiang Cheng's voice fell, all the audience in the venue was boiling. What surprised everyone was that they had the opportunity to witness this magical and epoch-making virtual reality device. Such an opportunity, such a rare opportunity, how can you not experience it? Raise all your hands and let Jiang Cheng choose. At the same time, when the TV camera turned, everyone at the press conference raised their arms and was seen by people all over the world. All the people sitting in front of the TV looked at these people enviously, although these people rarely have a chance to be selected. At least it is much better than they have no chance to be selected. "I saw an interesting person," he said into the microphone. "He had a press conference the other day, and I didn't expect him to be there. He is Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple." Under Jiang Cheng's guidance, the camera instantly switched to the past, and everyone on the scene saw Tim Cook sitting in the front row at the same time. Tim Cook was obviously surprised that he was named and captured by the camera, with a restrained smile on his face. "Apple's CEO, Tim Cook, the chef is here. Cook your own food, it's really here." This is a short introduction to Tim Cook, and it is a great speech. Tim Cook is just a lucky guest. When the camera moved to Tim Cook, the people sitting in front of the TV, the computer, and the press conference couldn't help but talk. When Tim Cook stood up, there was thunderous applause at the press conference, and everyone welcomed Tim Cook on stage. Tim Cook motioned to take the stage. He picked up the microphone and said in bad Chinese, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, it's nice to meet you. Really surprised, I became a Vi tester. This is my honor." "This is the same honor, Mr. Cook," Jiang Cheng said with a smile at this moment. "The whole world is paying attention. In fact, until now, I have always doubted the true meaning of virtual reality. If I take the liberty, this is indeed your product. Incredible." After the opening of Some Crappy China, Tim Cook said in fluent English, "At this moment, I like rational people the most and maintain this product for you. Although there is no rush to deny your product, it is absolutely I don't have an identity, and I hope you can make my reason to doubt Mr. Jiang Cheng disappear. Personally, I really hope to witness the arrival of this new era, and I sincerely hope we can have some cooperation in the future." "As you wish, Mr. Cook," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "Please wear this virtual reality device." Two people talk in English and the other in Chinese. However, there is no violation because this stage is the world. Tim Cook nodded, took the virtual reality device that Jiang Cheng handed over from the first generation of virtual reality device, put it on slowly, and lay down on the prepared chair. "Are you ready, Mr. Cook?" "Yes, a little nervous, but I think I'm ready now, Mr. Jiang Cheng." Tim Cook nodded while sitting in the chair. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Now I will open Vi for you." At the same time, everyone is on the scene, everyone in front of the TV, and they can see everything you see on the big screen behind me. For your convenience, I will open the third view instead of Mr. Cook's first view. It's time to witness the first generation of virtual reality Vi. Listening to Jiang Cheng's words, the audience at the scene quieted down, and everyone subconsciously held their breath and looked nervously at Mr. Cook, lying on the chair in front of him. Some originally noisy press conferences suddenly turned into the sound of needles. This contrast is really big. In fact, not only the audience, but in front of the TV, in front of the computer, all people at this moment are quiet. "Then it's time for a miracle," someone murmured. "If the earth is the quietest one day, it is today." All eyes are on Jiang Cheng and Mr. Cook. At first, some people were worried that the press conference would be a well-designed performance fraud, but when Cook appeared, they found that this fear was exaggerated. If this is really a well-designed scam, someone will find it and report it. It's not so easy to deceive the past when it comes to the adult world. More importantly, it was Apple CEO Cook who was tested. Despite being concealed by Steve Jobs' aura, he is still a huge celebrity, receiving hundreds of millions of people's attention. How can such a character cooperate with a lie? With the attention of countless people, Jiang Cheng opened the Vi device. After the aperture is bright, the device starts successfully. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "This device has been successfully activated. There is a buffer time of few seconds, which is the time for linking the device. You need to get the user's consent. If you insist on rejecting, you can close your eyes. This psychological connection will fail. Mr. Cook, please don't close your eyes next. Yes, that's it. Well, Mr. Cook, we have turned it into virtual reality." Virtual reality? Everyone immediately looked towards the big screen. Seeing a very luxurious office on the big screen, Mr. Cook was sitting in an office chair. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around, a little dazed. He didn't respond to where he was at the first time. But Cook reacted quickly and looked around and said, "I was testing a virtual reality device at the Grand Theater, and now I am here this world, this virtual reality world." Then he curiously observed everything in the room. Everything here is extremely real, almost making him unclear about some parts, whether it is real or illusory. "This is amazing," Cook couldn't help exclaiming. "What else can I do here?" Cook asked, looking around. He knew he could talk to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Mr. Cook inside. On the top of Cook, there is a status bar. Cook froze for a while, clicked on the status bar, and immediately saw the message Sue sent him. "Mr. Cook, I put your power to the highest level. In this room, you can change everything as you wish. This requires a lot of energy, which can make your mind tired quickly, but you can be capricious. In order to get the best results, can I change everything in this room as I want?" Cook paused, pointed to the room and said, "Let's make it clear. As soon as Coke finished saying this, the entire room disappeared and reappeared. A very simple Western-style office appeared in front of Cuke's eyes. "Oh my God, this is amazing." Cuke stared at what was happening in front of him and said, "Awesome. Is this really virtual reality? Wow, this virtual world is amazing. How did you do this?" The first rudder master is born. Cuke was stunned by the sight before him. Although he guessed that virtual reality may be real, he did not expect the virtual world to be like the second world. This level far exceeded his expectations. "Great," Cuke said again, looking at his palm, touching his body and his heart. Cuke and everyone in front of the TV were stunned. Even at the beginning of the press conference, many people confirmed that the virtual reality device is real and not a scam. Most people still don't believe it because it does not conform to common sense. No matter what others say, they will believe. But now it is completely different. They see the existence of virtual reality, and for a time there is a feeling that the three views have been reshaped. National Institute of Science and Technology. A group of men in white uniforms gathered in front of a big screen, which showed this live experience activity. When they saw this scene, all the technicians opened their eyes wide. "Oh my God, this is true. This is real. Why is it true? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous." Compared with ordinary people who are more receptive to this fact, these scientists do not believe it even if they see this scene. There is no more important reason than this. This group of people know better than ordinary people how difficult it is for virtual reality equipment to reach this level. If there is no explosive technological progress, at least in 100 years, there is no hope. But now, with this level of technology, a person has actually created a virtual reality device. At this moment, these people who are engaged in scientific research and development only feel that their three views are affected, and they seem a little absent-minded. Inside a luxurious mansion private room, the people who gather here to watch TV are the rich second generation. They were not crazy as usual, did not take drugs, and did not go to find women, but gathered in front of the TV to watch the news conference. Soon after the press conference, it turns out that virtual reality is real. These rich second generations couldn't help jumping up. "Gosh, cool. Virtual reality in the true sense. I'm not joking. This is really virtual reality in the true sense. Handsome, there is nothing more to say. Great, I want to play a virtual reality game first. I want to go crazy in the virtual reality world and enjoy the indulgent life inside. Awesome, the Lord Jiangdao is amazing. Long live, long live." After proving that virtual reality is not fake, the group couldn't help but celebrate. Most ordinary people couldn't help getting excited after seeing this scene. This is history. The miracle really happened. This is really a virtual reality world. The other world, it's so handsome. I really want to know the price of this virtual reality device. Won't it be cheap? Yes, it's definitely not cheap. Such high-end equipment is likely to be sold at an amazing price. Well, it's great to have money. The scene of the press conference. Everyone couldn't help standing up and looking at the pictures on the screen, wondering who started cheering. Soon everyone started cheering. "Good, great. Virtual reality in the true sense? This is true. I still can't believe it. It's true. Awesome, really amazing. Really, this changed the world. Great. I really admire it." All people were cheering from the bottom of their hearts, doing their best to praise Jiang Cheng on the stage. At this moment, the glory belongs to him. However, what makes everyone somewhat curious is that this man named Jiang Cheng, although there is a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, is still so calm. Why can he be so calm in such an exciting time? A miracle. If these people had known that Jiang Cheng did not cherish this honor, they would have been silent for a long time. However, no one would have thought, after all, this is too strange. Listening to the cheers, Jiang Cheng raised his hands to calm everyone down. With Jiang Cheng's move, the press conference was quiet again. Jiang Cheng continued to explain the convenience of this VI device, as well as some detailed functions and points that need attention. His explanation is serious, but unfortunately, no matter who he is, everyone seems to be absent-minded. Their eyes are focused on VI equipment, but it has nothing to do with him. He just needs to finish it. After all, this conference was a complete success. At the end of the event, Jiang Cheng announced the price of virtual reality equipment. The basic fund is 300,000 yuan. The luxury version is 500,000 yuan. As for the prices in other regions, the conversion is equivalent. It is impossible to say that this price is not expensive. Ordinary people do not have the financial ability to buy. After all, this is not a small number. However, people who have the ability to buy are actually very few. 10 million sets are sold worldwide. Finally, he reiterated the official listing time of VI. In this way, VI's press conference ended successfully. Virtual reality in the true sense, the introduction of the first generation of VI, came to a successful conclusion, and the whole world began to turmoil because of this device. This is the arrival of a new era virtual reality equipment, another world. How high is the level of science and technology in China? It exceeds the number of other countries. The rise of the ancient Eastern country, surpassing the age of technology, China. This is the testimony of the times. The new world is coming. All over the world, whether it is the United States or Japan, the Fa country or the Russian Luo, the De country or the Italian country, the Thai country or the Burmese Dian, all kinds of reports are crazy. Everyone feels that the world has changed. The advent of the new era has made many people, a little ignorant. No one can imagine that China is still a developing country, and it has been able to develop such an artifact of virtual reality equipment. Jiang Cheng has researched it. Huaguo's technology, when did it reach this level? At this time, Jiang Cheng was already the representative of China, and the sudden rise of China shocked the world. As the world's largest country, MI has always been the country with the highest level of technology in the world, but at this moment, it has been completely surpassed by China. The people of MI have expressed a little unacceptable, sad, this change is too fast, what else is unknown? In fact, even Chinese people are confused. Some European and American countries began to secretly contact the high-level officials of China, which gave a lot of benefits. Some confined scientific and technological materials, and even some precious materials, as well as production methods to make friendship. After all, how can the technological strength of a country be lower than its citizens? There is no comparison. Now that some people have really developed virtual reality devices in the true sense, how bad is the level of technology mastered by the Chinese government? I shudder when I think about it. Faced with the flattery of other countries, the senior officials of the Chinese government certainly accepted it and said that they have been committed to world peace and will never provoke a war. They also asked many countries to rest assured that such an answer made many leaders express their helplessness, but there was no way. After the talks, the leaders of China, as well as several leaders who participated in the day, immediately held an emergency meeting. The topic is, of course, Jiang Cheng. The first officer looked at the data at hand and said with a smile, "I had expected such a thing to happen today. I didn't expect Jiang Cheng to make such a loud noise and immediately attracted the attention of the world. Young people, it is a good thing to stand in the spotlight, but our attitude towards Jiang Cheng must be correct." Number 2 said slowly, "Yes, this is important." "No," 3 Shu nodded. "It is not easy for us to have such a genius." Our Lai is right, Jiang Cheng, this is a man of strategy. In any case, we must do a good job of Jiang Cheng's security work, and giving everyone such a big scene at the press conference will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Agents from various countries are likely to assassinate Jiang Cheng frantically. You must pay close attention to this aspect. Commander, no. One nodded and said, "In my opinion, Jiang Cheng still has a strong sense of belonging to China. We don't force him to be too tight in this regard. We should relax, give him some benefits, and let him understand that the motherland is the best." Jiang Cheng didn't know at all that after the meeting, the great men of the world called an emergency meeting for him. After the press conference, Universe Umbrella Technology Company held a small celebration event in which only core employees could participate. Due to Jiang Cheng's good relationship, Guan Xiaofei and Su Kaiyanqian also participated in the celebration. At the celebration party, Jiang Cheng sat in a quiet corner, drinking juice, thinking about things in his heart at the celebration party. The person sitting in the corner was usually the least popular, but Jiang Cheng was an exception. Because of him, people can relax and enjoy all this. Jiang Cheng, why do you look so unhappy? This press conference was so successful. Su Kaiyanqian asked with a frown as she watched Jiang Cheng. Su Kaiyanqian sat on Jiang Cheng's left, and of course Guan Xiaofai sat on his right. She nodded and whispered, "Yes." Jiang Cheng shook his head. "I'm just thinking about something." "Is that so?" However, the two didn't ask Jiang Cheng what he was thinking because Jiang Cheng didn't seem to want to say more, so they didn't keep asking. As for what Jiang Cheng is thinking, what kind of scientific and technological achievements are better to exhibit? While Jiang Cheng was thinking about it, Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Xiaofai stayed quietly beside him, silent. They only need to be close to Jiang Cheng. Although there is nothing to say, it seems a bit lonely, but it is also good. Not far from here, Wang Nan, standing next to Zhang Manlin, couldn't help but look at Jiang Cheng. He looked at the two beauties beside him. His complexion looked a little gloomy, although he had predicted that there were two beautiful women on the side who understood Jiang Cheng. "Girl, you can see this scene, or inevitably lose Jiang Cheng, so she doesn't have much chance." Zhang Manlin looked at Wang Nan beside her in a daze and said with a smile, "I want to go and talk, let's go." "Huh." Wang Nan blushed when he heard Zhang Manlin's words and shook his head quickly and said, Why should I go over? In my opinion, you just want to talk to him. You may not know him well. In fact, he is very easygoing, not as cold as on the surface." Zhang Manlin smiled disapprovingly and then said nonchalantly, "No." Wang Nan shook his head again. "I just look around, you misunderstood me." "Is that so?" Zhang Manlin laughed and did not continue to talk about this topic. In fact, even in the past, there was not much hope. Jiang Cheng is considering what invention he should come up with. In the past few days, he thought of three things. One is the medical field, which can effectively cure cancer, making this field that has never been a helpless field and no longer desperate. Jiang Cheng's pharmaceutical company may also become a world-renowned emerging group because of this special effect medicine, and will soon be squeezed into the world's top 500 companies. Jiang Cheng, even the winner of the Nobel Prize in Medicine, is also the hope of a new era appreciated by many people in the world. He believes that under the inspiration of Lucy's special medicine, many medical talents will have various inspirations to make the entire medical system more advanced. The second is virtual reality equipment, which can create a second real world. It is an important advancement of the civilization of the entire era. Although it cannot be fully promoted due to price issues, it is still a remarkable achievement. The name Jiang Cheng and his face have once again become the focus of attention. Jiang Cheng's corporate universe umbrella technology company will also become one of the few giants in the world because of the invention of virtual reality equipment that disrupts the world. Jiang Cheng is about to become one of the wealthiest people in the world. Soon, his pharmaceutical factory will also be among the world's top 500, with greater potential and immeasurable future. Jiang Cheng's third thing is that intelligent systems, prototypes of artificial intelligence once popular, are of great significance to humans, but the difficulty is also here. It is difficult to promote on a large scale without any benefit, but it is not a problem. I believe a way will be found soon. Jiang Cheng was thinking, is energy or material the fourth one? In this era, the easiest to make money is also the easiest to promote technological progress. New materials and new energy. Any new material that can be thoroughly popularized, any new energy that can be widely used, will completely change the entire world. These two things belong to a super huge golden machine, which brings countless huge wealth while changing the world. Whether it is energy or new materials, basic industries can make the development of the entire mankind even further. New energy, which can completely replace oil, is the best natural energy. Now one of the main energy sources of oil will be completely exhausted in continuous mining sooner or later. If oil dries up, the world has not yet found a new energy source that can replace oil. World civilization will be stagnated because of this. If we want to continue the development of civilization, we must find a resource that can replace oil. The same is true for new materials. Inventing new materials is more convenient, more direct, and more effective, and it is also more capable of revolutionizing the industry. In the future development, the research of new energy and new materials is an indispensable part, which has an extraordinary role in promoting the development of basic industries. It is undeniable that there are some gaps between the East and the West. After all, there is still a certain distance between developing countries and developed countries. But where are these gaps? Technology blockade. In fact, the technical blockade does exist. Many Western countries have imposed blockades on some high-tech technologies. If these technologies are leaked to other countries, the scientist will be convicted of treason. The so-called technological blockade, however, strictly speaking, it is easy to break because China does not lack talents. Even if the technological blockade is broken, it can be broken through the power of research and self-study. But there are some things that can only be imported. The most direct cause is the problem of material production. Technology is a part. Materials are also a very important part. Jiang Cheng immediately thought of dozens or even hundreds of new materials suitable for the times and with a wide range of applications. Choosing the right one from so many materials is a headache. If anyone in the field of scientific research knows what Jiang Cheng is thinking, he is likely to die of jealousy. Is this a mistake? It's like an emperor. Every meal has hundreds of dishes. What to eat today and trouble. What should we beggars get? Of course, it is impossible for anyone to know what Jiang Cheng is thinking. In fact, in addition to hundreds of new materials, Jiang Cheng has other options, such as invented rare materials, but they have not spread. They have worked, but they have not spread. Why? Of course, this is because the extraction technology is too difficult, leading to the extraction cost is too high. The cost is too high, the technology is too high, and it is completely unsuitable for large-scale promotion. Besides, there are still imperfections. Any material has its flaws, these flaws. It is easy to make these materials, doomed to be unable to promote. For Jiang Cheng, as long as he can come up with new extraction technology and improved technology, the difficulty of extraction will be from high to low, the cost will be greatly reduced, and a certain degree of improvement, it will be easy to popularize this material, thus get huge benefits. In fact, this method is better. New materials can get various honors and rewards, but it is very troublesome to persuade others to promote this new material. After all, humans are creatures. A habit of learning, a new type of material is born. It is difficult to get their approval in a short time. And some existing ones have been proven to have good results, but the extraction technology is limited, and some materials cannot be promoted on a large scale. As long as the new extraction technology is easy to extract and improve it, you can easily replace the original market. Complete the promotion within time and get everyone's approval at the same time. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng nodded secretly. He uses the black technology system to take out all the technology. There are hundreds of new technologies in this field, involving various materials and fields. For example, the supersilicon modification technology can more perfectly simulate the human body. For example, titanium alloy improvement technology can greatly reduce the cost of titanium alloy manufacturing. But Jiang Cheng did not look at these things. He continued to look for what kind of technology is most suitable for this situation. Jiang Cheng is not in a hurry. This is not a trivial matter and should not be rushed. Soon, Jiang Cheng found the right way. Graphene improved technology. The term graphene, if you don't know this field, can easily get stuck. What is it? In daily life, I don't know at all. However, people who know a little about industrial materials have basically heard of this name. In the 21st century, many people predict that the next few decades will be the era of graphene. This new material will completely change some of the existing conditions on the market. What is graphene? Graphene is a two-dimensional carbon film with a thickness of only one atom. This is a magical material. Now all chips in the world have a limit. With the limit of silicon is 7 nanometers, which is getting closer and closer to the edge. But graphite is only as thick as one atom, so it is at the forefront of the technological revolution. Of course, this is still a long way from the manufacturing technology of chips that can be integrated with the soul in Jiang Cheng's technology system. But even so, in the 21st century, this is still an amazing scientific discovery. A very famous business leader in China, he once said such a sentence: "In the next 10 to 20 years, there will be a technological revolution." I think the biggest disruption in this era is the age of graphene and the age of silicon. Even now, although this is a somewhat blunt statement, graphene has not really become popular yet, but the potential of graphene must be taken seriously. Graphene, it neither depends on the quantity of graphite nor on the properties of graphite. It has strong electrical conductivity, good flexibility, and high mechanical strength, and it looks like something of the future. If you list the potential uses of graphene, protective coatings, transparent flexible electronic components, supercapacitors, etc. The 2010 Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded to the discoverer of graphene. In short, graphene was the first material found to be composed of a single layer of atoms. The carbon atoms are connected to each other in a hexagonal grid. The graphite in a pencil is equivalent to countless layers of graphene, while carbon nanotubes are rolled up graphene tubes, many of Huiguo graphite-related manufacturing companies. Actually, according to preliminary statistics from relevant departments, at the end of August 2016, there were more than 400 companies engaged in graphene research and development, production, applications, and other related companies, accounting for about 3/4. Graphene's global companies are mainly in the Pearl River Delta and the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region. In this field, China occupies the mainstream position in the world. This is a good thing. If graphene technology can be truly popularized, China will be far ahead of the world. But this is also a bad thing. Some people use graphene as a financing method, which is not a good phenomenon. Once graphene is not fully popularized and becomes a mainstream material within 10 years, the current graphene market will become a foam market. Graphene will be labeled a failure. There are two main reasons why graphene cannot be fully promoted in the market. The first reason, in terms of technology, because it is too difficult to extract standard graphene, is very expensive, and there is no way to promote it on a large scale. Second, the current graphene itself has not been optimized, and there are many defects. Until optimization is found, it is almost impossible to fully promote these defects. Therefore, if Jiangcheng does not intervene within a few years, the 400 graphene companies on the market will close down 90% or more over time, and the graphene market will be completely destroyed. Jiangcheng is completely different from these companies. He has mastered graphene-optimized extraction technology and can produce a large amount of graphene in a short time. In terms of optimization, it is fundamentally different from the original graphene. It can be easily used to make single layer, double layer, and graphene in various sizes. In addition, for the same graphene, the quality of graphene produced by Jiangcheng is much higher. Now, if you look at other graphenes, it is equivalent to that kind of papyrus. It has a very clear surface and particles, and it is very rough. The graphene made by Jiangcheng is like very high-end rice paper, very smooth and very high quality. Such graphene, if added to some basic industrial machinery, will effectively increase the manufacturing capacity of these equipment and solve many problems that cannot be solved in manufacturing, such as they can withstand higher heat and higher friction and ability to rub. It is not ordinary graphene. This is similar. In fact, this is fundamentally different from ordinary graphene. Jiangcheng may have a different name. This is the most difficult thing to do. If Jiangcheng's technology is released, it will definitely cause a sensation in the world again. Jiangcheng may win the Nobel Prize in Physics, although he did not invent graphene. His optimization technology is much better than graphene. Optimized graphene? This is it. Thinking of this, Jiangcheng's brows relaxed. Su Kaiyanqian, who had been observing Jiangcheng in secret, seemed to recover from his contemplation. He smiled and asked, "Is the problem solved?" Jiangcheng nodded and said, "Well, that's it." Jiangcheng looked at Su Kaiyanqian, then at Guan Xiaofei, and saw that they were by his side from the beginning. This celebration is very rare. You have very little time to rest. Now you have the opportunity to play. Don't you go to the fun? No. When Jiangcheng said this, Su Kaiyanqian shook his head and flatly refused. Then he said, "All we have to do is stay by your side, mainly because we don't know each other. There is no fun, so following you is the best choice." I understand. Jiangcheng didn't insist on girls going there either, because he likes to be close to him. He would rather be close by himself. He vaguely knew him about the feelings of the two girls. although not very sure they liked him very much. However, he felt there was more worship in it. In addition, Jiang Cheng has been too busy to deal with these emotions. At this moment, looking at the eyes of the two girls worshipping, the mood is really a bit complicated. Jiang Cheng is not a person who forbids you, but he is not a person who loves to indulge. After all, if this is the case, when will he do scientific research? The celebration ended soon. Some people got drunk and slept in the hotel. Jiang Cheng did not drink, and he was going back after the celebration. But just when Jiang Cheng was about to go back, the gloomy Zhang Manlin reached out and stopped him, saying that he had important things to tell Jiang Cheng alone. Jiang Cheng nodded and found a separate room without thinking. After entering the house, Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Manlin and asked, "What the is going on? This is bad news that I just received. The company has to deal with the current gap, but no one has any domestic banks to continue lending. Our loan qualification has been denied. Therefore, we must find a way to get this money, to fill the gap, otherwise the consequences will be serious." Zhang Manlin did not make a roundabout, directly speaking of the current crisis. Jiang Cheng frowned and said strangely, "In this sense, the flow and arrangement of money is not a problem. Why is it now a problem?" Zhang Manlin said, "There are omissions in all calculations and there is a funding gap now. It is my negligence. I am sorry. Although I know that it is not easy to make excuses, the fund flow here is too complicated and I cannot control it at all. I can only say the problem of experience. Besides, there was a period of time ago because of the discontinuation of production." With that said, Zhang Manlin couldn't help sighing. She knew the seriousness of this incident after receiving the news. When it was really dark, everything was arranged clearly, but there was still such a mistake. As a company president, even if there are tens of thousands of reasons for such a major mistake, it cannot be used as an excuse. If the situation is not good, he will be fired directly. This was obviously a happy celebration party, but on the way, the news made Zhang Manlin feel extremely ironic. After hesitating for a long time in the pain, she decided to go to Jiang Cheng and confess the matter. After all, if it is not dealt with in time, the company's gap may become larger and larger, which will eventually lead to the failure of the company's plan. So even if Jiang Cheng punishes herself or even fires herself, she will talk about it. Okay, but Jiang Cheng didn't know. He was in such a heavy mood now. He waved his hand and asked listlessly, "How much is this money?" Zhang Manlin's face stiffened. She smiled awkwardly and then said, "At present, the shortfall of this amount of money is about several billion. This happened a few days ago. There are no statistics yet. 10 billion. Of course, not more than 10 billion. This is the result of my repeated calculations. 10 billion? Jiang Cheng couldn't help being speechless when he heard this. This number may be beyond the reach of ordinary people in their entire lives. Even for some international companies, this is a huge amount of capital. The company gap is actually 10 billion. With such a figure, I am afraid that any company can go directly into bankruptcy. There is no chance of reversal. Why is the gap so big?" Jiang Cheng asked, frowning. "I'm not sure what will happen. You will understand after reading this article." Zhang Manlin handed Jiang Cheng a document. Jiang Cheng looked at the documents carefully for a while, then shook his head and said, "So, I understand this is not your fault. You have done nothing wrong. Do you think how to fill this gap in the company?" Seeing that Jiang Cheng did not blame herself, Zhang Manlin sighed with relief and said gratefully, "Thank you for your understanding. I think the company should find a bank loan from my country to make up for this difference. With our current popularity and reputation, it's easy to get a loan." "I understand. I leave it to you," Jiang Cheng said lightly. "Yes," Zhang Manlin nodded. "I see. I will handle it. I will never fail your trust in me." Just as Zhang Manlin got up to leave, Jiang Cheng remembered one thing. "Wait," he said immediately. "Do you have anything else?" Zhang Manlin looked at Jiang Cheng and asked. "Okay." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "I have an idea. Maybe I can fill this vacancy in other ways instead of taking a loan." When Zhang Manlin heard this, her eyes lit up and she said in surprise, "Please speak. Limited sales in advance are enough." Jiang Cheng began to vaguely think of a way. Early limited sales? Zhang Manlin was puzzled for a while. He didn't quite understand what Jiang Cheng was talking about. Then he asked, "You mean?" "It's very simple. We now have a lot of completed virtual reality equipment. We can easily fill this gap and sell them in advance." Jiang Cheng said lightly, "But this doesn't fit our plan." Zhang Manlin hesitated. A plan is a plan, and a reaction is a reaction. You have to understand this when it comes to this. I have offended many local tyrants. Now let these local tyrants enjoy virtual reality equipment in advance. You go to prepare a plan pre-sell 10,000 luxury virtual reality versions worldwide. Jiang Cheng said nonchalantly. The price is 10 million May knives. You have 100 billion May knives. Not only did you fill this gap, you also made a lot of money. Why not? Jiang Cheng said that any plan can earn 100 billion yuan, not 1,000, not 10 million, but 100 billion. This is a simple mathematical calculation, and she knows that Jiang Cheng is completely correct. But why does it sound so untrue? This is strange. Funding gap. Well, 110 million. 100 billion is 100 billion. Not only is there no shortage of money, but also a lot of money. To be honest, Zhang Manlin is a person familiar with the world, a person who has come this far, and a person who has seen the world. Zhang Manlin opened her mouth wide in surprise, and it took a long time to react. Then she asked with some guilt, 10,000 virtual reality equipment. Is the price too high? Has anyone really bought it? Of course someone is here. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, how could it not be sold? You don't have to worry about this at all. I know it will be bought, but I am worried that it will be very small. It is 10 million. If 100 people buy it, it will be 1 billion. But 10,000 people, isn't it too much? Zhang Manlin can't accept Jiang Cheng's plan for the time being. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Since when have you been so indecisive to those who are worth more than 100 million yuan? 10 million yuan is less than 2 million yuan. Do you still think a lot? With that, Zhang Manlin nodded involuntarily. It seems that this plan may really succeed, but it is not a random plan at all. Jiang Cheng continued. Moreover, if it is not all sold out, as long as you sell some money, 1 billion, 2 billion years, you will be able to use sales data to prove that we have a profitable capital. At that time, loans from banks will be more simple and short. The plan did not hurt us. In the end, Zhang Manlin completely believed this, and her heart was full of admiration. Although Jiang Cheng has no business or management experience in the company, his vision is impressive. He can always see the areas that others cannot see, and then take the lead in making the most correct and direct choice. Zhang Manlin nodded and said, I understand. Let me arrange this plan. I will definitely handle it well, no doubt. Okay, Jiang Cheng nodded. He is not going to investigate this matter. Then Jiang Cheng and Zhang Manlin left the room. As soon as he walked out of the room, Jiang Cheng saw Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian standing beside him, as well as Zhang Manlin's assistant Wang Nan. Wang Nan glanced at Jiang Cheng and bowed quickly. Jiang Cheng nodded and smiled at her, and then he and his 2 younger sisters left the 5-star hotel. Wang Nan stared at him and walked out of Zhang Manlin, looking at her excited expression, and couldn't help asking curiously, has the problem been solved? Okay. Zhang Manlin nodded and said, Jiang Cheng is a genius. Then Zhang Manlin said this simple plan again. This is amazing, isn't it? Zhang Manlin asked, smiling at her sluggish face. Yes, Wang Nan nodded, but this plan is really good, the boss, and I have completely different ideas. Zhang Manlin shouted, do you have anything else to do today? Can I work overtime? Let's go back to the company and prepare now. Zhang Manlin suddenly looked at her and asked, nothing else, there is no problem working overtime. Wang Nan nodded and said, okay, please contact the relevant department. We will return to the company tonight, complete the plan, and announce the event tomorrow. Contact the relevant news media and all give me hype. I want this advanced sales plan to be known by everyone. President Jiang trusts me very much. How can I disappoint him? Zhang Manlin spoke very quickly, but as a professional assistant, Wang Nan has a good memory and will soon write down all this and start to practice related staff in the car. To be honest, Wang Nan thinks this plan is extremely crazy and completely unrealistic, but reality is often so crazy, right? Since it's crazy, let the world take a look. Jiang Cheng drove home. He did not rest. He went directly to the laboratory. He has to do an experiment to extract graphene using his previous method, and by the way, write a paper on graphene. For a rigorous person like Jiang Cheng, this is necessary. He is a perfect pursuer. As for Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian, they have been sleeping. For the convenience of experiment and study, their 2 sisters now live in Jiang Cheng's house, because even if they are not their own women, they will become their own one day. Jiang Cheng liked these two girls very much. They liked him very much. The next day, the Umbrella's technicians announced another event that had not yet been fully announced, and this news also attracted everyone's attention. Universe Umbrella Technology said, "In order to celebrate the success of the event and thank everyone around the world for their attention, we have decided to release 10,000 luxury VR devices in advance." This virtual reality device was sold for a limited time at noon on the same day at a price of $10 million US. The selling price in other countries has been adjusted according to exchange rates and tax rates. Anyone who purchases the deluxe virtual reality device will become an honorary member of Umbrella Technology and enjoy the highest level of after-sales service. At the same time, purchase the deluxe version of the virtual reality equipment in addition to the standard support of the deluxe version, will also give away standalone games. Only 10,000 virtual reality machines have. Finally, after purchasing this deluxe version of the device, a System Smart Cute Girl was also given away. In short, although the price is very high, it needs more than 10 million, but in general, it is worth the money. Once the news spread widely, it immediately became a topic of discussion among many people after the meal, and some BBS posts on the internet became the main object of discussion in the chat group. Unexpectedly, the heart of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company is so big, the pre-sale sales price turned out to be 10 million. Who can afford this price? The masses of people who eat melons are very speechless at this price. However, if you think about it, the world is full of rich people. For those rich people, money is not money at all, but just a series of numbers. In order to experience one of the most advanced technologies in the world, a virtual reality system, can we spend 10 million yuan? In fact, it is. For these rich people, they don't care about that little money. Many people have logged into the official website of Universe Technology Corporation. Click to enter the purchase page. This snap-up page has been clicked by people all over the world, ready to snap up equipment that only exists in the world of science fiction. However, it is not something ordinary people can grab. Panic buying virtual reality equipment at 12 o'clock in the morning. To get the quota, you need to register a member account of Umbrella Technology and pay a guarantee amount of 1 million to prove that you have funds. If the panic purchase fails, you will get a refund directly. If the panic purchase is successful, you only need to pay another 9 million May knives. The rule also specifies the previous 10,000 successful buyers shall prevail. If any one of the 10,000 buyers fails to fill in the payment information and successfully pay within half an hour, they will lose their quota. Due to the limitation of time and scope of publicity, the press conference of Umbrella Technology Corporation has caused a sensation, and attention can be said to be much smaller. However, Umbrella Technology Co., Limited, is very careful in propaganda. Although the scope of propaganda is not large, it is very targeted. The propaganda about the wealthy at the top of society is particularly good. More importantly, these wealthy people are usually well-informed and can often learn news quickly. 10 million, this made them frowned, but only frowned. There is 1 hour left. It is 11 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Cheng was browsing some news on the internet at home and soon saw some news related to the panic buying of technology companies of the Universe Umbrella. She couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth and could find it at will, which showed that Zhang Manlin's ability to do things was quite reliable. Jiang Cheng didn't care much about the incident last night, but he discounted Zhang Manlin's ability. However, at present, her performance is quite good, and there are many commendable places. After all, she is just an ordinary talent, but she is also very young, only in her 20s. She lacks a lot of experience and cannot demand too much. To be honest, Jiang Cheng is still looking forward to how much he can sell. After all, a piece of equipment is 10 million yuan, which is almost 100 times the profit. In fact, there are billions of people in the world. The rich may be few, but definitely more than 10,000. Therefore, it is not impossible for them to sell all 10,000 devices. After all, high prices are meaningless to them. But after all, it is 10 million. If you can sell it, you can sell it. Let people guess how much it can sell. This time, but the publicity spent a lot of money, it must have effect. Did anyone really buy it? Guan Xiaofei sat next to Jiang Cheng, looking at the price, and couldn't help muttering. Of course someone did this. Su Qian looked at his sister and said, "Don't say such unlucky things." Isn't it? Guan Xiaofei still didn't believe it. After all, that's 10 million. In this world, there are many wealthy people. You can't use your eyes to judge others. If you can't sell the activities at this time, you can at least sell them. Jiang Cheng said with a smile that the number of people who signed up and obtained qualifications has exceeded 10,000, and the results have been basically determined. The time passed by, and it was almost 12 o'clock. The craze for purchasing 10 million virtual reality devices is about to begin. Many people are ready to buy, they are ready. Similarly, people who have no money to buy are also in the strong circle, want to see how many people buy at such a sky-high price. Wang Zhang is the boss of a certain internet company. He is a man of great means. The company started to span 3 years. In his hands, the name was not passed from the beginning. Who can easily suppress a small company now behemoth, although after several rounds of financing, the real boss of the company is no longer him. Now, technically speaking, he is not the real boss of internet companies. However, even though he holds less than 10% of the company and no one can transfer his position, he is still the boss of the company. This is part of the original financing contract, and no one can fire him unless he is willing to resign. This is guaranteed, isn't it? If large companies want to rise, they will almost certainly fight for it. There is no way, especially internet companies, with almost no exceptions. Therefore, the real majority of the shares, its founders and bosses, are in the hands of some investors. However, these investors are foreigners. That is, the larger the company, the more money other companies make. But there is no way. They are taking the risk of investment, and it is reasonable to have such a return. Lin Zhai's current net assets have passed 1 billion, and the funds he can use freely are even tens of millions. He has been paying attention to a new product that has just been launched. In fact, this is not without it, because his circle and his friends are all talking about this product, which cannot be ignored. What exactly filled his circle at first made him very curious. After careful understanding, he was not shocked. Virtual reality equipment in the true sense. When did this happen in the real world? Is this high-tech product always a novelty of movie animation? It appeared unexpectedly. In all likelihood, this is a scam. At the first time, Lin Zhai didn't believe in the existence of virtual reality equipment. After all, this is beyond common sense. Then he hesitated. Lin Zhai's status is not low. He is mixed in the circle and naturally not low. The bosses who pay attention to virtual reality equipment are almost as good as him, even better than him. Will scams spread in this community? Joke. Such a high-level circle always understands the inside information at the first time. So I am worried that this is true. In the subsequent understanding, Lin Zhai confirmed the authenticity of the news. When holding a meeting with Umbrella Technology Company, Lin Zhai also received an on-site invitation to experience the legendary virtual reality. After that, he just wanted to have virtual reality as soon as possible. Soon, Umbrella Technology launched a flash sale luxury virtual reality device with 10 million units. As anyone with eyesight can see, the Umbrella wants to make a period of money on virtual reality devices. 10 million. This is 10 million. However, Lin Zhai just hesitated, then immediately went to register an account, paid a guarantee amount of 1 million, and obtained the purchase qualification. Time is ticking, and soon, with 1 minute left, panic buying is about to begin. Lin Zhai became completely absorbed in the whole person, squinted, ready to start buying. Must get it, must get it, must get it. Because this is very important, Lin Zhai said silently 3 times in his heart. On the other side of the world, the United States. A rich kid was sitting leisurely in front of the computer, looking at the page on the computer screen, and naturally turned the page from the official website of Huaguo Umbrella Technology Company. At this moment, the rich boy called a person with superb computer skills and designed a script. This script can make panic buying within 0.001 seconds. Click the panic buying button. Therefore, at this time of panic buying activities, he is very confident that he can panic buying a quota. Thinking of being able to snap up virtual reality equipment, experience various virtual reality worlds, and official single-player games, this rich kid couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha, I really look forward to it," the rich boy said proudly. "Don't laugh so happily, you use this method, maybe others will use this method," the rich man's sister interrupted. Yes, yes, yes. When reminded by my sister, this rich kid suddenly panicked. Can't. In Jiangdong, far away from the American Dubai, a group of super-rich oil tycoons. For them, 10 million is nothing but a few days' expense. Virtual reality equipment, such as ultra-high-tech products, will be instantly attracted. How can such things not be sold out? These super-local tyrants are naturally different from ordinary local tyrants. They found a dozen people, registered a membership account on a dozen computers, and then paid $1 million deposit at the same time to buy together. It's hard to believe that a dozen people together, a virtual reality device, are all snapped up. As for the qualifications that a dozen people have already snapped up, these super-local tyrants have never considered. However, for them, it is not a problem to buy all dozens of virtual reality devices that are limited to 10,000 units of the universe umbrella globally. Only this limit is worth collecting. And even if it gives people time to save face, isn't it? Time passed every second, and soon it was time to snap up. Dubai local tyrant, as well as a dozen people around the local tyrant, looked at the page attentively and pressed the panic button when the time was up. Jiang Cheng's panic buying plan caused such a sensation and naturally attracted the attention of some super hackers on the internet. 1 is 10 million, 10 is 100 million. Secretly replace this page, snap up payment pages, and turn them into private accounts. Doesn't it cost billions of dollars per minute? Therefore, these super hackers immediately began to act. However, these super hackers, as soon as they attacked the official website of Umbrella Technology, they were blocked, and the other party immediately countered the invasion and attacked their computers at the same time. The computers of these super hackers were hacked in an instant and then completely necrotic. These super hackers looked at their computer for just 1 second, and then the screen was completely black, entering an irreversible state. They couldn't help being dumbfounded, wondering what the situation was. For these super hackers, even the official websites of some countries' governments, it's just a matter of time and a little thought at most. These hackers are completely different from ordinary hackers. They have more advanced computer technology, and their computers, it is not a simple computer. Each is a very powerful computer. Black screen in this case, never just hack yourself into the computer, it will appear in this case. It is impossible to appear on your computer. However, it unexpectedly appeared now. What's wrong? This group of hackers panicked immediately. They immediately began to operate and restore their computers. You know, their computers store a lot of important information. Their special identities are impossible to save valuable information. Stored on the network hard drive, so if the computer is completely broken, their loss is unimaginable. This group of hackers sweated for a while and frantically restored the situation. However, no matter how hard they struggled, there was no way to restore the computer in the end. The hackers were completely stunned. Just then they realized, this is the Umbrella Technology Company. If you think about it, how can they create a virtual reality device that only science fiction movies can have, and then let hackers hack into their website? The other party launched a counterattack immediately. A hacker wanted to understand the reason and the result, not to be swallowed, but to cry. How much did they lose? Jiang Cheng looked at Lucy in front of him and asked, "How did you fight back?" "I have completely destroyed their computer and cannot restart it." "Do I need to punish them further?" "I can find them and track their next computer, and if I can keep them from using the computer for the rest of their lives." Jiang Cheng shook his head after hearing this. "Too much trouble. This is a waste of your talents." Lucy nodded. "I understand." At the same time, the acquisition frenzy of Umbrella Technology officially began, the technology headquarters of the Umbrella. Every employee involved in this activity is paying attention to this activity. When this activity started, all employees would see at that moment that the original 10,000 people had become 0 people, by the way. 1 second. No, not even a second, only 0. 5 seconds. 10 million units have been sold out. All the employees opened their eyes involuntarily, stunned at this moment, completely stunned. This. This is too fast. Although I think it can sell a lot, no one thought that it would be worse than even a second sold out. Wrong. The web page can't go wrong, right? Everyone thought of something involuntarily and hurried to check it, and found that the web page did not show any errors. It was really sold out, and then he was relieved. 10,000 virtual reality devices, one of which sells for $10 million, all sold out. How much? 100 billion. Many employees calculated this number in advance and thought of it all at once. 100 billion. That is 100 billion. The richest person in China once said that young people must first set a small goal, such as 1 billion. At that time, it was not known how many people were teasing on the internet and how many people looked up to the number of 1 billion. Can't look up. Small goal. Now, in front of these 100 billion May knives, 1 billion May knives have really become a small target. Less than 100 billion in a second. Oh my God, our company great. This is an instant sales record created on Earth. An employee jumped excitedly. The explosion cleanup on Double 11 last year was completely incomparable. In less than a second, it was 100 billion. Another employee was also very excited. This is a historic moment. Yes, this is a historic moment. These employees can't help but exclaim. Everyone is shocked, excited, and crazy by this number. How many years later they can brag with their children and grandchildren when they are involved in it for a second bell, there are 100 billion sales orders. This is really a good thing that will last a lifetime. At this moment, all of us think so. However, all of us also know that this is just the beginning. If we continue to work in this company, we can still create one miracle after another. Think about it here. Every employee has produced some glory from the heart. This is the sense of glory that usually only the employees of very legendary large companies will produce. This is not the case for ordinary large companies and small companies. It is not just a mix of food and death. The work attitude has always been very remarkable. Time to be lazy. The first thing people think of is a lot of work. If you are not lazy and work hard, the work efficiency is absolutely top-notch. And crazy work, love your job. And every company wants talent, but they are very few. What's more rare is that on the basis of loving work, I am proud of being an employee of the company and have a sense of honor. This is a very, very few company. Zhang Manlin is keenly aware of this. Looking at the enthusiasm in the eyes of the employees, she is not a little happy. As a boss, this situation is of course the thing that makes her most happy. Zhang Manlin can't help thinking that long ago, when he was still the CEO of other companies, the employees of those companies during working hours are all kinds of laziness, secretly watching videos, secretly playing mobile phones, and even secretly playing games. In anger, employees will be reprimanded, and employees don't even care. Smile, no regrets or regrets at all, even showing provocative eyes. At that time, Zhang Manlin remembered this employee. On his second patrol, when he saw him playing games again, he was ready to give up this person not working hard and come to the company to play games. However, as a president, he fired an unrelated and important employee and met with unimaginable resistance. This employee is a relative of a major director and has a very, very good relationship with several directors of the company. If he moved him, it was tantamount to touching the faces of those directors and major directors. In the end, incident had passed, and the crew continued to play the game as it happened. Zhang Manlin immediately felt that she had never saved the company. To be honest, she hadn't thought of it shortly after graduation. The staff is in the company, it is really daunting. In the next few jobs, every company had problems which almost made her desperate. Later, when she was about to start her own business, she unexpectedly received Jiang Cheng's invitation and came here. To her surprise, the young boss joked with her. The company did not yet have any employees, and she began to recruit her as the CEO. The joke is not like this. However, Jiang Cheng still gave a condition that she could not refuse and took out the virtual reality equipment. She was quickly persuaded. The following days, very hard, every day for the company's various things, from morning to night, almost mental breakdown. But in the company, everything, big and small, is in her control. She feels comfortable that no one has ever left work or even played a game. A president should have the power of the president. She got these things from Jiang Cheng. Of course, she managed the company very well for him. For the company's future, crazy efforts, hard work, finally, the company is famous all over the world. Of course. Zhang Manlin knows that he can do these things for anyone, not necessarily her, and even without her. Others can use Jiang Cheng's technology, incredible virtual reality system, and his background to develop his career to this step. However, watching the company develop to this point and receive the attention of the world, she is still very proud, deep pride. But because she understands that what she is doing is not the core, as long as her type of person can almost sell 100 billion in an instant, breaking the fastest sales figure in human history, she still knows that she must continue to work hard. The umbrella technology is setting sail. Stop now, too early, too early. Looking at Wang Nan next to him, Wang Nan at this time was completely stunned by the number of 100 billion. Although this was expected at this moment, he was inevitably shocked from the bottom of my heart. Less than a second bell, 100 billion. What an exaggeration. It's really amazing. Wang Nan was directly overwhelmed and has not recovered yet. Zhang Manlin smiled and said, "Be sober?" "Well, good." Wang Nan nodded. Zhang Manlin nodded and said, "For our company today, $100 billion is nothing." "Why?" Wang Nan asked unconsciously. "Of course, this is just a bunch of numbers. No matter how much money we have, this is just a bunch of numbers. 100 billion, this is just the beginning." Zhang Manlin quickly realized the status quo of the company. Since Jiang Cheng came back, Universe Umbrella Technology Co., the company has already stood at a different level. She began to think again, and let her vision become more open. Can't be limited to this small achievement now. After constant thinking, Zhang Manlin finally realized that he should not be locked in the small cage now, but should fly to the wider sky like an eagle, looking to the future. Now, the Universe Umbrella Company has been the owner of money for a long time. There should be a greater pursuit. To be honest, at that moment, Zhang Manlin realized what Jiang Cheng meant when he said casually for the first time. Jiang Cheng once said to her, "To be honest, I don't care how much money I make. What if I become the richest person in the world? My goal is not this. Making money is just a sideline. The goal should be longer." At that time, Zhang Manlin was very confused. She didn't understand what Jiang Cheng meant by saying that. He doesn't care how much money he makes. Why would he start a company? Now that we have a company, isn't our goal to become the richest person in the world? Goals should be set for long-term goals. What are long-term goals? At that time, Zhang Manlin could not understand what Jiang Cheng was talking about. Although there were some speculations, he was not sure at all. Then Jiang Cheng woke up Zhang Manlin's eyes, and before he realized something, he opened his eyes wide. The Umbrella Technology Company really exists. To them, money is just a bunch of numbers, and the real goal is to change the world. Yes, although it is a bit like a common problem for Chinese people to say this directly, but what is the meaning of changing the world, and how can you change the world? But now, the Universe Umbrella Technology with a larger vision is no longer a problem. As the name of the cosmic umbrella implies the universe and the umbrella, Jiang Cheng's goal from the beginning is here. After all, the big picture is very important. Wang Nan didn't understand what Zhang Manlin wanted to express. However, I believe she will also understand this in the future. The umbrella company quickly reported that 10,000 virtual reality devices were sold out in 1 second. When Jiang Cheng heard the news, he suddenly smiled. Really? As early as before, how many people who registered an account on the official website were qualified? As early as 10,000 people, or even several times the number of 10,000 people. This situation is completely reasonable. This is what Jiang Cheng expected. However, such news surprised the two sisters next to him. Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Xiaofai looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. "I can't believe it, this is 100 billion. In the past, for their two sisters, the monthly pocket money was only tens of thousands, which was an astronomical figure that was impossible to reach. Who knows, after meeting Jiang Cheng, I heard that Jiang Cheng made 100 billion. Although this is not pure profit, the profit is still extremely high. It's amazing," Su Kaiyanqian said breathlessly. Guan Xiaofai couldn't help but nodded. Although Jiang Cheng often admires them, it is like looking at a mountain and can only look up, but this feeling often does not have an accurate number, which gives them a shock. It is just a feeling. Now this 100 billion, it really makes two people completely shocked. Su Kaienkian couldn't help saying, "Congratulations, your sales plan is successful." "Congratulations," Guan Xiaofai said. The eyes of the two people, although shocked, are still pure. A desire for money. This is not because the two sisters do not like money. The reason is simple. If Jiang Cheng has tens of millions, the two sisters might even be envious. Think about it if they get things like how to spend money. Now, when this number is increased by 1,000 times and reaches 100 billion, it has no practical significance at all. It is completely numb. Jiang Cheng touched the heads of the two girls. The two girls liked Jiang Cheng touching them like this, and both of them had happy expressions in their eyes. I saw two beautiful girls and Jiang Cheng. I don't know if he is in a good mood or didn't do such a thing. He bowed his head and kissed each girl's mouth. The girls felt a light kiss on their lips, their cheeks flushed, looking at Jiang Cheng in confusion. Compared with Su Kaienkian watching Jiang Cheng could speak, Guan Xiaofai was kissed. Her face turned red, her ears red, her neck red, and she was a little dazed and unconscious. If it's the way of comics, Guan Xiaofai at this time must be that kind of eyes become cute. Jiang Cheng was also surprised by his subconscious actions. His restraint was so low. Nothing. Jiang Cheng coughed, looked at it vaguely, then turned around and continued the experiment he hadn't finished the night before. It took a long time for Su Kaienkian and Guan Xiaofai to respond. They looked at each other, and none of them spoke for a while. After a long time, Su Kaienkian finally spoke. "Jiang Cheng kissed us just now." Guan Xiaofai was a little bit sour, but also a little happy, because he was not the only one who loved him, but his sister and himself. Great opportunity. Guan Xiaofai nodded. It seems that he still likes us very much. Great. Su Kaienkian squinted his eyes and smiled happily and said, "I still worry that one day he will leave us or he will let us leave, which is too bad. If he likes us, we can always be with Jiang Cheng together." "Well, yes." Guan Xiaofai said, nodded, feeling a little ashamed because his sister thinks so. She is willing to share with herself. She has a sorrowful feeling that she wants to make Jiang Cheng completely her own. "The two of us will stay by Jiang Cheng's side all our lives." Su Kaienkian looked at Guan Xiaofai and agreed. "Okay." Guan Xiaofai blushed and nodded. "It's a pity at this time. After kissing once, Jiang Cheng is gone. Since I have given a reward, I will give more. I really hope to do something more intimate with Jiang Cheng, intimate things, so I only kissed once, too little." Su Kaienkian couldn't help complaining. "Sister," Guan Xiaofai said after hearing what her sister said, "don't say this. It's just a matter of time, don't be afraid." Su Kaienkian said, "Also, I think we should take the initiative. Since Jiang Cheng is also interested in us, there is nothing to worry about. In other words, if we take the initiative, it will be very easy to harvest results. Active attack or something? I'm sorry." Guan Xiaofai said. "So I ate Jiang Cheng myself." Su Kaienkian smiled. "No, I still have to work with Jiang Cheng." Guan Xiaofai protested. "Then you come with me," Su Kaienkian said. "But nothing else." Back in the laboratory, Jiang Cheng, who did the experiment that he did not do the night before, patted his lips and reflected on the lips of the two girls. Moreover, the two girls did not resist, but were very happy in this case. He also generally believed that these two girls really like themselves. If this is the case, find time to eat both girls. Since entering this world, I have never done anything, have accumulated so much time, it is time to release. After all, as a person, this aspect is essential, not necessarily abstinence. Jiang Cheng nodded, then put these thoughts aside, and was completely attracted by it soon. So what we need to do now is to extract graphene in our own way, and then write a paper. Half of these things were done last night. Today, they will be completed in one day. Jiang Cheng quickened his pace when he thought about it. On this day, the world was once again shocked by the Universe Umbrella Technology Company. They previously announced that they had sold 10 million virtual reality devices, all of them sold out. At that moment, it created a record that I am afraid it will never be surpassed. 100 billion. This is a record that all businessmen in the world must respect. No one expected the panic buying of Universe Umbrella Technology Company to be so successful. You know, that's 10 million. These rich people, don't they care about money at all? Obviously, wait a few days. There are 300,000, 500,000 versions. Must enjoy the virtual reality equipment a few days in advance. spend so much money? Is it really worth it? Most people don't understand. And of course, many people think that money is good. Money is good. But in any case, the technological boom of the universe umbrella has ended. This is a fait accompli, and no one can change it. No matter how surprised, jealous, or discussing how umbrella technology does it. In a blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. The Umbrella Technology Company has spent a lot of money to hand over those virtual reality equipment to the wealthy at the fastest speed. Among 10,000 virtual reality devices, China has only 1,000. All these 10,000 virtual reality devices will be delivered within 2 days. Facing such speed, these local tyrants are very satisfied immediately enjoy the virtual reality equipment, play the game, once more satisfied. Positive rate, 100%. Almost everyone is full of praise for this amazing virtual reality device. This is virtual reality in the true sense. What VR? It is 100 streets. These local tyrants all say this. They think that the money is not a loss. And they say that if there is any product in the universe umbrella technology in the future, they will definitely buy it at that time, no doubt. Of course, after that, other things happened. In these devices, they were sent to the hands of these tyrants, and they couldn't wait to enjoy them. And then the news media interviewed these tyrants. When these local tyrants were interviewed, they were full of praise for the equipment, saying they didn't know how good it was. I really don't know how to describe this magical virtual reality device Vi. It's great, I think, in this world. Any words of praise cannot be accurately expressed. This virtual reality device is great. This is the greatest invention of this century. Universal umbrella, great. Everyone was so excited about the interview with the local tyrants. The reaction of these local tyrants has also made people all over the world have a little heavier expectations for virtual reality equipment. Many people can't afford 10 million virtual reality equipment, 300,000, 500,000, they can still afford it. These people are looking forward to it every day that Universe Umbrella Technology will launch a global sales event. The sale is over. Zhang Manlin quickly reported her income. First of all, in addition to publicity, taxation, distribution, production, and other expenses, the company made about $60 billion by filling loopholes. 60 billion. After Jiang Cheng heard the news, he immediately said to Zhang Manlin, "Let's start with the bonus." Huh, Zhang Manlin stopped. "What did you say? Bonus?" Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Since you have made money, please give some bonuses to the employees of the company. I will leave it to you." Good, good, Zhang Manlin nodded. He didn't know that Jiang Cheng would do this. He had to say that there is nothing more powerful than a $1 million bonus. The so-called money touches people's hearts. For people who buy things, what is more direct, what about? Although Jiang Cheng's actions are rich, there are still many problems. But the company still has a lot of loans to pay. Even if the 60 billion is not enough, is it really good? Zhang Manlin asked. Will our company still lose money? Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Besides, where did you spend the money so quickly? It can be a day later, when we sold out all 10 million virtual reality equipment. Let us say that when time comes, the loan money can easily be sold out. The current 60 billion, I have other functions. What else? Zhang Manlin hesitated, wondering what Jiang Cheng meant. What are you doing? Is there anything I can do? Zhang Manlin asked subconsciously. Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, buy me a factory, a factory. Zhang Manlin didn't know what medicine Jiang Cheng was selling. Yes, the best graphene-related factories. I want to make graphene. Jiang Cheng began to laugh. Graphene? Zhang Manlin frowned upon hearing this and said, this new material graphene claims to be able to change the 21st century. Although the name is very big, but in fact, the application is fundamental, it doesn't work. This industry will soon become a bubble industry. It is unwise for you to intervene at this time. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Of course, my graphene is completely different from those of those people. When will you have the illusion that I want to make graphene for them? This made Zhang Manlin's reaction. Well, is there a new technology? I'm sorry, since you told me that, I will do it. It doesn't matter. If you obey my orders unconditionally, I won't ask you to become the CEO of the Universe Umbrella. Jiang Cheng said lightly. Zhang Manlin nodded and did it right away, however. Zhang Manlin did not leave for a while and then returned. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Manlin, picked up a cup of coffee, and drank it slowly for a long time. He didn't say anything, but his eyes seemed to say, "What brings you here?" Zhang Manlin knows what that means. The other party immediately said, "Tangsun wants to develop a game with our company." Then Zhang Manlin handed in a thick document. Jiang Cheng looked at the planning book, and after a brief look, he probably understood what Tencent meant. "I have a few ideas," Jiang Cheng said weakly. "Since this horse always wants to do this, let's set a time to talk in person." I will tell them what you mean," Zhang Manlin said, nodding. Then Zhang Manlin turned and left. Jiang Cheng continued to look at the documents on the table, with a smile on his lips. It is not surprising that Tencent's Ma can always find himself. He is not surprised. He is also ready to find someone to cooperate, mutual channels and resources, and the entire Penguin Empire. It is a good partner. Cooperation is not impossible. However, I just hope that Ma will not always think that no one can cooperate except him. That is asking for trouble? Zhang Manlin conveyed Jiang Cheng's meaning to relevant personnel of Tencent, and Tencent immediately told Mr. Ma the news. Tencent's boss just hesitated for a while and then nodded in agreement. He directly pushed off all the activities and things tomorrow and arranged to meet tomorrow to show his concern. They must pay attention to the cosmic umbrella. The next day, Jiang Cheng came to the appointment. He did not fly anywhere, but Mr. Ma flew to Liu Cheng and Jiang Cheng to talk. Mr. Ma wears a pair of glasses, a little thin to middle age, but he is smart in his eyes. But he suddenly realizes that this is not an easy goal. However, even a savvy person, at the moment they saw Jiang Cheng, they had to sigh. Jiang Cheng's youthfulness was simply cheating. President Ma concealed his shock and said with a smile, "Hello, President Jiang. I am CEO Ma Huiting of Tencent. I have heard your name for a long time, and it is a great honor to finally meet you." "Okay," Jiang Cheng nodded. "Sit down and talk." The meeting place was a box of a 5-star hotel. The dishes were on the table as early as the two people sat opposite, watching each other. It is indeed Ma Huiting. It took less than a minute from the beginning of the meeting. Through observation, he deeply analyzed the relationship between Jiang Cheng and Zhang Manlin. Even though the president and CEO of Universe Umbrella Technology is Zhang Manlin, the company's big and small affairs. It is indeed Zhang Manlin in charge, and the real boss, or Jiang Cheng. This is a fact that cannot be changed. In fact, there is not much contradiction between the two. He can see that there is no conflict between Zhang Manlin and Zhang Manlin. It cannot be hidden. Ma Huiting was surprised secretly. He realized two things. First of all, Jiang Cheng is really good at hiding emotions. Jiang Cheng didn't know Ma Huiting thought so much. He has been observing him, saying he wants to see what the legend looks like. In my opinion, I don't like any indirect things, so since I have a date with Ma Yun, I will briefly talk about our cooperation. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, "This game develops us. Own Tencent's organization. I will give you my virtual reality device that can run your software. At the same time, you can also use your game, all running on our virtual reality device. The game is from computer games. This process, it's what we did to become a virtual reality game. But the bottom line is the bottom line. We take 90% away." The clerk next to Ma Huiting looked pale, but the expression on Ma Huiting's face did not change. Still a smile, the pose of an old fox. He said, "Although I am very grateful to President Jiang for giving us this opportunity to cooperate, personally, even a 10% interest rate is quite satisfactory. However, in many cases, not only we ourselves, but we have to consider all aspects of the company. For my company, I have to say that this kind of division is really insincere." "Mr. Ma can give your opinion," Jiang Cheng said lightly. "I know that Jiang can find a lot of people to cooperate. We may not be the only partners. In fact, even if we can't find anyone to cooperate, Jiang Cheng can do it by himself." Ma nodded and said, "But if you want to make money, it's best to make money together. This is often the case in this industry. I understand President Jiang's kindness. We Tencent, there is nothing missing if you say the only thing missing is the market. For many years, we have been expanding overseas markets, but now the results are not obvious because the overseas market is too mature. The cake has been completely divided. There is no room for us. Our main purpose is to cooperate with President Jiang to expand overseas markets. Let the world remember us Tencent. For this, I have been working hard." Ma Huiting said a lot, but it was all about other things, which made Jiang Cheng a little confused. However, he soon understood that what Ma Huiting really wanted to make was a deal, and he told his story with his sincerity. I have to say that this move regressed and fully propped the chassis out. It looked silly, but the effect was very good. Jiang Cheng liked it. In fact, he was sure that Jiang Cheng liked it very much, so he adopted this negotiation technique. I have to say that the old fox is really smart. Ma Huiting continued. Although our influence abroad is a bit small, we are still very strong in China. No internet company can compare with us. I am still very confident about this. And our publicity can also satisfy Mr. Jiang Cheng. In addition, we have many lines all over the world to help Mr. Jiang. To put it simply, our company will definitely satisfy you in terms of publicity. I believe that as a long-term partner, we are very confident in this. If your company believes in us, then we hope to get 40% in sales as return. After talking for a long time, Mr. Ma finally said that it would be divided. I understand what you mean. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, Ma Huiting's meaning couldn't be more obvious. They want 40% interest at the price of becoming a promotional tool for Jiang Cheng Universe Umbrella Company. This is absolutely worth it. Nothing is more important to a product than publicity. Tencent's channels, as well as other channels they control abroad, also have considerable vitality. You know, Jiang Cheng will never have only one product. After hearing this, Jiang Cheng said weakly, it's only 30% at most. Deal. Ma Huiting stood up excitedly. Happy cooperation, Mr. Jiang. It's nice to work together. Jiang Cheng looked at Ma Huiting with such agile movements. He wondered if he had leaked too much. But think again, for him, the game is not a big head. His main goal is not this, but Tencent's publicity channel. Give them 30%, just give them 30%. In this era, nothing is more important than propaganda. What kind of wine is not afraid of deep alleys? What is bling? All shit. Only publicity can make money. Universe Umbrella Technology, the company that used to spend money on publicity, has now exceeded billions of dollars. So many news media reports, so many exposure channels, successfully attracted the attention of the world. Is it really doomed? Or the reason for throwing money? The cooperation between Tencent and the technology company of Universe Umbrella was quickly reported by relevant media. Many people are looking forward to big things. Not surprisingly, in the voice of such anticipation, Universe Umbrella Technology Company once again announced a shocking news. Universe Umbrella Technology Company, Tencent, launches a game. This game is called Mystery World. This is a big world, super dreamy. This world contains magic, elves, ghosts, futuristic technology, and even fantasy games of the universe. At the same time, the Umbrella Technology released a promotional video. Mysterious World. When someone clicks on the title, the screen will play quickly. The majestic mountain, soaring on the immortal sword, shows a magical and crazy bombing scene. In a blink of an eye, a highly developed world of scientific and technological civilization is in front of everyone. There are many images that only exist in science fiction movies. The picture turned again, and a ghost appeared in front of all these people. There was a gust of wind, the screaming of ghosts, and the continuous flashing of all kinds of ghosts. But across the screen, everyone felt the chill behind them. Fortunately, the photos flashed quickly. This is a magical world, all kinds of magic arrays, all kinds of magic tower forest, and beautiful elves. People look up at the huge dragon, cunning magic. All kinds of pictures, flashing one after another, are exciting and look forward to it instantly. When this video appeared in front of a large number of melon eaters, everyone broke out. This video was promoted vigorously by Tencent, so almost most people in China saw it for the first time. It is also widely spread abroad. YouTube alone has more than 10 million hits a day. The comments in the comments below are tens of thousands, which is simply an exaggeration. Everyone started talking and discussing excitedly. This is almost every topic on the internet. What a fantastic game world. Many years ago, I was imagining that if there is a virtual reality device, if there is such a game world, it would be great. Who knows, in a lifetime, it really becomes a reality. It is amazing. I will work hard and make money. I want to buy virtual reality equipment, experience Mystery World. Oh my God, is this his game? just increased the sales of all games on the market by 10,000 times. It is 666. This wave of umbrella technology makes everyone crazy. 666,666. The mood at this time can only be expressed by this series of numbers. Needless to say, I must buy this virtual reality device too, Dior. I still suspect it's too fake, so there may be such a game. Virtual reality equipment. What is this? False propaganda. Stupid upstairs, do you really know virtual reality equipment? It's fake, your brain is broken. LS doesn't scold, LSS should be the only network in the village. Don't blame him, discuss other topics. Yes, in my life, I finally saw this game. It's really great. Umbrella technology. It's really great. At this moment, the whole world exploded because of this promotional video. 10 million virtual reality devices may not be enough to grab. In fact, as netizens said at this moment, not only crazy people are in China, but all over the world, because Universe Umbrella Technology has released this crazy short film Such a Game World. How many people are romantic? Magic, technology, ghosts and witches. So many worlds, so many mysteries. It caught everyone's attention in an instant, with no exceptions. Of course, some people may not be so romantic, but they are also shocked by the game world. Such a game world, if you can experience it for yourself, it feels so wonderful. Even people who have no expectations of such a game world cannot help but have such thoughts after watching such a short video. The world, every country, every region, is talking about this game of the technology company of the Universe Umbrella, with no exceptions. At this time, there was no difference in language, race, or gender. They discussed this topic together. In fact, this happened more than once. Whether it is the scientific and technological activities of the Universe Umbrella or the auction of 10,000 luxury virtual reality devices around the world, it is the first time that it has attracted the attention of the world. Of course, the most troublesome thing is that foreign game production companies and production teams, without exception, fell silent when they saw this video. Such a world, such a game. No matter how hard they try to create, it is impossible to cross. This is the essential difference. Virtual reality world game. What is the meaning of trying to create a masterpiece on the PC? Completely travel through the past. For a moment, people at game companies and game producers felt deep fear. Do they think they will be abandoned by the times? But after thinking about it, these were relieved. The reason is very simple. Although a book that surpasses all the games in the world suddenly appears, eats a lot of markets and attracts everyone's attention, but there is still some room for survival. After all, if you want to experience the game, the mysterious world, the premise is virtual reality equipment. This kind of virtual reality equipment is very expensive, not everyone can afford. But even so, they will suffer from unknowingly how severe the impact. This is inevitable. They must find a solution. If this problem is not resolved, their living space will disappear completely. They have to find their own advantages, which virtual reality games can't do, and try to survive. Mystery World, this game is so eye-catching. However, not everyone desires games, and there are exceptions. Quite simply, in this world, not everyone likes to play games, some professional researchers, people who enter their own fields. But from the virtual reality device, what you see is different. In their opinion, if the meaning of virtual reality equipment is all put on the game, it would be a shame. What a waste. Virtual reality equipment should have greater significance. There is a time difference between the virtual reality world and the real world in a virtual reality device, about 10:1. 10 days in the virtual reality world is a day in the real world, 10 times the time. So there are too many things to do. Moreover, it is possible to do some dangerous experiments in the virtual reality world, and to do some experiments that are not allowed in the real world. In this way, the rapid development of science and technology, but it is only a matter of time. Virtual reality equipment is the foot of human progress. From this perspective, virtual reality equipment should have a greater mission, not on top of games. Scholars in various fields all over the world have accurately recognized this point. Many organizations and countries have contacted the virtual reality equipment company, Umbrella Technology, to express their attitude. The technology of the Cosmos Umbrella is obviously not the kind of low-tech companies that put all their energy and money into these organizations and countries. He said that there is nothing wrong with experimenting in virtual reality. The virtual reality experiment in this field will be synchronized with reality without any deviation. When Umbrella Technology expressed this attitude, well-known organizations all over the world praised Umbrella Technology. Only in this way can humans go further. This is the point of view of some people who have also started to book virtual reality equipment. They are a bit frustrated with the technical attitude of the Universe Umbrella. Although they have agreed to their requirements, allowing them to experiment and learn in the virtual reality world, they cannot order virtual reality equipment. If you can't buy virtual reality equipment, even if you can do experiments, what's the use? The scholars of these organizations were stunned and expressed their protests. Cosmos Umbrella Technology. This time it's not as easy to talk about as it used to be. They said very clearly that experiments can be done. However, you are a customer and others are also customers. Why should you give it to you first? It makes no sense. Although these organizations have repeatedly stated that we need virtual reality equipment to promote human progress, the technology of the Umbrella is not shaken in the agreement, allowing them and other customers to snap up these equipment at a predetermined time. Whoever gets it will get it. This answer makes these academic organizations very speechless, helpless. They get preferential treatment in many places, but in Elvis Technology Company, there is no such thing. How can they not be depressed? However, discerning eyes can see very clearly. Isn't it a simple reason not to sell to them? They all foreigners. Although their experimental results are world-class relative to the further development of the world, they are first foreigners. Now that the state leader of the state of China supports Jiang Cheng and his company, all troubles have been solved. How can he give these foreigners first? First of all, some research institutes in China, some research institutes in this country, are all preferential supplies. Let the Chinese people become completely strong and become world overlords. Jiang Cheng did this, and he did not hide it. He was soon known to other organizations in the world. For a while, he was extremely jealous, but he had no choice but to condemn. Of course, how they obtain virtual reality equipment from other places in some way is another matter, and it has nothing to do with Jiang Cheng. As time goes by, June 1st will be the day when virtual reality devices will be released globally. Everyone in the world who can afford it is looking forward to this day, in order to let people all over the world buy this product with confidence. The virtual reality equipment technology of Umbrella has taken the following measures. First of all, virtual reality equipment will adopt iris authentication. One-to-one, a device can only be used by one person. Other people cannot use it. Even if it is stolen, it is useless. Secondly, virtual reality games will be released for free, while in-game consumption is another matter. Jiang Cheng is very shrewd in this regard. He knows that the most profitable games in the world are those free games. Third, regarding panic buying, he will adopt two distribution methods. The first way is to buy online in offline stores, and the second and most important way is to buy online. Where to buy, of course, buy it on the official website. As time passed, when the promotion was about to begin, Jiang Cheng's company became extremely busy. Now Jiang Cheng's company has expanded from 3,000 to 20,000. Now, Zhang Manlin can only sleep for 2 to 3 hours a day, and various things are waiting for him to deal with. He let her rest more than once and asked her to help, but she insisted on doing it herself. Jiang Cheng had no other choice but to let her go. But even if Zhang Manlin was really ill and fell, he could restore her health. In fact, for today's Cosmos Umbrella technology, 20,000 May knives are not too much. After all, most of them are workers who produce virtual reality equipment in the park. Only a few elites, less than 1,000 people, are the real core of the entire company. These people are very loyal to Jiang Cheng's company and are almost devout believers. There are other companies that want to hire these people with high salaries and want to inquire about the secrets of Universe Umbrella Technology Company, but they hesitate and refuse directly. The reason for rejecting these companies is very simple. Before the company pays the bonus, everyone will directly send 1 million. Such a hand. Do you still go? Just kidding. Only stupid people will leave Umbrella Technology. They are making history. Is there a better place than here? The expansion of the company and the technology of the universe cannot be limited to a corner of a building, a science park. Jiang Cheng rented the entire science park. This is nothing to him. The real deal is to buy all the houses in this area. However, this is not a question of tens of billions of dollars, nor is it a question of how much money, but the meaning of this country. Jiang Cheng naturally had the above concerns. The whole country negotiated and sold all the houses in the science park to Jiang Cheng at a very low price of $10 billion. Such a large area of land, not to mention the value of the land, is also very expensive, let alone together. It is impossible to be so cheap. But this is also a sincere question. In such a big place, city within the city is not a problem. These days, Jiang Cheng is very busy. On the one hand, it is the mass production of the graphene factory, on the other hand, the company's expansion, and on the other hand, the acquisition of the science and technology park. At the same time, Jiang Cheng is also thinking, where is the graphene industry more suitable? Just as Jiang Cheng thought, the virtual reality equipment sales day that attracted the attention of the world finally arrived. Millions of people are looking forward to this day finally. You can see it all over the world. There's almost a long line in front of point of sale. And all the virtual reality equipment sold online was robbed in an instant. Many people don't want to grab it directly. The reason is simple. Virtual reality devices are so popular that they won't suffer a loss if they buy it. When they are sold out, they can sell a lot. Soon, 300,000 sets of standard version of virtual reality equipment were copied to 500,000 sets on the internet, and 500,000 sets of deluxe version of virtual reality equipment were exaggerated to 1 million sets. And in short supply. Everyone is competing for virtual reality equipment and wants to experience the wonders of this magical device. There are few exceptions. Jiang Cheng naturally knows how attractive his virtual reality equipment is to most people. His factory continues to manufacture virtual reality equipment uninterruptedly, thereby alleviating the buying boom in countries and regions around the world. In just a few days, Jiang Cheng became the richest person in China and one of the richest people in the world with his virtual reality equipment. Since a lot of wealth is not easy to compare, such as the outside world does not know the cost of virtual reality equipment, it is difficult to estimate the profitability of the umbrella technology company. But as far as sales are concerned, the technology of the universe umbrella is second to none in the world. This is no problem. Of course, many people also speculate that Jiang Cheng may be the richest person in the world. These people say that Jiang Cheng is the youngest rich man in history and the most influential person in the world. The most amazing person, and the one who changed the world. For a time, endless praise was concentrated on Jiang Cheng. After 10 million virtual reality devices were sold, only Jiang Cheng understood that he was not the richest person in the world. The richest person in the world did not appear in the public eye. Of course, when virtual reality equipment continues to be sold, he may become the richest person in the world. But this is not his goal. His main goal is to make the world progress and civilization to develop further. Although he is still rich, he has too much money to spend in the future. This looks like a lot of money, but it's not enough for what you do with it. Jiang Cheng was not happy about his situation. It was not worth it. This is just the wealth of a planet. So this is not surprising, but it is this indifference that makes Zhang Manlin admire her even more. Whenever she felt that her boss was like a bottomless abyss. Even if you make so much money, you can maintain a calm attitude. How many people are there in the world? As usual, Zhang Manlin reported the company's latest events to Jiang Cheng. When he was about to leave, Jiang Cheng suddenly called Zhang Manlin. Anything else? Zhang Manlin asked, looking at Jiang Cheng with a professional smile. The busy work life from beginning to end made her look haggard. Her eyes dark and her face haggard. However, this is just a face. She is in a good state of mind with bright eyes and a strong spirit. It gives people a kind of vitality. Jiang Cheng frowned and said, "How can I convince you to rest?" Jiang Cheng originally thought that if Zhang Manlin was ill, he could cure her, but now the situation is different. If Zhang Manlin suddenly died, he would not be able to revive her. Perhaps in the future world, there is still a glimmer of hope. But this is the Earth. If Zhang Manlin suddenly died, there would be no way to resurrect. Jiang Cheng didn't want Zhang Manlin to die. On the one hand, after so many days of getting along, Jiang Cheng has recognized and even admired Zhang Manlin's ability and hardworking spirit. As a person of this age, she has almost reached her limit. There is nothing to criticize. If Zhang Manlin died suddenly, he would be very sad. Personally, yes. Of course, Jiang Cheng doesn't like him, not a man or a woman, but a friend. Such a hard-working person is a bit ashamed of her insatiable, and he can't. On the other hand, Zhang Manlin is the CEO of a company. If he dies, the entire Umbrella's technology company will fall into chaos. Although Jiang Cheng is definitely the core of the cosmic umbrella technology, it is undeniable that the cosmic umbrella was created with the help of Zhang Manlin. Of course, Zhang Manlin realized that there was a problem with his current state. She knows this, but she can do nothing. Every day is so exciting, like countless stimulants, she can't stop. If she doesn't do anything, she is in a daze. Sorry, Jiang Cheng, I know I should rest now, but my recent state is not suitable for rest. Even if I fall asleep, I will wake up soon, as if I didn't know I was tired. Zhang Manlin was helpless, say, "This is just your illusion." Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "Your mind makes your body produce an illusion, as if your body has reached its limit, like a rope pulled to its limit. If you continue to do this go down, you will definitely get sick." But I went to a psychiatrist and asked the doctor. There was no way. "They don't seem to know what happened," he said. "They just gave me a break." "You did?" Jiang Cheng said. "I understand." "Huh?" Zhang Manlin paused and asked, "How?" "I still don't have a good solution. I'm not in the spiritual realm, but I can restore you to the state of health long ago, so you don't need to worry for the time being. You can adjust yourself in the future." Jiang Cheng thought, say for a while. "Good." Zhang Manlin nodded and said, "Well, I will get you back as soon as possible. You see, our company has just started." Jiang Cheng said lightly, "I know." Zhang Manlin nodded and didn't ask much what Jiang Cheng planned to do to make her as healthy as before, but he was willing to do it. After so many days together, Zhang Manlin's trust in Jiang Cheng was almost paranoid. Jiang Cheng didn't want Zhang Manlin to die like this, so he had to stop his work and find a way to restore her to the state of health long ago. This kind of potion sounds mysterious, but it is actually a very nutritious potion that can improve your physical condition. If there is a disease in the body, it cannot be cured, and it can only be completely recovered from exhaustion. In Jiang Cheng's super civilization era, it is not surprising that this kind of potion is ubiquitous. It's like the HP recovery potion in the game. However, using materials from the earth from scratch is quite complicated. Jiang Cheng called Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Xiaofai, who were doing the experiment, and told them about it. "Is this a potion?" Su Kaiyanqian said in surprise. "Yes, it's really great." Guan Xiaofai nodded and said, "The principle is still very simple, but the preparation process is a bit complicated, and it is a bit difficult to make if you know the materials and production methods. You can make them in large quantities. Wait and see what you can do," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. In addition, it is completely different from the hormone-containing drinks and stimulants on the market. This is a healing potion with no side effects, but it can restore the body to health. "I will do it," the two sisters said in unison. Sometimes they are naturally curious why Jiang Cheng knows so much, but the two people understand that there are some secrets that they can't reach. As Jiang Cheng's assistant, these secrets cannot be revealed. They all understand this and have never asked so much. Jiang Cheng was also very satisfied. What could be smarter than never asking, never touching, never touching? Jiang Cheng looked at the smart Su Kaiyanqian, Guan Xiaofai's two sisters, and suddenly remembered something. He wanted to eat Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Xiaofai's sisters. It must be good for sisters to enjoy together. During this time, many feelings have heated up, and a lot of intimate actions have been done. The emotional nature is heating up rapidly, so even if I eat, there is no problem. After solving Zhang Manlin's problem, let them enjoy it together. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng smiled. Waiting intently for Jiang Cheng to command his Su Kaiyanqian and sister Guan Xiaofai, they did not expect that Jiang Cheng had already aimed at the target, aimed at both of them. The development process of the medicine was not smooth. Because many materials were scarce or unavailable, Jiang Cheng had to replace it with something else. but the effect was not obvious. So the production failed, and he had to start again. Jiang Cheng touched the tired faces of Su Kaienqian and Guan Xiaofai, pitying them and said, "You have worked hard. Go take a good rest." Not difficult. Su Kaienqian enjoyed Jiang Cheng's love, shook his head, looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "It's great to be able to help you." "Well, me too." Guan Xiaofai, blushing, nodded and said. As soon as Jiang Cheng saw these beautiful sisters, his heart softened and he kissed each of them. But this time, the time is much longer than a long time ago. Jiang Cheng first chose Su Kaienqian. Su Kaienqian felt Jiang Cheng's tenderness and compassion, and his heart was full of emotions. He waited so many days, but this moment finally arrived. But this made Guan Xiaofai's sister Su Kaienqian, who was next to her, blush, and she couldn't help herself. She looked at her sister and Jiang Cheng expectantly. But an hour and a half was not over yet. Guan Xiaofai's eyes were full of expectation and impatience, turning around him. Jiang Cheng couldn't help laughing when he saw Guan Xiaofai. He touched Guan Xiaofai's face, and Guan Xiaofai happily closed her eyes, ready to let Jiang Cheng kiss him. After a while, Jiang Cheng did not kiss him and opened his eyes again. "Come on," Guan Xiaofai said angrily, but her voice was so low that Jiang Cheng might not have heard her if it weren't so quiet in the laboratory. "Hurry up." Fortunately, Jiang Cheng heard this coquettish voice. He did not worry, but asked with interest. Jiang Cheng's flirting almost made Guan Xiaofai cry. She looked at Jiang Cheng without tears, not knowing what to say. "Like Kaienqian," Guan Xiaofai whispered. "Oh," Jiang Cheng smiled. "Okay. This is the end of Jiang Cheng's evil taste." To be honest, he did not deliberately bully Guan Xiaofai. Compared with Su Kaienqian, he also likes this cute and charming girl. After the sisters were rewarded, Jiang Cheng asked them to rest. After 10 hours of work, Su Kaienqian and Guan Xiaofai were exhausted. Although they still want to continue, there is no rush of time at this moment, and there is plenty of time afterwards. It's the so-called trickle. Jiang Cheng understands this very well. After Su Kaienqian and Guan Xiaofai rested, Jiang Cheng left home with the potion, got into his special car, looked at the driver, and said weakly, "Go to the company." "Yes," the driver nodded and whispered. The car left the garage and soon came to the company. At the door of the company, the driver parked the car in the underground garage, while Jiang Cheng walked directly to the door of a company building. The Umbrella Technology Company currently owns not only one building, but also all the buildings of the entire science park. Of course, there are different priorities. The building Jiang Cheng came to was the main building. The guard immediately recognized Jiang Cheng and greeted him respectfully. The employees on both sides looked very excited to see Jiang Cheng as a living legend. They could not care and adore so much that they would say hello and bow. Jiang Cheng smiled and waved, saying good night to the enthusiastic people. Jiang Cheng's answer made them even more excited. Jiang Cheng soon came to the chairman's office. He sat on the chair and asked people to call Zhang Manlin. Sitting on the chair of the chairman's office, Jiang Cheng looked at the potion on the table and couldn't help thinking of how precious his time was. 10 hours, no amount of money could buy it. This was the first time he wasted it. On Zhang Manlin. He had never done this before. This is the first time. While Jiang Cheng was daydreaming, Zhang Manlin received the notice and hurried to the door of Jiang Cheng's office. He immediately knocked on the door of Jiang Cheng's office. "Come in," Jiang Cheng said lightly. Zhang Manlin opened the door, came to Jiang Cheng and asked, "Mr. Jiang is looking for me. What happened? Didn't I tell you about the potion? I took it out. Here, drink it." Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Manlin's haggard look and said weakly, "Good." Zhang Manlin glanced at the potion and drank the strange potion without hesitation. Seeing Zhang Manlin drinking without hesitation, Jiang Cheng realized that he completely believed in himself. "How do you feel?" Jiang Cheng doesn't ask questions naturally. Why not directly ask the effect? I don't feel too much." Zhang Manlin took a closer look and found that she didn't feel anything, so he said truthfully, "I might as well say that my body is in good condition. I can't feel it." "Not necessarily." Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes and said, "You look in the mirror." Zhang Manlin was stunned for a while. Then he walked to the mirror next to him and looked at himself in the mirror. In Zhang Manlin's mirror, her skin is no longer dry and dull, and she has become optimistic. In addition, the dark circles under her eyes have completely disappeared. At this moment, Zhang Manlin is like a 20-year-old girl. Zhang Manlin knew how great the change was. She looked at herself in the mirror, shocked to speak. After a long time, Zhang Manlin said, "This is amazing. Great, great. What kind of product is this? If this product is promoted, it will definitely be popular all over the world. You still want this. Other people don't work around the clock like you," Jiang Cheng said in an interesting way. "You are doing so well because your situation is too bad, do you understand?" "So, I understand." Zhang Manlin understood at this moment. "Thanks to President Jiang. How much time did it take to do this?" 10 hours. You wasted my 10 hours to do this." Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and said, "This is really something to be proud of." "Okay," Zhang Manlin nodded earnestly and said, "President Jiang, I will remember. I will definitely use my hard work to repay Mr. Jiang. You have to work hard. Next time I won't help you. Please spare me." Jiang Cheng said helplessly. "I want to rest," Zhang Manlin said with a smile. "You know it's weird." Jiang Cheng spread his hands and said, "I'm going home. You can rest early." "Got it." Zhang Manlin smiled. "Don't grin at me." Jiang Cheng said, "Okay, all right." Zhang Manlin nodded. When Zhang Manlin walked out of Jiang Cheng's office, her changes immediately caught the attention of the staff around her. What happened in Jiang Cheng's office? Zhang Manlin suddenly became so young. Some people even asked, "Who is that? Go out of President Jiang's office." "You are mentally retarded. This is President Zhang Manlin." The person next to her immediately rolled his eyes and said, "What?" The man immediately widened his eyes and said incredulously, "Is this true? How come you suddenly become so young? As young as now? I have been in a bad state during this period of time. Let me recover now. However, it is strange how suddenly I recovered." These people all have their own guesses. Some people think that Jiang Cheng and Zhang Manlin must have done something indescribable. And then Zhang Manlin injects vitality into Jiang Cheng and restores his youth. Of course, I dare not say this kind of speculation. You know, Jiang Cheng and Zhang Manlin, one is the only director of the company, the real boss, and the other is the president and the CEO who founded the company. Therefore, that kind of speculation can only appear in the heart. It is impossible to say it. Of course, Zhang Manlin doesn't care what people think. She has a lot of work to do. Zhang Manlin went to work, not to rest, as Jiang Cheng told her, because she knew that if she got sick again, Jiang Cheng would definitely give her the medicine. What to worry about? Jiang Cheng carefully studied the healing potion, and the time for him to boil it again would be much shorter, at most half an hour. If Zhang Manlin's condition is really bad, he doesn't mind spending half an hour to update his HP, MP, and SP, and let her add another second. Jiang Cheng left the company and went straight home to rest. The next morning, when Jiang Cheng woke up, he felt that he had infinite energy again. So he called Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian to his room. It was the first time that the two sisters called Jiang Cheng so early. Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Xiaofai thought there was an important order. They should not change their clothes and wear pajamas. After seeing Jiang Cheng's gentle eyes, the two immediately understood what was going on. "I was very happy and shy at the time. This was the first time. So looking forward to the first time as a girl is still very reserved." The two sisters were sitting in Jiang Cheng's and suddenly remembered that after so many days, the two sisters came to Jiang Cheng's again. This time, the feeling is completely different. At that time, I don't know how scared I was. I am afraid until now, but I am shy and looking forward to appearing in front of Jiang Cheng with a perfect posture. Guan Xiaofai wore a very cute bear pajamas, and Su Kaiyanqian wore a very transparent and faintly visible pajamas. Jiang Cheng asked the two sisters to get fucked, and soon began to warm up. Sharing flowers between two sisters is the happiest thing in the world. The older sister has the characteristics of the older sister, and the younger sister has the characteristics of the younger sister. The two sisters are willing to talk to Jiang Cheng, so although they are shy, there is not much resistance. They cater to Jiang Cheng and enjoy the first time in their life, which is the most important thing. Of course, the only surprise is that the sisters did it together. This made them a little uncomfortable, but as the action continued, Su Kaiyanqian and Sister Guan Xiaofai completely ignored this, and their expressions became more active and tense. For so many days, Jiang Cheng has released all the impulses he accumulated. Because they are two sisters, the time should be multiplied by 2. Although it is the first time, I still fully enjoy a long time. I stopped until noon. After eating, they lay in Jiang Cheng's arms again with expressions of satisfaction on their faces. Jiang Cheng looked at them both tenderly. They are their own good women, enough to make him happy. In an instant, a few days passed. In the past, virtual reality equipment belonged to everyone's eyes. Things that can only appear in movies, novels, and animations will also appear in reality. Who would believe it? This is impossible. However, when all this happened, the virtual reality device was successfully invented, and more than 10 million devices were sold all over the world. People's attitudes suddenly changed 180 degrees, and everyone began to accept it in the real world. In China, virtual reality devices exist. In fact, if we do not accept this fact, we cannot change this fact. There are so-called virtual reality equipment, which represents the progress of science and technology. Even if they can't enjoy the virtual reality equipment they bring, one day, after all, they can afford virtual reality equipment, or after the continuous development of virtual reality, after the price drops, they can also be used. In the busy day, use virtual reality equipment to appreciate the scenery of another world and experience things that are usually impossible to experience, right? Think about it. All in all, if it is a bad thing, others will evade it subconsciously, but now the virtual reality device is really such a good thing. After identifying it, what else can be avoided? Just face it. The times are developing. This year, due to the promotion of virtual reality equipment, it has completely entered history. Even after a long period of time, there will be such a documented teaching book on May 1. Universe Umbrella Technology Company sold 10 million virtual reality devices worldwide. This will completely open the era of virtual reality and contribute to the progress of human civilization. Improvement is a very important thing. Of course, such a record is unlikely now. Although people without money don't like virtual reality equipment, they will always pay attention to it and look forward to it. With the development of virtual reality devices, prices will be reduced in the second, third, and fourth generations. Some people are beginning to work hard to make money to buy a virtual reality device. In fact, many young people just graduated from college have no money, and the home is clean even if they can't get a loan. So they start working hard for the purpose of buying virtual reality equipment. For those who are not a good thing, after seeing the virtual reality device, they start cheating and even stealing, hoping to make money. If in the past, the media might push the pot on a virtual reality device, saying that this kind of thing would make people go the wrong way, we should use this unhealthy thought to demonize the people. However, this time, these news media did not do so. They expressed their views on the matter very fairly and strongly criticized these guys. The wrong way is a character issue and cannot promote the boiler equipment at all. Technology is nothing sinful. All of us must be aware of this. These are not the positive energy and the views of the three media. This time, the three rare views immediately received a lot of praise, saying that they were right. When a person makes a mistake and pushes the responsibility of temptation on himself, isn't it his fault? This is unreasonable. In fact, these media don't do it if they don't do it, because the above attitude has long since come down. The chairman of the technology company of Universe Umbrella, Jiang Cheng, behind the virtual reality equipment, is a godlike person. The news media is not pleased, but still malicious slander. Want to continue? All the news media are clearly aware of this. It is impossible to maliciously slander the virtual reality equipment and the Umbrella Technology Company. Instead, they put forward a case. Really rare. To be honest, without Jiang Cheng's background, none of this would have happened. When Jiang Cheng found out about it, he just smiled and didn't care much. With the promotion of virtual reality equipment, many merchants know that the price is too high and many people cannot afford it. So, just like buying a house or a car, there are also installments for buying virtual reality equipment. 300,000 is too much. 30 years, more than 30 years, not at all. Of course, this policy is welcomed by many people. In fact, the installment payment requires the payment of interest. All the money added up is far more than 300,000 yuan. But for those who do not have the money but want to buy virtual reality equipment, there is no way. Driven by these policies, sales of virtual reality equipment are booming. Soon, Cosmo Umbrella's technology owed a lot of bank loans, all of which were paid off, and a lot of money was made. I don't know how much money was made. For the big killer who monopolizes virtual reality equipment, the company can't make money. Impossible. All of a sudden, countless honors, praises, evaluations, and trophies fell on Jiang Cheng and Zhang Manlin. However, most of the time, Zhang Manlin is public. Jiang Cheng, the real boss of Universe Umbrella in a technology company, did not spend so much time attending various high-profile meetings, and he was always just a behind-the-scenes boss. So, Zhang Manlin soon became famous with so much praise and glory, she almost became the person of the year. Moreover, this person is not only from China, but also from the world. Jiang Cheng did not participate in any press conferences, press releases, and various magazine promotions. All invitations were rejected things that seemed meaningless to him. His reputation was meaningless to him. Even so, as the inventor of the virtual reality device, the name and reputation of the owner of the Universe Umbrella is little known, but they are still widely circulated, not as famous as Zhang Manlin, but only a small reputation. This is another thing. After all, many people in this world can see clearly. Jiang Cheng's graphene plant is progressing smoothly. The quality of graphene currently produced is several times, even 10 times, the quality of graphene on the market. However, he wants to know how graphene is popular. Is it necessary to cooperate with others? If you work with others, you can easily spread the word, but it may mean that you can get a share or even a big chunk. After all, Umbrella Technology is a fairly new player in the field of materials. To be honest, Jiang Cheng didn't like it. He doesn't care how much money he has, but his own is his own. For no reason, the big head is eaten up by others. How can he be happy? In addition, the cost of technology research and development can definitely be a lot. Of course, the more money, the more it is good. It is true that the development of the world is the development of the world, but to make this process under his own control, Jiang Cheng must master all the processes. After repeated consideration, Jiang Cheng couldn't think of a good idea. He walked to the computer and asked, "Lucy, do you know about the promotion of graphene? Is this the person who has a headache now?" Lucy asked, smiling as he watched Jiang Cheng appear on the computer screen. "Yes." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "At present, I am having a headache how to implement this process. After all, I am not suitable for this role. I should stay in the laboratory and do various experiments, but I must stand up for the development of the world. Maybe the master can ask the woman." He smiled quickly. "Woman, you mean Zhang Manlin?" Jiang Cheng asked. "Yes, this woman is very capable. I believe she will find a way soon, and she has no problem with the promotion plan." Lucy smiled. "Forget it." Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "Her burden is heavy enough. The company is so big and everything is on her body. She has to deal with all kinds of things and then give this to her. I am afraid it will make her die suddenly. Human energy, after all, is limited. This is really impossible. Yes, so we have to find a way." Jiang Cheng rubbed his eyebrows and said. Lucy thought for a while, then said, "I have an idea. Would you like to hear it, master?" "Of course." Jiang Cheng nodded. "The thing is like this, the graphene thing does not have to rush to open all markets. After all, the company has no experience in this area and is a novice. If you want to act like this, it is very simple." Lucy said slowly, "Choose a point." Jiang Cheng frowned. "You mean, has the master assigned me a task before?" Lucy suddenly shifted the subject to something else. "Well, I still don't know how to start the entire intelligent system promotion plan," Jiang Cheng said helplessly. "Is that problem solved?" "This problem was not solved years ago, but it has been solved now." Lucy said in a very positive tone, "The master can solve these two problems together." Jiang Cheng nodded, understanding what Lucy was talking about. "Yes, it is. A new device based on graphene can be developed, equipped with an intelligent system, and then put on the market. I believe this gimmick will soon be thoroughly promoted worldwide. Graphene is a transparent material made perfect material. You can use graphene to make a truly transparent mobile phone." Lucy said with a smile. Lucy continued, "Then this phone, just like the iPhone, has its own system. It is equipped with the Universe Umbrella's own intelligent system, and it is bringing it to all parts of the world. In this way, the whole world can recognize you. The master's intelligent system is powerful, and it can also recognize that your graphene technology belongs to the top of the world. No other graphene factory can match it. Lucy said a lot, and Jiang Cheng agreed. He nodded and said, "You are right. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's not bad at all, thank you very much." "You're welcome." Lucy is very happy to serve his master, give him advice, and help his master. Lucy smiled contentedly, looking very happy. "In this case, I will make a truly transparent mobile phone." Jiang Cheng left the computer and said, "Now, in the market, the concept of a transparent mobile phone has existed for a long time, and it is not the same as a flexible mobile phone. But so far, it is still only within the scope of the conceptual machine. Simply put, this is a mobile phone that only exists in the concept. It's just because it's difficult to produce transparent mobile phones, and it's not ordinary, of course. There are also so-called transparent phones. However, this transparent mobile phone is like VR. Although it is called virtual reality, it is just a gimmick. Transparent mobile phones on the market have transparent displays, and the mobile phone is a very old model with a physical keyboard. In addition, the system is also very backward. The screen looks transparent and feels a bit fresh, but not practical at all. This is very regrettable. In the field of transparent mobile phones, all major mobile phone companies want to develop in this direction. In fact, many people believe that in the future, mobile phones will become translucent like crystals, promising and cool. However, it is not as difficult to complete this style as usual. Technically, there is an insurmountable gap. Without the right materials, even Jiang Cheng would not be able to make a transparent mobile phone, but now he has perfect graphene. Making transparent mobile phones is not a problem at all. Jiang Cheng did it very quickly, but due to some complicated reasons, from morning to evening, from evening to morning, he was busy for a long time, and he succeeded in making a truly transparent mobile phone. In Jiang Cheng's hand, there is a crystal-style mobile phone with high transparency. With a light touch, the screen will immediately shine, making people feel very beautiful, and I am afraid it will immediately attract everyone's attention. And those short film concepts with transparent mobile phone special effects, this is the true meaning of transparent mobile phones. It took a few days to successfully solve this problem. Although a bit twists and turns, it is generally smooth. Jiang Cheng hasn't eaten anything these past few days, just drank a few bottles of soup he prepared. The taste of the soup is not very good, but it is very nutritious. He drinks it quickly, so Jiang Cheng has no other choice. Now that this transparent phone is finally completed, Jiang Cheng feels relieved and a little hungry. Jiang Cheng took the transparent mobile phone and left the laboratory, ready to take a bath, change clothes, and then go to dinner. Although a little hungry, but not in a hurry. After Jiang Cheng went to the bathroom, he suddenly found a voice inside. It was a playful voice. "Do not. Hey, I want it. Look at me. Ah, don't touch. I know your weakness right here. You little rascal, see how I punish you. Aha, 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 I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong. Aha, aha, I really know it's wrong. Forgive me. Oh, you dare to be so naughty and dare to touch me. It's really shameful. See if I don't clean up you. Ah, I know I was wrong." Standing outside, Jiang Cheng overheard such a sweet and charming conversation and couldn't help touching his nose and eyes. Jiang Cheng's imagination is still very rich, and soon his mind began to imagine all kinds of pictures. In fact, these thoughts were fleeting. Jiang Cheng did not squeeze forward anymore, but opened the door of a bathroom. The door of the room was pushed open instantly. This is not the bathroom room outside, but the private bathroom room of Jiang Cheng's bedroom. In fact, his private bathroom room is much larger than the bathroom room outside. Since Jiang Cheng's private bathroom is in his bedroom, it's impossible to close the door for Jiang Cheng. Seeing such an amazing picture is too cheap for him. Speaking of which, since that day, Jiang Cheng made the 2 sisters his own women. They naturally obeyed Jiang Cheng's wishes, so they lived in Jiang Cheng's bedroom and slept with Jiang Cheng in the same room every night. All kinds of Zai potential, also naturally locked one by one. Of course, that is another matter. Now, when Jiang Cheng opened the bathroom door, the 2 girls saw Jiang Cheng at the door and couldn't help but say shyly, "Hey, Jiang Cheng, how did you come here?" Guan Xiaofei had been having a good time with Su Kaiyanqian when she suddenly saw Jiang Cheng rushing in. She couldn't help blushing and covered her sea honey parts. Jiang Cheng said amusedly, "Of course I came to take a bath. By the way, I have seen both of you guys. Why are you so easily shy?" Jiang Cheng took off his clothes outside, walked directly into the bathroom, came to the large bath, and soaked with his sisters. In the meantime, naturally did a lot of indescribable things. Of course, this matter was just done a little bit. After all, Jiang Cheng would go to eat next. It would be no good to starve to death in the bathroom. After the shower, Jiang Cheng took the two sisters to dinner. At the dining table, Jiang Cheng started playing with his cell phone, the transparent cell phone he had just made. It's not to pretend to be forced, to show off in front of the two sisters, just to take a look at the practicality and running speed of this phone. If it is not practical, then naturally you have to modify it. Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian looked at Jiang Cheng's mobile phone for a moment, and then they couldn't help but stared, very surprised. Guan Xiaofai couldn't help asking, "Jiang Cheng, what is this?" Su Kaiyanqian also said strangely, "What is this, cell phone?" "Well, it's a mobile phone," Jiang Cheng said with a smile, and then handed the mobile phone in his hand to the two sisters Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian. Such a beautiful, highly transparent mobile phone is not so harmful to women. When the phone came into the hands of the two sisters, whether it was Guan Xiaofai or Su Kaiyanqian, his eyes couldn't help but reflect, and he said excitedly, "It's really a mobile phone, it's so amazing. This is a transparent phone, that's amazing." Su Kaiyanqian's eyes flashed with small stars, and he whispered, "It's really beautiful. There are already such phones on the market. Where did they buy it?" "Yes, where did you buy it?" Guan Xiaofai asked, looking at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng said amusedly, "Do you think you can buy such a mobile phone on the market?" Guan Xiaofai was taken aback for a moment and quickly reacted. "Is this mobile phone made by Jiang Cheng's husband?" "Well, it took 2 or 3 days to finally make one. It hasn't been tested yet. I don't know how many shortcomings it has and how practical." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, 2, 3. Su Kaiyanqian said quite speechlessly, although he understood that his man, Jiang Cheng, is an unprecedented super genius. But in just 2 or 3 days, he has been hyped by countless media for so many years. The concept phone without the shadow, the transparent mobile phone, has been successfully produced one by one. It still has a rather speechless feeling. "You are really amazing." Guan Xiaofai leaned to Jiang Cheng's side, asked Jiang Cheng to hug her body, and began to act coquettishly. "When will you make this phone for me, Tilda, since becoming Jiang Cheng's woman?" Guan Xiaofai has learned such a skill as acting like a baby. Su Kaiyanqian is too thin to learn because of her face, but Guan Xiaofai has no such scruples. Fortunately, when Guan Xiaofai was getting any benefits, she would also stay in Kaiyanqian, which did not make her look very pitiful. Jiang Cheng squeezed Guan Xiaofai's little nose and said, "Test this phone first, and when there are no problems, a press conference will start to announce this phone that will be sold worldwide by Universe Umbrella Technology. Get out. At that time, this mobile phone will also be on the market, but before that, some small-scale production will be carried out to test the finished product. That is, at that time, 2 will be given to you, and you will be able to use it when it arrives. Well, when making it, you must give it to me and my sister first." Guan Xiaofai said contentedly, "My husband is the best. Of course, I am the best." Jiang Cheng said with a smile, "Whether it's Guan Xiaofai who can act coquettishly or Su Kaiyanqian who doesn't act coquettishly, he likes it very much. Since she is his own woman, it is of course not to be treated badly. However, this phone is beautiful, so I don't know how practical it is," Guan Xiaofai said. "Practicality is of course very good. You can use it," Jiang Cheng said lightly. Guan Xiaofai nodded and started to use it. After a while, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "The running speed is so fast, the buffering of all programs is completed in an instant, and what kind of system is this system? It feels different but a bit familiar." "This is of course the ELF system," Jiang Cheng said. It turned out to be a smart system." I said, "How is it different from any mobile phone system on the market? But it is so easy to use and a bit familiar. It turns out to be a virtual reality device system, no wonder. The performance, feel, and beauty of a mobile phone far exceed all mobile phones on the market." Guan Xiaofai couldn't help but exclaimed, "The release of this mobile phone will definitely cause an uproar." "I have foreseen that." A scene appeared. "Yeah," Su Kaiyanqian was next to him, nodding in agreement and said, "I also think that this will subvert the entire mobile phone industry one by one." However, there is still a very important point, and that is the price. Guan Xiaofai looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, "The cost and price of this phone, how much is it?" Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, "I haven't considered this yet. The cost is still some. The basic cost is at least more than 1,000, which is higher than the basic cost of all mobile phones on the market. There are other costs such as manual sales, tax rates, etc., so the price cannot be low. The standard version is at least about 7,000 yuan. 7,000 yuan? Guan Xiaofai was taken aback. "What's wrong? Is this price high?" Jiang Cheng asked, looking at him. "The price is not very high. It is worth it to be able to buy such a beautiful mobile phone." Guan Xiaofai nodded and said, "In terms of cost performance, this mobile phone has exploded at least 10 times as many phones on the market. No, I think even more. Well, more than 100 times? I think so too." Su Kaiyanqian also nodded. "Since you say so, I'm relieved." Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. The next day, Jiang Cheng came to the company, sat in the chairman's office, and ordered Zhang Manlin to come. After only a while, Zhang Manlin came to Jiang Cheng's office. "President Jiang is looking for me. What's the matter?" Zhang Manlin knocked on the door, pushed in, came to Jiang Cheng's side, and asked directly, "Well, there are things one by one." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "I want to know, what do you think of our current company's pace?" Zhang Manlin never expected that Jiang Cheng would suddenly ask such a question. "The pace is great," Zhang Manlin said without hesitation. "At present, our company is already one of the most powerful companies in the world, and it has also become one of China's pillar industries. In just 1 year, how could the pace be unpleasant? Mr. Jiang, do you want us to adjust?" "No, I mean, do you think it is better to have a faster pace?" Jiang Cheng asked. "The pace is faster." After listening to Jiang Cheng, Zhang Manlin couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly and asked in an unbelievable way, "Mr. Jiang, do you mean that our company can further develop? The second generation of Vi will be released." "Now, this is too fast. I think it's a little bit wrong. At least the second generation of Vi will be released next year. It's not Vi, but other equipment." Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly, and he didn't bother to continue to do dumb puzzles with Zhang Manlin and directly announced the answer. "What equipment?" Zhang Manlin asked. Jiang Cheng took out the mobile phone from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Manlin. "What is this?" Zhang Manlin was stunned for a moment when Jiang Cheng handed over something that looked like a transparent crystal. After looking at it for a while, she reacted. This is a transparent phone?" "Yes, you are right. This is a transparent mobile phone I made. I want the company to open up this area." "How do you feel?" Jiang Cheng asked lightly. "It's really a transparent phone." Zhang Manlin looked at the phone in her hand in surprise and reacted after a while. "Mr. Jiang, of course it's okay. Our Universe Umbrella Technology Company is already the leader in the virtual reality equipment area. The money is in hand. If you don't continue to turn money into money, it will soon become a stagnant pool, meaningless. Although the pace is great now, I think that if there is such a big killer, we should not go to the mobile phone industry. It's a shame to develop in the past. You have to ask me if I want to develop into the mobile phone industry. Of course, my answer is yes. Is that so? Then do it," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "Yes." Zhang Manlin nodded. "However, I need to discuss the details with you carefully." "That's okay," Jiang Cheng nodded. As the producer of this transparent mobile phone, and also as the chairman of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company, it is impossible for Jiang Cheng to throw this thing to Zhang Manlin and turn around. In that case, simply irresponsible to the extreme. Jiang Cheng still has to discuss with her about the details of the next promotion and so on. The problem in this area is not trivial. Cosmos Umbrella Technology Company did not rush to publish the transparent mobile phone. Instead, it revealed the news to all the bigwigs first. First, let me inform and breathe. Action. All the bigwigs who received this news were a little speechless. How long has it passed since the virtual reality storm in the world has not dissipated yet? Is there a new action or a transparent phone? This Cosmic Umbrella Technology Company is really good at doing things. It wants to do big things. However, every boss is also very curious about transparent mobile phones. They know that Jiang Cheng and his Umbrella Technology Company will once again shock the world. But in the same way, what can this transparent mobile phone do? One step. Can you just move to Pingguo Company? Different from other large companies, those large companies are generally listed companies, and the equity can be purchased at will. However, Jiangcheng's Universe Umbrella Technology Company does not mean to be listed. Simply put, it is not bad for money. Reality equipment is a big killer, and it is impossible to lose money. In addition, Jiangcheng does not want his company to lose his control, so the Universe Umbrella Technology Company is destined not to go public. After ventilating the big guys from all walks of life, the Universe Umbrella Technology Company soon launched an advertising film. And this commercial was quickly promoted by Tencent, and it was known by many netizens. It was also circulated overseas. On the other hand, major TV stations also broadcast this commercial. The theme of the commercial is very simple, that is, a transparent mobile phone. Cosmos Umbrella Technology Inc. rarely invites celebrities in its advertisements because Umbrella Technology Co. Limited never needs the point and effect of celebrities. They impress everyone with their products, and this time is no exception. The protagonist of the commercial is a cute girl. The little girl took out a transparent mobile phone, played with the phone for a while, and then called her mother. This advertisement is over. There is no exaggerated lines, nor any exaggerated style. What I pay attention to is just so plain. When the advertisement ends, a line like this one by one transparent mobile phone in the true sense. The following line of words was replaced with not a conceptual machine, followed by brand new intelligent system, then a new experience. The last is, what are you waiting for? Universal Umbrella Technology Company's products are on sale from 1 to September 1st worldwide. Although it is still early, it is enough to make everyone look forward to that day. After the advertisement of this transparent mobile phone appeared, people all over the world immediately discussed it. Just like many days ago, when discussing virtual reality equipment, the discussion of transparent mobile phones. Just like a virtual reality device, the concept of a transparent mobile phone appeared very early. It also often appears in science fiction movies, but the same, if you want to invent it in the real world, the difficulty is not ordinary. In recent years, with the emergence and promotion of graphene, many people have seen the hope of transparent mobile phones, but unfortunately, graphene extraction technology has not yet reached that point. Therefore, transparent mobile phones are still far away. But now, Umbrella Technology Corporation has actually announced their plan to sell transparent mobile phones . How not shocking. Everyone's first moment thoughts are naturally unbelievable. However, everyone soon realized that Universe Umbrella Technology Company even invented virtual reality devices. What is a small transparent mobile phone? These people were immediately on the internet and excitedly discussed. Wow, it's really cool. The Universe Umbrella Technology Company is really awesome. It's going to change the world. Praise the Universe Umbrella Technology Company. That transparent mobile phone is so beautiful. Great. It feels like entering the world of science fiction all of a sudden. The times are advancing, and we are lucky. I don't know what the price is. Maybe it's the same as virtual reality equipment, which can cost hundreds of thousands at every turn. Who can afford it? No, since it's a mobile phone, it shouldn't be very expensive, right? It won't be expensive. It's really a joke. Do you know the difficulty of making this transparent phone? How much graphene or other precious materials are needed? Really think you can make it casually? Just kidding. In this case, wouldn't it be the same as the virtual reality equipment cannot be enjoyed? Don't quarrel, everyone. What's so noisy? I really convinced you. Don't you guys go to the official website of Umbrella Technology Company to find out. The official website of Umbrella Technology Company has already given relevant information. The price is on it. Oh, it's true. The standard version is 7,000 yuan, and the deluxe version is 9,999 yuan. Although a little expensive, it can still bear it. Long live the Universe Umbrella Technology Company. This price is completely affordable. At this moment, I don't know how many young people have started selling kidneys again. It's better than letting Pinguo make money. I don't know the system of this mobile phone is still running. How practical is it? As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement and experts watch the doorway. The discussions among the people who eat melons on the internet are full of enthusiasm, but none of them are on the point. The mobile phone launched by Umbrella Technology Corporation shocked the development departments of many mobile phone companies. I have to admire that the Universe Umbrella Technology Company has reached this level. 7,000, a transparent mobile phone with high performance. Just kidding. However, this is true. It really makes people unable to help but spit out, and then open up TM, is this really good? After the Umbrella Technology Company launched this compelling mobile phone, many mobile phone companies, whether they are domestic mobile phone companies or foreign mobile phone companies, have felt the pressure at the same time. The pressure is high, naturally, companies such as Pinguo Samsung and domestic companies targeting low-cost mobile phones said that the pressure is very small. The price of 7,000 yuan is not affordable for ordinary people. Their phones are hundreds of yuan and 1,000 yuan. It is destined not to lose this market. I just hope that the Universe Umbrella Company will never grab jobs with them. This action of Umbrella Technology Company was reported by major news media. China Summer Daily. The revolution in the new era, the fundamental change in technology. A truly transparent mobile phone. How exactly is it made? People's Daily, leading the world's technology to promote one starting from China. Behind the transparent mobile phone, the goal of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company is the industry hegemon. United States, New York Times. Another announcement after the virtual reality device, a truly transparent mobile phone. Pinguo will encounter an unprecedented crisis. Los Angeles Times. Devil's Handshake. At the press conference of the virtual reality device, the chairman of the Universe Umbrella Company, Jiang Cheng, and the CEO of the fruit company gave a handshake. Since then, Jiang Cheng has been eyeing Cook. The Wall Street Journal. The Times will change again, the big crisis of Pinguo Company. Another work after virtual reality, Jiang Cheng came with his transparent mobile phone. This is no joke. Japan. Asahi Shimbun. Huaxia technology has unknowingly led the world for decades. After the virtual reality device that shocked the world, another major announcement. Transparent mobile phone. Korea Donga Ilbo, Samsung mobile phone industry will usher in the second major crisis. The second work of Umbrella Technology, the transparent mobile phone. If you can't hold it, you will have to close down. Central Daily News. The second product of Universe Umbrella Technology Co., Limited, realizes a mobile phone that only exists in the concept, a transparent mobile phone. Let us see what it is like. Although these news media are not particularly professional, they often have a very different perspective on issues. In addition, although these news media do not understand many things, they can invite people who understand them very well. Then let these people who understand tell us what is behind Jiang Cheng's development of a transparent mobile phone. Also, why can a transparent mobile phone be developed? As early as many years ago, when smartphones were just beginning to become popular, the concept of transparent mobile phone did not know when, it just appeared unknowingly and quickly became widely known. Up. Even now, when some websites advertise mobile phones, they also put up a transparent mobile phone and a picture to attract the curiosity of others, and let people click in one by one and find that they have been cheated. They are simply ordinary mobile phones. What a transparent phone! Although this method has some work, it has to be said that the effect is very good. When others see a transparent mobile phone, they will subconsciously click in and take a look. Of course, every time, there is no truly transparent mobile phone. The transparent mobile phone has also been thoroughly verified, and it will not be developed in recent years. No one has an accurate statement about how long it will take to develop a transparent mobile phone in the future. After all, such a technology is really far away. However, although professionals in this field don't know when they will be developed, the research on this profession still allows them to become high-priced people invited by major media after Jiang Cheng released this commercial. They used their understanding to announce the transparent mobile phone incident. The reason why the Umbrella Technology formula can invent a transparent mobile phone is very simple. In all likelihood, Umbrella Technology has made a leap in the field of graphene technology. They have made an unprecedented breakthrough. Only in this way can transparent mobile phones appear in front of everyone. In fact, this analysis has indeed hit the facts. Subsequently, more and more people learned about the magical material of graphene, and many large companies, after seeing such news, also contacted the Universe Umbrella Technology Company to verify the authenticity of this matter. Has there been a leap forward in the field of graphene? To what extent is the performance of graphene successfully developed for transparent mobile phones? Many people are very curious about this. And this is also the result Jiang Cheng wants, just as Lucy speculated, first pry a little bit to let others notice, and confirm that Jiang Cheng already has graphene that is completely different from all previous graphenes, and then do other things. Development. In this way, it will be much simpler. Looking at it now, the effect is very good. Umbrella Technology Co., Limited, faced the inquiries of these companies and verified it. Naturally, it did not give an ambiguous attitude. It announced very openly, Umbrella Technology Co., Limited, indeed has graphene that exceeds all graphenes on the market. Technology will completely realize the era of graphene when the news spread. It's not just the mobile phone companies that are panicking. Graphene factories all over the world are panicking at this moment. Although their graphene industry has been developing for several years, the results they have achieved have been very good. Small, it is really hard to attract any attention. If it had not been promoted as a new form of material that changed the 21st century and had been invested in it, I am afraid it would have been bankrupt. Well, now, they have not become a factor to change the 21st century. They will soon become obsolete. Universe Umbrella Technology has mastered graphene development technology that surpasses all graphenes on the market. This has been confirmed from the transparent mobile phone. The ability to develop transparent mobile phones has proved that their graphene is indeed beyond all graphene on the market. In this way, other graphene companies may face only one situation. That's closing. Investors didn't get their money from the wind. They were fooled and invested in the graphene industry. But after waiting for several years, they didn't get any results. They have long been scornful of the concept of graphene, changing materials in the 21st century. Think too much. If it hadn't been for someone to be fooled in, I'm afraid it would have been closed long ago. And now, graphene technology that can truly complete transparent mobile phones has appeared on the market. The ending they ushered in may only be abandoned. In fact, it is true. No matter how these graphene factories want to save this situation, in the end, it was forced to usher in bankruptcy. In the whole world, except for some companies that are not bad money, continue to inject capital to support the graphene companies that seem to be bottomless, in order to get a report against the sky one day. More than 90% of the graphene companies have begun to announce bankrupt. Some are happy, some are sad. When a graphene company announced the news from Umbrella Technology, they saw the possibility of cooperation, while some companies saw despair. They had no money or ability to cooperate with Jiang Cheng's company, and they went bankrupt as a matter of course. The emergence of this situation did not surprise Jiang Cheng. He directly asked Zhang Manlin to purchase these bankrupt graphene factories and enterprises. As for those graphene companies with strong financial resources and large backers, Jiang Cheng also agreed to cooperate. However, Jiang Cheng will only provide finished graphene products and will not transfer the latest graphene technology to them. No matter how much money, it is impossible. This kind of technology, once leaked, can easily be copied by foreign countries and become worthless. Jiang Cheng is very clear about this, so his decision is still very wise. After acquiring these bankrupt graphene companies at once, Jiang Cheng became the real overlord in the graphene material industry. As for the country, it quickly sent people over to discuss graphene matters with Jiang Cheng. In the face of the country's many requirements, Jiang Cheng said that he would accept them all. He would supply a lot of graphene to the country every year, and the price is naturally the lowest price, as long as a cost price. However, the graphene technology phone will not be able to be transferred until at least 1 year later. This is still irresistible. Jiang Cheng's attitude is not bad, and the state quickly agreed to Jiang Cheng's cooperation and conditions. On the surface, Jiang Cheng seems to have suffered a big loss. If these graphenes are sold, they will make a profit of tens of billions every minute. But things cannot be seen on the surface. Jiang Cheng treats the country so sincerely. The country will naturally treat him much better. Policies and taxes in this area will be greatly favored and reduced. At the same time, the roads of all walks of life will be completely opened. Cosmos Umbrella Technology Company suddenly lost many enemies. With the state machine as the backing, who would dare to make trouble with the Universe Umbrella Technology Company? Isn't this looking for death? After the graphene industry chain was completely rolled out, Jiang Cheng put the matter down for the time being. Regarding graphene, Zhang Manlin is also busy. Virtual reality equipment plus graphene. If no measures are taken, she may soon face sudden death again. After Jiang Cheng seriously warned, she asked several trustworthy people, "Assistant manager, take care of these things for yourself." At the same time, part of the rights was released. This time, it became a little more leisurely. As long as you work 10 hours a day, you can finish everything. Suddenly, Zhang Manlin said that she was a little uncomfortable. After she said this to Jiang Cheng was quite speechless, and she cursed Zhang Manlin directly. It was a busy life, and said that she waited until the transparent phone conference. After opening and officially opening the sales, she will start to be frantically busy again. Don't be tired at that time. The launch of the transparent mobile phone is scheduled for August 25, and the global sales day will be September 1 after that, and there is still a long time to go. Jiang Cheng pushed all the company's affairs away and continued to conduct his own research behind closed doors. Of course, he also knows how to combine work and rest. This body is not the powerful body of the previous life. If you accidentally get tired out, it's bad. Then it really means that the middle way has collapsed before starting a business. No, to be precise, it should be regarded as the creation of the world and the middle road collapsed, not entrepreneurship. On this day, after Jiang Cheng was busy with his research, he came to his computer. Lucy suddenly jumped out and told Jiang Cheng the news. "Master, your paper has been rejected." Lucy said, "My paper was rejected." Jiang Cheng was taken aback for a moment and then asked, "Which paper are you talking about?" Since entering China, Jiang Cheng has focused on the collection of scientific and technological patents. Although this period is not long, he has also published many patents and documents covering all aspects of various industries. The publication of these patents and documents enables companies under his name to better deal with the protection of intellectual property rights. Up to now, Jiang Cheng has written many papers and contributed many papers. He has been committed to the development of the world, but he does not want to have his papers rejected. It's ridiculous. It's the true application of intelligence-human computing misunderstanding. Lucy said, "Ha," Jiang Cheng said a little unreasonably. "Why was this paper rejected? It's a bit unreasonable. Why?" "I don't know why. The answer given by the other party is that this piece of paper is too ridiculous, does not conform to the basic rules at all, and the error is too obvious, so it is rejected." Lucy explained, and she opened her hands and gave a very helpless expression. Jiang Cheng said amusedly, "Too ridiculous. I want step by step to promote the intelligent application of this world and correct some common sense errors in this world, but I was actually rejected. Say I am ridiculous. It is really unreasonable. Too unreasonable. Reasonable, this is indeed very unreasonable, but thinking about it, it is also very reasonable and reasonable." Lucy said with a smile, "The master's thesis is too advanced and very critical and targeted. It is reasonable and reasonable not to pass it. The possibility of rejection was calculated. Even considering your fame as the master, it is still only 50%. Now it is rejected, which is also Lucy's expectation." Jiang Cheng reluctantly shook his head. He opened the eloquent paper and looked at it carefully. The wording was indeed a bit excessive, but the basic common sense had made mistakes in the concept, so I completely corrected it. "What's wrong? This is not very good. Is it normal? It can only be said that there are a lot of guys who claim to be professionals in this world who trust their knowledge too much. They call this so-called knowledge common sense. Once there are other theories, they will immediately refute them, strongly rejected. This situation, even now, will happen, regardless of any time." Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "But according to my plan, this paper must be published. Master, I understand your feelings, but there is no other way. I can only say that this era has the limitations of this era." Master, your paper has completely surpassed this era, and all mistakes have been forcibly corrected. Coming here, the rejection is very strong, and it is only natural. Lucy said. No, there should be a way. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Which magazine is this paper for? For the Science and Technology magazine. This magazine is a worldwide magazine and has a strong influence in academia. Many well-known scientists will publish their own papers in this magazine, and the owner's previous papers published in this magazine caused a lot of sensation and discussion, of course. There are also controversies. Lucy said immediately. Lucy is very smart. She immediately thought of a possibility, blinked her eyes, and asked, "Is the master going to buy this magazine?" "Yeah," Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "I do have this plan. Acquisition of Technology magazine publishing." Jiang Cheng's move is not simple and rude. The paper was rejected. It means that Jiang Cheng's writing is absurd. It is impossible to pass this kind of essay that violates common sense and is highly targeted. Jiang Cheng's solution is to buy the Science and Technology magazine publishing house and become the boss of the Science and Technology magazine publishing house. At that time, who would dare to reject Jiang Cheng's paper? If you dare, get out. Just do it. Jiang Cheng directly called Zhang Manlin to explain what he meant. Why do you want to buy this magazine suddenly? It costs a lot of money. This magazine is very famous, and I have heard that they cannot be bought easily. If they are forced to buy, at least spend twice or even 3 times the normal price. In that case, the gain is not worth the loss. Faced with Jiang Cheng's request, Zhang Manlin was stunned for a moment and then carefully considered her thoughts. I gave it to Jiang Cheng. After listening to you and Zhang Manlin's words, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, because they rejected my paper. Ha! Zhang Manlin was stunned. You, what did you say? Zhang Manlin, who had already been unaware of changes, was still shocked after hearing these words. I can't believe my ears. Did I hear it wrong or understand it wrong? I said, they rejected my paper, so I must buy this publishing house and let my paper be published successfully. Jiang Cheng said lightly. Well, this time I succeeded in hearing it clearly. Zhang Manlin faced Jiang Cheng's serious answer, expressing very speechless. This is not normal thinking at all. It's like someone writes a novel, submits it to the publishing house, and then is rejected by the publishing house, saying, sorry, your novel is not excellent, it does not meet the publishing standards, thank you for your submission, and then it will be published in a rage the agency bought it. This is too leap. President Jiang, I have confirmed that you are not joking, but I still want to ask, do you know how much it will cost? Zhang Manlin asked. Is the company not having enough money? Jiang Cheng asked. Of course it's enough, it's just a publishing house. Even if the company has a small amount of money, you can buy it casually. It's just that, Mr. Jiang, you have made a little fuss. There are many ways to publish. Zhang Manlin hesitated and decided she wanted to advise you not to go crazy with Jiang Cheng. If you can buy it, then it's not a problem. No matter how much you buy, it's not a problem. Jiang Cheng said lightly. Although this incident is sudden, I still have some consideration. In short, I need a publishing house like this serves as a stage for me to speak. After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Zhang Manlin was silent for a moment and then said, I understand, President Jiang, I will buy it for you immediately. Since you think that money can solve the problem, if it is not a problem, then I will buy it. /OK. Jiang Cheng nodded and hung up. Sisters Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyan next to Jiang Cheng looked over here and asked, Husband Jiang Cheng, you just bought the Technology magazine publishing house. Well, because my submission was rejected by them, so I want to buy them. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, because I was rejected, I bought their company. Although the two sisters have often seen Jiang Cheng's sturdy and unreliable style, at this moment, they are still very speechless, such a courageous thing. In this world, apart from Jiang Cheng, I am afraid that there is no second person to do it. Speaking of which, I also had a paper that was rejected by medicine before. My husband helped me buy the medical journal. Guan Xiaofai joked while looking at Jiang Cheng. Okay, Jiang Cheng was taken aback, then nodded. Oh, how much does it cost to buy it? I'm just kidding, Guan Xiaofai said quickly. But husband Jiang Cheng, your move is too romantic, it really touched me. But I'm not kidding. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, I bought the medical magazine because of my considerations. You just mentioned it, it reminds me. Now that I bought it, I will take this buy it at the magazine. Also, I read your paper. Although it is not bad, it is still lacking when published in a magazine like Medicine. Even if I buy it, you are not qualified. Thought about it. Guanzai was a little depressed immediately. My sister will be able to write a medical paper one day. Su Kaiyan comforted her sister next to her. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng told Zhang Manlin about the purchase of the medical magazine, by the way, and now that he bought it, let's buy the two publishing houses together. For Zhang Manlin, one publishing house bought it, and two publishing houses bought it too. Anyway, Jiang Cheng's money was spent, so she naturally agreed to it immediately. Since you are crazy, go crazy. Zhang Manlin has already thought that her actions like this will be discussed by the bosses of many companies. However, no matter what the bosses of these companies are talking about, they can't guess the real reason for her to buy these two magazine publishers. New York Technology Magazine Editorial Department. As a world-renowned magazine publisher, there are quite a few authoritative technology magazines in this circle, and the people who review, organize, and edit them are naturally completely different from ordinary people. Each of these editors in the editorial department is extraordinary. They are proficient in various fields. There are even several who have just resigned from Harvard University. They are all able to be named after their achievements in related fields. Professor Harvard has become an editor of a magazine. It's not a heavyweight, although science and technology magazines can't pay these old professors too high a salary. They can always experience unexpected happiness here. It would not force the salary. In fact, most of the reason why they have embarked on a path is because when they were young, they often read the magazine Technology, and only after they grew up did they go to related fields. It is also a gratitude to come to work in a science and technology magazine after Harvard resigned. At this time, these professors and editors are chatting with other editors. The topic of the chat is naturally the paper that was rejected not long ago. That paper is really funny, and it bombarded several mentors. What kind of guy is Jiang Cheng who dares to speak so loudly? It's really ridiculous, said a bearded professor sneered. Yeah, the errors of various basic theories are simply too much to look at. Just like that, I still want to pass our review? That's ridiculous, said another gray-haired professor. This group of professors and editors were very disdainful of Jiang Cheng's paper, but some people still put forward the opposite opinion. This Jiang Cheng, the chairman of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company, is a legend. He invented the virtual reality device. He is not an incompetent person. On the contrary, his ability far exceeds all of us. Human imagination, the previous paper, I think, is it a bit abrupt to dismiss it directly. A younger editor pushed his glasses and put forward his own opinion, and he was also the first person to raise an objection. Before, everyone was bombarding Jiang Cheng's thesis in every possible way, and no one refuted it. It was the first person to raise an objection. This kind of voice seemed very harsh, and everyone shut their mouths for a while. The entire editorial department became a little quiet at this moment, and the professor editors and ordinary editors all looked at this young man. He is an intern in a science and technology magazine. The atmosphere is a bit strange and quiet. In such an atmosphere, the intern felt a little uncomfortable. He pushed his glasses and was interrupted as soon as he was about to speak. The person who interrupted him was the editor-in-chief of Science Fiction magazine, the chief editor, who can be described as the boss of the editorial department. He looked at the intern and said, "You have been fired. You don't have to come over tomorrow." Huh. The young intern was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he was only raising an objection and would be treated like this. This is too malicious. The young intern is an admirer of Jiang Cheng. Since Jiang Cheng's press conference, he has been paying attention to this Asian who is younger than him. After the official sales of the virtual reality equipment, it is followed by the transparent mobile phone development. After that, his admiration for Jiang Cheng was like a surging river. Just now, listening to these old professors constantly slandering and attacking Jiang Cheng because of that paper, they couldn't help but said something like this. Who knows, this is the ending of the one who greeted him. This is too cruel. The young interns couldn't believe it. The editor-in-chief, Harlan Bobst, looked at the intern and said with a smile, "I know you are not convinced, but I still have to say that there are fundamental errors in that paper." By the way, the theories put forward by all the masters, all refuted no, the term reprimand should be more suitable. Do you know? He, Jiang Cheng, an underage Chinese, no matter how young or what he has achieved, after proposing a theory that he didn't know the so-called, he actually spoke in such a tone, arrogant to the extreme. Are you still partial to him? So I think you are not suitable for this job. Although you performed well before, if you are not suitable for this job, you will leave this position sooner or later. It is better to leave now. Listening to the words of the editor-in-chief Harlan Bobst, the young intern Rod's cheeks were flushed, but he didn't know what to say. No one spoke. The professors looked at him coldly. The atmosphere was very cold, and obviously, they all felt that there was nothing wrong with Harlan Bobst's approach. This young man's views are so naive. He is really not suitable for this job, and it is good to change jobs. At this moment, the personal phone of editor-in-chief Harlan Spotter suddenly rang. At this moment, who is calling me? Harlan Spot frowned and connected the phone. After the call, Harlan Spot's face changed quickly. His face became uglier and uglier. It was hard to see that the professors and editors next to him had discovered this and realized that something big might happen. Soon, the editor-in-chief put down his mobile phone. I decided to resign from this position. Harlan Spotter said coldly with a flash of determination in his eyes. What? What happened? What happened? You just tell me. The editor-in-chief Spot's decision instantly shocked all the editors in the room, including the intern Rode. Everyone looked at the editor-in-chief Spotter dumbfounded, completely unaware of what happened. What was this situation? Why did you suddenly resign? What was this? He just answered a phone call and suddenly said such a thing. Then, whose call he just received and what kind of news did he make such a decision? People who don't know, even if they think about it, don't understand this, so everyone asked. But fortunately, the editor-in-chief Spot did not keep it secret. Magazine has been acquired. Technology magazine was acquired? Why? I remember that the magazine is not short of money. It is impossible to be acquired. This is totally unreasonable. Someone asked. Editor-in-chief Spot looked at him and explained, the price given by the other party is really too difficult for the directors to refuse. After careful discussion above, they decided to sell the technology magazine. How much did the other party give? Someone asked. Yeah, how much money did you give to sell the Science and Technology magazine publishing house? This is too much. Someone snorted. These professors were very depressed about their sudden change of bosses. Why was the magazine sold out like this? It's too sudden. The editor-in-chief Spotter sighed and said, the other party gave the current Science and Technology magazine publisher a price more than 3 times the total value, and bought the Science and Technology magazine. This is a price that there is no way to refuse, so the magazine it was sold like this. More than 3 times? Everyone took a sigh of relief. You must know that the Science and Technology magazine publishing house is so famous that its value estimate is inherently high, but even so, the other party should have given it more than 3 times the price. No wonder the directors above have no way to refuse this price. A bearded professor editor said, if the publishing house is sold, it will be a little uncomfortable and a little sudden, but we can only accept this fact. There is no way to do it. In fact, for us, it's just a change of boss. It's not a big deal at all. Why are you resigning? Yes, it's just a change of boss. Why do you want to resign? Editor-in-chief Spot, you are too impulsive, don't resign. Someone persuaded. However, the editor-in-chief of Spot shook his head and said, this is not the reason for my resignation. Do you know who bought the Science and Technology magazine publishing house? Everyone shook their heads. Then the editor-in-chief Spotter said, it's Umbrella Technology Company. Universal Umbrella Technology Company. Universal Umbrella Technology Company. Universal Umbrella Technology Company. Everyone chanted the name and quickly reacted, what the is going on the matter? Isn't the Universe Umbrella Technology Company the company of the guy named Jiang Cheng? It actually bought the publishing house directly. The gray-haired old professor widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, this, why? Universal Umbrella Technology Company's acquisition of the magazine is completely irrelevant, and it can't be matched at all. Why did he buy it? Someone said silently. The real beau SS of their company is Jiang Cheng. Is it because we rejected his paper not long ago, so we decided to buy a publishing house, and let his paper be published in our magazine forcibly. Someone said this is a very absurd, but it is precisely a realistic guess. When everyone heard this, they were speechless. However, when you think about it carefully, this guess seems to be the most accurate. It seems to be so. Everyone, look at me, I will look at you. The person who had earlier reprimanded Jiang Cheng for the shit stood up and said, if this is the case, then I can resign too. Yes, I also resign in protest. Someone also said. Hearing these words, the intern rude next to him couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The mysterious genius Jiang Cheng he admired was really too individual. He just rejected the paper and bought their magazine publishing house. This is really a result that makes people laugh. However, this does not hinder the fact that Rod's worship of Jiang Cheng has become more. And Rod, also because of the resignation of the editor-in-chief, was not fired, and continued to stay in the Science and Technology magazine, and even became an intern directly. Is it a blessing in disguise? The acquisition of magazine publishing houses has also become a big topic in the industry. After all, this is a Science and Technology magazine, an old magazine that has been in operation for decades, even nearly 100 years, and has accompanied many people through the long period. Years. The Science and Technology magazine had a glorious period, and a period when it almost went bankrupt. But fortunately, it finally survived, and finally came to the present, successfully picking up the fame of the past, even more famous than before. Such a legendary magazine will be acquired by a foreigner, which has caused quite a lot of discussion. It is said that many editors of the publishing house of Science and Technology magazine opposed the acquisition and directly resigned in protest. 2/3 of the editorial staff of the Science and Technology magazine publishing house left. Many people admire this behavior. At the same time, it has also become a big topic, which has aroused everyone's discussion. And this news quickly reached Jiang Cheng's ears, but he was a little disapproved. If you resign, resign. For a Science and Technology magazine, the most indispensable thing is editor talent. As the world's top magazine publisher, although it is not profitable, its reputation is first class. How many people are looking forward to technology and want to become editors here? In the industry, how many people want to enter the Science and Technology magazine development? Now that the technology magazine has left so many people, the quota is vacant, and naturally more people will enter. Of course, Jiang Cheng also knows that this group of people may be good and bad, but it doesn't matter. Time is the best proof machine. Under strict system review, only truly talented people will stay. Even if it is indeed affected, it does not hurt. This is Jiang Cheng's view. However, many people in the industry, especially some loyal readers of Science and Technology in the United States, after learning about the changes in the editorial department, they all think that the Science and Technology magazine is going to be finished. If this continues, it will not go far. A magazine is not so simple to prosper. When Jiang Cheng's paper was officially published, the voice suddenly became stronger. Jiang Cheng's dismissed paper is like a huge joke for people who specialize in this field. It is completely unrealistic conjecture. There is no real basis at all. However, even so, in the paper, the basic theory of the industry was firmly dismissed one by one. It was like slap everyone in the face. Anyone who understands a little can see that this paper is extremely arrogant. Such an erroneous, but still such arrogant paper, published on the front page of the Technology magazine so magnificently, and introduced with a considerable number of pages, is like the worst and most absurd joke of the 21st century. Many scientists in related fields couldn't help it. They all stood up to express their attitudes and blamed Jiang Cheng. And this matter has naturally attracted the attention of many news media. Since then, the statements of these scientists in related fields have been published in these news media. One by one such titles appeared: the most absurd joke of this century. Jiang Cheng, are you insulting all great scientists? Jiang Cheng is simply insulting Technology magazine. If this continues, Technology magazines will close down sooner or later. Sorrow, does Jiang Cheng think that money is everything? Forcibly buying a Science and Technology magazine just to publish such a shit-and-tough paper. It is ridiculous. Whether it is a virtual reality device or a transparent mobile phone, They are both quite powerful inventions. However, this smart-related paper is really ridiculous. There are so many mistakes. Why are they still published in Technology magazine? It's so ridiculous. Too arrogant is not a good thing. Newspapers of various media have published such headlines on their front pages. These Native American media seem to have finally found Jiang Cheng's scandal, wanting to pull this unprecedented God-level genius evildoer from the altar. Let him understand that 16-7. His words are not everything, he also has limits. To do such a ridiculous thing is simply too stupid. For a while, some time ago, I was still praising Jiang Cheng's news media crazily. At this time, they all turned their attention and started to target Jiang Cheng. The media is often like this. As a matter of fact, this matter is a bit loud. It is not only the United States, but some media in the UK, Japan, France, and even China have expressed their views. Someone once said that the 21st century Earth is not as big as it originally was, and it should be called a global village. The current situation is probably like this. Jiang Cheng said this at the entrance of the village, and the whole village immediately knew it. Countries around the world have different opinions. Some media remain neutral, and they have originally stated the causes and consequences of this matter. Some media prefer Jiang Cheng. Of course, these media have a flattering nature, but China's local media, naturally regardless of right or wrong, only standing by Jiang Cheng's side. However, more media still tend to oppose Jiang Cheng. After all, Jiang Cheng's paper is really a bit radical and has too many mistakes. Not only that, but his approach is still very problematic. The paper was rejected by the Science and Technology magazine publishing house, and he bought it directly from the Science and Technology magazine, letting his papers be published forcibly. I was dumbfounded and felt unreasonable. I didn't understand Jiang Cheng's thinking circuit at all. Some people still thought it was really cool. They could only say 6,666, and there was no other words to describe. However, in fact, for those in the industry, the status of Science and Technology magazines is not so simple. Using this method to buy Science and Technology magazines and then publish such papers is essentially a kind of profanity, is a very bad behavior. It's easy to get offended. In fact, many people are very dissatisfied with Jiang Cheng's actions and expressed his own opinion regarding this matter. He began to strongly resist Jiang Cheng's actions. Although these did not have any effect, they still affected Jiang Cheng's public opinion. This action of Jiang Cheng can be said to have caused big news. Of course, only those who pay attention to this aspect will know this in the first moment. Many people don't care about this aspect at all and don't understand what is going on at all. The turmoil caused by Jiang Cheng's essay quickly became bigger and bigger, which shocked one big boss after another. China. The professors of the National Academy of Science and Technology at this time were summoned by the dean. "Why are you calling us over so suddenly?" A professor who had just gone to bed and had not woken up was called out forcibly. At this time, he was naturally dissatisfied with his status. Even if he is the dean of the college, if there is no proper in terms of the reason, if you don't give face, you don't give face. "What's the matter? We called all the old guys over so suddenly." Another person asked with some curiosity. "In the end, what happened? What happened? You guys, you really don't care about certain things. Now, that matter is making a lot of noise in the world. Did you pay attention to it? It's a very good spirit to concentrate on researching your own projects, but occasionally, I have to pay attention to other things." A middle-aged man in a suit shook his head helplessly and said, "I'm afraid the dean summoned us over. It is related to that matter." "That thing? What's that thing? Did something happen internationally? In the end, what happened?" Even though the middle-aged man in a suit said so, many professors still looked inexplicable, not knowing what happened, and called them all over. In fact, this is not to blame them. Each of them has a very critical research project in their hands, and they are doing crazy research and delving into it every day under such circumstances. There is not enough time. Where can I go? Focus on other things. Therefore, these old professors still don't know the many disturbances caused by Jiang Cheng's paper. The dean coughed and said, This is the case." After that, the dean briefly explained the matter and then sent Jiang Cheng's paper to every professor in the room. "Jiang Cheng? Is that Jiang Cheng who invented the virtual reality device? That is a very powerful genius. Yes, I agree with Lao Wang. To be honest, I still don't know what is the principle of such a thing as virtual reality equipment. The mental link device has always been one of my subjects, but I have not had any thoughts. After so many years of research, the progress has been pitiful, and it has always been zero. I never thought that it was researched by a young man, and it was put on sale, and it was widely spread. A professor exclaimed, "These professors are still quite good for Jiang Cheng, a young super genius." Yeah, that Jiang Cheng is really a genius, a talent no less than us old guys. Such a person must write a paper that is not easy. However, it must be a paper full of controversy, otherwise it would not cause such a big disturbance. These professors took over Jiang Cheng's paper one after another and looked at it carefully. With the deepening of reading, after reading the entire paper, these professors who had a fairly relaxed attitude could not help but frown, and they still wrinkled deeper and deeper. A very grumpy professor directly couldn't help placing this paper on the table. What does this paper want to express? This is simply playing the piano, playing the piano. Yes, one by one, this paper denies all the basic rules of modern intelligence research. Why is such a paper written? It is too unreasonable and unrealistic. Another professor nodded in agreement, said, "I think anyone with a bit of basic knowledge can see the ridiculousness of this paper. Is this Jiang Cheng joking with us?" Another professor couldn't help but said, "Is it really joking with the world? This Jiang Cheng's level is not low. The ability to develop virtual reality equipment is enough to explain his genius and his ability." It is said that some time ago, he also won the Nobel Prize in medicine. The research paper on the complete cure of liver cancer virus was written by him who could make such achievements. He didn't dare to imagine that he could write such a ridiculous paper. Someone shook his head incomprehensibly. "What's the situation? This paper is simply shit." These professors' views are almost the same. In fact, there is no way. It is like the center of the Earth a long time ago. The Earth is the center of the entire universe, and the sun is around. The Earth revolves, and everyone standing on the Earth can also feel that the sun, the stars, and the universe all revolve around the Earth. At this time, someone suddenly proposed a theory that the Earth revolves around the sun. Rather than the sun revolving around the Earth, I am afraid it will be repelled instantly. These are two completely different concepts. If you admit this paper by Jiang Cheng, it is equivalent to denying the many knowledge they have learned before, the many cognitions they have obtained, and the complete denial of a large part of their own knowledge. This is really terrible. If you put it in a certain novel, see Jiang Cheng's paper and confirm its authenticity, I am afraid that the mind will explode instantly because it does not accept this theory. The nature of negation is too strong, this paper. However, it was Jiang Cheng who wrote such a paper. If he hadn't written it, it would not have caused such a big disturbance. After all, whether it is the research paper on the complete cure of liver cancer virus in medicine, the successful research and promotion of virtual reality equipment, or the research of another extraction method of graphene, the successful research of transparent mobile phones has shown that Jiang Cheng's academic status in various fields is not comparable to ordinary people. However, it is such a character who actually put forward such a paper, which is not unbelievable. The dean of the academy looked at how many professors were arguing and didn't speak for the first time. He just stayed silent and looked at everyone. After a while, he finally said, "Be quiet, everyone." Listening to these words from the dean of the research institute, many professors fell silent. Listen to what the dean said. The dean slowly said, "To be honest, when I first saw this paper, I also felt that this paper was simply making the most malicious and absurd joke ever made. Jiang Cheng, this guy, it's almost like using this piece of thesis, laughing at all of us one by one. It makes people feel very hateful, gritted their teeth in anger." Everyone nodded subconsciously after listening to the dean's words. Their views were exactly the same as those of the dean, but it was clear that the dean's words were not that simple. He clearly had something to say. "Really," the dean continued, "but after I think about it, I feel something is wrong. This guy named Jiang Cheng is not a guy who would make such a bad joke at all. It will not do him any good, laugh at us and criticize us. What are the benefits of what I have learned? Wrong is wrong, right is right. So I suddenly thought of a possibility that I could not imagine. That is, if Jiang Cheng's article, the thesis, is it true? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's impossible. This doesn't meet the basic rules. It's too fake. It's ridiculous, ridiculous. Believe it. This doesn't meet the basic rules, Dean. Why do you think about such a ridiculous paper? Listening to the dean's words, everyone's emotions suddenly became a little agitated. They couldn't help standing up and began to refute the dean. Facing these rebuttals, the dean was not excited, but raised his palm and pressed it down to calm everyone down. Afterwards, the dean looked at everyone and continued. I know you will react like this, and I also know that you can't give up what you have learned together and deny them, thinking that Jiang Cheng's article is absurd. It seems that science fiction papers are correct. This is not a movie after all, and there are not so many magical theories. However, as a scientist, whether it is me or everyone here, you must have this spirit, a critical spirit. Why do you rush to deny it before thoroughly verifying it? The dean couldn't help smiling when he looked at everyone and said this. Undoubtedly, such words instantly silenced these professors. The dean looked at everyone's expressions and continued. I have been to that guy's press conference, the virtual reality press conference at that time. I saw him with my own eyes and probably understood his character. He is not a people who like to joke, so I think this paper may not be that simple. So, after you study it carefully and confirm it, you can tell me the answer. It is too early to deny it now. The dean's remarks silenced everyone. Many professors had no way to refute again. All stood up, ready to go back and study it, and then wrote a paper specifically to deny Jiang Cheng's absurdity papers. However, when this group of professors went back to study, they suddenly discovered the theories put forward in this paper by Jiang Cheng seemed to be not groundless. It is based on some reality. Many professors who got this result couldn't believe their eyes at all. How is this possible? A professor's eyes widened, his mouth widened, and he was almost able to stuff a pinguo. However, it seems to be true with continuous research. They gradually confirmed that this paper by Jiang Cheng is not a ridiculous paper like a joke, but a real story. This result has caused many scientists to sweat profusely. They just feel that they can't believe their eyes can't believe it, this reality. There are also many scientists who look in a trance, just like everything about themselves, completely denied, squatting on the ground, muttering words. This is ridiculous, ridiculous. This is not true, this is not true. Of course, there are also scientists who, as if waking up from a dream, received so many radio waves from such a paper. They suddenly realized it. Too amazing, too amazing. Some scientists were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. This paper simply defines the concept of intelligence. It denies all the basic laws before. This is the cornerstone of the future. This is the foundation of the new era. Amazing. Admire. This Jiang Cheng is really amazing. There are even some scientists who are already dancing with excitement. They are full of surprises. Although a large part of everything they have learned in the past has been completely denied, they have also seen a higher world, a broader and clearer scientific world. What if everything in the past is completely denied? There are also everything in the new world waiting for them to learn, explore, and research. Compared with this, everything in the past is nothing, let alone partly denied. What is this? These scientists are naturally very grateful to Jiang Cheng. If it weren't for this paper by Jiang Cheng, they wouldn't be able to recognize a new world like Dago's initiation. Really smart research world. Similarly, using this as a jumping platform, I spied into other areas. I don't know when the wind direction in the world began to change. Originally, they were almost leaning towards criticizing Jiang Cheng. However, when such an article appeared, the direction of the wind changed rapidly. New era. Redefining the smart man Jiang Cheng, a truly correct theory. The person who wrote this article is a great scholar in the academic world, and in the academic world of science and technology, it is enough to be the top 5 in history. Such a character, every word and deed, will be infinitely magnified, and now after writing such an article, it will naturally spread quickly. The US media quickly discovered that the scientists who had previously denied Jiang Cheng were afraid to continue speaking, and more scientists began to stand up and support Jiang Cheng. Although I am reluctant to admit it, this piece of thesis by Mr. Jiang Cheng does redefine intelligence. Jiang Cheng, the father of modern intelligence. This title is well-deserved by Jiang Cheng. The value of this article is boundless. It's amazing. I never thought that someone has studied it to this level and published it selflessly. I am afraid Jiang Cheng understands very well that if such a paper is published, it will be questioned how much, but Jiang Cheng published it directly. It is enough to see that he is a man of high morality. Are there many people who deny, criticize Jiang Cheng before? At this moment, I am afraid I dare not speak. The value of this paper can hardly be estimated with money. It can accurately promote the changes of the times. Mr. Jiang Cheng can actually publish such a paper selflessly. It's amazing. We at Harvard College hope Mr. Cheng can be an honorary professor on our side, and it would be nice to give lectures occasionally. Many comments, quarrels, turmoil around the world. I don't know when they began to lean towards Jiang Cheng. In fact, this was also expected by Jiang Cheng. After all, his paper is indeed correct. As long as those scientists are not mentally retarded, they will be able to discover this sooner or later. And those scientists are basically the top students among the top students. How could they not discover this? The editorial department of the Science and Technology magazine discussed Jiang Cheng's essay once again. However, this discussion is completely different from the one many days ago, and now it is mostly adjectives of praise. Ah, that Mr. Jiang Cheng is really amazing, the father of modern intelligence. There is nothing wrong with this title. Awesome, I admire it to the extreme. I remember not long ago, those professors and editors in the editorial department screamed at Jiang Cheng's paper, thinking that Jiang Cheng was so stupid that he wrote such a paper, and really wanted to see them now. His expression. I also want to see their faces now, haha. Speaking of which, at that time, Rod had supported Mr. Jiang Cheng, which is really remarkable. An editor praised. Luo said with an embarrassed smile, "No." And those professors and editors who resigned from the editorial department with a passion at the beginning. Their expressions at this time are naturally not ugly, including the editor-in-chief who resigned. When I saw that the wind was leaning to one side, I also understood that Jiang Cheng's paper was indeed correct. This is not only correct, but also a great paper laying a new definition of modern intelligence. If he had successfully published such a paper in the first place, how much praise should he get now? Just think about it. However, his stupidity, as well as the stupidity of those professors, has become a jumping clown. After being mentioned about this matter, it is no longer a praise, but a mockery. To be honest, the editor-in-chief actually knows that this has nothing to do with stupidity. After all, every era has the limitations of each era's vision. Knowledge is completely restricted by knowledge. It is impossible to easily surpass these things. Others don't see it like that. Oh, the former editor-in-chief of the Science and Technology magazine sighed, a little depressed, but in any case, it is too late to regret now. Of course, Jiang Cheng knew how much disturbance his paper caused, but he didn't care because it was nothing to him. He lived his life as usual, researching, writing papers, developing his own business, and expanding channels. In the end, the spice of life was the two sisters Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Xiaofai. Their beautiful bodies made Jiang Cheng very fond of them. Just like God's most perfect artwork, one more body is too much, and one less is too little. These days, the development status of the umbrella technology company is naturally so good that it can't be better. Excluding taxes, employee salaries, nearly, as well as the expenses of various channels, materials for publicity, and some miscellaneous consumption, it probably made a profit. It looks like 2 trillion RMB. This number, if you say it, will scare many people to death. However, for Jiang Cheng, this number is not too much. In terms of technology research and development, no amount of money is a big deal. Wanting this world to develop to the level of civilization he is satisfied with is a mere 2 trillion yuan, but it is just a fraction. 2 trillion, is it a lot? Too little, too little. Of course, this is only from Jiang Cheng's eyes. For everyone in the world, this is probably an unimaginable number, even for Zhang Manlin. Jiang Cheng, who has made 2 trillion, naturally cannot be so simple, satisfied. These days, the company has been developing two areas besides virtual reality equipment. The first is the transparent mobile phone. It is conceivable that when the transparent mobile phone is on the market, how big a disturbance will occur? I am afraid it will not be lower than the virtual reality device. After all, many people cannot afford the virtual reality device, and the transparent mobile phone is different. Affordable. Another area is the graphene field. These days, Jiangcheng has purchased all graphene factories at home and abroad and turned them into his own graphene factories. More than 90% of graphene companies in the world are in control Jiangcheng's hands. After seeing that Jiangcheng could use graphene to make transparent mobile phones, many companies began to contact Jiangcheng, wanting to cooperate and develop further. For example, some basic industrial equipment, some very critical equipment, expensive and complex parts, DB, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. If graphene materials can be used on them, it will greatly increase the efficiency, and it will also change the service life. It's very long. Some precious parts and equipment just purchased from abroad cost more than 1 million, but if used, the total time life is only a few hours, and the cost is not big. At this time, graphene materials can play a very good role. Thanks to these cooperations these days, Jiangcheng stone and ink olefin factories have earned Jiangcheng tens of billions. Of course, unlike Jiangcheng's virtual reality equipment, this number may seem a little less, but it doesn't matter, this is just the beginning. A business of tens of billions is just the beginning. In the future, global industrial manufacturing will have an inseparable relationship with graphene. At that time, this market will not be lower than virtual reality equipment. The profits will be the same. Trillions started. Now it's just a small test at best. Of course, for Jiangcheng, the amount of money is not the key. The key is that these graphene companies can increase the benefits of the world's basic industries to a certain extent. The increase on the overall basis is even a percent. 10 is also a huge number. What's more, the actual effect will probably reach 30% to a terrifying level of 40%. Degrees. If further research is conducted in the future, I am afraid that this number will continue. Increase. This is the increase in the overall interests of mankind. The manufacture of transparent mobile phones is in full swing. Although it will be sold worldwide on September 1, this time may be a bit too late. After all, the number of initial global sales is 100 million. However, there are more mobile phone manufacturing factories, and assembly lines are not a big deal. Before the global sales, it was a global release. According to Zhang Manlin's opinion, she wanted Jiangcheng to go up. Just like before, Jiangcheng just thought about it and agreed. It just so happened that after so many days of research, he also needed a break. In fact, before the press conference, Jiangcheng had already begun to take a break. After all, this body is just an ordinary human being, constantly in a state of high concentration of mind, so he can't stand Chapter 79, and decided to take a break. Although there is the bodies of the sisters Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Xiaofei can relax him, but after a long time, every cell of the body is protesting and needs rest and rest. Therefore, Jiangcheng simply decided to put aside all the research at hand and decided to take a good rest. Although Jiangcheng's decision was sudden, Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Xiaofei did not disagree. They have been busy for such a long time and have made a lot of progress. They are almost equivalent to ordinary graduate students or even doctoral students. If you go to the postgraduate entrance examination, it will definitely be easy. Pass. Although the progress is so great and the accomplishments are so much, I am satisfied and happy, but also a little tired. Jiangcheng's proposal is in line with their wishes. How about going to Hawaii? Jiangcheng asked Guan Xiaofei and Su Kaiyanqian. Guan Xiaofei was stunned for a moment, but didn't expect that Jiangcheng's so-called rest. Actually, Tilda is out to play. Go to Hawaii. Su Kaiyanqian's eyes lit up after hearing this. As a well-known tourist attraction, although Guan Xiaofei and Su Kaiyanqian have never been to such a place, they have heard of such a place. This kind of proposal was a little moved and said quickly, "Okay, when will you go?" "Now," Jiangcheng said with a smile. "So fast?" Guan Xiaofei said silently. "Yeah, so fast, husband Jiangcheng, you told us to take a break during this period of time, and then decided to go to Hawaii and go now. This action is too powerful." Su Kaiyanqian is a little funny, said. "Is there anything weird about this?" Jiang Cheng shrugged and said, "Isn't it normal for a person like me to have high mobility? But it's too fast. Should I go to the airport now? I book a plane ticket." Su Kaiyan asked. "Zia, why?" Guan Xiaofai thought about it for a while, couldn't help but look forward to it, thinking about it carefully. Ever since she became Jiang Cheng's woman, she has always been studying and learning in the laboratory, and she has never dated. "I haven't been to travel before, and Jiang Cheng's proposal now makes his heart beat." In addition, Guan Xiaofai suddenly thought, is this considered a honeymoon? Thinking of this, Guan Xiaofai's cheeks couldn't help. What was she thinking? No need. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "No need to order a machine. How can I go without booking a plane ticket? Is it a ship? No, Xiaofai and I don't have visas and passports yet. We haven't done this before. Hawaii belongs to the United States. You can't go if you want to." Su Kaiyan suddenly remembered something and couldn't help saying. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said amusedly, "What visa and passport do I need when I go to the U.S.? I have received some special certificates from the U.S. a long time ago. In addition, we used to go directly on my private jet. I have a private airport and a private villa over there. That's it." Su Kaiyan couldn't help being speechless after listening to Jiang Cheng's words. Thinking about it carefully, according to Jiang Cheng's current identity, it seems that there is no problem with going out like this. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng took Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyan to his and own private airport. This place was built not long ago. In order to facilitate Jiang Cheng's travel, it is necessary to reach all over the world at any time. Get on a private jet, and the plane quickly took off and flew to Hawaii. The plane will fly for about 2 hours. After the plane is stable, a few people rest in the plane. Su Kaiyan and Guan Xiaofai were making airplanes for the first time, and they couldn't help looking around with some curiosity. From time to time, they looked through the window and looked like a child underneath. They looked quite cute. Jiang Cheng looked at the two of them beside him and couldn't help showing a gentle smile. 2 hours passed quickly, and the three Jiang Cheng had already arrived in Hawaii. In the private villa in Hawaii, Jiang Cheng and Su Kaiyan had a good time with Guan Xiaofai. The only thing that has some shortcomings is that Jiang Cheng came to Hawaii, and I don't know when it was leaked. Some big figures in the United States, graduate school professors, ran over and met Jiang Cheng. The rare rest time was lost. This interruption, naturally, it is impossible to be happy. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng went to another villa in Hawaii secretly afterwards to thank the guests behind closed doors, only to get some cleansing back. This is also the new villa he bought before. It can only be said that after a person becomes famous, the trivial matters that he encounters correspondingly increase. Perhaps many people like this situation very much, but Jiang Cheng is different. He hates his rest time being disturbed so plainly and innocently. Fortunately, after the transfer, no one bothered. The villa has a large swimming pool. The water in the pool is blue, just like the sea not far away. Jiang Cheng lay beside the swimming pool. There were beach chairs, parasols, and a maid fanning him. This maid's figure and appearance are naturally good, blonde, blue-eyed, hot body, sweet appearance. People will like it at the first glance, strictly speaking. It is no less than Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyan. Her name is Jennifer. Jiang Cheng was flipping through a novel with a fantasy color. From time to time, he grabbed a glass of juice and took a long sip. Not far from him, Su Kaiyan also said that Xiaofai was swimming in the big pool. They wore very cute bikinis, perfectly showing their beautiful figures. The maid Jennifer asked quietly, "Do I need to prepare lunch?" "Well, go get ready." Jiang Cheng nodded. "Then I will retire." Jennifer put down her fan and turned to leave. In a villa of Jiang Cheng's size, it is reasonable to ask more than a dozen maids. However, for the sake of silence, he did not invite so many maids, only this Jennifer. According to Lucy's search recommendation, her comprehensive ability and performance are the best. The owner who hires him, if he wants, pays extra and can even make her a bed companion while hiring her. So far, she has no idea how many beds companions have gone through. She naturally knows how rich Jiang Cheng is, this gentleman, but the father of modern intelligence who is well known all over the world. What a beautiful and wonderful thing to become his woman. Although Jennifer wanted to be pet-loved by Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng doesn't have this mindset. He has a certain degree of cleanliness. Jennifer, who has been touched by many men, is naturally impossible for him to touch again. In this regard, Xiaofai and Su Kaienqian are enough, even in the future. There are others, and they must be very clean. Jennifer obviously also has some regrets. Jiang Cheng, the new owner, doesn't have much interest in him, but fortunately, Jiang Cheng paid her salary several times what she had before, and that's all right. Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaienqian soon finished swimming and went ashore, and they came to the beach chair next to Jiang Cheng to sit down and took a sip of juice. Guan Xiaofai looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, "Jiang Cheng, don't you swim?" "I don't like swimming although I can swim." 49-7 also knows that swimming is a very healthy activity, but now I just want to lie down on this beach chair, take a good rest, and finish reading this book novel. Jiang Cheng said lightly while looking at the novel in his hand. "Okay." Guan Xiaofai nodded when she heard this, and then sat next to her, looking at Jiang Cheng with her hands under her chin. Su Kaienqian is probably the same. Jiang Cheng's speed in reading novels is very fast. It belongs to the kind of 1 glance and 10 lines. For ordinary people, such a speed may not see much at all. It is good to know the general plot. However, Jiang Cheng knew all the plot and all the details. Therefore, in a short while, Jiang Chengbian finished reading the novel. Soon, Jiang Cheng put down the novel in his hand, glanced at Guan Xiaofai and said, "Come here." "Huh." Guan Xiaofai was stunned for a moment, and she didn't understand what the situation was. However, since Jiang Cheng said this, she honestly came to Jiang Cheng's side and sat on Jiang Cheng's body. Guan Xiaofai, who wears a hot bikini, sits on Jiang Cheng in this posture. As long as she is a man, she can't help it. Jiang Cheng naturally did the same. He began to touch Guan Xiaofai's body and asked, "Why did you look at me like that just now?" "Because I like my husband very much. What's weird to look at?" Guan Xiaofai enjoyed Jiang Cheng's caress strokes. Her cheeks flushed, and she said naturally. Feeling Jiang Cheng's gentleness, she subconsciously hummed, and at the same time her movements became much bolder. Su Kaienqian's face was red when she saw the scene like this, although, well, has been a surprise, but I still can't get used to this aspect of things. Then, it was naturally indescribable. After being indescribable with Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaienqian, the three came to the restaurant and began to enjoy lunch. After a few days of rest in Hawaii, Jiang Cheng received a call from Zhang Manlin. "President Jiang, how about playing in Hawaii?" Zhang Manlin asked. "It's okay," Jiang Cheng said lightly. "President Jiang is okay, but I was so busy. I finally got used to the life of working 10 hours a day. I feel like I'm back to the crazy days at the beginning." Zhang Manlin said with a wry smile, "Thanks for your hard work." Jiang Cheng heard this and said, "It's not hard. To hear President Jiang's words, no matter how hard it is, it doesn't count as hard." Zhang Manlin said with a smile, "But President Jiang, you should be back. The Global Transparent Mobile Phone Conference is about to begin. Your hosting is essential." "I know, I'll go back later." Jiang Cheng nodded when he heard the words. "Okay, I'm really sorry to disturb your exclusive." Zhang Manlin said, "It doesn't matter. After so many days of rest, there is nothing to do. I also miss my research projects. I have enough rest." Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng hung up the phone and took Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaienqian back home. The Global Transparent Mobile Phone Conference will begin soon. And this time's conference, compared to the last virtual reality equipment conference, is generally more concerned. Although there is no virtual reality equipment, it brings out a shocking thing that makes people feel that a new era has come completely. But the transparent mobile phone of the Umbrella Technology Company has a greater expectation index. To put it simply, there are 3 points. The first is the concept of transparent mobile phones. It has been popular around the world a long time ago and has been unable to be successfully realized. Now that it is successfully realized, it is like coming to the world of science fiction. How can you not pay attention? Second, with the current attention and popularity of the Umbrella Technology Company, there is no need for publicity at all to let more people around the world know the news. Third, that is that this transparent mobile phone released by Jiang Cheng does not take transparency as its main selling point. Its system and its functionality are also very superior, surpassing all mobile phones on the market. In this way, it is almost a major event that can subvert the entire mobile phone industry. How can I not pay attention? Long before the press conference began, the major news media around the world began to scramble to report. Evening News today, China's Universe umbrella technology company, once again leading the world's wind and trend. The big decryption of transparent mobile phones. The press conference is about to begin. China Summer Daily. Before the launch of the transparent mobile phone, Universe umbrella technology company 05 did a very good job in the confidentiality of this mobile phone. No one knows the real secret of this mobile phone. Now, about to decrypt. Dongya Daily. Whether the Samsung mobile phone manufacturing industry has been hit hard and reached the brink of bankruptcy depends on tomorrow's press conference. The Asahi Shimbun. Is it a farce or the trend of the new era? Transparent mobile phone conference is about to begin. New York Daily. The new era is coming, and the launch of the transparent mobile phone is about to begin. After the virtual reality device, another sci-fi element device has been successfully realized, a magical virtual reality company. Wall Street Journal. The entire world's electronics industry economy will continue to change with the every move of the umbrella technology company. This time, it is a transparent phone. With the background of the successful promotion of virtual reality equipment by Universe Umbrella Technology, no news media dare to continue to sing on the stage with Jiang Cheng. In addition, the last incident caused the US news media to eat a lot. Because of the loss, naturally I didn't dare to scream, and they held it up reluctantly. The media all over the world, as well as most people in the world, are paying attention to this press conference. Many people are guessing and testing whether the person hosting the press conference this time is the same as the last one. Will the man who is simply the pronoun of the legend continue to host it? This issue has been widely discussed. Many people believe that Jiang Cheng is likely to continue to host this press conference. Of course, some people think that Jiang Cheng might think that it is too troublesome to host the press conference and canceled his own hosting. The decision to let the company's president Zhang Manlin preside over this press conference. Although it is a bit absurd and inexplicable to give up hosting the press conference for fear of troubles, it is quite reasonable that this kind of thing happened to Jiang Cheng. It's a bit dumbfounding, but if you think about it, it really is. After all, after Jiang Cheng's original paper was rejected by the Science and Technology magazine publishing house, he turned his head and bought the Science and Technology magazine. Such behavior and brain circuits are fundamentally different from ordinary people. Who knows what is the idea of a genius? Therefore, no matter how the outside world guesses or infers, in the end, people and the media still have no way to determine whether Jiang Cheng will host this press conference. In fact, even the news media reporters are a little unsure whether Jiang Cheng will attend this press conference. Obviously, if Jiang Cheng did not attend and presided over this press conference, the whole press conference would be overshadowed. As early as in some related reports published by the media, people have already known these situations. First, the reason why transparent mobile phones can be developed an era in advance is because Jiang Cheng has perfected a series of related difficult technologies for graphene. It is Jiang Cheng who has brought graphene technology in the modern sense to a whole new level. Secondly, transparent mobile phones are also high-tech products created by Jiang Cheng. As the first creator of virtual reality equipment, Jiang Cheng has long been hailed as the man who changed the world. He even walked in the folk gossip and broke the news that Jiang Cheng and the synonym that created the cure for liver cancer virus won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Jiang Cheng is the same person. Now, he has successfully improved the graphene technology and created such a perfect transparent mobile phone. If he does not host this press conference, it will let some people support him disappointed. All in all, everyone is looking forward to Jiang Cheng's appearance at this press conference. The Universe Umbrella Technology Company did not announce it. Jiang Cheng will be hosting the conference, and he also did not deny the news. The secretive responses one by one made quite the media somewhat helpless. However, if Jiang Cheng really appeared at the press conference and presided over this press conference, He should now be preparing related speeches and detailed activities. However, it was a little different from what everyone thought. Although Jiang Cheng had decided to host this press conference, he had no intention of preparing. He seemed to be ready to just prepare for one such behavior made Zhang Manlin quite speechless. She looked at Jiang Cheng, who was about to go out, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Jiang Dong, heaven is the press conference. You want to prepare it. At least take a look at the manuscript we prepared for you. Is it really good to have no preparation at all?" Jiang Cheng indifferently shook his head and said, "Whether it is a transparent mobile phone or an improved graphene technology, I created it. What else do I need to prepare? Just say something and repeat it. Do you think I am put time on that kind of meaningless preparation?" What is meaningless preparation? Jiang Cheng's words made Zhang Manlin quite speechless, and she didn't know how to complain. Although Jiang Cheng has the right to be willful, it is too random and willful. Needless to say, I know what to do. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Manlin and said lightly, "Okay." Zhang Manlin nodded and said, "I understand now that you have decided like this, I can't stop you anymore." "Yeah." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Next, I'm going to meet Major General Xiangdong and get me the car and relevant data." "Okay, I have all the relevant data ready," Zhang Manlin nodded and said, "I will send it to you later." Yesterday, after Jiang Cheng returned to China, he first practiced with the leaders of the country and expressed his intentions, and then went to some graphene production factories, these graphene production factories that received Jiang Cheng's new technology, and the previous factories were naturally different. Jiang Cheng asked them to record all relevant data while producing graphene. He went to these factories yesterday to get these data. What he wants to do is simple: hand over the graphene technology to the country in exchange for something. There are many things in this world that are completely blocked and cannot be bought with money. Therefore, Jiang Cheng must compromise in some aspects in exchange for the opportunity to obtain something. Of course, if Jiang Cheng applies directly to the state will almost certainly agree to Jiang Cheng's request and send those things to Jiang Cheng for free. But in this way, Jiang Cheng will owe the state one favor. As the saying goes, the debt of favor is the most difficult to pay. Jiang Cheng doesn't want to owe favors casually. He advocates equal exchange, and the state gives him materials, so he also has to give the state something such as the graphene technology he has mastered. Originally decided to wait until a year later before handing over these things to the country, but since there have been changes, it doesn't matter if they hand over them in advance. That Major General Xiangdong is the big man who came to talk with Jiang Cheng, this time Major General Xiangdong. Last name Xiangdong. He can be said to be a Major General of Zhen Zhengmaiohang. He is a top-notch figure in both the military and the government. The backer behind him is even more remarkable. He is inextricably linked with the head above. Sending him over is nothing more than a gilded meaning. There are a lot of graphene-related data that need to be sorted out. After Jiang Cheng brought these things back to the company yesterday, they handed them to Zhang Manlin and asked her to ask someone to help sort out these things. After sorting out the most important data all night, the result data of repeated detections are gathered together. This is a very critical thing, of course. It should be done by the most trusted person. These data soon came into Jiang Cheng's hands. Although it has been streamlined a lot, it still looks like a thick stack of hundreds of pages. Jiang Cheng opened the password box he carried with him, opened the box, put these things in the password box, and then closed the password box. "I'm leaving." Jiang Cheng waved his hand and said goodbye to Zhang Manlin, ready to meet the Major General who had been sent from above. Zhang Manlin nodded, and then continued to deal with her own affairs. Major General Xiangdong's name is very simple and easy to remember. He has the face of a young man in his 20s. In fact, he is already 40 years old. However, in the political circle, the 40s is the golden age. Many officials start their political careers in their 40s. It is basic to wait for more than 10 years without having to wait until the 40s. It's a basic rule. Major General Xiangdong is such a person. Although he has the title of Major General, he is only a civilian Major General, said to be a military person, but more often, it is biased in another direction. This is actually a bad development trajectory, one but for a figure like him. These things are not important at all. Any rule put on a big level has another meaning. Major General Xiang Dong had a straight face. He had just got off the plane and sat in the back seat of a honky special vehicle. He looked at the buildings outside and said in a little surprised, "I remember coming to Los Angeles a long time ago. That was a thing 10 years ago. At that time, Los Angeles was still a very poor little city. Thinking that 10 years have passed, the changes have been so great, tilde. The motherland is changing with each passing day, not to mention Los Angeles, which is the capital city," said the young secretary beside Major General Xiang Dong with a smile. Yes, every day there are changes with each passing day. This time, we are going to have a good talk with that Jiang Cheng. As a member of the motherland, he absolutely can't be so willful. Turning his head to the east, looking straight ahead, his eyes slightly changed, and at the same time said lightly. The secretary next to him heard the words of the Major General. It seemed that there was something in the words, and his face couldn't help but faint. This was about to beat Jiang Cheng, but the meaning of the above is to let us cooperate with Jiang Cheng as much as possible. We have to agree to what conditions he needs. You are like this. The secretary hesitated and said cautiously, "What are you talking about?" Xiang Dong looked at the secretary, smiled, and said, "What do you think I would do?" The secretary was silent. According to Xiang Dong's character, he generally asked Na Jiang Cheng to honestly surrender most of his interests and actively cooperate with the country. Otherwise, suppression is essential. But this time the situation is completely different. Cheng is a person who is valued by the above, and even in the eyes of Chief One, there is a lot of weight. The meaning of the above is very obvious. If Major General Xiang Dong made a very excessive move, he would inevitably be blamed, and let the upper face greatly reduce the evaluation of Major General Xiang Dong. "Please, 3, the secretary gritted his teeth, still whispered. "Humph." Xiang Dong shook his head unmoved and said lightly, "You don't understand. I don't know what it means. The person who really doesn't understand is you. If you follow your previous temperament, you will really get into a disaster this time." The secretary was very speechless by the side, but she couldn't say these words straightforwardly. She could only complain like this in her heart. If Xiang Dong is unlucky, she will also be unlucky as his secretary. However, the secretary is very clear about Xiang Dong's temper. At this time, persuading him will not have any effect at all, only to shut up. Soon, Major General Xiang Dong's honky special vehicle came to the meeting place with Jiang Cheng. The doorway of a graphene processing plant. Yes, 1 and 2 people did not meet in hotels, restaurants, or umbrella technologies, but chose the graphene factory directly. The reason is very simple. They met this time because of graphene. They chose here. Nature is the best. Jiang Cheng has been here a long time ago. At this time, Jiang Cheng, sitting in the office of the original CEO of the graphene factory, has now become his temporary office. When Major General Xiang Dong came here, Jiang Cheng did not go out to greet him, but waited for his arrival here. Soon, Major General Xiang Dong and his secretary were led here. Major General Xiang Dong is about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a straight military uniform, with a face in Chinese characters, and looks in his 20s. But the perseverance and wrinkles in his eyebrows make people realize that he cannot be so young. "Major General Xiang Dong, when we meet for the first time, please advise." Seeing Maj General Xiang Dong came to the office. Jiang Cheng stood up and showed his respect. He smiled and said, "Are you Jiang Dong?" Major General Xiang Dong looked at Jiang Cheng and couldn't help but was stunned. Many people said that he was very young and promising, but in fact, he was in his 40s, even if so. In the officialdom, they are indeed young and promising, but compared with Jiang Cheng's teenage face, real age, and indeed such Jiang Cheng, it is not in the same dimension. This gave Major General Xiang Dong a very subtle feeling. If he suppressed him, would it be like an adult bullying a child? After all, he is only 14 or 5 years old. No, this is simply adults bullying children. Isn't it a bit too much to do it yourself? Thinking of this, Major General Xiang Dong couldn't help being speechless and depressed. "Yes, I am Jiang Cheng, the chairman of Universe Umbrella Technology Company." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Although I really want to say that you are really young one by one, many people have already said that. I will not say it. Let's talk straight to the point. What are you going to give us?" Major General Xiang Dong asked Jiang Cheng. the full set of manufacturing methods for graphene. Jiang Cheng said, "That's it. We have mastered the graphene manufacturing technology a long time ago." Major General Xiang Dong said while sitting in a chair, shaking his head. "Of course, I know that you have mastered the graphene manufacturing technology a long time ago. But my graphene manufacturing technology, the graphene produced is 100 times the quality and the manufacturing speed is more than 100 times the previous. In addition, the required cost has also been reduced by more than 100 times. You may not understand very clearly. I will repeat it again. These are two completely different technologies." Jiang Cheng is a bit speechless, but he is very patient, explained. "To be honest, I don't believe it." Xiang Dong was silent for a while after hearing this. After a while, he said, "You come to see me and you will understand." Jiang Cheng smiled, then walked out and said, "Good." Xiang Dong nodded and said. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng brought Major General Xiang Dong to the graphene manufacturing line. Let Major General Xiang Dong see his latest graphene manufacturing technology with his own eyes. Xiang Dong watched the production process of this scene of assembly line. From the beginning to the end is silent. The reason for silence is simply to be shocked. The military has also mastered and studied graphene technology, but the graphene produced often requires a considerable price, and the quality is not very good. He saw those things with his own eyes, so before he came here, he felt that Jiang Cheng just wanted to exchange so many benefits for the graphene technology. It was a bit too much. He had to suppress it. However, when he saw the new graphene manufacturing technology with his own eyes, he understood how powerful this new graphene manufacturing technology is. Similarly, the graphene produced has far more uses than before as a brand new material. The original graphene has no way to replace some important materials to achieve better results. Whether it is official, it is still private. And the general evaluation is that graphene cannot replace any material and can only open up new fields as a material for new fields. In this way, the so-called graphene era will never come. But now it is completely different. Such a new type of graphene technology can completely replace certain materials and achieve better results, whether it is industrial, military, or even the aerospace industry. Value is not infinite. This is a new technology that can truly open the age of graphene. Seeing this, he has fully understood the value of this technology. As long as the Huaxia official and the military thoroughly master such technology and apply it extensively, the benefits of various aspects will achieve unexpected benefits. Compared with the cherished materials that Jiang Cheng needs, there is no comparison at all. It is simply a gift for nothing. Major General Xiang Dong looked at the scenes in front of him, and for a moment he couldn't help but feel ashamed. He just came here and was ready to hold back and suppress Jiang Cheng. Who knows, the other party will send it out in a flash such a big gift. Major General Xiang Dong's expression became a little agitated. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, "Is there any relevant data records? Could you let me take a look?" "Of course." Jiang Cheng nodded and said. Subsequently, Jiang Cheng sent the relevant data that had been prepared a long time ago, and the selected data results to Major General Xiang Dong. Major General Xiang Dong immediately looked at it carefully. It took a full hour and a half to read all the data until now he realized that the old man above sent himself over and said that this was a fat errand. What does it mean? It's not about suppressing and receiving benefits at all, but about real feats. He almost got it wrong. Damn it. I have read this document. Major General Xiang Dong closed the document and said, "Your sincerity, I have already seen it. What makes me a little curious is that you have given us these things. What do you want? What? Is it just that simple material? Of course, what I need is only those materials. My experiment requires them very much." Jiang Cheng nodded and said inconspicuously, "In addition, although this technology has been developed, it has been strictly confidential, but sooner or later it will be available. On the day of the leak, I gave them to you in advance, which is what I mean. I hope you know the importance of this technology, and you also don't want this technology to spread abroad so early to help me block it. This is a must. With this new technology of graphene preparation, there are many benefits, whether it is industrial or military. This technology must be blocked. It is impossible to spread it so simply. Go abroad, Major General Xiangdong nodded immediately and said seriously. The deal with Major General Xiangdong ended soon. As far as the result is concerned, both parties are very satisfied. Originally, it was the 23rd Zioyang 0/0 of the 84th year left point cloud Acacia. It is a fast-developing China, and believes that after it has new graphene technology and successfully used it, it will develop faster. This result is a joy to everyone. This graphene technology was also taken by Major General Xiangdong to the imperial capital overnight. Erzhai followed the secretary of Major General Xiangdong and saw that Major General Xiangdong hadn't rushed to Jiangcheng. He was relieved. Although he didn't know why he gave up the suppression, the result was still very good. After handing over the technology, Jiangcheng didn't care much about it. After all, it was just a new preparation technology of the material. Although it took a lot of time to carefully select it, it was just like this. He just grabbed this technology, 1 to a lot, with this preparation technology, in exchange for some materials blocked by the country, for him is a profit. But the only pity is that those materials were not sent to Jiangcheng's laboratory in the first time. After all, the numbers he needed were a bit large, and Huaxia officials needed to prepare before sending them. In a blink of an eye, this day passed, and the next day was the transparent mobile phone conference that most ordinary people around the world were looking forward to. This time, the conference was also held in the Grand Theater, where the virtual reality equipment conference was held before. The press conference has not yet started, and the people at the Grand Theater have already filled every seat. It can be said that there are no empty seats. Everyone is discussing what the next conference will look like. Jiangcheng's confidential work on transparent mobile phones is the same as the previous virtual reality equipment. Before the launch of the conference, most people did not know some more specific information. However, unlike the previous virtual reality devices, at that time, quite a few people were still questioning the authenticity. At this moment, no one would question the authenticity of the transparent mobile phone. It was undoubtedly very stupid. Virtual reality devices, it's all made. It's just a transparent mobile phone, and it's nothing. Before the launch of the transparent mobile phone, the Umbrella Technology Company officially announced such a news. That is, this time the press conference is also hosted by Jiangcheng. At this time, the voice on the internet suddenly became extremely high. Many online names began to discuss frantically. On the official Weibo of Universe Umbrella Technology Company, after they released such news, the comments exceeded 10,000 in just a few minutes. Great, still Jiangcheng will host. Invincible, invincible, invincible. I want to see from the beginning to the end. The launch of the transparent mobile phone has already begun. Where can I see it? It's broadcast now, but it hasn't started. Where can I see it? Do you think I will tell you? Don't be funny upstairs. Go to the official website of the Umbrella Technology Company and you will be able to directly watch the broadcast. There are also live broadcasts broadcast privately by some live broadcast platforms. Even if there is no internet, you can turn on the TV and watch CCTV1. Live screen. Fuck, CCTV1. Such a good B. 6,666 plus 6,666. I remember the last virtual reality conference was also CCTV1, right? It was awesome. I'm going to CCTV1 to watch one. I think it's better to go to the official website. After all, the official website is the same as those live broadcasts. It can send barrage, which is more fun tilde. From the official website, dare you to open the barrage? Don't tease upstairs. Now the number of people watching has exceeded 10 million. This number is still increasing wildly. It is completely different from the fake number of live broadcast platforms. This is true, 10 million. I heard that the number of viewers at the overseas branch of Umbrella Technology Company exceeded 50 million. 6,666 plus 6,666. The whole world is paying attention to this press conference. New. One of the hottest live streaming websites currently. Nicole is a relatively popular female anchor, which is completely different from those who often sell meat. Although she is good-looking, well-built, and has gaps, she never regards these things as her own selling point perhaps as long as she sells roux. She can become a popular female anchor with a lot of money. But she never does this kind of thing, and she doesn't bother to do this kind of thing. And she has already decided, whether it is now or in the future, I will never do this kind of thing. The reason is very simple. It is not bad for money. She is an anchor who live broadcasts from time to time. Although she is very popular, if she broadcasts live on a regular basis, she will earn 1 million a year. However, because the family does not lack money at all, she does live broadcasts only because of hobbies. So her live broadcast time is usually very short and rarely known as Miss Ace Pigeon. However, there are still many people who like to watch her live broadcast and listen to her singing every one of her singing, which is also very good. Several entertainment agencies have looked for her, wanting to sign with her, promote her debut, and become a professional singer, but were rejected. Because it is too mysterious, there is too little relevant information. The live broadcast is irregular, but the popularity is only high, and it has gradually become a legend in the live broadcast circle. However, maybe people who watch the live broadcast like her very much, but people on the live broadcast website don't like such an anchor very much. The time for live broadcast is too short, so every time Nicole's live broadcast, the official website will suppress her popularity to reduce his popularity value again as revenge. Today, Nicole started a live broadcast, and the super managers of those live broadcast sites, as usual, cut her popularity value by half. But even so, in just a short while, it broke through 3 million and became the first person on the entire website. 56% Chapter 85 Transparent Mobile Phone Conference. 24th more, please subscribe. 6. The speed of the 6 websites is a bit stuck because of the large number of people. The super managers were shocked. What is the situation? Has this Nicole become popular? So frantic? Not right. It's impossible for the popularity of the website to turn into a card. What is going on? Superman took a closer look and immediately found out the reason. The title of Nicole's live broadcast is invited by Umbrella Technology Company, participating in the launch of Transparent Phone. No wonder, I just said. The super tube couldn't help but said speechlessly. This Nicole was actually invited. I really envy. Human air pressure system has directly become the #1 tusk, said another super tube. No, I can go to the press conference. With Nicole's background, is it really okay for us to lock her data like before? Suddenly, a super tube said. These words immediately caused a cold sweat on these super tubes. This matter must be reported. In Nicole's live broadcast room, more and more people clicked in. I saw Nicole's cute face appeared on the screen and smiled at the screen and said, "Hello everyone, there are so many people today." I'm afraid that the 003 part was attracted by this title. It's not me. Fans of, but it's okay. For those who want to watch my live broadcast in the future, just click and follow. I'm at the Magic City's Grand Theater. This is the scene of the last virtual reality device conference, and it's also the release of this transparent phone. It will be live. With that, Nicole shook the camera to let everyone watch the scene. Sure enough, it was the same as the scene broadcast on the official website of Umbrella Technology Company. The barrage suddenly exploded. It's actually true. 666,666. 666,666,666. It's really the scene. The anchor didn't lie to us. Nicole, I love you. The anchor is so beautiful and so amazing. How many relationships did he used to be able to go to the scene? Wow, from the anchor's perspective, I can see the person not far away. Isn't that person Ma Huetung? It's really true. It is said that many big people were invited here at the press conference. Is Tim Cook here? I'm a fan. The last time I saw the press conference of virtual reality equipment, I saw Tim Cook. I'm so excited. Ha 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 ha, of course Tim Cook refused the invitation. As soon as the concept of a transparent mobile phone was released, the market value of Pinguo's stock was falling crazily. Tim Cook's hair became very white, and Pinguo fell into it. This kind of situation, do you still call Tim Cook to come on stage to participate? Don't tease. Yes, Senzing and Heaping Guo stocks are falling so fast, I'm at a loss. Love to hear, no, I suddenly remembered Tim Cook's hair was originally white, right? It hasn't been listed yet. And even the launch of the transparent mobile phone hasn't even begun. It actually started to fall. if today's press conference is over? Wouldn't it fall even more crazy? In addition, wait until the transparent mobile phone goes on sale. Gee, Pinguo-san is a big crisis. Nicole slowly turned the phone, looked at the barrage again, and said with a smile, "Yes, the stocks of Pinguo and Sangsing have fallen very badly now, so whether it is Sangsing or Pinguo's people, there are people from other mobile phone brands, but none of them came to the scene, and it was because so many places were vacated that I received the invitation and earned it." What kind of character is the anchor? Mystery family. Does the anchor dare to sing? The barrage flows quickly. Nicole said helplessly, "You asked me to sing here. I was already reluctant to start the live broadcast. I still sang. I'm crazy. Do you know how many big people are on the scene? Don't black me out. I'm just a small Xiaomi only tilde well, look at the time, the chairman of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company, that is Mr. Jiang Cheng, will be on the stage soon. I can finally see her in person tilde, what a super expectation. Oh, it will start soon, looking forward to it. Expect +1, looking forward to plus 10,086. Don't be funny, the anchor, how could the person who can come here be Xiaomi? The scene is full of big people, Master Nicole. You are also big people. Yes, the number of people in the live broadcast room of Master Nicole is already superb. The entire live broadcast room website has started to change card. Spicy chicken service server At this moment, whether it is the audience sitting at the Grand Theater, or the netizens watching the live broadcast on the internet, or the people watching the broadcast at home, people from China, people from the United States, people from Taiwan, this moment, they are all looking forward to this moment. With a person on stage, it is naturally Jiang Cheng. In such anticipation, the lights of the Grand Theater suddenly dimmed. Everyone subconsciously exclaimed. In Nicole's live broadcast room, the barrage went crazy. Why is it dark? Black screen? No, it's dark at the Grand Theater and the lights are broken. It should be Jiang Cheng who is going to play. It's usually like this. Sure enough, soon, a spotlight shone on the stage. Jiang Cheng stood on the stage, bearing the spotlight, looking at everyone on the scene with a calm expression. Soon, beams of spotlights illuminated the stage, allowing everyone to see Jiang Cheng's figure and appearance clearly. In an instant, thunderous applause. Every audience who came to the scene, the big people who were invited over, couldn't help applauding at this moment. These big people are usually the protagonists, but now, obviously, Jiang Cheng is the protagonist. They, too, willingly applaud the protagonist. He has such qualifications. Although he became famous when he was young, he has long been fully recognized. Whether it is 2, 6 qualifications or achievements, he is very dazzling. He has conquered the world and everyone who has ever questioned him. He announced to everyone that a new era has arrived, a new era created by him himself. Whether it is jealous or admiration, even with a touch of hatred, no matter who it is, there is constant admiration. Jiang Cheng's various deeds are worthy of their admiration. In the live broadcast room on the internet, suddenly, the barrage was swept through. Master Jiang Cheng 66,666,666. Master Jiang Cheng, everyone applaud. Handsome, 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 handsome. The man who changed the world has appeared. Don't hurry up and bow down. The man who changed the world? No, this is a coming out. My wife, quickly turn on the computer and look at God. It's finally started. After waiting so long, I finally saw Jiang Cheng. The press conference finally begins. Nicole, who was fortunate enough to be there, the mobile phone broadcast she opened, and all the barrage are probably the same. But at this time, she was looking at Jiang Cheng not far away in a daze. Her expression was a little dazed. Her eyes looked intently, just like this. She forgot to clap, and her eyes were a bit silly for a while. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's appearance appeared in front of her eyes, made her heart beat all of a sudden, and she fell in love irresistibly. Is this love at first sight? Although a little unsure, it seems to be the case. This high-cold female anchor named Nicole suddenly fell in love with Jiang Cheng at this moment, but she also understood that this is a very difficult relationship. As early as when she was very young, Nicole was the favorite among her classmates. She has always been like this since she was a child, from elementary school to middle school and high school. At the time of the college entrance examination, she already has a family background that does not need to worry about the future. but still with a very relaxed attitude, with excellent grades. She was admitted to Tsinghua University in the imperial capital. She seems to be born smarter than others. Family, appearance, body, personality, education, voice. All aspects seem to be impeccable. Many boys looked a little ashamed in front of her. But now, looking at Jiang Cheng not far away, for the first time in history, she had a feeling of inferiority complex. The self-confidence that had been accumulated in the past, without knowing how much time seemed to disappear without a trace at this moment. Jiang, Nicole, the girl whose real name is Zia Ziaoe, muttered to herself subconsciously. Jiang Cheng didn't know that there was a cute the scene or a female anchor. Because of her appearance, she couldn't help but fall in love with herself. He looked indifferent, looked at all the audience on the scene, and said the second opening remark. Welcome to the launch of the second product of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company, the transparent mobile phone, and watch the live broadcast or lock it. The program being broadcast now, I am Jiang Cheng, the sole director of Universe Umbrella Technology Company, and also this transparent mobile phone. I prefer to call it a graphene mobile phone or a genie mobile phone. Inventor, pioneer. Self-introduction seems a bit redundant because few people don't know me, Jiang Cheng said with some humor. In this case, the atmosphere on the scene will become a little more relaxed, and many people can't help but clap again. Jiang Cheng raised his hands and pressed it to make the scene a lot quieter. He continued to smile into the microphone and said, although I really want to show off my new invention, a little more, hear this transparent mobile phone. How powerful is it? Out of the ordinary, it's tens of thousands of times more than those scumbag phones that I don't know. But because of the time issue, I still show off less and say more specific words. Jiang Cheng's relaxed tone, whether it is the audience or the audience watching the live broadcast, or the audience in front of the TV, because of this attitude, they relax a little and show some smiles and continue to watch carefully. Backstage, Zhang Manlin couldn't help sighing while watching Jiang Cheng, who was playing freely on the stage. Sure enough, a genius is a genius. She obviously didn't have any preparations before, so she went directly to the stage and played so well. However, after thinking about it carefully, in the final analysis, it is because Jiang Cheng has not put such a stage in his eyes at all. He can face it with such a relaxed attitude. When will it make Jiang Cheng nervous? This question made Zhang Manlin very curious. On the stage, Jiang Cheng continued to say, thanks to the graphene preparation technology that I have carefully improved, a brand new graphene has been developed, and a new type of graphene with even more impeccable quality than before has been obtained. Through it, let me see the dawn of the development of transparent mobile phones. Graphene. At the moment when they heard this term, the eyes of many big people present couldn't help but squinted. As early as when the Umbrella Technology Company announced that they would start selling transparent mobile phones globally, people from all major companies around the world were a little curious. How did the transparent mobile phone come out? The first guess, and the most guessed one, is naturally graphene. This new type of material is very likely to be the main material of transparent mobile phones, but the difficulty during this period is naturally self-evident. Even if graphene was invented now, it has been more than 10 years now. Every company has almost understood this new material graphene, but all companies understand that this new material wants to be used in the development of transparent mobile phones. How difficult is it? Some people even start to assert that this is impossible, because only a little research will understand the reason. However, the Universe Umbrella Technology Company has successfully researched transparent mobile phones. While everyone is speculating, they are also curious about whether it is graphene. For a long time, there has not been an accurate answer. With the announcement of some news, the Universe Umbrella Technology Company did not mean to hide it at all. After the announcement, all those who follow these news have realized this. It really is graphene. However, to what extent has the Umbrella Technology Company delved into graphene? What is the difference between their graphene and other graphenes? This question has naturally become another curious answer. Some people even boldly speculate that the Universe Umbrella Technology Company is lying. Their transparent mobile phone is probably not based on graphene as the main material, but another material. New material discovered by Jiang Cheng. this possibility huge. After all, graphene has gradually lost everyone's trust and is no longer considered a magical material. However, everyone at the same time understands that umbrella technologies, graphene is completely different from general graphene. Many speculations, many doubts at this moment. Finally, the dust settled. Universe Umbrella Technology Company will not make jokes at the press conference, not to mention that Mr. Jiang Cheng will not make such jokes. Sure enough, it is graphene. When this material appeared in the sight of people around the world again, quite a few people watched the broadcast more attentively. Similarly, many people didn't even know what the so-called graphene was. They also didn't know. What does the announcement of this news mean? In the final analysis, most people watch this press conference just to watch the excitement. After all, others have watched it, so how could they not watch it? Jiang Cheng didn't know at this time. He didn't hide the thoughts of many big figures present. He began to carefully explain the characteristics of his graphene. Feature 1 in order to promote this new material to the world and let the value of those graphene factories become greater. This is an indispensable link. Many people who don't have the relevant knowledge, don't understand what Jiang Cheng is talking about it, just produces a kind of unclear taste that although they don't understand, it feels so powerful. Those with relevant knowledge only realized what terrible things Jiang Cheng, who has mastered this new material, has mastered. It can be said that the value of graphene is even higher than that of virtual reality equipment. This is the opinion of these big shots. Mastering this advanced graphene, almost mastering the future. And the graphene factories in Jiang Cheng's hands will also increase their value exponentially because of this lecture and detailed explanation, and they will become crazy gold-producing machines. These big people will feel terrifying if they think about it carefully. For a while, the big figures who came to the scene looked at Jiang Cheng with quite envy. Although he knew that Jiang Cheng was very powerful, but he was so powerful, I still didn't expect it. Even most people think that Jiang Cheng probably still has quite a lot of things, and they haven't taken out. Jiang Cheng quickly finished talking about graphene. After talking about graphene, I naturally started to introduce this transparent mobile phone. One by one, Jiang Cheng named this transparent mobile phone Genie. This name is also the name of the system of this mobile phone. To name this mobile phone with the name of this mobile phone system, from a certain point of view, Jiang Cheng puts the status of this system high. So, of course, Jiang Cheng began to carefully introduce the system of this mobile phone, the wizard system. When introducing this system, more and more people clearly felt the power of this system. System, power, communication, practicality, and other details such as hardness and water resistance. Jiang Cheng said it very seriously. He introduced this phone with a very serious attitude. To be honest, Jiang Cheng didn't. He used an exaggerated attitude to promote this phone. He was just telling the truth from beginning to end. Every audience on the scene, in front of the TV and in front of the live broadcast, also felt Jiang Cheng's sincerity, and the desire to buy in his heart naturally exploded in an instant. After the press conference was over, the shares of famous mobile phone brands in the world fell a lot again. The CEOs of these mobile phone companies hated Jiang Cheng for a while. Although they did not go to the scene, they still watched the live broadcast. I realized how powerful this phone is. It almost exploded all their phones 10,000 times. Such a mobile phone does not have any shortcomings. If it is launched, it will be the end. Reality often seems to be so cruel. If something rises, something is destined to be eliminated. Survival of the fittest has been this world since ancient times, this basic law of nature. Although C0 of these mobile phone companies understands this, they are still a little unconvinced in the face of such a disaster, and some are unwilling to admit defeat. What to do? When the press conference was over, the CEOs of these companies, each with their heads as big as a clock, looked at the frantically falling company shares, and they were irritable every hour, no, every minute, every second. Their company is losing a lot of money madly. This situation drives them crazy. But after thinking for a long time, there is still no way to deal with it. No, even if there is no way to deal with it, we still have to deal with it. The boss of these companies, C0, flashed a glint in his eyes and said coldly, If you can't sit and wait like this in the afternoon, it will only happen that the company closes sooner or later. It can't be like this. Absolutely not. This e.l.f. transparent mobile phone, so powerful, so advanced, is simply a mobile phone of the future. But the price is only 7,000 RMB, although the price is higher than some mobile phones on the market. But the performance is dozens of times higher than one such a mobile phone. If you calm down, follow your normal thinking and think carefully. How could it appear? In other words, the Universe Umbrella Technology Company involved false propaganda. The truth about mobile phones is not like this. At this moment, the CEOs of these mobile phone company-level groups are chanting such words. By now, they are in a state of nothing to do. They can only use the last madness. With such words, they are constantly discrediting in the market. A mobile phone called Genie. In fact, these companies have done this method more than one time. At this time, after using this method again, it can be said that they are not familiar with the road. With the conclusion of this transparent mobile phone conference of Universe Umbrella Technology, there have been more and more talks about transparent mobile phones and skepticism-related speeches, which has almost irresistibly produced explosive growth. This is the result of the joint emergence of several mobile phone companies. They used to be competitors. At this moment, they have become comrades in arms, just because they have a common enemy, the Universe Umbrella Technology Company. The public relations of these companies have invited quite a lot of naval forces, and they have started overwhelming slander speeches. I always feel that this transparent mobile phone from Umbrella Technology is a bit unreliable. It surpasses all mobile phones, even a mobile phone that runs even more powerful than a computer configured for 10,000 yuan. Is it really possible to appear? How do I feel it's fake? It's too fake. Yeah. I also watched the transparent mobile phone conference of Universe Umbrella Technology. Although the transparent mobile phone is amazing, the chairman Jiang Cheng said that such a powerful transparent mobile phone is too wild. According to Universe Umbrella Technology, the company's urinary needs to be sold for at least 70,000 yuan. How can it be only 7,000 yuan? Yes, the price of virtual reality equipment is so high that it is not affordable for ordinary people at all. It can be seen that the urinary nature of the Umbrella Technology Company is specifically for the high-end market, and the low-end market is rarely contacted. However, now, such a relatively cheap transparent mobile phone has been launched. I know that the concept of a transparent mobile phone is eye-catching, but is the practical performance really that good? I am very skeptical. I am also quite skeptical. I always feel that this time the transparent mobile phone conference is far from the last time. Transparent mobile phone rubbish. Go through an MB, hurry up and close down. Garbage Universe Umbrella Technology Company. Transparent mobile phone? I think it's very unreliable. Wouldn't it look ugly if the user signs up? I heard that the Umbrella Technology Company is preparing to launch their transparent phone card. The price is definitely very expensive. I don't think the transparent phone is so good. It is completely different from the virtual reality device. Although I admit that the virtual reality device is a very great invention, but in such a short time, I took out a new product such as a transparent mobile phone, and it is so powerful, it feels very fake. Yeah, I feel that way too. On the internet, all kinds of suspicion and malicious speculation can be seen everywhere. The results of these companies' joint efforts are very powerful. The internet of various countries, this kind of speech is simply overwhelming. Cosmos Umbrella Technology Company has caused their company to lose so much, their retaliation naturally becomes a matter of course. Under the influence of such online public opinion, even some news media quietly changed their views. In the beginning, all news media were unanimously optimistic about the Umbrella Technology Company and praised this transparent mobile phone as an invention that changed the times. However, when the internet turmoil became more and more turbulent, the attitude of these media became ambiguous and became cautious. Many media even began to borrow words from the internet to point out that they now doubt the transparent mobile phone of Universe Umbrella Technology. Very many people. Is it changing the times or a big scam? Miracle marketing methods behind the internet questioning storm. These news media directly used such headlines without concealing them one by one. Anyway, if they were slapped in the face, they would throw the pot to the comments on the internet. If it is true, then it is foresight. Let them directly a wave of fire. In that case, what else is there to be afraid of? The Universe Umbrella Technology Company naturally understood this situation a long time ago. After listening to the report and carefully understanding the situation, Zhang Manlin couldn't help but feel like a fight. To be honest, she was a little angry. These mobile phone companies, like this, the method is really the next work. Use such a slander to target them madly. It is naturally impossible to say not to be angry or angry. The so-called human words are terrible, even if a lie may be a lie after all. But when such remarks spread widely, the image and credit of Universe Umbrella Technology will be greatly reduced. The company's brand, word of mouth, these things our money can't buy. Now being so insulted out of thin air, as Zhang Manlin, the founder of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company, naturally angered by Kikiao's smoke. These mobile phone companies. Zhang Manlin gritted her teeth, but looking at the overwhelming speech on the internet, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Zhang Manlin even began to worry, because this matter will greatly reduce the sales of transparent mobile phones. This worry is not unnecessary. Propaganda is very important for any product. Even for products such as transparent mobile phones, there is no exception, and it will definitely be affected a lot. With such worries, Zhang Manlin finally found Jiang Cheng and talked about it. After listening to Zhang Manlin's words, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but nodded and said with a smile, "Your worries are not impossible. That's good." Jiang Cheng made a decision. What should I do?" Zhang Manlin asked subconsciously. Although she had already had some coping methods, she always felt that Jiang Cheng should have a better solution. "We spent 10 million to buy our virtual reality equipment before. These 10,000 local tyrants all over the world. You can give each of them a transparent mobile phone." Jiang Cheng said with a smile, "In this way, the problem can be solved. Give each of them a transparent mobile phone?" Zhang Manlin was taken aback. She really didn't expect that Jiang Cheng's solution would be to think about it carefully. Such a solution seems very good, although giving out 10,000 mobile phones for free seems to be a waste and a little loss of money. The money is nothing compared to the company's reputation and subsequent publicity effects. In addition, you must know that after these local tyrants spent 10 million to buy virtual reality equipment, they also spent tens of millions in games in the virtual reality world, making the company a lot more profitable. In order to demonstrate their privileges, give them is it too much for a mobile phone? In addition, the influence of these local tyrants is easy to publicize after some transparent mobile phones are used. This is really a good idea. Thinking about it, Zhang Manlin nodded and said with a smile, "I will do it now." Soon, Cosmos Umbrella Technology Company did not respond to the huge wave of doubts. Instead, it announced the news that they would give away free to VIP members who had previously spent 10 million to purchase virtual reality equipment, one for each person, the most luxurious version of the transparent mobile phone, free. After such news spread, many people immediately envied those local tyrants. Whether it is to get started with virtual reality equipment first, or the unique virtual reality standalone game, and now this free transparent mobile phone, I really don't know. Envy how many people? In fact, these 10,000 local tyrants also had some accidents. They did not expect that Jiang Cheng would give them a luxurious version of the transparent mobile phone, and suddenly became a little excited. When watching the press conference, he really wanted to have this. "I got a mobile phone, and now it is given away for free, so I feel pretty good for a while. Free is one thing, they are not bad at this money. The most important thing is to have it in advance." This kind of privilege makes them very happy. The mobile phone was quickly delivered to them, and some related media, naturally, also interviewed them to ask how it feels to use a transparent mobile phone, and whether such a mobile phone is the same as the news announced at the press conference. Or is it the same as the questioning remarks on the internet, but the performance is low? These local tyrants who were interviewed again laughed and said that this transparent phone is the coolest, most handsome, and most powerful phone they have ever used. The local tyrant smiled and said, "At the press conference, the words of the Bo SS Jiangcheng have no problem at all. The other mobile phones, this is not just for which brand of mobile phones. I mean, in this world, all compared with this transparent mobile phone, the mobile phone is too explosive. This mobile phone is dozens of times the performance of other mobile phones. No, I think it is hundreds of times. Of course, this may be the same as me, using the highest version of transparent phone off." Afterwards, the local tyrants triumphantly used various functions on the mobile phone and showed the power of the unique system, ELF system, of this mobile phone. "This is the most powerful system I have ever used. What Android? What i0s after using this system? Those systems all make me feel extremely rudimentary. I really don't know what adjectives to use to praise this perfect, no shortage of mobile phones. No, I should praise Umbrella Technology Company. After all, without Umbrella Technology Company, I would not have the opportunity to get such a mobile phone. It's so handsome." These local tyrants expressed their satisfaction in the interview, whether it was a text interview or a video interview. When such an interview appeared, the attitude of the media suddenly changed 180 degrees. The new era of mobile phones that changed the world. Transparent mobile phones, ELVs. This is an era of science fiction. First virtual reality, then transparent mobile phones, the magical universe Umbrella Technology Company. Performance first, viewing degree first, practicality first, well-deserved first mobile phone. ELF, mobile phones with a price of only 7,000 yuan can change the world. Do you believe it? Some news media even began to study. Why is the public opinion on the internet suddenly full of doubts about the Universe Umbrella Technology Company? You know, the Umbrella Technology Company is a company that has developed virtual reality equipment. For such a powerful company, no matter how big the cowhide is, someone should believe it instead of questioning it. This is too weird. It's not in line with common sense at all. These reporters began to explore the reasons behind this, and also quickly found the reason, and naturally exposed it without mercy. Behind the scenes of the war, dozens of mobile phone companies fight together for the Umbrella Technology Company, controlling the public opinion on the entire network and discrediting the Cosmos Umbrella Technology Company. Such a method is not inferior and looks down upon it. Wars of saliva, modern wars. There is often no gunpowder. This is the last crazy needle stick. All kinds of headlines kept appearing. The little pigtails of mobile phone companies were easily caught by those reporters. All kinds of evidence were reported in such a grand manner. Suddenly, the credibility of these mobile phone companies, in turn, suffered an unprecedented crisis. The CEOs of these mobile phone companies never thought that the one-sided war of public opinion the day before was actually moved by the other party today, and all public opinion was directed at them. There are even CEOs of several mobile phone companies who have to resign under the pressure of public opinion. However, even so, they are inevitably criticized by netizens. It's because it was the truth revealed by the news media. It's too red. How did they find so much evidence? Faced with such pressure from public opinion, the CEO of Pinguo couldn't help throwing everything on the desktop to the ground and said angrily, "How did you find so much evidence? Isn't it possible to explain it? Be concealed, just treat my orders like this? You bastards." Pinguo's CEO, staring wide-eyed at several executives in the office with their heads down, was shaking with anger. These executives lowered their heads, their hearts were full of grievances, but they did not dare to talk back. They had done this thing, they were already concealed enough, but I don't know why. So many revelations were dug up. It really made them 100 can't understand it. These executives, I am afraid they will never think of it in their entire lives. This is what Jiang Cheng ordered. Jiang Cheng asked Lucy to find out the evidence. If she couldn't find it, she would simply hack to their company's personal computer and copy the evidence over unless the evidence was completely destroyed. Otherwise, maybe not. Then they were sold to the news media randomly, and they turned into a burst of news, making these mobile phone companies suffer. These mobile phone companies used such low-handed methods to attack Jiang Cheng's Umbrella Technology Company. To be honest, Jiang Cheng understands their approach. As their position, they are totally understandable in doing such things. But understanding is understanding. Unhappy is unhappy. This is another matter. Since he is unhappy, then, of course, he wants revenge next. It can only be said that these mobile phone companies are making their own way. At this time, China National Academy of Science and Technology. Several professors were busy in front of the computer. After confirming that Jiang Cheng's paper was indeed true not long ago, these professors only felt that the three views were completely reshaped by Jiang Cheng. To be honest, previous cognitions and many experiences were all denied at that moment, and everyone felt a little uncomfortable. But there is no way this is reality, an immutable cold reality. Of course, there are quite a few professors in academia who can't accept this reality at all. Their choice is to quit their jobs, never touch the profession again, and go home disheartened. More professors begin to reshape their knowledge after they have a clear understanding. It is difficult for them to make this choice from scratch, but only in this way can they go further and see a wider world. In fact, for them, accepting the theory put forward in Jiang Cheng's paper is not as terrible as starting from scratch. But in just a few days, they have completely adjusted their state, and after a dozen days, they have completely adapted. Gradually began to develop new areas, the progress is simply rapid. Professor Yang Yangcheng sat in front of the computer and suddenly thought of the close friend who had left this academic circle, and he couldn't help feeling a little depressed. He glanced at the new colleague next to him, Professor Zhengpeng Zhu. His uncomfortable feeling improved a lot. This new partner made him very satisfied, and he often discussed various academic theories. Although he often argues, the relationship is undoubtedly worse. The better. They are from a research group. Yang has continued to study and does not regret that he saw a new world from Jiang Cheng's paper. As long as he can continue to expand, giving up everything in the past is nothing. Success. Zhu Zhengpeng's cry of surprise interrupted Yang Yangcheng's thoughts. Hearing this, he couldn't help standing up excitedly. Successful? Yang always asked. Yes, one by one. What does it mean to be successful? Can it be successful? Zhu Zhengpeng glared at him and said angrily. Isn't this the first time I succeeded? It really succeeded. A new concept of intelligence. Yang said excitedly. I have heard that other research groups have made a lot of achievements. The progress of our group has been very slow, but I don't want to. We are the first to successfully develop a new smart concept. How does it compare with the previous intelligence system? Zhu Zhengpeng asked. The research team also has a third person named Liu Ling. Compared to Zhu Zhengpeng and Yang, he is younger and has little experience, but his ability is not bad. At this time, he is naturally a happy face looking at the data. He smiled and said, It is completely different from the previous intelligence system concept. This is a real intelligence system. Sure enough, it really is. It succeeded, Zhu Zhengpeng said excitedly. The era of intelligence is coming. Yang took a deep breath and said slowly. Compared with this intelligent system, what alpha dog, what supercomputer, what super operation is not a concept at all. Liu Ling nodded and said, This is an essential leap. That Jiang Cheng is really amazing. Hurry up and tell the dean of this news. Tell the above 1 hour research team, the first one succeeded. Haha, Yang always said with a very happy smile. In the overwhelming publicity and discussion of transparent mobile phones, few people paid attention to the news the Chinese Academy of Sciences has successfully developed a new type of intelligence, which means that the era of real intelligence is coming. In fact, when this news appeared all of a sudden, it caused a sensation in related academic circles. Although Jiang Cheng's paper has long been recognized, research groups around the world have not been research results. The Chinese Academy of Sciences in China is still the first to produce results. Naturally, it shocked everyone all over the world for the first time. The Science and Technology magazine in Jiang Cheng's hands also reported this news very clearly. For a time, Huaxia Science leads the world, and it has gradually become a conclusion. First, virtual reality equipment, then graphene, transparent mobile phones, and then intelligently developed a series of actions, which made researchers around the world a little uncomfortable with this world. What happened? At the same time, in the US, some super consortia hidden out of public view finally couldn't help it. Jiang Cheng's horizontal rise and the money he earned made them jealous. In fact, as early as the Virtual Reality Equipment Conference, They all had actions, but these actions undoubtedly had no results. The Red regime in the Far East was too much protection for the boy named Jiang Cheng. All the people they dispatched were directly detained and submitted to the International Court of Justice. It was really dumbfounding. These small movements are constant, but they have no effect. Until now, Jiang Cheng's noise has become bigger and bigger, and the rise of Huaxia Kingdom is getting faster and faster, so they can no longer bear it. The Big Mac consortium that controls the United States, the world's largest country, decided to hold a meeting aimed at Jiang Cheng. If Jiang Cheng is allowed to continue to develop in this way, the consequences will be disastrous. At that time, the entire world will become a vassal of China. Their status, their reputation, and their rights will completely disappear with this situation. The United States on the other side of the ocean is not the same as China's national conditions. On China's side, the person who really speaks is the person in charge of the country. Any consortium, any company, or under the regime is not a power. In minutes, you can turn into a chicken dog, the fish on the chopping board, just slaughter it. So from the very beginning, Jiang Cheng's attitude was very clear. He stood firmly on the stand of supporting the country, never wavered, and was also determined to make China the largest country in the world. And for this goal, a lot of efforts have been made. Of course, the leaders above clearly understood Jiang Cheng's meaning and recognized his existence. It was with the continuous support from above that Jiang Cheng was able to go so smoothly to the present. Without this kind of support, it would be quite difficult for Jiang Cheng's Universe Umbrella Technology Company to get to this point in China. I'm afraid that as we develop, we don't know how many people and forces want to pick fruit. Jiang Cheng understands these principles very well, so he firmly established his position from the beginning. However, on the other side of the ocean, on the American side, it is not a group of politicians in the government that really controls the country, nor is it the newly appointed Chief Tong. Although his existence can control the button, but it's just that. There is no way to hold too many rights. The so-called General Tong is just a representative who speaks to the world. In this country, it is the consortiums who really control everything and the lifeline of the entire United States. They control the economic lifeline of the entire United States. If they wish, they can choose the next one at any time. The politician chosen by them took office as the Chief Tong. However, they are not exposed to the sun and are rarely known. But most of the time, others can still find their traces from the names of some consortia, such as the Morgan family. These families have gone through hundreds of years of ups and downs, development and struggle, and finally succeeded in controlling the lifeline of the United States, and at the same time fully integrated into the entire United States system. It can be said in a very exaggerated way that they can represent this country. At this time, the controllers of these consortia held a meeting in a manner. The meeting place is not in the meeting room, but outside. There is a large vineyard and a round wooden table. It is placed here. A few people in suits are sitting under the vineyard. Beside, the expressions are different. This group of people are really big shots. In the vineyards of this estate, the ongoing conversation is also very important. The grapes in the vineyard have just picked up the fruit. They are just very young and green fruits. When they mature, it will take a while. Several big people sitting under such a vineyard are quite poetic and elegant. However, the atmosphere at this time was very solemn. The meeting started suddenly, thinking, everyone already understands what the reason is. A middle-aged man with a beard in the lead said gently, shaking the wine in his hand, "Of course I know, it's nothing more than the young man in the far eastern kingdom." Another white-haired young man in a night suit smiled and said slowly, "He is very young and handsome in appearance. He is obviously different from this group of middle-aged people. However, no one here will despise him because of his age. No one can sit here and talk to them." The person named Jiang Cheng and the products under the umbrella of the company Universe Umbrella Technology Company he owns, whether it is a virtual reality system or a transparent mobile phone or the graphene technology they have mastered, are the future of the economy. Lifeblood can be described as the top priority. Yes, the current Cosmos Umbrella Technology Company is just like a huge money-collecting machine. Every minute, every second, there is a lot of money gathered from all over the world. Although our families had some preparations and responses before this meeting, it was obviously ineffective. This meeting was to discuss how to take this cake from which young man's hands. A middle-aged man with blonde hair slowly said that he has a surname that is almost suffocating. That is Morgan. Although the identities of the few present are all equal, it is clear that the family property and the scale of the business still give them a distinction between superior and inferior. The person in power with the Morgan surname is standing in their position. The figure at the top of the people is also a great contemporary hegemon, controlling a large part of the economy of the United States. When he was speaking, the person next to him immediately calmed down, listening to him quietly, trying to understand his views, his attitude, and his opinions. Morgan naturally felt this attitude. He touched the ring on his index finger and continued, "To take their wealth away, this is my ambition, and it is also what you hope for in this era. The universe, the rise of Umbrella Technology Company, and the speed of the rise of Huaxia Kingdom made me feel some panic. If it cannot be contained, the future will inevitably become their era. I believe that if it becomes their era in the future, this is something that no one in the room wants to see, but it is equally difficult to stop them. In the ancient eastern country of the Red regime, our influence, it is really weak and pitiful. If you want to suppress them, economically suppress them, and let them hand over the cake. For now, it is no longer possible to do so, which means that we must take some extraordinary measures." Morgan said coldly, but such words surprised the big shots. Outstanding. Extraordinary means? When many big people present heard this, their pupils contracted slightly. Although I came here to discuss how to get a piece of the pie from the Umbrella Technology Company. If such a big cake is only exclusive to Umbrella Technology Company, it would be too much. They are the top in the world. One of the consortiums must be incorporated. However, in fact, the few adults present have nothing to do. After all, if there is a way to get a share, they won't be here. After all, these big people have not yet figured out how to take over such a big cake from Jiang Cheng's hands and eat a bite. Now suddenly, I heard that Morgan was going to use such a radical method, so naturally he hadn't been psychologically prepared. I couldn't help but glanced at each other for a while, and the look in each other's eyes showed what each other meant. Nowadays, the country under the rainbow color regime of the Far East is completely different from a few decades ago. As the fastest growing country in the world, it is also one of the United Nations' top 5 rogues, and it is in strength. In other words, it has gradually grown to the point where it can be positive with the gang of the world's largest country like the United States. If it is a small country, there are naturally many ways, and they can even start a war for this, using rude war methods, forcibly grabbing the rich fruit with the most primitive means, or a company that has just risen within the United States. They can also use a variety of methods to take away the fruit that has just matured. But the current situation is completely different. The other party is not in a small country, nor in the United States, but a lion that has gradually woken up, a rainbow country in the Far East. China. If you use any extraordinary means, it is undoubtedly the most stupid choice. Judging from the previous events, the rainbow-colored Zhengquan of that country has taken too much care of Jiang Cheng, and their people don't even want to infiltrate. If they really act hard, they use any extraordinary means. Doubts will make the situation extremely tense and pay a considerable price. Of course, if it succeeds, it will be fine. Even if it provokes China, it is worth it. Success, subsequent benefits, can completely make them forget those unpleasant things. However, if it fails, it will be quite troublesome. It not only causes all kinds of troubles, but also loses a lot, but also pays a great price. This is also one of the reasons why they are hesitant. Morgan, who kept turning his index finger on the ring, naturally saw the hesitation in the eyes of the many incumbents present. He could not help but sighed. Now that they have come here and have reached this position, they must make a decision, no matter if they refuse if you leave here, or agree to this plan and become a part of the plan. You should make a decision quickly instead of hesitating about not knowing how to decide. Although very considerate of these guys' indecision, Morgan has always hated waiting. He looked at the many family leaders present and said lightly, "Everyone, what about your decision? I have already stated my decision. I hope that I can hear your decision as soon as possible. Listening to Morgan's urging, the leaders of the many families present once again looked at each other, and some raised their palms and said, "I quit." Once one person quit, the second person quit. Soon, there were originally 13 or 14 people in the round table, and soon there were only 5 people left. But this did not make Morgan frown. The fewer people who divided the cake, the greater the weight. They were afraid of danger and worried about the consequences, so they quit, but they never thought that this is just a chronic death. Rockefeller is not reconciled. This is the status quo, so even if you know that there will be great risks, you still have to work hard. The target is the rainbow-colored country, so it's impossible to start a war one by one. However, we can hire some mercenaries through concealed means and let these mercenaries catch Jiang Cheng. No, Jiang Cheng's degree of protection is very likely. Can't catch it, but you can give it a try, although there is not much hope. Even if we can't catch it, we can catch Jiang Cheng's parents and his woman as a threat to let him surrender graphene's new technologies, virtual reality technology, transparent mobile phone technology, and whatever else he has. Technology. Even if possible, bringing him to the U.S. is the best, as the so-called wealth is moving people's hearts. Since ancient times, both at home and abroad, this is the truth. Today's Cosmos umbrella technology company has 3 sources of wealth: virtual reality equipment, improved graphene technology, and transparent mobile phones. These 3 things, no matter which one, are super huge money-giving machines, enough to make any ordinary enterprise become a behemoth that dominates the world. Not to mention that these 3 things are now mastered by the Universe Umbrella Company. God knows how much money the Umbrella Technology Company makes. Now that the transparent mobile phone has not been officially put on sale, it has caused such a big move. The whole world is looking forward to the transparent mobile phone. Such attention is simply scary. After the official listing, isn't it subverting the existing mobile phone market in minutes? Earn a lot of benefits that make everyone jealous. Transparent mobile phones are very likely to subvert the current mobile phone market. Although it is impossible in a short time, after all, the scale of the current mobile phone market is really too big. The so-called skinny camel is bigger than the horse, and the transparent mobile phone, ELF mobile phone that has just started, even if it develops fast enough, it wants to achieve that step still takes a lot of time. However, anyone with some foresight can foresee such a scene. Under such a background, no one does not envy Universe Umbrella Technology Corporation. Their chairman, the strongest enchanting genius in history, is like opening a plug-in. A newly established company will be within a year it developed to this point. Of course, their family was originally a China top 500, and the foundation is quite good. This has also been discussed, but no matter how high the foundation is and the rapid development, it is still enough to make everyone stunned, completely unable to understand how such a miracle happened. Of course, ordinary people may be amazed by such a miracle. After all, their focus is here. However, some related research departments in other countries and some private research institutions did not continue to pay attention to them, but were crazy. In the research, how did Jiang Cheng's virtual reality equipment be successfully manufactured? What is the principle, and how does the mental link device be copied? Because graphene information is difficult to obtain, and transparent mobile phones are also not officially on the market, the current research focus is still on virtual reality devices. In fact, this kind of research started very early. Since a few months ago, the virtual reality equipment officially went on sale. Whether it was China's domestic research institutions, foreign research institutions, official research institutions, or is a private research institution, they have obtained some virtual reality equipment from their channels, and then try to crack out various secrets in this virtual reality equipment, find out the Universe Umbrella Technology Company, and complete this virtual reality some secrets of the device. However, I have been studying until now. No matter what level of research institute, there is no result. Even the slightest result, there is no one. This is a bit pitiful, but there is no way the virtual reality equipment of the Umbrella Technology Company, the core data confidentiality measures, are so good that they have not been able to crack it, until now. This also made many consortiums helpless and secretly aimed their sights on the umbrella technology company. Not only these super consortia in the United States, some consortia in other countries are also very interested in them. For a while, before the official sale of the transparent mobile phone of the umbrella technology company, it was a bit of a storm. The center of all this is naturally Jiang Cheng. At this time, Jiang Cheng did not continue to study or do any experiments. Instead, Jiang Cheng decided to combine work and rest for a few days before taking a break. Otherwise, it would be difficult for this body to maintain long-term health. Almost, he planned for himself when to do what to do, when to rest, and when to sleep, which is very organized. And he has always been a person with strong mobility. After planning in this way, he naturally followed the content of the plan and did that. During the break, Jiang Cheng came to the office of the chairman of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company, where he reviewed some of the company's recent important documents. In fact, if Lucy came to help check this, basically, there would be no mistakes, and Jiang Cheng was not required to do it. Just as the chairman of a company, I did not appear in this company from beginning to end. After a long time, it is inevitable that someone will forget Jiang Cheng. So in order to show his presence, I came here during a break, necessary. As the transparent mobile phone is about to start global sales, the company's president Zhang Manlin has once again returned to the super busy life before. This makes Jiang Cheng couldn't help thinking whether or not to combine the company's CEO and president. What about the separation of positions? Now they are all held by Zhang Manlin, but this is also the main reason why she is so busy. Although it is because of this power, but also have to spend more time for this. Between gains and losses, it is that simple. However, Jiang Cheng did not make a hasty decision. This matter was not a trivial matter. Find a time to discuss with Zhang Manlin. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng closed the folder, threw it aside, stood up, and looked out the window. The chairman's office is on the 29th floor of the company building. From here, you can not only see the scenery of the Science and Technology Park, but also the scenery of the entire Los Angeles city in the distance. Jiang Cheng accepted this attractive scenery in his eyes, but he sighed unconsciously. "Master, are you worrying about something?" At this moment, Lucy's voice came from Jiang Cheng's cell phone one by one. Jiang Cheng's mobile phone is naturally a transparent mobile phone, but it is completely different from ordinary transparent mobile phones and even luxury versions of transparent mobile phones. Jiang Cheng's mobile phone is more than twice as advanced as it is. It is equipped with a more advanced wizard system and virtual projection equipment. Rem can appear in front of Jiang Cheng through the projection of this mobile phone. When Jiang Cheng took out her mobile phone, she came out directly with a flattering expression. Jiang Cheng looked at Lucy, who was becoming more and more humane, and smiled and said, "I'm not worried about anything, really, but I feel that the master is a little unhappy." Lucy's cute little cheeks were crooked, watching Jiang Cheng say, "Yeah." Jiang Cheng did not continue to deny, nodded and said, "There is a point. The company develops so smoothly and progresses so fast. Why is the owner unhappy?" Lucy asked strangely. Jiang Cheng looked at Lucy, shook his head and said, "Although you think the company is developing very fast, maybe everyone thinks that the development speed of Universe Umbrella Technology Company is simply not human, but I think it is far from enough. The current speed is also not fast." "Master, do you think the company's development speed is not fast?" Listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Lucy couldn't understand why the development of Universe Umbrella Technology Co., Limited, is so fast that the owner is not satisfied and feels development. No way. Well, for what I expect, the current Cosmos Umbrella Technology Company is still too weak to achieve it. Jiang Cheng said lightly, "However, I still know that the road has to be taken slowly one by one. Yes, I just mentioned it casually." "Is that so?" Lucy listened to Jiang Cheng's tone, and she was very clever not to go deeper on this topic, but to turn to another direction. "By the way, Master, I have one thing to tell you." "What's the matter?" Jiang Cheng looked at Lucy and asked. "Did you not publish a paper on intelligence before the Master? Redefine the concept of intelligence in this era." After that is, recently, a research team from the Chinese Academy of Sciences successfully developed a research result. Tilda Lucy said, There will be research results so soon. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he heard this and said with a smile, "It's not wrong." The previous paper on intelligence published by Jiang Cheng in a science and technology magazine, in essence, only provided a basic theory, a specific direction, and other key data. But it was not written down to the scientists. Provides a new world, but more, it is only equivalent to the key to open the door of this new world. What you can really explore find depends on the research of these scientists. According to Jiang Cheng's estimation, there should be achievements within this year, but he did not expect that there would be research results so soon. It seems that there are quite a few geniuses in this world, and they are also the one of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in China. This suddenly gave Jiang Cheng a star, and he was not alone on the road he was walking on. Human feeling. This feeling is pretty good. Jiang Cheng smiled and then asked, "What are the specific results?" "I got all the data. Master, do you want to see it?" Lucy asked. "Of course it depends." Jiang Cheng nodded and walked to the computer. Lucy immediately showed Professor Yang Yang, Professor Zhu Zhengpeng, Professor Liu Ling, and the research team formed by the 3 professors of the results of the intelligence field, and all the core data to Jiang Cheng. The value of these core data is undoubtedly immeasurable. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as priceless. The most important thing is that these data represent the coming of the era of real human intelligence. All core data has been strictly protected by the government to ensure that this data will not be leaked out. After all, this is China's leading achievement. However, no matter how good the blockade is, no other country can infiltrate it. Lucy still got the data easily. At this time, Jiang Cheng looked at these core data, and his expression did not any fluctuations perhaps for others. The value of this piece of data is simply inestimable, but for Jiang Cheng, this data is just handwritten. The things that come out are nothing. The things Jiang Cheng handwritten by hand can be many times better than these data. After all, the levels of the former and the latter are not at the same level. Jiang Cheng quickly read the core data, nodded, and commented, "Although it is too rough, overall it is not bad." Yang Yang, Zhu Zhengpeng, and Liu Ling, 3 professors, did not expect that this data was seen by Jiang Cheng and evaluated as good. You must know that such an evaluation is already quite powerful and worthy of their pride. At the same time, a mercenary killer hired by those super consortia in the United States, with a carefully created false identity, passed the security check of China and came to China. These big families and consortiums offered a reward of $1.5 billion to attract those mercenaries who licked their blood. Although many people know that the money is not easy to get, the difficulty is not ordinary. But for these mercenaries, when is the money easy to get? They are in danger all the time. For them, as long as the price is high enough, even the US Chief Tong will dare to assassinate. In this world, no matter how dangerous the task is, I dare to do it. Therefore, when this price was released, countless mercenary organizations were attracted to come over. The 5 super consortia headed by Morgan do not think that the more people, the better. Those mercenaries with low quality and too weak ability, if they are hired at a super high price, they will all be sent to China can accomplish the task. I think too much. If you don't pay attention to it, it is likely to make the other side alert and make this mission a complete failure. Therefore, they only selected the strongest among these mercenaries, and also the mercenaries with the highest quality and the most missions completed. Knight, this is the name of this mercenary team, and translated, it means knight. Obviously, it is a cruel mercenary team that does not blink and does not know how many lives have been slaughtered. However, it is quite ironic to take such a name, but anyone who knows this mercenary team will not laugh out, just because they are not generally scary. Because their methods are often too bloody, even once, because of the needs of the mission, they directly slaughtered an irrelevant village, which led to their very poor evaluation. There are even more nicknames like Blood Knights. Morgan hesitated more than once when choosing them, and finally chose them, just because they are strong enough. However, it is a pity that the target targeted by this group of mercenaries is the most terrifying person in the world. In a relatively Western-style castle, there is a big man who lives here. This big man can be said to be the most distinguished person in the entire United States. Even the man who successfully transformed from a businessman to become the Chief Tong, he can't compare it. Every time I meet with the Chief Tong can't wait to salute him, expressing his kindness and respect. He is the head of the Morgan family. At this time, the head of the Morgan family was looking at a book with a black cover in his office. There was no name on the cover of the book, and it seemed very simple and mysterious. This is the book written to him by the father of the current patriarch Morgan. The book says some very interesting things, and it also has the teachings of the patriarch. In a relatively Western-style castle, there is a big man living here. This big man can be said to be the most distinguished figure in the entire United States. Even the man who successfully transformed from a businessman to become the president of the United States, he can't compare it. Every time I meet with that president will eagerly salute him and express his kindness and respect. He is the head of the Morgan family. At this time, the head of the Morgan family was looking at a book with a black cover in the office. There was no name on the cover of the book, which looked very simple and mysterious. This is the book written to him by the father of the current patriarch Morgan. The book says some interesting things, and it also has the teachings of the patriarch to him. This book has been read many times by Morgan. A long time ago, when Morgan was just an adult, his father gave him this book one by one and told him, "Little Morgan, one day you too will become a man like me." At that time, the rise and fall of the family, the fate of countless people, will be completely in your hands, and even the entire United States will be in your hands. At that time, you must remember this sentence no matter what you do. You must think about it. If it is me, how should I do it? That is, since that time, when Morgan did anything, he couldn't help but think about it. If it was his father, how would he do it? Unknowingly, how many years passed, his father started to retreat. He was in the second line and gave him all the rights of the family, and he also had his own children. As early as when he just became the head of the Morgan family, he often asked his father, but when his father died, he could only read the book over and over again. Morgan looked at the book and couldn't help thinking, if in the future, when I retreat to the second line, my son controls the family, should I also write a book for him? Do you really have the right to write such a book for your son? Morgan couldn't help asking himself. If he thinks about it, he doesn't have such qualifications. Yes, from the outsider's view, the head of the Morgan family, who is extremely stable, has deep insecurities and insecurities. In his opinion, compared with his father, he is too far behind. In his impression, his father was able to control everything in his hands. He did everything to the utmost perfection. He was graceful enough to face any trouble, and he was able to handle it. It was not like facing trouble, but like facing a trivial matter. Such a father made him admire very much. Whenever he was in trouble, the restless Morgan would always subconsciously think, if it was his father, how would he make a choice? Just like this moment. Morgan made that choice one by one. He wanted to forcibly grab the piece of cake from Umbrella Technology. Such means are not rude. If it's you, father, how would you choose? Morgan said with a distressed expression while turning the ring in his hand. He was completely different from him at the meeting. Whenever a person, he always thought of himself. His cowardice and indecision are completely exposed. Just then, the door of the room was knocked. Morgan, who was in pain on his face, instantly turned cold. He glanced at the time displayed on the wall clock on the wall next to him, then smiled faintly and said, "Come in." "Yes," the person outside said respectfully and then pushed in. "The person here is his secretary, a very smart and capable woman. Is there anything important to report?" Morgan closed the book at hand, carefully put it in the drawer, and asked indifferently without raising his head. "That's it," the secretary said. "The Knight's mercenary group, thanks to the help of our identity information, has successfully entered China one by one and came to Luocheng, where the Universe Umbrella Technology Company is located. They report to us with this in mind. In the last few days, complete the tasks you have entrusted." After hearing this, Morgan nodded and said, "I see." The secretary nodded. She came here for this reason. Now that Morgan has been informed, she has no reason to stay here. She immediately lowered her head and said, "Then I will leave." "Wait," Morgan said suddenly. "Are there any more orders?" the secretary asked. "When you contact them, you must emphatically exhort you to be concealed. Even if you fail, you cannot let Huaxia officials know that if you expose the hands of the Universe Umbrella Company one by one, there will be a lot of trouble." Morgan said slowly, Of course, even if this is the case, Huaxia's officials probably know that we did it, but as long as there is no evidence, they can't help us. I see, I will tell them to be concealed again. The secretary nodded and was about to turn and leave. At this moment, Morgan's phone rang. This surprised the secretary a little, and it also surprised Morgan. Who called Rockefeller at this time? You know, all calls to Morgan will be received by the secretary first. Only Morgan's personal phone will be directly connected to him. And this private call, ordinary people will not know. Even if it was the meeting that I attended not long ago, the big people who had a bad relationship didn't know this private call. In this world, there are only a handful of people who know Morgan's personal phone. Morgan frowned, picked up the phone, and it suddenly showed a very strange number. Looking at the string of zeros displayed on the phone, Morgan was a little confused. What kind of phone number is this? Morgan rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. He believed that he had never had great wisdom like his father. From beginning to end, he kept imitating his father. He had heard praise from many elders before. My favorite compliment is, "Little Morgan, you are more and more like your father." However, no matter how model he is still him after all, and his father is still his father after all, however. Even so, the word stupid has never been associated with him. On the contrary, Morgan, I don't know how many people have gnashed his teeth secretly. The cunning old fox is as cunning as the old Morgan. However, as cunning as him, at this time, he was completely helpless. No matter how he imagined, he couldn't figure out what went wrong in the end, the Far East, the universe under the Red Sea. Will Jiang Cheng, the founder of Umbrella Technology, know his plan, and even know who betrayed him on his private phone? No, someone who can betray himself and tell him this kind of thing cannot betray himself at all. Morgan kept thinking, however, no matter how he thought, it was impossible to find out who betrayed her. Just because no one betrayed Morgan, the reason Jiang Cheng was able to do all this was naturally only his way. Time goes on a little bit. The Knights, nicknamed the mercenary group of Blood Knights, did not score much, only 12. However, the combat effectiveness of these 12 people is very powerful, and it can even be called horror. The mercenary team of hundreds of people, when they heard the name of the Blood Knight, could not help but chill. Who wants to collide face to face with the Blood Knight? Everyone in the Blood Knight has killed no fewer than a few hundred people. They have a lot of related legends. Now, they have accepted the task jointly issued by Morgan and several other families. It seems natural that they should continue to pass this legend one by one. However, it is a pity that their goal it's Jiang Cheng. And Jiang Cheng is not the goal they can provoke casually. The Blood Knight and his party, through the identity information provided by several Morgan families, easily entered China and quickly came to Luocheng. However, as soon as they arrived in Luocheng, they were spotted. The group of people, obviously not ordinary people, the plainclothes policemen walking on the street, the moment they saw them, they informed them of the situation. There are 12 foreigners who have come to Luocheng for tourism, and unidentified foreigners can check their relevant information. I think these 12 guys are not simple, and they are not the same as ordinary tourists. The plainclothes police quickly told them such information. Although these 12 mercenaries look very ordinary, foreigners who travel to China in normal times in terms of clothes, words and deeds are no different at all. However, as a policeman, you can clearly feel that the faint suffocation on his body and the inadvertent alertness. The plainclothes police officers only observed for a while, and they noticed them and looked over. Although the other side looked at other places nonchalantly, the plainclothes policemen still made a cold sweat and quickly reported the situation to them. One of the members of the night mercenary group rose and said quietly, "The person who was walking on the street just now is not easy. It should be plainclothes police. We might have been noticed, boss. What should we do?" The leader of the night mercenary group, that is, the Captain Abigail, was next to him. Although he was quietly speaking, he could still hear him. After listening, Abigail said lightly, "Don't worry, Rosen, any problems with our identity. Even if we report it, we can't find anything. Now we don't have any weapons, we are providing them with those big consortia. Don't clash with anyone before the person with the weapon meets, understand?" "Yes," Rosen nodded after hearing this. Abigail frowned and couldn't help thinking, "It seems that Luocheng's vigilance is much stricter than I thought. This time the task may not be so simple to complete, But it's normal, after all. The price of employment is so high. When the plainclothes police report their abnormalities, the relevant departments immediately inquired all their information. However, nothing suspicious was found, so I had to give up. However, the fact that the police could not find out does not mean that Jiang Cheng could not find out. Jiang Cheng set up a related alarm system very early. It worked well for this situation. When the police inquired, Lucy also noticed this matter. She immediately located the private mobile phones of those people, and then directly hacked and quickly found Morgan-related transaction intelligence information. Although the other party hid these contents deeply, even confidential conversations, all of them were destroyed and deleted, but this did not happen. Any effect? I have to say that such a method is very useful for ordinary people, but for an intelligence like Lucy, it does not have much effect. It is very simple to restore the data, and then present these things in the river. Cheng's eyes. Jiang Cheng followed these data and found Morgan in about a minute to confirm Morgan's phone number. Without hesitation, he dialed directly. In this information age, for Jiang Cheng, many secrets are not secrets at all, as long as he is willing to shop and find any information easily. The conspiracy and determination of Morgan and several other families were extremely ridiculous to him. In China, when all firearms and ammunition are strictly prohibited, the 12 mercenaries, although they can come with false identities, don't even want to bring firearms and weapons. Before they have firearms and weapons, it's impossible to solve them. What a difficult thing. After talking on the phone with the legendary family leader, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but shook his head and said, "I have already hinted at him so obviously, but he is still so uninterested, originally planning to see his performance. See if he can be used by me, but now it seems that he does not have such qualifications, and it is impossible for him to agree." Yes. After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Lucy next to him nodded and said, "Even if these big families are in power, even if they cooperate with you, the master, they cannot let you use them one by one and become yours. Chess pieces are even more improbable. After all, their status was too high at the beginning. Now they are subordinate to others. This choice is too difficult for them. To be precise, the current Morgan, obviously I haven't realized my position, nor have I realized what I have done. Obviously this is the case. For them, even if I failed in the plot, they have no awareness that they are about to fall into danger. Their usual status and status are too high. Perhaps from the beginning they did not regard me as one thing," Jiang Cheng said here and couldn't help but sneer. "Master, what are you going to do? How do you deal with these family powers who are unkind to you?" Lucy looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, "How to deal with it?" Jiang Cheng glanced at Lucy and then said without hesitation, "How to deal with this is indeed a problem. Maybe it was one by one before. When I finished the phone call with that Morgan, he obviously missed it. After taking this opportunity, how to deal with it becomes very simple. Naturally, he will be treated in his own way. How to treat the human body." Lucy was stunned for a moment and quickly understood what Jiang Cheng was talking about. Jiang Cheng nodded and then began to read the information about the mercenary group called Knights. Seeing that each of them had committed a lot of crimes, he couldn't help saying, "These Knight mercenary groups, although they are heinous, but if they were handed over to the government in this way, they would be executed 100%. It would be a shame to let them be our pawns and use them a little bit. This is a good idea." After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Lucy couldn't help but her eyes lit up and said, "However, these mercenaries of the Knight mercenary group are obviously not so easy to threaten. Master, do you have a solution?" "Of course there is a way to deal with it." Jiang Cheng nodded and said calmly. At this time, the cavalry mercenary group successfully settled in a hotel, first take a break, and then continue the next handover. After obtaining their weapons, they will carry out a series of actions. Now they don't have any weapons, and they are bare-handed, despite their combat effectiveness. There are also some that are not comparable to ordinary people, but they are still limited after all. Any platoon army can easily kill them, but when they get the weapon, even if they come to a company or army, they can easily be killed by them. These are two completely different concepts. However, the mercenary cavalry group at this time did not expect that their 12 members would have been targeted by even more dangerous people. Since they stayed in this hotel, everything planned, start quietly. Boss, it has been confirmed that no one will continue to follow us. Rosen of the mercenary group pretended to look around casually, but in an instant, he got the result and immediately whispered to Abigail next to him. Okay, it seems that the other party has relaxed his vigilance. No, in the final analysis, we don't have so many places to pay attention to. Although we are a little conspicuous in this Oriental country, it is just that. The captain of the mercenaries, Abigail, nodded and said. At the same time, he instructed, "You all go to your room and take a rest. Today, you will recharge your energy. Next, we will have very hard work to do. Know the boss." Understood, boss. I can't get used to Chinese food. What should I do? Go call KFC, just eat something to fill your stomach. It is good. Then several people came to their respective rooms and began to rest. They never thought that Jiang Cheng would observe and monitor them with a camera from beginning to end and issued a series of orders. First, make some cute little things in their food, let them eat them, and pass out directly. Soon, the 12 members of the mercenary group were successfully stunned by 10, and only 2 were left, because they were not in a hurry to eat the fort and escaped. However, what faced him next was a fully armed retired soldier. This was the sharp weapon that Jiang Cheng recruited and used in his hand. Of course, although they are fully armed, their guns are not real guns and live ammunition, but are anesthetic guns. However, when Jiang Cheng asked to catch his mouth, the effect of the anesthesia gun is the best. This team of night mercenaries never thought that they would be exposed inexplicably, and then the other party also used such a method. If they had been vigilant for a long time, they would definitely check the food before taking it down. However, in the case of relaxation of vigilance, this behavior is naturally impossible to do. After all, as long as one person has time to relax his vigilance. In the final analysis, this is only the result of the information gap. No matter how powerful they are, it is too easy to solve when they are deliberately calculated and they don't know it. The leader of the night mercenary team, Abigail, looked at the heavily armed man who broke into the hotel room. His pupils shrank slightly. He didn't know exactly where it was exposed, or was he secretly counted in the beginning? This is fundamentally reasonable one by one, so where exactly is the difference? No matter how Abigail thought about it, he couldn't think of it. He was just about to say something, but the other party didn't wait for him to move and shot one by one anesthesia gun. While Abigail was still conscious, he clearly saw the anesthesia gun inserted into his body, showing a puzzled look. What is the other party's plan? No, is the other party really the official Huixia official? Still say, tilde. Abigail thought of a terrifying guess. But before that guess fully emerged, he fell into a coma. When Abigail woke up again, there was a young man with a faint smile before his eyes. Although he can't figure out the youthfulness of the face of the Oriental, he can easily see the immaturity of the face of this young man. Therefore, this young man is probably underage. Who are you? Abigail struggled hard, but he found that his body was completely tied to a chair, and he couldn't move at all. Who am I? I am Jiang Cheng. The young man who appeared in front of Abigail was naturally Jiang Cheng, and he said lightly while observing Abigail. You are Jiang Cheng? Abigail naturally knows what his goal is for this mission. It is the young man in front of him. Sure enough, there is nothing wrong with his guess. It is the other party. Alerted and started early and caught them. However, what makes Abigail puzzled is, where did the other party get the news? What are the mistakes one by one? No, think about it carefully. Their identities, all their actions, there will be no mistakes at all. However, the facts are completely opposite. The other party seems I have known their existence for a long time and set this game from the beginning. Abigail has always been able to smell danger, but this time he didn't smell anything and was caught here directly by the other party. The more I thought about it, Abigail felt more chilling. What is the origin of this young man? Jiang Cheng watched the constant changes in Abigail's expression and did not speak. It was just such a faint observer. After a while, he said, "You should be very confused why I know you are the Blood Knight mercenary group, and caught you guys here, right?" Listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Abigail nodded, but did not continue to speak. It's very simple. For me, there are no secrets in this world. Jiang Cheng did not explain to Abigail in detail, but simply said, "In a sense, I am in this world. God is like this one by one. Can you understand a little bit?" Abigail looked at Jiang Cheng with the eyes of a madman. With such mad words, it is naturally impossible for him to believe God. What's a joke? This young man's fragility can be easily killed if he retains 1/10 of his combat power. Is there such a fragile in this world? I know what you are thinking. Jiang Cheng looked down at Abigail and said with a smile, "With your thinking, of course you can't understand these things. I can understand them completely. I don't need you to go. Understand these things. What do you want to do? You caught us. Maybe it's not that simple. Just want to chat with me." Abigail stared at Jiang Cheng and asked coldly, "Of course it's not just that simple chat with you. I want you to do something for me." Jiang Cheng said lightly, "What do you need us to do?" Abigail smiled and asked faintly, "Since the other party has a request, then they have room for negotiation. This way, communication is much simpler. Kill Morgan and other customers involved in hiring you." Jiang Cheng looked at Abigail and said lightly. Listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Abigail's pupils shrank abruptly, and he was completely shocked. He did not expect that Jiang Cheng's request was actually this. It also. After a while, Abigail asked in a difficult tone, "Do you really know what you are saying?" "Of course I know what I'm talking about. Since they hired you to deal with me, then, of course, they have to be enlightened to die." Jiang Cheng looked at Abigail and said naturally, "If they die, the United States know the whole world will be in chaos." Abigail looked at Jiang Cheng with a madman's eyes and couldn't help but coldly said, "You think too much. The whole world will be in chaos. Who do you think they are? They are just the rulers of their family. I ask you to kill them, not their family. Even if they die, someone will come out to replace them." Jiang Cheng shook his head and said lightly, "But accept the conditions of the target and kill the employer. Our night mercenary group has never done this kind of thing." Abigail was silent again after hearing Jiang Cheng's words. After a while, he shook his head and said, "This is not in compliance with the rules at all." "Not in compliance with the rules?" Jiang Cheng said amusedly. "Do you still know how to behave? That's natural. If we don't follow the rules, we won't be able to live until now. You may find it ridiculous, but sometimes we are just the most rules-conscious people." Abigail said lightly, "Even if you die, all your brothers will die." Abigail's words made Jiang Cheng ask a little bit amused. "That's natural." Abigail did not panic, nor did he stupidly beg Jiang Cheng to let go of his brothers. Instead, he nodded seriously and said, "From the beginning of this business, whether it is me or my brothers, we have already made such a decision. We will die one day. So it's no surprise that we die for the sake of the rules. Just kill us like this. I won't agree with you. Required." Abigail's calm words and the feeling of seeing death as home made Jiang Cheng a little admired. There are too few people in this world who can really look at death, however. Admiration is that he still has his attitude after all. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "I admire your courage, but I still want to say, even if I kill all of your family members, don't you care?" Hearing this, Abigail's pupils shrank suddenly, his eyes widened, and he stared at Jiang Cheng. "Impossible. You can't know their location. In this world, there is no who knows where they are." "Huh." Finally, there is a slightly different reaction. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "You may think it is impossible, but one by one, many things in this world are beyond your imagination." Under Abigail's gaze, Jiang Cheng calmly placed the documents beside Abigail by his side. At the same time, Jiang Cheng said faintly, "This is the 12 people in your team, each of your relatives, lovers, and even friends. As long as human beings live in this world, they must have some weaknesses. You may not care about your death, but what about them?" Abigail stared at those documents, and the information on them made him shudder. Where did Jiang Cheng find these things? He stared at Jiang Cheng and roared, "Asshole, asshole, you will go to like this, you devil. I really didn't expect to be called a demon by a mercenary with hands. Since you all have the consciousness of seeing death as home, why don't you have such consciousness?" Jiang Cheng said amusedly, "Moreover, go to or something your vocabulary is really lacking, devil. I'm not a devil. How? Are you able to accept my terms now?" Jiang Cheng looked at Abigail and continued to ask, "We can't grasp the specific positions of Morgan's power holders and other family power holders, and with the 12 of us, we can't break through their protection circle. This is an impossible task. Even if we all die, it can't be done. This is the truth. Although our reputation is great, there are still many things we cannot do in this world." Abigail tried his best to calm his emotions, and after careful consideration, he said, "Then you don't have to worry about it." Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "I will naturally provide you with relevant information. With the help of the information I provide, killing them is not difficult at all. Answer me. Jiang Cheng looked at him. I understand, I agree with your request. Jiang Cheng's the words made Abigail silent again. After a while, he nodded heavily and said, You can understand, remember, you don't play any tricks otherwise. It will be easy for me to die. Jiang Cheng said, snapping his fingers casually. Ming. After Jiang Cheng snapped his fingers, Abigail's heart suddenly felt severe pain. Abigail screamed in pain. This body was bent because of the intense pain. His forehead was full of sweat. It took a long time for him to recover from this intense pain. He asked weakly, What did you do to my body? I used a very delicate operation to put some small things in your heart. Don't try to take them out. Even the most brilliant surgeon in the world can't take them out. Except in this world, no one other than me can do this. Jiang Cheng said lightly, No, maybe someone else can take it out in the future, but even if someone can take it out, you will die instantly without my consent. Abigail's entire back was chilled, and he had no idea how terrifying this harmless young man was. He actually used such a method. Okay, Jiang Cheng said lightly. The conversation between us is over. You have wasted enough of my time. One by one, I hope your next performance will satisfy me. I will let others you secretly sent to the U.S., and at the same time give you relevant help. Do it all for me. Abigail did not speak. Understand? Jiang Cheng glared at him. I understand. Abigail was taken aback and said quickly, Just understand. Jiang Cheng nodded, and then he left here one by one. Seeing Jiang Cheng's departure, Abigail suddenly thought of something. After completing this mission, will this Jiang Cheng release the night mercenary group? Will it? This point, the other party did not even mention it. It was an attitude of completely grasping the night mercenary group. In this mission, I really met an amazing character. For a while, Abigail regretted it, couldn't help but smile, and now regret it. Leaving the room where Abigail was talking, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but think about another thing. This body is so fragile. It is very likely that in the long future, he will encounter various accidents and dangers. In the face of those accidents, there may be some mistakes. I am afraid there will be many things like today. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng began to think whether it should be said that genetic evolution medicine should be made. However, things like that are not easy to make. If the materials are sufficient, it would be simple for Jiang Cheng. However, the materials of this era are still too scarce after all, and he does not have many materials at all. Whether it is blocked by the country or blocked by an overseas country, it is a big problem. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but rubbed his eyebrows. These problems must be solved by some means. Jiang Cheng knew that it would be difficult to make a genetic evolution medicine. However, even if it is difficult, you have to do it. Scientific research is often like this. Even if you know that it is difficult, you have to face it. If you don't have such a spirit, you still want to achieve success. Think too much. Let's get out the basic genetic evolution medicine first and increase the difficulty step by step. If there is an elementary genetic evolution potion, he can easily defeat the mercenary captain with his skills. Even if he faces a person holding a gun, he can easily dodge the bullet. Of course, the primary genetic medicine evolution agent may not be enough to increase the speed of human beings faster than bullets, but it is enough to react faster than the people who use guns. In this way, the bullets that escape them will become much simpler. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng made a thorough decision. Since the development of the genetic evolution medicine is to be solved sooner or later, it is better to solve it as soon as possible. In a blink of an eye, September 1 arrived as scheduled. This day is also the global sales day of transparent mobile phones set by Jiang Cheng. For most people in the world, this day has been awaited for a long, long time. They are finally able to buy the long-awaited transparent mobile phone. Of course, there are only 100 million transparent mobile phones sold worldwide by Jiang Cheng. Such a number is obviously not enough for the whole world. Therefore, only very lucky people can grab the transparent phone in the first place. The people who are going to buy in physical stores do not rely on luck, but physical strength. They formed a long line in front of the mobile phone store, waiting for the mobile phone store to open, and then rushed to buy transparently. Cell phone. This situation can be seen everywhere in the country, no, everywhere in the world. China, Japan, China, Thailand, the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, France. And other countries, there are transparent mobile phone sales channels, whether it is on the internet or in physical stores. They have been prepared for a long time, waiting for this day. Finally, wait for the day when the transparent mobile phone is on sale. I wish I could grab the transparent mobile phone one by one. I am going to buy the luxury version. Fuck, the deluxe version costs 10,000 yuan. It's great to have money. I can only buy the standard version. The standard version is also good. It can be grabbed in advance. Yes, whether it is the luxury version or the standard version, it is difficult to grab it. If the 100 million transparent mobile phones of Umbrella technology are not all world sales, but only in China, it may be easy to grab it, but it's not the case. Yeah, what a pity. But there is no way. Who is the Umbrella Technology Company? It is a large international company and a large enterprise facing the world. It is quite proud of our Huaxia to have such a company. Yes, that's right. However, no matter what, I hope I can buy a transparent phone. Under this craze all over the world, the mercenaries of the Knights Mercenary Group have come to the United States, have met the people who met them, and given them all their weapons. At the same time, Jiang Cheng also provided corresponding news. Abigail, the captain of the mercenary group, studied by himself. Looking at the dense news on the file, he only felt that his scalp was numb. A cold air rushed up his back and spread all over his body at the same time. The same in the ice cave. Abigail couldn't even think about how Jiang Cheng got this information. Is this kidding? This ability, this kind of omniscience ability is simply terrifying. Secondly, if it were not so scary, Jiang Cheng would not have the information of every family member of their mercenary group. Thinking of this, Abigail couldn't help gritting his teeth and couldn't help thinking, where did the devil come from? The information above is naturally Morgan's travel information today, as well as a series of living habits, as well as all the security information and the information of people who can assist them. With these things, set up an ambush in advance. Even Morgan can kill it easily. Abigail quickly set up an ambush based on intelligence, and they came to the roof of a hotel and set up a sniper rifle. 1 hour later, Morgan will pass by here, get off the car, and go to the restaurant for dinner, and habitually sit on the 9th floor by the window. As long as Morgan sat by the window, it was time for them to start. The mercenaries began to wait and wait. As time passed, when the mercenary group almost thought that Morgan would not come here, a black Rolls-Royce stopped at the door of the restaurant. Here, Abigail said in a low voice. He was not in a hurry to start. Now he is a little far away. Although he has a certain hit rate, if he fails, he will be completely shocked. Wait for Morgan to sit in that position. It's the best time for them to start. Of course, if they fail to sniper, they will also have a second hand. One of their members, who was dining in that restaurant and so on, failed to sniper, and he could take advantage of the chaos and shoot. All these plans have already formed a must-kill situation. However, this Morgan, unaware of this, entered the hotel and sat in that seat. He really sat in that seat. The intelligence didn't make any mistakes, so let's get ready to do it later, Abigail whispered. Yes, we are sniping at the same time. Morgan will definitely die. Another sniper said. He and the captain are the two most powerful snipers in the mercenary group. Yeah, Abigail didn't speak, but just nodded. At this moment, his mood was a bit complicated, and he didn't want to talk more. Morgan didn't realize that he had already come to a dead end. The plan failed. It really failed. Morgan H. was sitting on the table, knocking on the table, while whispering, the Cavaliers had completely lost contact with us. According to reports from the people over there, it should have been Jiang Cheng was arrested or was arrested by Huaxia officials. Whichever it is not good news for them. Moreover, Jiang Cheng made a phone call to Morgan not long ago, which left him too impressed. For this period of time, he has been thoroughly investigating the people around him who betrayed him. No one found out. This really made Morgan quite speechless and quite not abominable. Morgan gritted his teeth. The person next to Morgan is his friend. Hearing this, he smiled and said, the other party may be just cheating on you. Calm down, Morgan. You are not the Morgan I know. You are the Morgan family. The backbone of the man's heart absolutely must not lose his temper. Although it is said that, but I always feel that this matter is not so simple. And since that Jiang Cheng can find out my personal mobile phone number, the ghost knows what else he can find out. What other means, but now there is no wind at all, which makes me very uneasy. Morgan shook his head and said, while subconsciously turning the ring of his index finger. However, at this moment, Morgan only felt that a powerful force came, and then there was a gunshot and the sound of glass breaking, and his consciousness was completely lost. In that thousandth of a second, he realized what one by one he was assassinated. I was assassinated. I'm dead. Is this Jiang Cheng's successor? He actually sent someone to assassinate himself. Why? Why would he know that he is here? Every week, he will only have random just came here one day. How come? At the moment of lightning flint, his consciousness has completely disappeared. From Morgan's friend's point of view, after a gunshot, Morgan was directly headshot. Morgan's entire head exploded directly, his brain and blood splashed all over. He couldn't help screaming in fear. Morgan, the entire restaurant became chaotic because of this attack. Wow, the people who came to eat here screamed, and the scene instantly became chaotic. The backhand of the cavalry mercenary corps, mixed in the crowd, quietly left. It's done, let's go. Abigail retracted the sniper rifle and said in a mixed mood, I didn't expect it to be so easy to kill. Yes, another sniper said in a mixed mood, he is Morgan, the Superman standing at the top of the United States. Even the President of the United States can't compare to him. Now it is so easy. Dead, it was still killed by us. There is no time to sigh now. Get out of here quickly. We have to kill the other 4 goals before dawn. If today passes and the plan changes, it will be bad. Moreover, if it is delayed, it will be difficult to leave the United States. Abigail shook his head and said, yes, assassinations were carried out quietly in New York in the United States. No one in the world can imagine that under today's event where transparent mobile phones are sold, the 5 most powerful consortia in the entire United States have been assassinated. With the help of Jiang Cheng's intelligence information, the mercenary group that killed 5 big men overnight went so well that they even couldn't believe it. Who would believe that all of the others' electronic equipment will suddenly fail? Let them break in smoothly. Set up an ambush. Who would believe that all the information of the super big men of these consortiums will fall into their hands? It is precisely because of so smoothly that even though they killed 5 big men, the mercenaries of the mercenary group did not have any achievements. Instead, there was a slight sense of fear. Who is that sacred Jiang Cheng? After completing all the tasks, Abigail, the captain of the mercenaries, called Jiang Cheng. Abigail said, we have all killed the target you requested. Now, can you let us go? Jiang Cheng smiled and said, do you think it's possible? It's that simple to calculate my price. Abigail was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Jiang Cheng to be so blunt. He roared, don't you credit? Jiang Cheng asked inexplicably, when will I promise you to kill the powers of these 5 big families and let you go? Besides, even if it's not you, any killer will come with the help of my intelligence. Can easily kill them. Abigail was taken aback. Jiang Cheng hadn't really said that. Moreover, what he said was not wrong. If it weren't for Jiang Cheng's assistance, they wouldn't even be able to kill a target. Abigail was silent for a while and continued to ask, what else do you want us to do? I haven't thought of it yet. Jiang Cheng said lightly, you will be the pawns in my hands first. If I have any needs in the future, I will talk to you. Abigail listened to this, and as soon as he was about to speak, Jiang Cheng directly hung up the phone. He couldn't help smashing the phone in anger and cursed. Damn. However, no matter how angry Abigail is, their destiny has long been doomed since the moment they tried to attack Jiang Cheng. Being able to become Jiang Cheng's now is a pretty good result. Because of this assassination, the situation in the entire United States is constantly changing, and the people in power have died. For other people in several big families, it is not a bad thing, but a good thing. Only in this way can they have a chance to make their heads. These people frantically started fighting for the interests of the family. If in normal times, this incident has already shocked the world, but now, under the frenzy of global sales of transparent mobile phones, it has been completely overshadowed. I have to say, this is quite ironic. What happened to Morgan and the 4 other families in power naturally quickly spread to the ears of the powers of other large consortium families in the United States. For those in power in these families, Morgan and the others are dead, and it only benefits. There is no harm. Either the pressure of competition is reduced, or they are taking advantage of their deaths to acquire some of their industries and expand their rights. However, when they heard the news, there was no doubt that they did not have such a mood. It was the so-called cold lips and teeth. This is the simplest truth. Now Morgan and others have died and were assassinated. If one day they too was assassinated, I can't imagine it. Everything they have now will be far away from them. Of course, maybe they live on vigilance every day, and increasing the defense around them can effectively prevent assassinations. However, after all, they cannot be careful all their lives. After all, there are still times when they are negligent. Could it be that they will live in the rest of their lives in such a frightening situation? Such a thing, thinking about it, feels terrible. Therefore, when news of the deaths of more than 100 members of the Morgan family reached the ears of these big figures, they all became silent. Morgan and several other family leaders did not know why they died, but they did not know. It does not prevent them from guessing about this. They have many enemies, however, they are still alive until now. There are many people who want to assassinate them, but are there really successful assassins? No, not once. Until they targeted Jiang Cheng and heard that the plan did not succeed, they simply died like this. In this way, although there is no evidence, it is clear that the most direct target of suspicion is the founder of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company, Jiang Cheng. This Jiang Cheng is not a legend. The research and development of virtual reality equipment, graphene, the research and invention of sinotenin for the complete cure of liver cancer virus, and the transparent mobile phone, the ghost knows where he got so many epoch-making how genius the invention is. Such a person who is impossible to see through sent someone to kill Morgan, and they succeeded. Thinking about it, it is not an incredible thing, but a very reasonable thing. Thinking of this, the power holders of these big families were a little grateful for a while. Fortunately, when they were dealing with Jiang Cheng, they withdrew from that meeting. They weren't stunned by so many benefits, and they lost their heads to deal with Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, they are probably dead now. Thinking of this, the power holders of these big families couldn't help thinking, how can they have a good relationship with Jiang Cheng? No longer share his share of the cake, but have a good relationship with him. If there is a chance, cooperate a little bit. Once this happens, it is impossible for the other party to kill them without reason. Jiang Cheng didn't know that sending someone to assassinate Morgan and other 5 families in power had the effect of knocking the mountain out. Perhaps the big figures in other countries didn't know who was behind the incident and kept investigating it, but there was no result. But those in power in the US consortium who participated in the previous incident against Jiang Cheng clearly knew that Jiang Cheng did it in all likelihood. They retired without consent, which is really wise. At this time, Jiang Cheng was in the chairman's office, listening to Zhang Manlin's report. During this period of busyness, Zhang Manlin's face inevitably showed some exhaustion, but her eyes were very bright and excited. Although this time the benefits of global sales of transparent mobile phones, there is no virtual reality before. The benefits of selling the equipment are large. However, this is a completely different concept, and they can use this line in the future to continuously make money. Now in the whole world, only their family sells transparent mobile phones. This is a unique condition. The 100 million mobile phones sold worldwide are just a start. How many phones can be sold in the future? Zhang Manlin can't guess, but at least it will start with 1 billion, 2 billion, or even 3. 1 billion, it is not a problem at all. Perhaps in a short period of time. The benefits of the transparent mobile phone market are not as great as virtual reality equipment, but in the long run, the transparent mobile phone market is no less than virtual reality equipment. When transparent mobile phones become mainstream globally, all other smartphones will have to stand aside. The related impact and benefits of this are unimaginable. This is also the reason why Zhang Manlin is so excited. Globally, the 100 million mobile phones sold for the first time have been completely snapped up. Many people called customer service to ask when will they continue to be supplied. In fact, there are still many markets that have not yet been developed. This time, the sales plan for transparent mobile phones has been initially successful, Zhang Manlin reported to Jiang Cheng and said, "Also, I know." After Zhang Manlin's report was completed, Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "I'm very satisfied, but you must pay attention to rest after working hard." "What? I will." Zhang Manlin nodded and said, "The Empire State Building of Universe Umbrella Technology Company has just erected a foundation. As one of the participants in this building, I will naturally witness the complete rise of this building. How could it be possible to fall down halfway? Yeah, you are right. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, you should withdraw first. Yes. Zhang Manlin nodded, just about to leave. Suddenly she thought of something and immediately said, Jiang Dong, there is one more thing I want to tell you. What's the matter? Jiang Cheng looked at her and asked faintly. That's it. Now that the sales of transparent mobile phones are so successful, I am planning a celebration party. Zhang Manlin thought for a while and said. Zhang Manlin continued. After all the finishing work is resolved, a celebration party can be held. Dong Jiang, can you be there? Is there this time? Celebration meeting? Jiang Cheng heard this and nodded and said, of course there is no problem with the celebration meeting. No, that's the case. I am going to invite more people, some other giants in the domestic industry. I want them all to attend this celebration party. Zhang Manlin shook her head and continued to explain. How do you feel? You can do this by yourself. Don't ask me about these things. I know what you mean. Jiang Cheng understands what Zhang Manlin means. After hearing this, he nodded and said, no problem, I will hear. Okay, thank Dong Jiang for your understanding. Zhang Manlin was relieved after hearing this and said quickly, then I will withdraw. Yeah. Jiang Cheng nodded and looked at Zhang Manlin's back. When Zhang Manlin left the office, he shook his head slightly and said nothing. To be honest, he didn't want to go to this kind of celebration party, but as the chairman of Cosmos Umbrella Technology Company, in order to develop smoothly in the future, he must make some compromises, such as participating in such celebrations. Come forward and let those domestic entrepreneurs see themselves. This is still necessary. Of course, Zhang Manlin knows that Jiang Cheng hates these things the most. Therefore, when Zhang Manlin said, she was very worried that Jiang Cheng would refuse directly, but fortunately, Jiang Cheng agreed. The global sales of 100 million transparent mobile phones, on the whole, are both happy and sad. Some people successfully grabbed transparent mobile phones, and some people couldn't grab them at all, so they can only envy them. And some people don't even have the qualifications to grab them, and they don't have the money. They can only look at those who use transparent phones more enviously. People and related topics naturally flood every corner of the internet. Transparent phone, smartphone. In China, these two posts on Baidu have gone from hundreds of thousands of followers to 5 or 6 million in just one day. Originally, most people just checked the relevant information in the post bar, discussing how amazing the future transparent mobile phone is. Although the atmosphere is there, it is often not enthusiastic enough. Even if Jiang Cheng announced the release date of the transparent mobile phone, this is the case. After all, no one has gotten started. Well, even if you want to discuss, there is no topic. But now it's completely different. When the transparent mobile phone invented by Jiang Cheng was successfully sold out, the discussion atmosphere of the entire post bar instantly became active. I don't understand the function of the transparent mobile phone. What did it do? Which one has extra transparent phones in the post bar? I am willing to pay a high price. Some chat with me privately. The purchase of a transparent mobile phone for 50,000 yuan and a face-to-face transaction are definitely not a lie. A liar can go. The transparent phone is really amazing. This is simply an artifact. It's too dangling. The 66,666 transparent phone is so cool to use. It's so handsome. It's so cool to use. It's worth it. I have been in line for 10 hours. Since the store hasn't opened in the middle of the night, I started to shop on the ground and waited. Finally, I bought a transparent mobile phone. The feeling after getting started was really extraordinary. 10 times. It's great to have a transparent phone. The transparent mobile phone is too advanced. It feels a bit too advanced. It's like entering the world of science fiction all at once. However, this feeling is pretty good. I really like transparent phones. 100% satisfaction. Transparent phones are simply too impeccable. Universe Umbrella Technology is simply an epoch-making company. This company is really great. In the post bar, all kinds of discussions are kept. At the same time, inside a live website, the most popular live broadcast room. This live room is surprisingly Nicole's live room. Since the last time I participated in the transparent mobile phone conference, Nicole's number of attention in the live broadcast room has reached 5 million, and the number of people watching her live broadcast is 2 or 3 times more than before. Even if Nicole does not broadcast live frequently, many people still remember this very cute girl and remember her so much singing voice. Every time Nicole broadcasts a live broadcast, those who follow her receive this news. Later, they would close other live broadcast rooms and enter her live broadcast room. The super managers realized that Nicole's identity and background might not be simple, and she did not dare to suppress her popularity. The result became that every time Nicole's live broadcast, her popularity would become the first in just a short while. Name. Now, in Nicole's entire live broadcast room, the number of people has exploded. Many viewers who have just clicked into this live broadcast website will click into her live broadcast room after seeing the title of Nicole. This title is just started the deluxe version of the transparent phone. Out of the box transparent phone testing. Of course, Nicole had already ordered the luxury version of the transparent phone and successfully grabbed one. For her, even if she couldn't get it, there were other channels to get this phone. As she used this title, more and more people clicked into her live broadcast room, and in just a short while, the number exceeded 1 million. After many people clicked into the live broadcast room, they suddenly saw Nicole and the transparent mobile phone box in front of Nicole. The anchor bought a deluxe version of the transparent mobile phone, so I am envious. I envy +1. I envy +2. It's great to have a deluxe version. I just have a normal version 1. It's pretty good to have the normal version. I didn't even get the normal version. It's really too tragic. Yeah, I didn't buy it either. I just hesitated and prepared to wait and see. As a result, I directly played GG and could only wait until the next release. Many people onlookers eating melon did not buy it, and when they saw those who did not buy it, they immediately felt comforted. Ha ha ha, I did the same, because I hesitated and couldn't buy it directly. I really hate myself for being indecisive. Me too, I could have bought it, alas. Soon someone urged one by one, Anchor, hurry up and unpack it. Anchor, hurry up and unpack it. Glancing at the barrage, Nicole smiled and said, well, I'm just out of the box. It's not easy to get this luxurious version of the transparent phone. Don't you want to buy some gifts? In an instant, all kinds of gifts were given non-stop. For Nicole, the money brought by these gifts doesn't matter at all. She doesn't lack the money for 2 or 50 because it represents popularity, so she will ask for a little bit. With so many gifts, Nicole nodded in satisfaction and said, then I will open the box. Then Nicole opened the phone box and slowly took out the transparent phone inside. At the moment when she saw the transparent phone, Nicole completely fell in love with this transparent phone. Her eyes were a little brighter, and she subconsciously said, it's so beautiful, it's really beautiful, this a transparent phone. Those viewers who watched the live broadcast, at the moment when they saw the transparent mobile phone, all kinds of barrage were also raised. It's so beautiful indeed. Is this the luxury version of the transparent phone? I heard that colors can be customized. The Anchor is a simple transparent phone with high transparency. The Anchor can buy other colors one by one, but it also feels good. I feel that in the future, rich people will buy a transparent mobile phone of every color, even if you don't use it. Watch it. +1, I feel the same way. I always feel that this luxurious version of the transparent phone is better looking than the general version of the transparent phone. This is not my illusion. They are all similar in appearance, I heard. At this moment, Nicole didn't have any thoughts to look at those bullet screens. Her eyes were full of small stars. She stared at this transparent phone closely. She was completely attracted and even forgot that she was there. Live. It's so beautiful. This transparent mobile phone is really beautiful. Even if the performance is 0, it can be sold out one by one. I heard that the performance of this transparent mobile phone is completely out of the market on all the phones. Nicole said again and again, turning on the transparent phone. The transparent mobile phone was turned on soon, and Nicole started a series of identity verification and fingerprint binding. Soon, it was successfully bound. Nicole breathed a sigh of relief, put the phone in front of the camera, and said, did you see it? This is a transparent phone, isn't it beautiful? I have successfully bound it. Wow, so envious of the Anchor. Super envy, I don't envy the anchor. I also bought a luxury version of the transparent phone, and the transparent phone with black crystal feels more beautiful than the anchor. The anchor will test the other functions of the phone. Nicole looked at the barrage and nodded and said, "Okay, I will test it next. The performance of this transparent phone will be tested soon." First, she turned on the camera and said with a smile, "The quality of a camera has a lot of influence on the standard of a mobile phone. I will try to take it." Click. Nicole successfully took a photo. After looking carefully, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God! The pixels of the transparent phone are really too high. And the focus and the optimization of the scene, they are all extremely powerful. I think it is a SLR camera that is no less than 10,000 yuan at all." Listening to Nicole's evaluation, the barrage suddenly exploded. "Fuck anchor, this is too exaggerated. The camera function of a transparent phone is no less than a SLR camera of about 10,000 yuan. Why is the camera ability of this transparent mobile phone so powerful? Impossible. Does the anchor really know the photographic ability of a SLR camera for about 10,000 yuan? /anchor, do you really know what you are talking about? Fuck, this is too exaggerated." Nicole looked at the barrage and said over and over again, "Of course I know what I'm talking about. In fact, I think my evaluation is not wrong because I am also a camera player. The money I spent on SLR cameras has been, there are hundreds of thousands of zero. Do you still think I don't understand?" Then Nicole put the photo taken by the transparent mobile phone in front of the camera and said, "Did you see it? The live camera can't see clearly how fresh the photos are. Even though the anchor said this, I still can't believe it. This is too exaggerated. I believe what the anchor said. I just bought a luxurious version of the transparent phone." The anchor said nothing wrong. The camera function of the transparent phone is indeed unparalleled. It can even be comparable to a SLR camera of about 10,000 yuan. However, a SLR camera has the functions of a SLR camera. There are some functions that cannot be achieved by a transparent mobile phone. If only the pixels, focus, zoom, and other capabilities are considered, it is still same thing. Fuck, it is real. Fuck, this transparent phone is too powerful. It's so good, I really regret it completely. Nonsense, this transparent mobile phone is not good. How could it be on the market and sold so well? So, this transparent phone is an epoch-making product. Do you think this is a joke? Barrage floated by. Nicole began to test other aspects. There is no doubt that the performance of other areas of transparent mobile phones has also made Nicole very satisfied. So satisfied that he can no longer be satisfied. Finally, she was going to test this small game on a transparent mobile phone. There are actually mini-games presented with the mobile phone, Nicole said with a smile. Ordinary mobile phones, after the purchase, there will be some small game gifts are tied to mobile phones, such as snake playing cards, chess, and other small games. And transparent mobile phones, obviously there are such small games. However, no one has heard of the names of these mini-games, Glory, Road to Death, and Starry Sky Kill. Nicole watched the game and the barrage floated by. Test the game. Play a game. What does the mini-game presented by the transparent mobile phone look like? Tested everywhere. I haven't tested the game yet. Hurry up and test the game. Test game +1. Test game +2. Looking at the barrage, Nicole nodded and said, "I know, I'll test the game." Nicole clicked on the randomly included mini-game. The game was not buffered and opened instantly. She was already completely offended. The running speed of a transparent mobile phone is such that it is totally unreasonable. However, when the game opened in 06, both Nicole and all the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned at this moment. What kind of random game is this? It is a big game, no less than any 3A masterpiece. The screen, content, game, operation, playability, worldview, and background are impeccable in almost any aspect. This is true for several games. This stunned all the viewers in the live broadcast room, including Nicole. 6,666,666 plus 66,666. Usually I am talented and witty, but at this moment, I can only close my mouth and keep brushing 66,666. It's 2.6, the game running speed of this mobile phone, and the bonus games are so amazing. Universal Umbrella Technology Company is simply too powerful. It ignores other mobile phone companies at all. It's comparable. I feel that such a mobile phone runs faster than a computer. Is this really just a simple mobile phone? It's really amazing. In addition to admiration, it is admiration. I have been looking for the difference between the luxury version of the transparent mobile phone and the normal version of the transparent mobile phone. Now, I finally found it. The first one is the problem of the pixel gap in the camera, and the second is the game presented with the mobile phone. Regret, the normal version of the transparent mobile phone does not have these mobile games. At all, there are only the deluxe version. I really hope I can buy a transparent phone. It's a luxurious version of a transparent phone. In this live broadcast room, it is just a place that can be seen everywhere on the entire network. At this moment, the whole world is shocked by the transparent mobile phone invented by Jiang Cheng. This is the revolution of the times. The wheels of history are rolling in. Jiang Cheng is changing the world, and the whole world is changing little by little. The cinephilin that can completely cure the liver cancer virus, the virtual reality device that can increase time, the graphene that changes the basic industrial pattern of major companies, and the transparent mobile phone ELF that makes the entire era of intelligence leap. The next one is the genetic evolution potions one by one. Jiang Cheng had already aimed at this goal long ago and has been making various preparations around this aspect recently. Jiang Cheng doesn't like failure. Before he is ready for everything, he can't do experiments casually. After all, the difficulty of the genetic evolution potion is extremely different from that of the restoration potion made for Zhang Manlin before. One is just a simple stamina recovery potion, while the other is a crucial genetic evolution, and the level of complexity is not at all on the same level. Moreover, the materials Jiang Cheng needed were also not ready for collection. Fortunately, the state has prepared all the materials that Jiang Cheng promised some time ago and sent them over, which greatly eased Jiang Cheng's demand for materials. In addition, what makes Jiang Cheng a little strange is that the leaders of several big families in the United States have actually begun to show themselves in various ways, and the attitude is not bad. Jiang Cheng killed the power holders of several families headed by Morgan not long ago. Although they were struggling with interests, they still understood the truth. Jiang Cheng sent some people to kill Morgan's power holders and big figures in other countries. Maybe you don't know who did it at all, but to those who have participated in it, it is very clear. However, when they knew, they still showed their favor to Jiang Cheng. The attitude in this is not a bit tricky. After careful consideration, Jiang Cheng also accepted their instructions. Think about it carefully. Maybe it's not as complicated as they thought carefully. They are just simply afraid. With this thought, things become much simpler. In fact, it is indeed the case. In talking with the power holders of these families, Jiang Cheng has gained a lot of benefits. They are willing to help Jiang Cheng transport some materials and equipment that the US government has blocked and prohibited. The terms in exchange were nothing but Jiang Cheng's friendly attitude. Jiang Cheng naturally agreed. The heads of these families, seeing that Jiang Cheng agreed, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. A big rock in his heart finally fell. Just as Jiang Cheng completed all the materials, equipment, and related preparations, one thing interrupted Jiang Cheng's originally planned experiment, and he had only to postpone the time of the experiment by one day. The celebration party for the successful global sales of transparent mobile phones is about to begin. For this celebration party, Zhang Manlin and related people have prepared a lot of time. Many big names in the industry will be invited over. Among them, even including Jiang Cheng's parents. Although I feel that this celebration will be compared with my own experiment, the experiment is obviously more important. But since I live in this world, there are always things to worry about. Jiang Cheng had to put down the experiment for one day and attend the celebration party for the successful sales of the transparent mobile phone of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company. At this time, Jiang Cheng was at his own home. There was still 2 hours before the time to attend the celebration party. He didn't say much, and it was time to prepare. Just now, after loving Guan Yafei and Su Kaianqian, they took a break, and the 2 girls took a bath with Jiang Cheng and then packed up. Su Kaiyan and Guan Yafei helped Jiang Cheng tidy up their suits. This time the celebration party, the two girls were not going to go over. Before they became Jiang Cheng's woman, any meeting that could stay with Jiang Cheng would go there. But since becoming Jiang Cheng's woman and receiving many of Jiang Cheng's loves, she has seemed a bit lazy. Just like now, instead of attending a meeting, it is better to study Jiang Cheng's topics at home. Recently, Jiang Cheng has given them many topics. This is often the case on the road of scientific research. It seems that the more they understand, the more I don't understand. Although they have been moving forward with Jiang Cheng's help, there are still many problems that they need to solve by themselves. This is something Jiang Cheng can't help. He can't teach everywhere. Fortunately, the two girls also had this kind of self-consciousness. They did not hesitate and stagnate without Jiang Cheng's help, thinking that they could not accomplish it at all, but worked harder. It seemed that he wanted to prove to Jiang Cheng what was the same. Jiang Cheng didn't understand this feeling and what it was like, but this didn't prevent him. He liked these two more ambitious girls better. Therefore, Jiang Cheng did not forcibly lead the two girls over. People engaged in scientific research almost don't like this kind of celebration. They prefer to spend time in the research room. This is the case for the two girls, as is Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng's status are somewhat different, so he still needs to compromise. Putting on a handsome suit, Jiang Cheng kissed the two girls, then left the room and walked out of the villa. At the door of the villa, Jiang Cheng's bodyguard and driver had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Jiang Cheng came here, he bowed quickly and said, "Jiang Dong, you are here." Afterwards, the driver helped Jiang Cheng open the car door. Jiang Cheng nodded, got in the car, and prepared to attend today's meeting. However, as soon as he got in the car, he raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. There were people in the car, one by one Jiang Cheng's special car. Few people could get on without his permission. Su Kaiyan and Guan Yafei are two people, and Zhang Manlin is regarded as one. Other than that, no one seems to be able to get on the car without Jiang Cheng's consent. And the person in front of him, besides the three, has precisely this right. She is Jiang Cheng's mother. "When are you back?" Jiang Cheng looked at Lu Tengyun and said with a smile, "Don't tell me in advance." Lu Tengyun looked at Jiang Cheng with a slightly complicated expression. She hadn't seen her for a few days. She felt that her son had completely become another person. Although she was undeniably proud of his current achievements, she also had some regrettably. When I think about it carefully, I spend almost every day in research and experimentation. The time I can spend with Jiang Cheng is really too little. If I could spend more time with him, but there is no alternative. If Lu Tengyun became an ordinary housewife, it would be impossible to achieve what he has now. I came back by flying in advance, and I am going to see you as soon as I come back, but I will get in the car and wait for you first, Lu Tengyun said with a smile. That's it. Jiang Cheng nodded, speaking. Su Kaiyan and Guan Yafei hadn't met Lu Tengyun yet, and they said that the ugly daughter-in-law always wanted to see the in-laws. Su Kaiyan and Guan Yafei were not ugly, and they stayed at Jiang Cheng's house all day long, but failed to meet Lu Tengyun, and now she came back, even more subtle miss. Lu Tengyun obviously also knew that the two women beside Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Don't you bring your two little women to the celebration together?" Speaking of which, although I have seen their photos, I haven't seen them, they themselves. LV Tengyun's words made Jiang Cheng smile awkwardly and then said, "They are not going to the celebration party. To tell the truth, one by one, I don't plan to go, but as the company's chairman, an indispensable figure. There is no other way to participate. If they don't want to go, they can stay at home. You are really used to them." Lu Tengyun raised his brows and said, "This is not good. I have a sense of measure." Jiang Cheng said lightly, "I know you have a sense of measure, but as a mother, I always have to tell someone, and the two little girls and children, do you like it? Do you want to stay with you?" Lu Tengyun asked again, obviously, for Lu Tengyun liked this of women. Jiang Cheng has two girls with twins, this kind of thing, yes, of course, stay with me. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "You forget one by one, do whatever you want, but since you turned those two girls into your women, then you have to be responsible." Lu Tengyun opened his mouth, ready to say something. After thinking about it or giving up, he shook his head, he swallowed back what he was about to say and said something else. "Yeah," Jiang Cheng nodded. For a moment, there was no topic, and the atmosphere in the carriage became a little awkward. After a while, Lu Tengyun spoke again of the promised money and asked, "Are there any children?" Jiang Cheng was speechless. Which pot is not open and which pot is to be lifted? He shook his head and said, "Not yet. When will there be?" Lu Tengyun asked again. "I am still young and I am not going to have children." Jiang Cheng said silently, knowing that this body is only 14 years old and is about to give birth to children. "What the is this? You are not so young. Since you have a woman, it is a man, not a boy." Lu Tengyun shook his head and said, "I will work hard." Jiang Cheng said helplessly in the face of his mother's nagging. "Yeah." Lu Tengyun nodded. Then came another embarrassment. Fortunately, the car drove very quickly and arrived at the celebration party in a short while, which was able to get rid of the embarrassing atmosphere. Jiang Cheng's face has long been known to everyone. Although he rarely puts effort in publicity, he never participated in various programs, even if the TV station offered a price of tens of millions to invite Jiang Cheng. He refused without hesitation. Does not accept various interviews. In terms of exposure, it is not at the same level as Zhang Manlin. As the facade of the company, Zhang Manlin is responsible for all these things. It really saved Jiang Cheng a lot of time. But as the only director of the umbrella technology company, he is also the developer of virtual reality equipment and transparent mobile phones, and a super genius enchanting 14 or 15 years old. Even when he acts in a low-key manner, his popularity is still super, just inferior to Zhang Manlin. Although Lu Tengyun is an internationally renowned professor, compared with Jiang Cheng's current fame, he is not in the same class at all. When Jiang Cheng and Lu Tengyun got off the car and celebrated with the security guards at the entrance of the hotel arranged by the club, they immediately recognized Jiang Cheng instead of Lu Tengyun. "Dong Jiang, you are here one by one." "Good afternoon, Dong Jiang." "Dong Jiang, you are finally here." These security guards all greeted them, and at the same time bowed slightly, which was regarded as a salute and looked very respectful. For a legend like Jiang Cheng, they just took a look and felt it was a great honor. At this time, they were naturally extremely excited. Jiang Cheng looked at them, nodded, and said, "Good afternoon." At the same time, he took Lu Tengyun into the hotel. Everyone who enters the hotel must undergo strict inspections, even those big people who come to the celebration. The only exception is someone like Jiang Cheng. Therefore, Jiang Cheng directly took Lu Tengyun into the hotel. "I just stayed outside the hotel for a while, and I didn't know how many eyes were attracted. If I continue to stay, it's definitely not good. I don't know how many people will come around. This is also one of the famous troubles. It must not easily appear in the public eye. Otherwise, I don't know how many people are around." After Jiang Cheng entered the hotel with Lu Tengyun, he immediately saw Zhang Manlin not far away. Seeing Jiang Cheng coming, Zhang Manlin hurriedly walked over and said, "Dong Jiang." "Yeah," Jiang Cheng nodded. Then Zhang Manlin glanced at Lu Tengyun next to Jiang Cheng, couldn't help but froze for a moment and asked carefully, "This is..." Just as Jiang Cheng was about to introduce it, Lu Tengyun said first, "I am Jiang Cheng's mother, Lu Tengyun. Hello. You are the president of Universe Umbrella Technology Company. Zhang Manlin, president you, right? My son, thanks for your care." "Don't dare." Zhang Manlin was shocked. Although I had heard that Jiang Cheng's parents would also attend this celebration, I really didn't expect to see them soon, and what else did she say about her son? Thanks to your kind words, I was even more embarrassed. I hurriedly said, "I'm just a part of Jiang Dong's company. It's not a concern at all." As the president and CEO of a company, normal work is normal. There is nothing to take care of. "Yeah." Chang Tengyun looked at Zhang Manlin's attitude and reaction and nodded with satisfaction. Originally, she was a little worried about Zhang Manlin. Although her son is the company's real beau SS, the company controls everything and the real boss it is Zhang Manlin, CEO and president, and the two positions are added to her. This power is not ordinary. It is very likely that there will be some trouble. He is not convinced with Jiang Cheng and thinks that he is the real owner of the company. However, Zhang Manlin's attitude now shows that she has no such thoughts. This naturally made Lu Tengyun very satisfied. Although Lu Tengyun is an internationally renowned medical professor, according to the truth, he is definitely not familiar with the world. However, her husband, Jiang Cheng's father, holds the company in his hand. but it is a top 500 in China. Is about to become the world's top 500. These things are still known. Jiang Cheng was not interested in the two of them testing each other. He began to look at the layout of this hotel as the best hotel in Luocheng. A few days ago, it was closed for rectification, just for today's celebration. The decoration and arrangement at this time are naturally luxurious and restrained. To put it simply, although magnificent and luxurious, it is not the exaggerated luxury of the nouveau rich, but very connotative. This time there were not many people attending the celebration. Only 100 people came, but each one was a business giant. Among these people, Jiang Cheng's father is just a rising power. However, because of Jiang Cheng's son, he is also one of the protagonists. He is talked and flattered by unknown people and wants to make a good relationship. With the passage of time, more and more important figures continued to show up, and Jiang Cheng could even see Major General Xiang Dong, who had met him once before, also came to the venue. It surprised me you actually came. Jiang Cheng came to the front of General Xiang Dong and said with a smile, "Why can't I come?" Major General Xiang Dong looked at Jiang Cheng and said with a smile, "Why, isn't it welcome? How is it possible? You can come, of course I am very welcome." Jiang Cheng shook his head and said with a smile, "Major General Xiang Dong is one of the big celebrities in the capital. He has a deep background. Whether he is in the military or the government, he has a lot of connections. It can be said that the future is unlimited. In China, the person who truly controls the lifeline and power of the country can never be a businessman." It was the group of people behind Major General Xiang Dong. So, a group of rich men and business people who came to the scene couldn't help but froze when they saw Major General Xiang Dong. This Major General Xiang Dong, they naturally knew each other. As one of the big celebrities above, the future is almost limitless. It is not at the same level as them. I did not expect to come here. Many people smelled a different breath. This is enough to see how the above attitude towards Jiang Cheng is. Their complexions couldn't help changing. Following the conversation between Jiang Cheng and Major General Xiang Dong, the sides suddenly became much quieter. Many people were secretly observing and found that Major General Xiang Dong was smiling and talking to Jiang Cheng. It was definitely not the first time I met, but rather, after a lot of friendship. Thinking of this, the big men who were more or less concealed in their own hearts couldn't help but think a few times. In this case, you can't even think about it. These people's concerns have not concealed, but whether it is Major General Xiang Dong or Jiang Cheng, in the face of such concerns, they don't care much tilde. Regardless of Jiang Cheng or Major General Xiang Dong, they belonged to the kind of people who would be followed no matter what. They were completely used to this kind of attention and even ignored them immediately. Major General Xiang Dong said with a smile, "Isn't it just one by one since I separated last time? I have been missing you, my brother." These words are obviously a little flattering. First, they secretly surprised the rich and powerful corporate bosses who secretly observe here. During this period, could it be said that there are any unknown transactions? The secret transaction between Jiang Cheng and Major General Xiang Dong is naturally impossible to circulate. The bosses of these companies are unlikely to know a little bit, one bit. In fact, sometimes they know too much. But not a good thing, many times, it is still rare to be confused. For Major General Xiang Dong, since the last time he obtained a new graphene technology from Jiang Cheng, he has gained unknowing benefits. With the understanding of the next period of time, he has completely realized Jiang Cheng's experience, the importance of graphene improvement technology. He originally thought it was very powerful, very important. Who knows, it is far more powerful than he thought, but I don't know how many times. And the importance of Jiang Cheng is naturally self-evident. He finally understands what a person is, a so-called strategic talent. Strategic level, although I am a little reluctant to admit it, in fact, as far as the above attitude is concerned, it is clear that Jiang Cheng is far more important than him. Major General Xiang Dong is not a child. After knowing this situation, it is impossible to be I was jealous of Jiang Cheng, but tried to make a good relationship with Jiang Cheng. The attitude was naturally too good to be better. This time, I received Jiang Cheng's invitation, and I did not hesitate to come to Jiang Cheng's celebration. It had nothing to do with the above meaning, but more from Xiang Dong's personal wishes. However, it is clear that the business executives next to him have misunderstood something. After all, a person with the identity of Major General Xiang Dong, no matter where he goes or what he does, is not just himself. When talking with Major General Xiang Dong, Jiang Cheng didn't notice, and there was a girl not far away looking at him with bright eyes. Anyone who can come to today's celebration will be qualified to bring 1 or 2 younger generations to see the world. This is the case for this girl. Her net worth is not simple. She once participated in Jiang Cheng's transparent mobile phone conference. Jiang Cheng's various achievements are well understood, as if he was a fan. She looks very good-looking. In terms of appearance, she is not inferior to Jiang Cheng's Su Kaiyanqian Guan Yafei, and even more noble in temperament. After all, the scholarly family has also been admitted to Tsinghua University. Once you start a live broadcast on the internet, you can gain a lot of fame. Such a character, no matter where he stands, is a point of attention. Even here it is the same. Those young talents who are also brought here by their elders cannot help but want to see her. Come over to talk, trying to establish a relationship. Their elders also encourage them to do this. After all, the people who can come here are not ordinary people. It is naturally very happy to have an extra relationship. However, it is a pity that long ago, her small heart was completely taken away by Jiang Cheng. It was impossible to stay on these people for a few more seconds. Her name is Zia Ziaoe, and the name of the live webcast is very loud, called Nicole. Because of the live broadcast of the transparent mobile phone conference, she became the most popular live broadcast website. Of course, she doesn't care about this, after all. Singing on a live broadcast is just a part of life. Flowers, if ordinary people can achieve this fame, they would have broadcast live full-time long ago, and it is not impossible to earn 10 million a year. But for her, even if she did that step one by one, her father would only say the last sentence of not doing business properly. So, what is the live broadcast? Yes, it can only be because of interest. I heard that my father had invited Unisex Umbrella Technology Company before, and followed him without even thinking about it. Sure enough, she once again saw that Jiang Cheng was a lot younger than her, but she was very attractive to her. I really want to talk to him in the past. Zia Ziaoe looked at Jiang Cheng not far away with excitement. He wanted to talk to Jiang Cheng, but for a while, he was a little embarrassed. He didn't know how to speak and how to leave Jiang Cheng. A deep impression? Let him remember himself. This is a problem. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps she could have a profound impact as long as she smiled at him, but it was clear that Jiang Cheng was not an ordinary person. When Zia Ziaoe hesitated, everyone at the celebration party was almost there, and the celebration party officially began one by one. Jiang Cheng came to the stage and looked at the big figures seated at each other. They were not nervous at all, nor could they be nervous. After all, he hadn't experienced the emotion of nervousness for a long time. The first transparent mobile phone sold in history, one by one, was successfully sold yesterday. 100 million units were sold on the first day. I am very satisfied with this number. I am also very grateful to the CEO of Universe Umbrella Company. Zhang Manlin, it's your hard work and the serious work of all the people in the company that brought it back to this result. Thank you one by one. While standing on the stage, Jiang Cheng said this, while showing a faint professional smile to the reporters who were taking pictures of him and all the big figures on the scene. After Jiang Cheng's polite speech, the whole hall and all the big figures who came here applauded one after another. As a courtesy, this is inevitable. And those reporters also kept shooting with flashing lights while recording all this with voice recorders. Today's celebration is just first-hand material. Jiang Cheng rarely appears in media reports. All the speeches and records about him will be paid attention to by many people. Today's celebration is naturally impossible for them to miss. As a reporter, this is the most worth-grabbing. Headlines. Under the flashing light, Jiang Cheng remained calm. He continued, "To be honest, I am very happy that the company has come this far. I am very surprised and I am also very grateful. If I was the only one, I would never do this. In the end, I am very happy to be here on this day of celebration. I have been thinking about it a long time ago. Jiang Cheng talked casually on the stage. His attitude was very casual, but it made people feel very extraordinary. This has nothing to do with talent. Some people, after reaching a certain level of status, no matter what they do or any absurd behavior, they will be praised and admired by others. If Jiang Cheng is like this, that's probably the case, at this time just simply talking, but it made many people below feel very vulgar, aloof, and surprising. If it was not Jiang Cheng who was standing on the stage, but an unknown teenager, it would naturally be a completely different sense. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, Zhang Manlin spoke. Soon after Zhang Manlin finished speaking, the celebration party was officially started, and the scene naturally looked like a happy one. As the center of this celebration, the absolute protagonist, many big business figures came to talk to each other, expressing a friendly attitude. Although these people do not have deep roots in the consortium on the US side, they can reach the sky. A lot of difference, but for ordinary people, they are absolutely big shots. Jiang Cheng naturally couldn't show them arrogantly and offended a group of enemies inexplicably. His attitude was good. It's just that if someone first gains something from him empty-handed, then it's naturally impossible. The current Cosmos umbrella technology company has completely risen and become a behemoth. There is no need to share anything with others. Instead, it should be shared with others. After Jiang Cheng was courteous with these people, he took a sip of a drink helplessly. He rarely does these things. After all, he is just a chairman. The company's affairs should be handled by Zhang Manlin. People should also go to Zhang Manlin, not oneself, but Jiang Cheng's reputation is too big. In addition, Zhang Manlin also surrounded a lot of people. While Jiang Cheng was drinking a drink, a girl came to Jiang Cheng's body. The girl was very beautiful, no less than Su Kaianqian and Guan Yafei. Even if Jiang Cheng's taste was very high, she still saw her. At that moment, still couldn't help his eyes light up. The girl looked at Jiang Cheng with her eyes shining, like a little girl chasing stars. Seeing the big star she thinks about day and night, with such fanatical eyes, to be honest, Jiang Cheng is still a little uncomfortable. This girl is naturally Xia Xiaowei. Her identity and status are naturally not low to be able to come here. Jiang Cheng understood this, and he asked, "Is there anything?" Xia Xiaowei smiled slightly and said, "There is nothing wrong with it. I just want to come over to see what the legendary Lord Jiang Cheng is like. So I mustered up the courage to come over one by one." "Really? I'm a legend?" Jiang Cheng asked with a smile. "Of course you are a legend, and it's still a very unattainable legend. To tell the truth, I started to observe you secretly when you arrived here, and I also wanted to come over to have a conversation, just because there was something wrong. I'm sorry, but at the same time I don't know how to speak, so I have been hesitating, so I didn't come over," Xia Xiaowei said naturally. Facing the girl in front of him, still his own fan, Jiang Cheng's mood is really a bit subtle for a while. Having said that, he has done so many big things. As the chairman of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company, virtual reality equipment, it is perfectly reasonable for the inventor of transparent mobile phones to have a large number of fans. However, there are still very few such high-quality fans. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, "Then you have the courage now?" "Yeah," Xia Xiaowei nodded and said, "because I was a little impatient when I saw you talking with those people, and I was thinking, maybe you have the same personality as mine and are not used to it, or say, I don't like this kind of thing, so I will show that expression as well. That's why I have the motivation to come over and have a chat." Customer one by one, hearing what the girl in front of him said, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but asked a little embarrassedly, "Is the way I was just now, how impatient is it very obvious?" To be honest, he just consciously did a good job just now. Who knows that he is still easily seen through by the girl in front of him, which means that his true mood is clearly exposed. This is really a bit bad. I don't think they found out because I observed more carefully. So I found out. Xia Xiaowei shook his head and said, "That's it. But you can actually perceive my 3-4 real thoughts. It's really amazing. What's your name?" Jiang Cheng asked when he looked at the girl in front of him. "My name is Xia Xiaowei," Xia Xiaowei said with a smile. "Xia Xiaowei, I remember it." Jiang Cheng nodded and then asked, "Do you want me to sign for you or take a photo? Can you?" The girl Xia Xiaowei's eyes lit up when she heard Jiang Cheng's words, and she said with some surprise, "Naturally take it." Then Jiang Cheng signed the high-quality female fan, Zia Ziaoui, and took a group photo. Zia Ziaoui, who was signed by Jiang Cheng and took a picture together, was naturally extremely happy. It can be called ecstatic. The smile on Zia Ziaoui's face was completely unaware of concealment, and she showed her happy mood at a glance. Zia Ziaoui was originally a pretty girl and smiled like this. Naturally, it looks more beautiful and moving. Even Jiang Cheng can't help but be slightly startled. Not far from the side, the young talents who came here with the big shots, after seeing Zia Ziaoui's smile not far away, they were all taken aback and couldn't help sighing. Despite the beauty of Zia Ziaoui, it really makes them feel very excited. If there are such girls as girlfriends, even if they don't go to fool around every day, they can be satisfied. However, it was obvious that Zia Ziaoui's thoughts were not put on their hearts at all, but were completely handed over to Jiang Cheng. And Jiang Cheng is not a character they can afford at all. The teenagers who are younger than them, no matter their achievements or status, let alone them, even their fathers can't compare them. They weren't on the same level with them at all. After so long, people of their father and even grandfather's generation were talking and laughing with Jiang Cheng. They didn't even have the qualifications to talk to Jiang Cheng. Of course, if they fight for it, they may also be able to talk and laugh with Jiang Cheng one by one, like Zia Ziaoui at this time, but they obviously don't have such courage. There is no way that Jiang Cheng's legend is too dazzling. I can't look straight, let alone talk in the past, don't even think about it. To be honest, Zia Ziaoui was able to talk to these young talents by surprise. After giving the autograph in the group photo, Jiang Cheng continued to chat with the girl for a while. They were all irrelevant topics. In fact, Jiang Cheng didn't care about what they were talking about, but instead wasted time talking with those middle-aged uncles. It is better to waste time on such a beautiful girl. After all, the beauty of this girl is really pleasing to the eye. Even if you don't have to eat it, it's good to see. However, now Jiang Cheng is no longer the kind of character who does nothing and no one pays attention to anything. Any action he makes will be deliberately refined and enlarged. It's like now, it's just a small chat with this girl at the banquet, but I don't know why, and it quickly spread. This Zia Ziaoui is Jiang Cheng's new favorite. Jiang Cheng said that he was very helpless, but he didn't have so much time to argue with others, saying that he and Zia Ziaoui were just meeting each other and chatting freely. After all, things in this area are getting darker and darker. It's not so big. Instead of wasting time on this, it's better to do something else. Of course, in response to such rumors, what on earth would Zia Ziaoui think about this girl? Be happy and upset? That's nothing about Jiang Cheng. The celebration party naturally ended successfully one by one. After drawing an end to the celebration party, Jiang Cheng returned to the company and listened to Zhang Manlin's report, some of the company's related work, and various important things, as well as the company's future development direction, and goals, progress, etc. Although Jiang Cheng seldom cares about some of the company's business, what he did is completely in the style of throwing away his hands and handing over all the power to Zhang Manlin, but it does not mean that Jiang Cheng does not care about anything. After all, the Universe Umbrella, the technology company, is still an important part of his plan. If you don't even know what the current company is doing, what the plan is, what the direction is, and how to do it, then it's too irresponsible. Moreover, Jiang Cheng has to deal with some very important things, and even Zhang Manlin can't decide one by one. While listening to Zhang Manlin's report, Jiang Cheng suddenly thought of something. After the report was over, he said, "Help me find a secretary." Zhang Manlin couldn't help but froze after listening to Jiang Cheng's words. Some did not react. "You want to find a secretary?" "Well, yes." Jiang Cheng nodded. Zhang Manlin confirmed that Jiang Cheng was serious, not joking. "Okay, I'll help you choose it quietly, and I'll be the next secretary recruiting one by one. I believe there will be many people who will come to apply. After I have initially selected, I will ask you to come for an interview." Zhang Manlin thought for a while and said, "Okay, leave it to you." Jiang Cheng nodded indifferently, looking for a secretary one by one, and made some of the company's work, some things to be handled and some of his own plans organized, or there are some necessary things. Although these can be done by Lucy, as the chairman of the umbrella technology company, his status and status are completely different from the beginning. There is not even a secretary, which is indeed a bit different. In fact, Jiang Cheng had the idea of hiring a secretary a long time ago, but because of the busy time during that time, he forgot it and never mentioned it again. Now 843 suddenly remembered it and simply mentioned it. In terms of work efficiency, Zhang Manlin really surprised Jiang Cheng. On the same day, Zhang Manlin issued orders from various aspects to recruit Jiang Cheng's secretary and screened more than 7,000 applicants at the same time. There is only one left, and then in the evening that day, let this person come directly to the company for an interview. This girl Jiang Cheng is very familiar with Xia Xiaowei, who she saw at the celebration not long ago. Why is it her? Jiang Cheng stood outside the interview room and glanced at Xia Xiaowei, who was sitting inside, waiting nervously, and said silently, "Why can't it be her?" Faced with Jiang Cheng's question, Zhang Manlin said with a smile, "Don't underestimate her. Although she is not an international student from a well-known foreign university, she is also a graduate of Tsinghua University in China and is a management department. The profession is right, and he also has some experience in helping his father manage the company. As far as the qualifications are concerned, there is nothing to be faulty. Her name is Xia Xiaowei. Then his father is the old man of the Xia family?" Jiang Cheng asked, thinking of something. "Yes, one is the Xia family. This is not a small family. It can be ranked in the top 20 in China. The daughter of the Xia family becoming the secretary of the greatest genius in the world is not a good story," Zhang Manlin said with a smile. Jiang Cheng shook his head and then asked, "Did the Xia family take care of you?" "Yes, they took care of me specially. Otherwise, do you think she can stay for the end?" Zhang Manlin looked at Jiang Cheng, and after a while, she nodded and admitted. Then Zhang Manlin continued to say up arrow, "According to the standards I started. Although this Xia Xiaowei is very good, no, it is already very good, but she still has a dozen of her at the same level. Others are eliminated. Xia Xiaowei can of course be eliminated one by one. According to my standards, none of the 7,000 people who applied for today can pass the test. However, since the old lady of the Xia family has ordered, he can only give him face and let you interview. If you are not satisfied, I can only wait for tomorrow's information to come and then filter again." Okay. Seeing that Zhang Manlin seemed to be wrong, Jiang Cheng did not expose it. He was only planning to hire a secretary casually. Who knew Zhang Manlin had made such a fuss? But think about it carefully. Now he in terms of status and status. The idea of just finding a secretary is itself a big problem. Since Zhang Manlin selected according to her strict criteria, so be it. Am I interviewing myself? Jiang Cheng asked Zhang Manlin a glance. Isn't this taken for granted? No matter how good a managerial talent is, if you don't look pleasing to your eyes, then you can't be your secretary. It's not just talent, appearance, and personality. Body, you have to look pleasing to your eyes. Zhang Manlin said with a look of course. Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded, opened the door, walked in directly, and sat in the position of the interviewer. When Zhang Manlin saw Jiang Cheng entering, she couldn't help but smile, turned and left to continue to work on her own affairs. She still had a lot of things to deal with, and Jiang Cheng had delayed a lot of time by this matter, but she couldn't continue to delay it. It seems that I have to work overtime again today. Zhang Manlin glanced at her watch and couldn't help thinking like this. However, work overtime, she is completely used to it. As for whether Xia Xiaowei will become Jiang Cheng's secretary, that's not something she can decide. Although the Xia family has given her a lot of benefits for this, she has also given her as much accommodation as possible. But this is enough. Impossible and unable to interfere with Jiang Cheng's choice, if because of this, if it has affected Jiang Cheng's evaluation of her, if he loses some affection, it is not a loss to describe. Fortunately, she has a hunch that this lovely girl will become Jiang Cheng's secretary in all likelihood and will not be eliminated by Jiang Cheng. There is no basis for this. It is just a simple feeling. If you are not sure, it will depend on Jiang Cheng's next choice. After Jiang Cheng sat on the interviewer, Xia Xiaowei straightened up immediately. Xia Xiaowei at this time is completely different from the dress at the previous banquet. At that time, she looked pure, cute, and with a touch of temptation. It made people feel very beautiful. It was simply charming. It made every man's eyes look involuntarily attracted to the past. Although he looks beautiful now, he is more clever, capable, and intelligent in his professional outfit. Of course, the shrewd and capable here just means shrewd and capable. It doesn't mean anything else. Zia Ziaoui wanted to greet Jiang Cheng very much at this time and chatted as happily as at the celebration party. However, she understood very well that it should not be done now. At this time, the relationship between the two should be the interviewer and the former, the person who came for the interview and nothing else. Jiang Cheng looked at Zia Ziaoui and started this interview. After a few simple questions, Jiang Cheng flipped through her files over and over again and couldn't help thinking. To be honest, as far as this interview is concerned, he is quite satisfied with this girl. It is not impossible to become his secretary. However, Jiang Cheng could also see that Zia Ziaoui obviously liked her fanatical worship one by one, mixed with fanatical affection. This emotion has not been concealed from beginning to end. She herself didn't seem to know how to hide it. Even Jiang Cheng could clearly feel it. Zia Ziaoui likes herself so much. If you bring this loving emotion to work, there will definitely be some unnecessary problems. However, Jiang Cheng changed his mind and thought again, find a secretary for himself. Don't you look for someone who hates you instead of someone who hates you? Or cold and absolute neutrality? But does that really exist? People are not plants who can be ruthless. In addition, if you don't try it out, I don't know if this girl has this talent. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng put down the girl's file, looked at her and said, "Well, you have passed my interview." Really? Zia Ziaoui could not help but look very happy when he heard the word passed by Jiang Cheng. However, it was only an instant that he realized that there was a preliminary word before passing. Could there be any other assessment? Zia Ziaoui asked immediately. But preliminary passed? What does preliminary mean? It is for you to have a trial period one by one, but you can rest assured the treatment is still in accordance with the trial period. 3 months is good. Simply put, it is for you to use these 3 months' time, prove your value. Jiang Cheng said with a smile, "I understand." Zia Ziaoui nodded and said immediately. Only then did she relax. One is only for the trial period. She believed that with her ability, Jiang Cheng would definitely be satisfied. For a while, Zia Ziaoui only felt that she was full of fighting will. It's getting higher and higher. Since Zia Ziaoui learned that Jiang Cheng was planning to hire a secretary, she immediately used various relationships to catch up on this line. I got the opportunity of Jiang Cheng's interview. And now I finally succeeded. Can't help but feel a little like a dream. To be honest, Zia Ziaoui didn't think he could become Jiang Cheng's secretary at first. He just came over to apply for a job with the mentality of giving it a try, and tried his best to make this possibility bigger. But when it comes to confidence, Zia Ziaoui's heart has never had a bottom. After all, what she is applying for is Jiang Cheng, who is almost covered by a miracle halo. Now it is so simple and successful. To be honest, Zia Ziaoui feels that this is a bit unreal, just like dreaming. I have dreamed many dreams before. It seems that such scenes often appear. Zia Ziaoui hesitated, looked at Jiang Cheng, and saw that he was not paying attention to him. He immediately stretched out his hand and squeezed his cheeks. It hurts, but this also meant that he was not dreaming. Really, one by one, really became Jiang Cheng's secretary. Unconsciously, Zia Ziaoui's face was filled with a happy smile. Jiang Cheng looked back at Zia Ziaoui, who was smirking. He felt a little funny for a while. He said, "What are you smirking? Come with me." Zia Ziaoui suddenly realized that she had just gone a little bit. As the secretary of an absolute legend, Jiang Cheng, she had such a silly smile, but she absolutely couldn't. In addition, I am still in the probationary period. If I was resigned the next day, I would really cry without tears. Therefore, I must wake up as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Zia Ziaoui's face suddenly became serious. Jiang Cheng didn't know that in this short period of time, Zia Ziaoui had so many psychological activities in her heart. When she saw her, her face was nervous, and she thought she was nervous because of her own words, so he smiled and said, "Don't be too nervous, your job is not so difficult. In fact, it can be said to be very simple. You only need to help me do some related work. Come with me first." "Yeah." Zia Ziaoui nodded and was then taken to the office by Jiang Cheng. Zia Ziaoui, who came to Jiang Cheng's office, seemed to be a little nervous. Jiang Cheng had read her files. Naturally, she knew that although she had experience in managing her own company, it was the first time she applied for another job, which inevitably seemed a little nervous. I'm afraid that I will fail and mess up things, and I can't do this job well. Jiang Cheng looked at Zia Ziaoui, thought for a while, and said, I will introduce you to your colleague. My colleague. Zia Ziaoui was taken aback when he heard this, and then asked, Do you have a second secretary? It's not like that, but it's also not impossible to say that. Jiang Cheng said with a smile, because she is not a human, but she accurately executes many of my commands. If you don't understand anything, you can ask her. If you have any troubles, you can ask her for advice. If you are indecisive and cannot contact me, you can also discuss with her to solve the problem. After all, I need to put energy and time in the experiment. This is the main reason why you come to my company and become the secretary. Listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Zia Ziaoui is naturally very confused. What is not a human being? Is it any other animal or alien ghosts? Her brain is getting bigger and bigger all of the time, but listening to Jiang Cheng, her tone of voice, her mysterious colleague, seems quite powerful. I understand. Although I didn't understand what Jiang Cheng was talking about and who the colleague was, Zia Ziaoui nodded and said, Yeah. Jiang Cheng nodded, turned the computer display, and faced Zia Ziaoui. At the same time, he said, Come out, Lucy. This is my secretary, Zia Ziaoui. From today on, it will be considered one of your colleagues. Can you get along well in the future? Huh. Zia Ziaoui was taken aback and saw that on the computer screen in the next instant, a lovely girl with short blue hair appeared. This blue short-haired girl, Jiang Cheng just called her Lucy. Is this her name? Zia Ziaoui subconsciously guessed. At the same time, the question just now was finally revealed. It turns out that her new colleague is not an alien, nor is it weird or monster, but an intelligent life. The moment Zia Ziaoui saw Lucy, Zia Ziaoui clearly realized this, but even if he realized it and knew that it was true in all likelihood, it was still a bit incredulous. Jiang Cheng actually successfully studied intelligent life. This kind of intelligent life that has always appeared in movies actually appears in the real world. No, Zia Ziaoui thinks about it carefully. Jiang Cheng's invention, whether it is a transparent mobile phone or a virtual reality device, are these things that only appear in movies. Now that there is an intelligent life, it seems that there is nothing strange. Ah, this is reasonable, isn't it? Thinking of this, Zia Ziaoui was relieved and immediately greeted Lucy and said, Hello, my name is Zia Ziaoui. I just became Jiang Dong's secretary. From now on, we are colleagues. Hello, my name is Lucy. You can just call me like this from now on. As you think, I am the intelligent life created by Master Jiang Cheng, and I am also your colleague. Let us work together. Serve Madame Jiang Cheng. Lucy said with a smile. In her concept, the loyalty to Jiang Cheng is absolute. At the same time, she deeply likes Jiang Cheng, and there is no possibility of any betrayal. In addition, in her program, there is no concept of jealousy or jealousy. There is no such thing as a little bit of jealousy, because Jiang Cheng has found a secretary and feels like she is not so important to Jiang Cheng. Although removing this aspect of feelings is a bit not humane enough and not delicate enough, but Jiang Cheng created Lucy to help him work and serve himself, not to fall in love. This is a natural setting, no any problems. Jiang Cheng looked at Zia Ziaoui not shocked and couldn't help but said with some surprise, It really surprised me. Speaking of which, besides me, you are the first person in the company to see Lucy, even if it is the company. The president and CEO, Zhang Manlin, she doesn't even know Lucy's existence. You behaved calmly. It's not like that, of course I am shocked. You actually came up with intelligent life or something. If this is published, it will be an epoch-making invention. Zia Ziaoui shook his head vigorously and said, It's just that, before I came to you, I've prepared quite a lot of mental preparations. I'm about to see all kinds of unexpected things, inventions, etc. After all, you invented the transparent mobile phone and the character of the virtual reality device. Even if there are other amazing invention is not impossible. So at the moment I saw Lucy, although I was surprised, when I think about it, this seems to be a matter of course, right? Your adaptability is fast. Jiang Cheng nodded and said with a smile, Come to help me deal with it, divide some files, and help me complete these tasks. I will tell you the specific adjustments. Before, Zhang Manlin gave him a lot of work while reporting to Jiang Cheng. The folders piled up on the office desk are just like. In fact, these are still relatively small. After all, it is accumulated till to so many days of work. After that, Jiang Cheng began to devote himself to the work of the company and dealt with all kinds of things. With the assistance of Zia Ziaoui, everything seemed handy, and it became easy to get up and running. To be honest, Jiang Cheng did not expect that Zia Ziaoui, who had just joined the company and became his secretary, could bring him such a great help. Although Lucy can do this, Lucy has other things to do at this time. Zia Ziaoui summarized and edited the key points of each document, allowing Jiang Cheng to deal with it quickly. Although the pile of documents on the desk piled up like a small mountain looked terrifying, with Zia Ziaoui's assistance, it was resolved very quickly. But in 2 hours, Jiang Cheng had already handled everything. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. The various jobs in the company are really a bit irritating for him who is engaged in scientific research, but as part of his plan, it is impossible to completely let go, although it is a bit tired. But tired if tired. Jiang Cheng glanced at the time. It was late now. Those who stayed in the company and worked overtime were about to go back. Only a small number of people continued to stay in the company and work overtime. Speaking of which, Jiang Cheng rarely stays in the company until this time. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng shook his head and then glanced at Zia Ziaoui, who was also a little tired on his face, and said, "Your work efficiency makes me very satisfied. I will send you back, right?" "Yeah." Zia Ziaoui, who was already a little tired after constantly dealing with work, immediately felt that the original fatigue had disappeared completely after hearing Jiang Cheng's compliment. However, when Jiang Cheng said that he was going to send himself home, he suddenly smiled awkwardly and said, "My home does not live in Liucheng, but I plan to move here. Did not find a good room." At the moment when he heard these words, Jiang Cheng didn't even think about it, so he said, "Then you can go to my house first and wait for tomorrow to find a house. Or, if you don't care, just live in my house." When Jiang Cheng said this, Zia Ziaoui's face suddenly became a little red, and she became shy for a while. After seeing Zia Ziaoui's red and shy face and posture, Jiang Cheng suddenly realized what he had said. He actually invited others to his home in such a grand manner. It was a bit of the chairman's unspoken rule as a female secretary. And he was the first in office. The sky is like a hidden rule. This is a bit too much. Although Jiang Cheng did not mean this sentence sounds like this one by one seeing Zia Ziaoui's shy look. Jiang Cheng quickly explained, Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. My villa is very big and there are more than a dozen rooms. There is no other meaning. Such a sudden invitation is indeed a bit abrupt. Now, I'll take you to the hotel." Huh. Zia Ziaoui was originally shy. Only a little bit shy, but he was more happy. After all, this is directly living with Jiang Cheng. This is what I have been dreaming of for so long. This is finally realized. Little heart, the excitement became faster for a while, I don't know how much. However, when she was about to agree, she heard Jiang Cheng say this one by one. Zia Ziaoui's face suddenly became a little anxious. She quickly said, "No, I don't go to the hotel, can I just live in your house?" After hearing Zia Ziaoui's anxious words like this, Jiang Cheng was stunned. Zia Ziaoui realized in an instant that she was too unscrupulous. Such a forced request, it was a bit of everything. However, it is absolutely impossible for her to not cherish such a good opportunity before her eyes. However, as a person, she was born in the scholarly family since she was a child. As a lady, she has been educated quite a lot. She has become a perfect lady. She has no choice but to speak and is more shy. The originally faintly shy pink blush has completely turned into a blush. It's like a ripe red apple. It's so cute. Jiang Cheng was stunned and didn't speak for a while. Zia Ziaoui naturally didn't speak because of his shyness. Then, at this moment, the atmosphere became a little bit awkward. After a while, Jiang Cheng broke the silence and said, "If you want to live in my house, then live in my house." "Yeah." Zia Ziaoui nodded, and then thought for a while, "Should I thank you for a while?" Then he said, "Well, thank you Jiang Dong for taking in. Small things." Jiang Cheng shrugged, and Zia Ziaoui left the company and took a special car to come home. In the spacious luxury car, Jiang Cheng and Zia Ziaoui are sitting in the back seats. Zia Ziaoui looks a little excited and a little bit shy. The progress was so fast that she was a little surprised to be able to go to Jiang Cheng's house so soon. And is this considered cohabitation? Although the current Zia Ziaowei also knew that Jiang Cheng was just taking in himself and had no other intentions. It was a bit ridiculous to think so much about him. However, it is not impossible for all kinds of beautiful and wonderful things to happen in the days of cohabitation in the future. It's not impossible to come and go and let the relationship gradually heat up. Is there anything better than this? The only question that needs to be pondered is there any woman in Jiang Cheng's family? It's absolutely impossible for someone like Jiang Cheng to like it by himself and others like it. There is no surprise at all. Moreover, there are all kinds of rumors about Jiang Cheng. Many rumors say that Jiang Cheng is a person of low moral character in terms of personal morality. These rumors are not empty words, but they also mention a number of them. Evidence, as if it really happened. Although Zia Ziaowei didn't believe it not long ago, there was a news that Jiang Cheng had 2 twin sisters beside him. It is his women who are also living in his home now, which does not seem to be fake. Zia Ziaowei didn't have the courage to ask. On the one hand, he didn't have the psychological preparation for this. On the other hand, he asked abruptly. It was too rude, so he didn't ask. However, she still couldn't help but think about it. If she waited. In Jiang Cheng's home, she really met Jiang Cheng's woman, those 2 beautiful twin sisters. How should she get along with them? To be honest, Zia Ziaowei doesn't care that Jiang Cheng has other women. Legends like Jiang Cheng have 1 or 2 women. It's totally understandable. She doesn't mind sharing Jiang Cheng with other women, as long as Jiang Cheng there is a place in Cheng's heart. Just leave it to yourself. Zia Ziaowei was worried because she was afraid. The 2 women would not accept her at all, and kept repelling her one by one. If you want to continue with Jiang Cheng, it will undoubtedly become a lot harder. A lot of. Thinking of this, Zia Ziaowei couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Although the current Zia Ziaowei also understands that she is worried about these things, it is a bit ridiculous nothing has happened between her and Jiang Cheng. But as a girl, it is inevitable to think a lot, especially when he took a peek at Jiang Cheng, who was thinking while riding in the same car with Jiang Cheng. It was even more imaginative for a while. Jiang Cheng was thinking about his experiment, but didn't notice that Zia Ziaowei actually thought about so many things. Regarding genetic evolution medicines, Jiang Cheng has been constantly preparing these days and using chips to speculate on how to research the genetic evolution medicines more quickly, directly, and accurately. Although he didn't do it, he has spare time. Besides, I use something like virtual reality equipment to simulate the experiment. After all, in the real world, those precious materials are really limited. One less one is used. Before making genetic evolution medicine, it is a good solution to simulate the experiment with virtual reality equipment. In the virtual reality experiment, Jiang Cheng successfully researched the genetic evolution medicine. However, virtual reality is virtual reality after all. Even if it succeeds there, it cannot be brought back to reality. Therefore, Jiang Cheng must conduct another experiment in the real world. Tonight, Jiang Cheng will make the final preparations, and then start the experimental research in this area one by one to recruit a secretary as his own work assistant. But also for experimental considerations, he may be a long time, there is no way. Put energy into the company's work. As the chairman of a company, it is not as easy as Jiang Cheng imagined. Even if it is a shopkeeper, he has to perform his basic duties as the chairman. If it is normal, Jiang Cheng, chairman of the board, might be constantly busy every day because of the company's affairs. The chairman's responsibilities are actually many, whether it is organizing the discussion and deciding on the company's development plan, business policy and investment plan, or organizing the discussion and deciding on the company's annual business objectives and profit indicators, and signing the company's annual financial revenue and expenditure budget and annual profit allocation plan, or formulate a plan for company merger, division, dissolution, and liquidation, and regularly review the company's financial statements and other important reports, completely control the financial status of the entire company system, sign various important reports, documents, materials, etc., which are reported and issued to the outside world, etc. Each item is not a simple solution. Jiang Cheng pushed a large part of his work to Zhang Manlin. This is really irresponsible, and she was throwing her hands off the shopkeeper. However, this is also impossible. Jiang Cheng must focus on experimental research, which is impossible. Invest more in the development of the company. The car quickly came outside the villa of Jiang Cheng's house, entered it quickly, and stopped in the courtyard at the door. Jiang Cheng led Xia Xiaowei out of the car. The driver parked the car in the garage, and he led Xia Xiaowei directly into the villa. The arrival and stay of Xia Xiaowei was soon known by Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Yafei, as well as by Jiang Cheng's parents. 3. Jiang Cheng's parents are naturally very welcome one by one, but Su Kaiyanqian and Lin Zidong are slightly jealous. Fortunately, both of them are very smart women, knowing what should be done and what should never be done, and they did not show their jealous emotions. They smiled and welcomed Xia Xiaowei's arrival, which also made Xia Xiaowei breathe a sigh of relief. Sure, it's the best if it doesn't happen. She naturally knows it is impossible for these two girls to accept their existence so quickly, but time is a wonderful thing, and it can often make everything unsuitable into a habit. After having dinner at home and Jiang Cheng was about to go to the laboratory to conduct his own research, Jiang Cheng's mother, Lu Tengyun, stopped him as if there was something to tell him. Jiang Cheng originally thought that his mother had stopped him because of something, and he was going to tell him about Xia Xiaowei one by one. Who knows, Lu Tengyun didn't take Xia Xiaowei's affairs at all, and it was not because of this matter that he stopped Jiang Cheng. Lu Tengyun looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Let's go over there and talk." Jiang Cheng nodded. Then Jiang Cheng and Lu Tengyun came to the study. Lu Tengyun looked at Jiang Cheng. Such a look made Jiang Cheng feel a little hairy. He asked, "What do I do with such a look?" Lu Tengyun shook his head and said, "It's nothing, just suddenly wanted to take a good look at you, nothing more." "Is it because of this?" Jiang Cheng said helplessly. "He has to wait for the experiment. Who knows it was delayed like this, but he is not good to complain." "Of course not." Lu Tengyun shook his head and said, "I called you over. I have something to tell you in 06. In a few days, the Haslo Medical Academic Conference, which is the Haslo Medical Lecture, will begin." Up. Haslo Medical Lecture. Jiang Cheng listened to this strange name and asked inexplicably, "What is that?" "Haslo, don't you know?" Looking at his son who won the Nobel Prize in Medicine, Lu Tengyun said helplessly, "Well, you have achieved such an achievement in the medical field. Even Haslo doesn't even know that it is like this. Haslo is an internationally renowned stage. It is held twice a year. The main purpose of the event is to make the world's medicine advance and integrate at a faster rate. Rapid development, this is Haslo's policy. Every year, the Nobel Prize in Medicine winner and Nobel Prize in Medicine nominee will become one of Haslo's protagonists and appear as speakers." "That's it." Jiang Cheng nodded, and then he understood something. He hadn't heard of this kind of medical lecture. It was probably a feature of this world, but he had such medical exchanges. Meeting, I have to say, is also a good thing which can effectively promote the development of medicine in this world. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng nodded and asked, "Then, do you mean that I am going to attend the Haslo Medical Lecture?" "Yes." L.V. Tengyun nodded and said, "As a winner of the Nobel Prize in Medicine, he also invented the existence and appearance of Sinotinan researchers who shocked the world and shocked the entire medical community. There is no doubt that it is the most important thing is that this is also the matter explained above. Let me come over and ask specifically, be sure to let you play. But I have other things during this time." Jiang Cheng said helplessly. "The Haslo Medical Lecture will be held in 7 days. If you have anything you want, you can use the time to do it," said Lu Tengyun. "It's only a week, so I can't do what I want to do at all." Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "Although the research of primary genetic evolution medicine is no longer a problem, how to use the primary genetic medicine go one step further, but it is a difficult problem. Jiang Cheng wants to solve this. I am afraid it will take about a month. In this research time, it is naturally very uncomfortable to be interrupted by the Haslo Medical Research Association. The medical research group is still worldwide. If there is time, Jiang Cheng does not mind the past, but now Jiang Cheng doesn't have much time." After hearing this, Lu Tengyun couldn't help but frown slightly. The refusal in Jiang Cheng's words was so obvious that she wanted to say, "Is there anything more than going to the Haslo medical lecture? Is it important?" But after thinking about it, what Jiang Cheng has studied meticulously may be more important than the Haslo medical lecture. Thinking of this, Lu Tengyun sighed helplessly and said, "I know you are very busy, but no matter what I mean or what I mean above, I want you to attend the Haslo medical lecture. That's a medicine. For ordinary medical researchers, the event is a great opportunity, and for you, it is also an opportunity for further development. Although I know that you now have enough achievements, but I think this lecture will also inspire you greatly." Lu Tengyun's words made Jiang Cheng a little speechless. Although he wanted to refute, he has completely surpassed the system of this world now. How could he be greatly inspired by those guys' research speeches? When he came out, it was a bit arrogant, so he thought about it, but closed his mouth. Lu Tengyun looked at Jiang Cheng's face, thinking he was moved, and quickly said, "In addition, if you go, it will not only represent you, but also the entire China. In recent years, China has not been like this for a long time. I made my own voice on the stage until you appeared, which made the whole Huaxia feel a little proud. Therefore, you have to understand how you should do it." After Lu Tengyun said this, Jiang Cheng did not answer immediately. After thinking about it for a while, he sighed and said, "Well, I will go to participate." "Yeah, good." After hearing Jiang Cheng's answer, Lu Tengyun breathed a sigh of relief, but after another thought, he was somewhat speechless. No matter who it was, he was invited to attend the Haslo lecture and appeared as the protagonist. Participating in such a grand event would be very excited to agree, but Jiang Cheng was completely different. After knowing that he was moved by emotion and reason, he thought twice before agreeing. This made Lu Tengyun really speechless. Then Jiang Cheng left the study room and went to the research room. Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Yafei were also here. Seeing Jiang Cheng, who had just arrived here, he was taken aback for a while and then said hello. Jiang Cheng looked at the two of them and asked directly, "Do you know the Haslo lecture?" "Huh." Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Yafei froze for a moment and immediately said, "Of course you know. Haslo medical lecture. Such an internationally renowned medical event, how could it not be known?" The two girls Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian were suddenly asked by Jiang Cheng. When they spoke in unison, and at the same time they said the same sentence. As sisters, we often have such a tacit understanding while speaking the same words. Since I've been with Jiang Cheng during this period of time, I've often been like this, especially when I'm happy. It's easy to be stimulated by Jiang Cheng, and at the same time I can reach the peak of happiness, and at the same time make the same sweet sound. This is no ordinary fun. Listening to the words spoken by the two girls at the same time, Jiang Cheng was naturally not surprised. He nodded and said, "You know, it seems to be very famous." Guan Xiaofai asked a little strangely, "Husband Jiang Cheng, why did you mention this suddenly?" Yes. Kaiyanqian asked strangely, "Didn't I win the Nobel Prize in medicine before?" Jiang Cheng looked at the two and said, "Ah, by the way, the Nobel Prize in medicine, the research and discovery of sinomnin. My God, I have completely forgotten such an important thing. During this period of continuous research and learning, I ignored it. Such an important matter." Guan Xiaofai patted her forehead after hearing this and suddenly realized, "Husband Jiang Cheng, you are the winner of this year's Nobel Prize in medicine, so it is completely invited by the official person of the Haslo Medical Research Association. A matter of course. It turned out to be like this. I was a little surprised just now. Why did I mention this name suddenly? In other words, in a few days, my husband, would you go to the Haslo medical lecture?" Su Kaiyanqian looked at Jiang Cheng and asked how. "Yes, I will participate in a few days." Jiang Cheng nodded and asked, "But before that, I want to ask, do you want to participate?" "Oh, can we go there too?" Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian looked at each other and said in unison. Guan Xiaofai asked with some surprise, "People who can enter the Haslo medical lecture have very strict requirements for their identity. I'm afraid we can't." Yeah, I'm afraid we can't do it." Su Kaiyanqian nodded and said, "Although I really want to go, I don't know if I can go. Can Jiang Cheng's husband take us there?" Guan Xiaofai asked with bright eyes. "Let me ask." Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment. He didn't think that the threshold of this medical lecture would be so high. Then he made a call with his mother, and her mother contacted him. After a while, he gave the answer. If it was just Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian, it was still possible. Yes, Jiang Cheng put down the phone, looked at the two girls, and said, "Sure, actually." The two girls couldn't help being a little happy when they heard Jiang Cheng's words. They were a little excited and almost jumped up happily. "Is that so happy?" Jiang Cheng looked at the reaction of the two girls and was speechless for a while. It seems that he still underestimated the influence of this medical lecture. After deciding to bring the two girls to the Haslow lecture, Jiang Cheng continued his research. Gene evolution potion. Although it is only an elementary level for the world, there is no doubt that this is an essential advancement. Human genes, which can rely on drugs to catalyze evolution, can only appear in some literary works. The evolution potions are completely different from those mutated potions. The evolution medicine allows genes to evolve, tap the potential of genes, expand, and grow. The mutated medicine is to completely mutate genes into a more powerful mutated human. Perhaps the effects of the two seem to be similar, but in essence, these are two completely different concepts. Mutation potions belong to an uncontrollable field. In Jiang Cheng's previous cosmic civilization, mutation potions are a kind of contraband. However, because they are cheap and easy to manufacture, they are still repeatedly banned. Many people expect mutation potions to make them suddenly change. To become stronger, as everyone knows, this is a kind of gamble that uses life. Once genes are mutated, it will be difficult to repair them. If you are unlucky, a burst of mutation potions will turn people into monsters directly. The evolution potion is fundamentally different. Jiang Cheng knows that once the genetic evolution medicine appears in this world, it will cause great shocks and changes in all aspects. But he feels that if the world's civilization is made further, change and shock are indispensable. The rise of new things often represents the passing of old things. This is irreversible and cannot be denied. Jiang Cheng's research went smoothly. With the materials, equipment, and a series of things ready, only 3 days, the gene evolution medicine primary was researched. For Jiang Cheng, this is not difficult. In the laboratory, Jiang Cheng looked at the transparent water in the syringe and the genetic evolution medicine that kept blowing blue bubbles. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Jiu finally succeeded. Although it is a rudimentary gene evolution drug, it can completely disappear all the defects of this body and become a new human. His genes will lead any human being on the planet to an unprecedented height. At that time, whether it is strength, speed, physique, endurance, or even the inheritance left by Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian Roman 20, the degree of genetic superiority will greatly increase. In terms of lifespan, it will also increase. The influence of primary genetic evolution medicine on lifespan is not very strong, but at least it can live about 100.5 years longer. If Jiang Cheng could live to be 80 years old, he can now live to be at least 180 years old. This is the longevity that rich people desire but cannot get. Because of the increase in lifespan, Jiang Cheng's aging degree will be greatly reduced. At the age of 80, for him, I am afraid he is just entering the adult stage. Of course, before that, he will still research out more advanced genetic evolution potions. Now that the gene evolution medicine has been researched out, then, of course, Jiang Cheng will inject this needle tube genetic evolution medicine into his body. The nature of the gene evolution drug and the gene mutation drug are completely different. Even if Jiang Cheng's research fails, this syringe of gene evolution drug will have no way to evolve Jiang Cheng's genes, and it will not have any impact. There will be no major problems. Of course, Jiang Cheng cannot fail. If it is true, the probability of failure is about 1 in 10 million, right? After the injection of the gene evolution medicine, there will be a period of 2-3 days of degeneration. During this period, Jiang Cheng will fall into an insensible sleep, and it is impossible to wake up halfway. Therefore, before injecting the genetic evolution medicine, Jiang Cheng first arranged everything, company affairs, and family affairs, before preparing to inject the genetic evolution medicine for the first degeneration, become the first new human in this world. Jiang Cheng came to the depths of the laboratory with the syringe of genetically evolved medicine. There was a bathtub with blue nutrient medicine inside. After Jiang Cheng injected genetic medicine, lying here, the nutrients needed for genetic evolution can be quickly absorbed from here to supplement, and then quickly degenerate. When he came to the bathtub, Jiang Cheng took off his clothes in twos and then threw it aside, then slowly lay down in the bathtub. The water temperature in the bathtub was just right, about the same as the body temperature, and there was not much nutrient solution, but it just happened to overflow Jiang Cheng's body. Lying on the bathtub, Jiang Cheng wiped his skin with the alcohol beside him, and then slowly injected the gene medicine into the body. After injecting the gene medicine into the body, Jiang Cheng only felt an unprecedented sleepiness, struck suddenly. Jiang Cheng understood that this was the normal effect of the medicine. He sighed and lay in the bathtub, slowly closing his eyes. During this period of deep sleep, Jiang Cheng had a dream, a long, long dream. In the dream, Jiang Cheng did not die and the experiment did not fail. He successfully researched the plane jump. In the field of scientific and technological research, he again won the highest honor medal. However, immediately after that, because of his position face-to-face research, came into contact with a higher level of civilization. Humans try to use a friendly attitude to reach that higher level of civilization. However, a higher civilization level instantly aimed at their human resources and launched a large-scale war. The civilization gap has once again been highlighted. The opponent is almost a crushing offensive. No matter how humans resist, there is no way. Conquer the opponent, retreat steadily, territories, resources, planets, and even lost large tracts of galaxy. Even if seeking peace is of no avail, the opposing side's dominance is beyond all human imagination. The territory of mankind was constantly being swallowed by the opponent, and finally, the mankind was completely wiped out by the opponent. And the reason for all this is only because Jiang Cheng has researched out the door of plane jumping. He became the main reason for the destruction of mankind. The greatest sinner of all mankind. The forgotten reputation and glory disappeared at this moment. He was cast aside by the entire mankind before the mankind was destroyed. Jiang Cheng wanted to argue that scientific research technology is innocent, and he is not wrong. However, in the face of hard facts, he does not know how to refute. Because of his research, mankind is destroyed here. The intense guilt and boundless pain caused Jiang Cheng's body to twist. At this moment, Jiang Cheng opened his eyes. Jiang Cheng looked around and realized that he was just having a dream. The original experiment did not succeed, but completely failed. What's wrong with me? Why did I have such a dream? Jiang Cheng covered his forehead speechlessly. For a long time, through the failure of the previous experiment, he has never become his heart knot. Who knew this knot was in a dream to break out completely in this way? This is subconsciously comforting oneself. Research failure, is it a thing to be thankful for? Not your own failure. My subconscious mind would actually comfort me with such absurd dreams. Although Jiang Cheng knew that that kind of thing could happen, but more possibilities would bring unknowingly many benefits to human civilization. Failure is failure. It cannot be disguised for any reason. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng shook his head and then thought about it. Maybe his subconscious just wanted to use this method to tell himself that the field and road of scientific and technological research are full of dangers. After thinking for a long time, without any clues or results, Jiang Cheng shook his head and threw these messy thoughts out of his mind. He stood up from the nutrient pool. The elementary evolution potion had perfectly allowed Jiang Cheng's genes to evolve successfully and reached a new height. This should be something to celebrate, but it made a dream so disturbed. Rather, the original blue nutrient solution has been completely absorbed, and now it has become a dark red, dirty, viscous liquid that Jiang Cheng excreted from his body, and there is even a layer of something similar to snake peeling. Jiang Cheng was not surprised. He drained all these things, then went to the bathroom and began to rinse. Soon, Jiang Cheng walked out of the bathroom and looked at himself in front of the mirror. At this time, Jiang Cheng's skin has become brighter and fairer, his face has become more delicate, his eyesight has more than doubled, and his body has also become more symmetrical and reasonable. It is not an exaggeration to describe the word perfect. Jiang Cheng looked at his change, nodded, and said, "It's okay." Then he put on loose clothes, left here, and walked out of the enclosed laboratory. Now the time has passed for 3 days, have not seen Jiang Cheng's Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian. Naturally, it is a bit unbearable torment. Even if they put all their consciousness into the experiment, they can't solve the urge to miss Jiang Cheng. They have more than one time I wanted to enter the deepest part of the laboratory, but remembering Jiang Cheng's instructions, he endured it. This kind of patience is really hard, but it is also impossible. After all, this was what Jiang Cheng told Jiang Cheng. They still had to listen anyway. Whether it was because of their trust in Jiang Cheng or their commitment, they stopped their thoughts of forcibly entering. However, having not seen Jiang Cheng for such a long time, both Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian were very worried, and more than once wondered if something happened to Jiang Cheng. Worry and longing are mixed together. This feeling can't be easily tolerated, and it can't last any longer. When Jiang Cheng appeared in front of Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian, the two girls couldn't help but their eyes widened in disbelief. Time couldn't believe his eyes. Jiang Cheng was out. Jiang Cheng entered the laboratory before. Deep down, the excuse is that to have important research, you must concentrate on the closed-door research. The time is about 2 to 3 days, and it will come out naturally. Now 3 days have passed, it really came out. Husband Jiang Cheng, husband. The faces of the two girls were full of surprises looking at Jiang Cheng, and they said quickly, "You finally came out. Do you know how hard I waited for you? I haven't seen you for so long. I really miss you so much." Up. The two girls came to Jiang Cheng's side, and they hugged Jiang Cheng without even thinking about it. Feeling the warmth of Jiang Cheng's chest, they were full of happiness for a while. The previous feelings were all within reach. However, they had been separated for 3 days. Naturally, the two of them missed them so much. At this time, they felt a lot of emotion again. Jiang Cheng looked at the cute faces of the two girls, and the emotion expressed by him was a little moved for a while. He really didn't expect it. It was only after 3 days that he would make the two girls miss themselves so much. Another day, like every 3 autumns, now it seems that it's true. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help showing a gentle smile and said, Okay, I won't be back. As for such exaggeration, it's not an exaggeration at all. Husband Jiang Cheng, do you know how much I miss you? I think of the extreme, very much I don't even have any thoughts to do the experiment. Although I know that I will be taught by you, but in fact it is like this. I blame your husband. Guan Xiaofai raised her head, looked at Jiang Cheng, and whispered about acting like a baby, said, Yeah, me too. Su Kaiyanqian was not good at words, and after listening to her sister's words, he nodded in agreement and said, To be honest, Jiang Cheng was naturally moved by the words of the two girls, and hugged the two girls tighter. I always feel that the smell of Jiang Cheng's body suddenly becomes a lot better. Su Kaiyanqian asked about the smell of Jiang Cheng's body, and suddenly said, Oh, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but asked, Is that so? Guan Xiaofai hurriedly lay on Jiang Cheng's body and smelled it. After a while, he nodded and said, It's true, it smells a lot better. In addition, I always feel that Jiang Cheng's husband seems to have become much more handsome, and his skin has also become much better. Isn't this an illusion? I think so. It's strange. Su Kaiyanqian looked seriously for a while, nodded and said, This is a secret. I'll tell you in a while now. Jiang Cheng hugged the two girls, feeling the warmth and softness of the two girls' softness, enduring for 3 days. It seems that after genetic evolution, the impulse in this regard became stronger, and the expression in his eyes naturally became a little fire-breathing. Jiang Cheng's scorching eyes naturally made the two girls feel it clearly. They knew what Jiang Cheng was going to do. They were a little shy for a while, but more of them were happy. After all, they have already done more in this regard. Once, twice. Jiang Cheng hugged the two girls around his waist, walked out of the laboratory, and came to his room. Speaking of, you have been like me all this time. Do you miss me psychologically or physically? Jiang Cheng touched the bodies of the two girls, felt the changes of the two girls, and watched them. The beautiful and cute face couldn't help but asked with such a joke. Such a problem naturally made the two sisters very embarrassed. Guan Xiaofai was okay. Su Kaiyanqian blushed directly and buried him in Jiang Cheng's chest. Jiang Cheng did not hesitate and went on. This time, Jiang Cheng did it for a long time. If Jiang Cheng was still young, so there is still some long-term ability, then Jiang Cheng is now purely became a lot stronger. He not only completely satisfied the two girls, but also completely conquered them more than once. But even so, he still feels that there is a lot of energy left even if you continue to do it. It is not a problem at all, however. Jiang Cheng didn't do anything in that respect. He just lay on the limp, holding these two warm and soft bodies and enjoying the tenderness of this moment. This feeling is not bad. Jiang Cheng in his previous life has been desperately researching, devoting all his time, all energy to the cause of scientific research, and has no time to put his feelings on it. Thinking about it carefully, although I don't know how much achievement, but more often, I still feel a little empty. After all, no matter how powerful he is, it is still very important for a human to have someone by his side. By the way, didn't you just feel that I changed, but don't you know why it suddenly changed? Jiang Cheng thought of something and said suddenly. Guan Xiaofai was stunned for a moment, then nodded and asked, "Does it have anything to do with your husband Jiang Cheng's research results in this retreat? What kind of research results are there?" Su Kaiyan asked curiously. Jiang Cheng smiled, did not say much, but picked up a 1 yuan coin from the side and said, "I'm optimistic." This is a very ordinary coin. The two girls stared at it carefully for a while. They really didn't see anything strange, and they didn't understand. Jiang Cheng picked up this coin and what he planned to do. Ugh! Under the curious gazes of the two girls, Jiang Cheng easily bends the 1 yuan coin and then rubs it into a small ball. AI. The two girls looked at this scene, a time some could not believe my eyes, could not resist a little shocked, saying, "This is how it, magic," Su Kaiyan asked subconsciously. "It's not magic, it's just an ordinary coin. Jiang Cheng will turn into a small ball coin and show the two girls 370. Su Kaiyan and Guan Xiaofai took a closer look. After touching them, they found that it was indeed an ordinary 1 yuan coin. It was very strong. It was not the kind of prop specially used for magic. It looked hard, but actually soft. Then what's going on? Guan Xiaofai still doesn't understand the status quo and has no idea what the situation is. Husband Jiang Cheng suddenly became so strong, and I feel that when Jiang Cheng's husband just did it, it seems to be better than ever. Although Su Kaiyan rarely speaks, she feels from the above he was quite keen and he was aware of some situations in an instant. But because this even thought of the game just now, his cheeks turned red and he whispered, "It's true." Guan Xiaofai nodded in agreement, and then looked at Jiang Cheng, who was still selling guanzi. She couldn't help being a little anxious and full of curiosity. She quickly asked again, "What the is going on, husband? Tilde tell me, don't provoke people's curiosity like this and sell it off. Do these changes of my husband have anything to do with the results of this study?" Su Kaiyan asked quietly next to him. "Yeah." Jiang Cheng nodded, did not continue to sell guanzi, and said, "I have developed a genetic evolution medicine. Pharmaceuticals for genetic evolution, regardless of whether it is Guan Xiaofai or Su Kaiyan, although there have been some speculations. After hearing this term, they still couldn't help but froze. "Husband, you actually developed a genetic evolution medicine?" Guan Xiaofai asked in disbelief. "Are these changes the result of genetic evolution medicine?" Su Kaiyan said suddenly. Although the two of them have seen too many magical stories about Jiang Cheng, they are still unavoidably shocked this time. If someone else said that, they would undoubtedly be regarded as lunatics, and it would be impossible to believe it. But this is what Jiang Cheng said. Both Su Kaiyan and Guan Xiaofai will believe that Jiang Cheng's words may indeed be facts. Gene evolution medicine, a concept and term that only appears in novels, was once again successful by Jiang Cheng. "Researched it out." "Yeah," Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "I did research the genetic evolution medicine. During the few days in the laboratory, I injected the genetic evolution medicine into my body. The body has undergone so many changes." Although Jiang Cheng said this lightly, neither Guan Xiaofai nor Su Kaiyan couldn't help but change their colors. Guan Xiaofai's eyes widened, her expression showing some horror, and she quickly said, "My husband actually experimented with you? This is too dangerous. There is no guarantee of 100% success. It is too dangerous to experiment with yourself. Now, next time, even if you use us as an experiment, you can't experiment with yourself." Yes. Su Kaiyan listened to the side and couldn't help but nodded and said, "This is too dangerous and too unacceptable, my husband. Such a move is too dangerous." Jiang Cheng was still a little moved when he heard this, and was not angry that the two of them were questioning the success rate of their genetic evolution medicine. He touched the heads of the two girls and said, "Although you say this, how can I bear it? How about doing experiments on your body? Really joking. But it's still very dangerous for my husband to do this. How can you directly experiment with yourself?" Guan Xiaofai lay in Jiang Cheng's arms and stretched out a hand on Jiang Cheng's chest. A small circle was drawn on the side, whispered complaining, "Yeah, I also think this is too dangerous." Su Kaiyanqian said this again, leaning on Jiang Cheng's chest, and expressed dissatisfaction with Jiang Cheng's dangerous actions. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said with a smile, "You think this experiment is a little too dangerous. The genetic evolution medicine I am studying is fundamentally different from the genetic mutation medicine. Even if the experiment fails, there is no danger. Repeatedly, under my research, after repeated inferences, success is success, and the probability of failure is only 1 in 10 million at best. Even failure is just a matter of weakness for a few days. You worry. It's too much." When Jiang Cheng said this, Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian were slightly stunned and couldn't help but say, "Ah, is that so? It turned out to be like this, but even so, your husband's behavior is too bold." Su Kaiyanqian whispered. Then Guan Xiaofai asked curiously, "So, what is the effect of the genetic evolution medicine?" Jiang Cheng said without hesitation, "Of course the effect is very good. Strength, agility, thinking, physical strength, physique, vision, and even energy, as well as lifespan will all increase substantially. Among them, lifespan will increase the least, but there will be 100 years around. That is to say, I can at least live to be around 180 years old now. It's so amazing." Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian were shocked again and couldn't help but say so in unison. They didn't expect that it was just a genetic evolution drug that Jiang Cheng had just researched, and it could achieve such a good effect. "Yeah," Jiang Cheng nodded and continued. "In fact, in my research, these are just the first level of genetic evolution medicine." Jiang Cheng ignored the shocked expressions of the two girls and calmly continued, "Although you think that such a good effect is the primary effect, it seems a bit exaggerated, but this is the fact. Continue to study deeper. Although manufacturing is difficult, it still exists. The vastness of this field is beyond your imagination." "It's only the first level," the two girls said at the same time. Although some can't believe this is the truth, they still unconditionally believe what Yi and Su said, and this is probably the truth. Jiang Cheng touched the cute faces of the two girls and their soft bodies and said lightly, "Just ask, do you want to use genetic evolution medicine? In this way, no matter your physical fitness or lifespan, it can be greatly increased, and the speed of body aging will be correspondingly slowed down." When Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian heard this, they couldn't help but glance at each other, and they could see the joy in each other's eyes. Guan Xiaofai asked quickly, "Can we also use this genetic evolution medicine?" "Can you?" Su Kaiyanqian whispered. "Of course, if you still can't, no one in this world can do it." Jiang Cheng said, "Of course. Then there are no restrictions on the use of genetic evolution drugs. For example, what kind of physique is needed?" Guan Xiaofai asked curiously. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "How can there be such a thing? My genetic evolution medicine can be used by anyone without these messy settings." "It's so. Then, husband, your genetic medicine, if it is spread out, I am afraid it will change the whole world." Su Kaiyanqian imagined the reaction after the news of genetic evolution medicine was spread out, and couldn't help it, said with some shaking, "Yes, I'm afraid the whole world will shake again." Guan Xiaofai said affirmatively, "That's natural." Jiang Cheng nodded. "However, it is not a simple matter to study genetic evolution medicine. Whether it is the complexity of the process or the preciousness of the medicine formula, it is destined that genetic medicine cannot be promoted significantly. To change all the human genes in this world is a big project that is currently impossible to complete. Even if this news is announced, the whole world will be shaken. In the next 10 years, those who are eligible to use genetic medicine people, I'm afraid it is less than 1% or even less." "Then, when do we use genetic evolution medicine?" Guan Xiaofai asked curiously. "Yes, when do you use it? I can't wait." Su Kaiyanqian said the same. "Don't worry about it, it's not the time yet." Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "Although the medicine is precious, I will not be reluctant to use it on your body. It's just that we will participate in Haslo after a while. Medical academic conferences, if you use it now, you will miss it. After using the genetic evolution agent, you will have a period of sleep, which is to be precise. If it is not this period, nor will it take such a long time to retreat before coming out to see you." It turned out to be like this. Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian nodded and said, "Then you can arrange for your husband." "Yeah," Jiang Cheng nodded. After enjoying Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian with this evolved body and talking to them about the genetic evolution medicine, Jiang Cheng put on his clothes and went to see Zia Xiaowei after a short rest. Although Jiang Cheng has probably arranged the company's affairs before the closure, Zia Xiaowei's existence is not to replace himself and decide all affairs, but to summarize and plan all these things, circle the key points, and let Jiang Honest can solve it quickly. Of course, as Jiang Cheng's secretary, Zia Xiaowei has certain authority and can solve some things, but some important things must be handled by Jiang Cheng. Even if they are explained in advance, there are still some things that need to be handled by Jiang Cheng. Neither Zia Xiaowei nor Zhang Manlin can make important decisions. However, Jiang Cheng chose to retreat and couldn't even get through the phone, which naturally made Zhang Manlin and Zia Xiaowei very anxious. But there was no way to be anxious. But Jiang Cheng finally left the customs at this time and went to see Zia Xiaowei. "You finally showed up. If you don't show up again, I'm afraid I will call the police." Seeing Jiang Cheng finally showing up and coming to the company, Zia Xiaowei said silently. As Jiang Cheng's secretary, she said it can be said that it is very good, but because it is not possible to contact Jiang Cheng, no matter how good it is meaningless. "Didn't I say that I will disappear for a while?" Jiang Cheng said lightly. "Okay, you can handle these things quickly." Zia Xiaowei said, from the side, next to the chairman's office. She took out a stack of documents and handed them to Jiang Cheng. "Good, good." Jiang Cheng nodded, glanced at random, quickly reviewed these documents, and then gave instructions. After 3 days, there were not many things accumulated. Zia Xiaowei solved a large part of it. She didn't have the authority to solve these files, so she could only let Jiang Cheng do it. After pre-annotation, Jiang Cheng quickly solved it in less than half an hour, so he solved all the documents accumulated in these 3 days. Returning all the documents to Zia Xiaowei, Jiang Cheng said, "By the way, I have to go to the U.S. tomorrow to attend a meeting." "Oh, am I going to the United States with me? Tomorrow, so anxious?" Zia Xiaowei was taken aback and said with some surprise, "I'm your secretary. Of course you are going to the My State Work Conference." Zia Xiaowei was slightly taken aback when Jiang Cheng didn't bring himself over, and he said in a hurry, "It's not a work-related meeting one by one." Jiang Cheng shook his head. "Not a work-related meeting?" Zia Xiaowei asked strangely, "What is that?" "Haslo Medical Lecture 1, have you heard it?" Jiang Cheng asked. "Haslo Medical Lecture. Of course I have heard that you are going to attend the Haslo Medical Lecture." Zia Xiaowei said in shock. She did not expect that Jiang Cheng, as a very well-known person in the field of scientific research, would actually attend an extremely important research conference in the medical field. "Yeah," Jiang Cheng nodded. Looking at Jiang Cheng, Zia Xiaowei suddenly remembered something and suddenly realized, "Ah, I remember, you have won the Nobel Prize in the field of medicine before, and you are the winner of this year. I mean, why I invited you suddenly. It turned out to be the case. In this case, I really don't have the right to follow the past. I have no qualifications to enter the venue." Zia Xiaowei's tone is a bit regretful, but there is no other way. "It's true, so you continue to help me deal with things in the company. If there is anything that can't be handled, just call me," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "Okay, I understand. Although I really wanted to go to the U.S. With Jiang Cheng, Zia Xiaowei knew that this was impossible, so he died of this heart and nodded and said, "Yeah." Jiang Cheng nodded. Later, Zia Xiaowei left Jiang Cheng's office and returned to his own office. When Zia Xiaowei, who returned to his office, felt a little depressed for a while. According to reason, being Jiang Cheng's secretary is a bit dreamy for such a position, but in reality, this position is not as good as imagined. The time spent with Jiang Cheng is really pitiful. It's right to think about it. Researchers like Jiang Cheng created virtual reality devices, invented new graphene, and successfully created a transparent mobile phone. They were also the winners of the Nobel Prize in Medicine. How can such an existence be soaked in every day? In the office. The reason he recruited a secretary is just to allow him to spend more time in the laboratory. If it hadn't been for Zia Ziaoui to live in Jiang Cheng's house now, the time to meet would be even more pitiful. Thinking about it, I couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, I shamelessly agreed to come down. After processing all the urgently needed documents by Zia Ziaoui, Jiang Cheng and Rem confessed some things, then met Zhang Manlin again, gave a brief explanation, and then returned home. The next day, Jiang Cheng took Guan Xiaofei and Su Kaiyanqian with his mother to the United States. New York, in fact. We can come here as a private jet, and we don't have to rush like this in time. Jiang Cheng glanced at the New York sky, then at the time, and said helplessly, "After a few hours of rest, the meeting is the meeting. Now, I am not prepared for anything." "You didn't even prepare for anything?" In the private car, Lu Tengyun, who was sitting next to Jiang Cheng, couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard Jiang Cheng's words. For a while, he was speechless to the extreme, almost a little bit. He said incoherently, Why did you not prepare anything? I told you about the lecture a week ago. As the winner of the Nobel Prize in Medicine, you are almost equal to the protagonist of this medical lecture. But now you are actually telling me that you are not prepared for anything? Okay, I see. You are joking. You are joking, right? I'm not joking. I really didn't prepare anything. For a small lecture, do I have to spend 1 week to prepare? Jiang Cheng glanced at his mother and said lightly, However, this lecture is the highest level academic research society in the world. It is not a small lecture. Lu Tengyun smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Although I know your achievements are dazzling enough in this world, I'm afraid that no one can compare with you. But if you don't have any preparations, I'm afraid it's still not good. You have to realize that you come to New York to participate in the Haslow Medical Lecture, not just representing you personally, it also represents the entire medical community in China. If you make a fool of yourself, it is not your own business. How is this? Tilda, how could I come out? Jiang Cheng is a little helpless. Mother, please don't worry. Although Jiang Cheng's husband is not prepared for anything, I believe that even so in the meeting, he will still be everyone the focus of attention. It is impossible to make a fool of yourself. Guan Xiaofei said with a smile beside her. Yes, I also think so. Although Haslow's medical lecture will be very important, it is not too important to Jiang Cheng's husband. It should be easy to solve even if it is handled casually. Kaiyanqian also nodded, agreeing with her sister's point of view, and whispered, You guys. Lu Tengyun listened to the words of the two girls for a while and was speechless. I really didn't know what to say. After a while, Lu Tengyun looked at Jiang Cheng and said, Well, anyway, at this moment, there is no way to change anything. At the speech meeting in a few hours, what do you want to say now? At least prepare for it. Jiang Cheng nodded and didn't say much, but started to think, what exactly should I say in the lecture? Regarding this lecture, to be honest, Jiang Cheng didn't pay attention to the preparations one by one now, and he was completely predicting it. Even if he prepared now, whatever he took out would shake the world. If medical researchers who have been preparing for several months, or even half a year, know what kind of expression Jiang Cheng is thinking at this time. After thinking about it for a long while, Jiang Cheng quickly made a decision. It's it. Jiang Cheng is now the focus of attention no matter where it is, even in the United States. The news media are well informed, often beyond the imagination of many people. They can always get the news from some special channels within the first time. Fortunately, China is completely controlled by the government and relevant departments. It is impossible to casually make your own voice. But in the United States, that is another matter. Their field influence is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary characters. With this impression, they naturally have more channels of news. When Jiang Cheng came to the United States to attend a Haslow lecture, these news media immediately paid attention. Whether it was the news revealed by the official channel of Haslow's lecture, or the speculation that Jiang Cheng was the previous Nobel Prize winner in medicine, they paid more attention to this matter. In fact, with Jiang Cheng's influence, the scale of influence of this year's Haslow lecture is completely beyond the previous ones. Many people who have not been involved in the medical field and have never heard of this academic conference. At this time, learned that there is still such a conference in the world. Related media reported this incident with various headlines. Virtual reality, the creator of transparent mobile phones, participated in the highest research conference in the medical academic field. What impact will his arrival have? Jiang Cheng's first official visit to the United States. The purpose is not a conference in the scientific research field, but a lecture in the medical field. Jiang Cheng officially debuted at the Haslow Medical Lecture. He has finally arrived in the United States. A man full of legends, Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, who you didn't know, was the legendary man who created the empire of Universe Umbrella Technology Company. He is actually a great medical scientist and won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Jiang Cheng visited the United States and participated in the Haslow Medical Lecture. The attention of this year's medical lecture will surpass any session in history and reach an unprecedented peak. After Jiang Cheng never took the initiative to appear in the media's field of vision, any news about him will be caught by the media, report frantically, and never miss any opportunities. To be honest, no matter how small a report is, it will increase their attention. 50% is still low, and even more than 10 times. It's impossible for such a degree of attention to prevent these media from being extremely enthusiastic about news related to Jiang Cheng. As a legend, there are too many people in this world who are full of curiosity about him. Anyone who has studied him can't help but admire him. His existence is a miracle, and now this miracle has come to the United States. After Jiang Cheng arrived in the United States, the power holders of the supergiant consortium in the United States were silent. They are still vividly remembering the situation not long ago. The undoubted overlord of the entire United States, the head of the Rockefeller family, was assassinated in full view. In addition, there were 4 other powerful figures who were assassinated. Although there is no direct proof, this is what Jiang Cheng did. But both intuition and speculation made the power holders of these big families think that this was what Jiang Cheng did. Many people have some connections with Rockefeller. Although Rockefeller has gained a lot of benefits after Rockefeller's death, they feel uncomfortable with their lips and teeth. They always worry about whether Jiang Cheng will clean up himself, even if he goes to Jiang Cheng to show his favor. Can't dispel this idea. This time, Jiang Cheng came to the United States, not in the country with the red regime. The opportunity seems to have come. These big figures who hold the lifeline of the entire United States have once again gathered together. This time they were not outside, but in a rather dull room. The big guys each sit in their seats. One of them first said, "Now, Jiang Cheng has come to the United States, which means that our opportunity has come. No matter how powerful he is, the United States is still our chassis after all. It is not a problem to clean him up. Everyone, the time to choose is here. Kill Jiang Cheng? I'm afraid this will cause global shock. The entire United States needs to pay the price of blood for this." A middle-aged man with a background of DuPont said slowly, "I don't think this is the case. We can secretly plan and push the crime in this matter to terrorists. As long as all the evidence is wiped out, no one will think of us." The head of the Texas consortium, slowly he shook his head and said, "That's true. Plan a terrorist incident that has shocked the whole world so far. Just do it." "No, I don't agree." Suddenly, a middle-aged woman among the few people stood up. Behind her was the Boston consortium. This was an opponent that no one could easily ignore. As the only woman in the meeting room, the opinions are obviously totally different. The woman's voice brought everyone's eyes together. "You are crazy like this, and the crazy result is only self-destruction. Last time, we survived because we withdrew from the meeting against Jiang Cheng, and now we have to gather again for this purpose. I have every reason to believe that if I quit again, I will survive again, and your results are self-evident." The middle-aged woman said ruthlessly, ironically, "Be sober, don't be so stupid." "But this is the United States." Someone whispered, "Yes, this is in the United States, not in China." Someone said, "What about the United States? Don't you think that Jiang Cheng? Did you come directly to the U.S. without thinking about it? Didn't you think about it? Did he expect us to meet again? Maybe he is monitoring this ridiculous meeting now." The middle-aged woman shook her head and said coldly, "The words of the middle-aged woman who came here on behalf of the Boston consortium are really alarmist. This is impossible, someone immediately retorted. This meeting is under surveillance. How could it be possible? Some people disagree. However, this sentence still made everyone shudder. If this is true, it is too scary to think about it. Yi is not a god, someone whispered. Although I can't stop this stupid meeting, I can withdraw. The middle-aged woman from the Boston Consortium snorted and said, I don't want to die so early. If you want to continue the discussion, then go ahead. One after speaking, the middle-aged woman left the meeting room, leaving behind the big people looking at each other. Silence. Someone fell into a brief silence. The atmosphere in the meeting room became a little bit awkward. After a while, someone finally said, we are discussing this. It seems really stupid. I also think that is the case. I finally exchanged the friendship of that Mr. Jiang Cheng, but started to discuss this stupid meeting. Yes, it's like this. Everyone nodded one after another. Their attitudes became subtly unified at this moment. They had all decided to continue to maintain a friendly relationship with Jiang Cheng. Many years later, they all felt fortunate for the original choice. If they were ready to start Jiang Cheng without knowing how to live or die, they would undoubtedly be dead long ago, and it would be impossible to get the many benefits that Jiang Cheng would bring in the future. As for the meeting, whether Jiang Cheng knew that it was being monitored at the time, they never knew, and they didn't have the courage to ask Jiang Cheng, so they kept buried deep in their hearts. The Haslow Medical Lecture, which the world pays attention to, is about to begin. There are only a very small number of news media. After a lot of application review, they are eligible to enter the lecture venue for shooting and recording. If you want to conduct a personal interview, you need to apply again. If you want to interview without an application, will be driven out the first time. This is the highest level academic conference in the medical field in the world. Before the lecture started, Jiang Cheng brought Su Kaiyanqian and Xiaofei to the venue. Lu Tengyun was obviously worried about Jiang Cheng and couldn't help asking, Are you really ready? Of course I'm ready. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, You can rest assured. I suggest you, it's best to take out King Tensu's speech. This is the best title. You are the winner of the Nobel Prize in Medicine. With this as the title, no one will say anything is wrong. Lu Tengyun is still a little worried, said. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said nothing. Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't say anything, Lu Tengyun couldn't help it. As a few people arrived at the venue, Jiang Cheng thought that he would be immediately surrounded and asked questions one by one. However, this situation did not appear. Although he was looked at by a lot of eyes, no one came around. On the contrary, it was her own mother who was very popular. Various doctors came to her with admiration and started talking. In terms of honor and status in the medical field, there is still a big gap between Jiang Cheng and Lu Tengyun. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng doesn't care. It's better this way. He is happy and quiet, right? Jiang Cheng picked up a drink, sat in the corner of the venue, and slowly tasted it. Guan Xiaofei and Su Kaiyanqian also sat here obediently, without speaking. Don't you go over and discuss with those academic bigwigs. Jiang Cheng looked at the two girls and said with a smile, I won't care. Still, I am afraid that no one can compare with Jiang Cheng's husband's abilities and achievements. Just stay by your side. What else should I discuss with others? Guan Xiaofei shook her head and said, Yes, I think so too. Su Kaiyanqian nodded in agreement and said, Jiang Cheng smiled and said nothing. As time passed, the speech conference soon began. As today's protagonist, Jiang Cheng was the first to stand on the stage. Since Jiang Cheng stood on the stage of the speech, there were a lot of discussions immediately below, which seemed a bit chaotic, which was undoubtedly very, very rude to the speaker. However, when a young face like Jiang Cheng appeared in front of everyone, it was inevitable that discussions would continue. Still standing on the stage and becoming the protagonist of the whole lecture before being an adult, this situation makes many people unacceptable at a time. In the medical field, they have been studying for decades at every turn. Who knows that in the end, they have to listen to a speech by a minor guy? This is really absurd to the extreme. However, this seems to be a fact. Jiang Cheng successfully developed synophilin and completely solved the liver cancer virus that caused everyone's headaches in the medical field. This is a great achievement that can be recorded in history and promotes the further development of medicine. The achievements, such results make them have to be convinced. Why stand here to give a speech? Just because Jiang Cheng has done what no one here can do, nothing more. But even so, they still inevitably make them talk. He is Jiang Cheng. Yeah, it's too young, it's really too young, although I have seen reports before. But after seeing him in person, I still can't help but believe it. Who said no? Who would believe that this is the fact? But this is the fact one by one. I'm curious. What on earth does this little guy want to say? I hope he can bring up some interesting topics. As the winner of the Nobel Prize in Medicine, his speech could only be the research and invention of sinotin. What else do you want him to give a speech? If that's the case, it's a bit boring. When Jiang Cheng came to power, everyone in the audience was talking about it, and they almost never stopped. Obviously, although they agreed with Jiang Cheng's existence, deep down in their hearts, they still despise subconsciously. At this time, Jiang Cheng is on stage and is about to give a speech. This kind of discussion is still constant, which is the most direct manifestation. This made Jiang Cheng's woman, Guan Xiaofei and Su Kaiyanqian's entire cheeks flushed red, which was completely different from the shy red. This was because of the color produced by anger, and anger the two of them were really disappointed and didn't understand. What are these people thinking about? As a powerful person in the medical field, participating in today's conference did not even have the most basic respect for the speakers. They whispered like this and kept talking. This is really rude. This situation also made Lu Tengyun frown obviously. There is no doubt that she also has some dissatisfaction. As far as anyone is concerned, this situation is very annoying. Not discussing achievements in the field of scientific research, just discussing achievements in medical science. Jiang Cheng won the Nobel Prize in Medicine and invented sinotin. In this case, many people in the room have completely exploded. What qualifications do these people have? So contemptuous, but they are so negligent and disrespectful. Who would be happy? Lu Tengyun couldn't help but looked at Jiang Cheng with some worry. Obviously, according to Jiang Cheng's personality, he would undoubtedly be very upset in such a situation, and his response would become a problem. If he left unhappy, the loss would be his reputation is condemned by others, and public opinion will almost fall in this way. This time, absolutely can't be so impulsive. Lu Tengyun became worried for a while, but Jiang Cheng did not have the impulse she imagined, and there was no obvious sullen expression on her face. In fact, Jiang Cheng hasn't really gotten angry about it. It's because of his extraordinary temperament. It's just because Jiang Cheng didn't put these people in his eyes. It is true that they are a group of people in the world who stand at the top of the academic field of medicine. But even so, what? For him, these people and ordinary people have no knowledge in the medical field. The essential difference is that they know how little they are. Jiang Cheng's field of focus is not one of medicine, but even so, it is still not comparable to many people present. In this world, people's life is very short and their energy is very, very limited. They can do very few things. Compared with Jiang Cheng in the previous life, the gap is not so big. Therefore, in Jiang Cheng's view, these people are no different from children who don't know anything, whether it's knowledge or age. In terms of age in previous lives, these old men are indeed in front of him. A group of children talked in front of them and questioned their authority. How could he have a red-faced argument with them? This behavior itself is very, very stupid. Looking at the crowd, Jiang Cheng spoke into the microphone and said faintly, everyone who can come here, I am here to express my surprise. Yes, in fact, I didn't have relevant preparations at the beginning, nor knowing that I am about to stand on this stage, because I don't know the existence of this lecture. This is really a bit confused and sorry, but I have put my energy and mood on experiment and research, and also on my company. I really don't have much energy to pay attention to other aspects. However, personally, I am very happy to be on this stage. After Jiang Cheng spoke, the discussion in the venue suddenly became less. After all, I came here for today's speech conference. It is impossible to continue the conversation anyway. Only a few people are full of hatred towards Jiang Cheng and still whisper. 3 talk. However, when Jiang Cheng finished this somewhat long opening remark, everyone was speechless and showed some unexpected eyes since he came to New York in the United States and participated in such an academic conference. Jiang Cheng has no use for maverick. He spoke in Chinese but chose English, so everyone present could understand what he was saying. Regarding things like language, Jiang Cheng has no stubbornness. The most fundamental purpose of language learning is not to be able to talk to the other party, but to understand the other party's culture and connotation. At this time, Jiang Chengdeng directly said that before he came here, he had not even heard of the Haslow lecture. It was really a bit arrogant. I was just saying that, although I had never heard of it. Such an academic conference, but I can stand here and give a speech, but you can only stand here obediently and listen to me. Therefore, although everyone calmed down, their eyes became a little uncomfortable. Sitting in the audience, Lu Tengyun, after listening to these words, time was very speechless. She was secretly happy that Jiang Cheng had no impulse. Who knows that Jiang Cheng would say such lines in the next second? This is a direct shot. Although Lu Tengyun also knows that Jiang Cheng is telling the truth, it is obviously not suitable for this kind of occasion to tell the truth. Really, what nonsense. However, despite thinking this way, Lu Tengyun felt a little relieved inexplicably. After all, just now after Jiang Cheng took the stage, these people were still talking about it. It was too rude. At this time, Jiang Cheng's response is just the best. At this moment, Jiang Cheng, who was standing on the stage, didn't care. He had nothing to do with other people's thoughts, anger, or anger. Just this one opening remark is annoying. It's too early. He smiled faintly and continued. It is a great honor to be able to speak my title here. Regarding the title of this lecture, what I have prepared is research and analysis on the evolutionary potential of genes. Future medical field main research project. After Jiang Cheng said this, the many professors and doctors present widened their eyes in surprise. The people who were still talking couldn't help being stunned after hearing this sentence. They stopped their conversation one after another, looking at Jiang Cheng on the stage in a bit of surprise. The title of Jiang Cheng's speech is actually this, not the research and discovery of synotenin. What is this? This is totally unreasonable. In terms of reason, as a Nobel Prize winner, you will generally choose to give a speech on the subject of the Nobel Prize and nothing else. But now, Jiang Cheng has boldly broken this default rule one by one. Is it true that Jiang Cheng believes that the topic at this time is more worth mentioning than the Nobel Prize-winning cinephiline? This is news. The reporters who were in the venue at this time were a little excited after hearing this sentence. The reporters who can enter here are undoubtedly the elites of the industry. They are more sensitive to news than many people imagine. The moment Jiang Cheng said that, they realized that this is a subject that can be reported, but also a subject that can be reported on a large scale. Who is on stage? On stage, more than 99% of the people in the world will be interested. His choice is completely different from ordinary people, and he did not choose the Nobel Prize-winning subject one, the research and discovery of synotenin, but chose a topic about genes. Many reporters showed excited expressions and began to concentrate on filming and recording. Jiang Cheng did not pay attention to the expressions of the reporters and professors in the audience. His expression was very flat and there was no fluctuation at all. He continued, "Perhaps many people will be a little surprised. I did not choose the subject of synotenin. I chose this, however, in my opinion, the research and discovery of synotenin is nothing worthy of me to repeat, because this is a thing of the past. Now, what I want to talk about is the topic of genetic evolution. The center of the topic gene refers to our human genes, not the genes of other organisms. In terms of genes, my research and understanding have been very deep in depth. Here, I will briefly summarize that the future development of the medical field is nothing more than the continuous improvement and evolution of human genes. Cultivate a perfect flesh body, as well as studying various medicines with special functions. Jiang Cheng's remarks are very calm, but the content of what he said is not as calm as his tone. This is to subvert the direction of modern medicine and redefine the arrogant remarks of the word medicine. Yes, this is extremely arrogant remarks. Within a few words, the current medical system was overturned in an instant, and a medical system that was only in Jiang Cheng's ideals was re-established. After hearing such arrogant words, everyone couldn't help but stare at Jiang Cheng. Too much, too imaginative and creative. Such a speech is not what a medical lecture should appear at all. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking what he wanted to say, the originally silent meeting place instantly became boiling, and everyone had a heated discussion. This is fooling around. Naughty, what kind of style, what kind of style? This is the Haslow Medical Lecture, not a movie theater, a movie script center. What is he talking about? Does he really know what he is talking about? Does he think that he can say such ridiculous words by winning a Nobel Prize in medicine? It's ridiculous. Really ridiculous guy. This kind of eye-catching remarks can only be spoken by a layman who knows nothing. He is a young talent who won the Nobel Prize in medicine. I still liked him very much, but so foolish? It's so ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Facing Jiang Cheng's incomparably advanced remarks, the many medical professors present at the scene simply couldn't accept wanting them to accept this theory, which is almost equivalent to denying their long-standing efforts. There are only a few professors who have done in-depth research on genes. After hearing these words, they couldn't help but look excited, and they were completely agitated by Jiang Cheng. What Jiang Cheng said, every sentence made them extremely agree. In this world, I am afraid there is nothing more agreeable to them than this. The future of medicine described by Jiang Cheng is so touched by them. The future is exactly what it should be. Speaking too well, too advanced thinking. Gene is the future of mankind. Originally, I thought I was just a kid who knew that he had such insights, although bold but very powerful. I admire this kid, that's great. However, these academic bigwigs in the genetic field are a minority after all, and most people still firmly oppose Jiang Cheng's theory. This is inexplicable, and there are almost sensational comments. Let them accept, this is simply impossible. As for the reporters, they don't care whether Jiang Cheng's remarks are ridiculous or not. They only know that this is news, and it is still big news. What kind of news is most eye-catching? It is naturally controversial news. Anything, as long as it is full of controversy, will be discussed, argued, or even forced. The more people tour and force, the more obvious it is. This is true in any country. At this time, Jiang Cheng put forward such a controversial advanced theory and instantly exploded the entire Haslow lecture venue. If such remarks are published in the media and published, the turmoil caused can be imagined. Jiang Cheng didn't care what kind of heavy speech he threw out. He smiled and left the stage of the speech, leaving coolly, just as he had come. After the speech, some reporters naturally applied for an interview. Jiang Cheng did not refuse all of them. He agreed to the two news media and allowed them to be qualified for the interview. The two news media with interview rights, one is the famous New York Times, and the other is not a local media in the United States, but the British BBC, that is, the British Broadcasting Corporation. These two news media are both companies with huge influence. However, given the opportunity to interview Jiang Cheng, both reporters from the New York Times and interviewers from the BBC looked very excited. They understand very well how rare this opportunity is. Jiang Cheng rarely appeared in the public eye of media interviews, but now he has accepted their interviews by exception. The BBC interviewer, named William, is a handsome man with blonde hair. The name of the New York Times interviewer was called Lolos, and she was a very handsome woman. After arriving in front of Jiang Cheng and officially starting the interview, William and Lolos began to interview in order. First, William asked a question. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly asked a very sensitive question. Mr. Jiang Cheng, not long ago, the topic of your speech was research and analysis of the potential of genetic evolution. Future medical field, the main research project, not the invention and research of sinotenin that won the Nobel Prize for Medicine a long time ago. Why did you choose this topic boldly? Facing the interview, Jiang Cheng said calmly, "The reason is very simple, because I simply feel that there is nothing to say about King Tengsu." Loros and William clearly agreed. After William asked, Loros continued to ask. However, after your lecture on this theory, the many professors present were obviously a little excited, and they didn't seem to agree with you. This theory even expressed its anger at your theory. Have you ever thought about this? Why should I think about this? Jiang Cheng heard this, shook his head, and said with a smile, "The theoretical speech I put forward is the result of my thinking. No matter what others think, I just need to do it. My own business will do. As a man ahead of this age, I am bound to be a little bit confused when I do anything, because they don't understand anything." Do you mean that the many professors and doctors present do not understand anything in the field of medicine? William listened to Jiang Cheng's answer, and he was very keen to hunt down this point. His eyes lit up. In response to this, he asked aloud, "It's not like that." Jiang Cheng shook his head. Even if he looked down on them in his heart, he still had to save some face for them. Jiang Cheng smiled and answered William's interview. They are all very powerful figures in the academic field. Their knowledge are also impeccable. After all, they are the top group of people in this world. This is undeniable, but it is obvious that they are too bound by their current cognition, one by one. I suddenly proposed such an advanced theory, and it would be unwise to refute it because of ignorance and stupidity. Although Jiang Cheng saved some face to the old guys and didn't directly set off map guns one by one, such remarks were still full of gunpowder. Even if he tried to restrain a little, it still made people feel that gunpowder was full. These words made William and Lolos, who were interviewing next to him, heard a burst of shock. In the speech and thesis just now, Jiang Cheng clearly expressed his attitude. He was striving for it, and if he refuted himself because of cognitive barriers, it would be stupid. But obviously, 90% of the professors at the conference would not agree with Jiang Cheng. After this news spreads, I am afraid it will cause countless huge disturbances. After thinking of this, the breathing of William and Lolos could not help but become a little rush. Lolos asked quickly, "Although the content of your speech just now makes people feel very dreamy, I still feel that you are not aiming for nothing. The reason you put forward the theory about genes is because there have been some achievements already." "Yes, I have already made some achievements in the genetics field." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "As for what achievements, I have no reason to say this. However, I am afraid that it will be announced in a few days." "These achievements are your new research?" William asked again with some excitement. "It's like graphene extraction, improved technology, virtual reality equipment, transparent mobile phones. Such new research will bring the world once again change." Jiang Cheng had a faint smile on his face, but he did not speak. William realized in an instant that some of his questions were over the line, so he quickly apologized and turned to another question. "I'm sorry, then please answer another question." The interview ended soon, and Jiang Cheng did not give the two reporters much time. When the interview was over, Jiang Cheng directly took Guan Xiaofei and Su Kaiyanqian to leave the venue. Although the speech is still going on, many great people are able to express their new opinions, but it is clear that they will stay here and Jiang Cheng will after being swept by countless hateful eyes. In this case, it is better to leave early. Regarding Jiang Cheng's actions, although Guan Xiaofei and Su Kaiyanqian were a little helpless, they finally came to such a seminar. It was a pity to leave so quickly, but since Jiang Cheng was leaving, they could not stay anyway. On the road, Guan Xiaofei couldn't help saying, "Old Jiang Cheng, I was still thinking about what kind of speech topic you will come up with. Who knows, you actually came up with such an explosive topic. It's really fun. It's big. Yeah, such an advanced theory, it is easy to receive opposition when put forward so early." Su Kaiyanqian also nodded and said, "No matter how they oppose or disagree, the times will eventually continue to improve because of my existence." Faced with the cute complaints of the two girls, Jiang Cheng smiled and said indifferently, "Okay." After Jiang Cheng said this, the two girls could only nod their heads. U.S., New York, in the presidential suite of the five-star hotel, the Pier Hotel, a special guest was welcomed. He was from the East, the enchanting genius under the Red Sea government, and the legendary Jiang Cheng, who created the Universe Umbrella Technology Company. When Jiang Cheng stayed in this hotel, he hadn't paid attention to the big boss of the hotel business for several years. After hearing the news, he immediately came to the company, just to be able to meet and get to the legend who is destined to leave his name in history. The name of the big boss behind the Pier Hotel is Lekton. As soon as he heard the news that Jiang Cheng was staying in the hotel, he immediately asked the manager to arrange for Jiang Cheng's food and accommodation. All consumption was free, and all services were provided. It is based on the highest VIP level. All in all, the attitude is extremely thoughtful, even more respectful than the president of the country. "Dear Mr. Jiang Cheng, on behalf of the Pier Hotel, I welcome your visit. It really surprises me. I didn't expect it to be a great honor for me to see you staying in my hotel with my own eyes. The attitude of the owner behind the Pier Hotel is extremely respectful. You don't need to be so polite, Mr. Clayton. Jiang Cheng was not arrogant or flattered in the face of respectful Clayton. He was just gentle and friendly and said, "Your hotel service, I am very satisfied with choosing your hotel one by one. It is my luck. Mr. Jiang Cheng is satisfied, that's the best. I have a gratuitous request, can you take a photo with me? I want to keep it as a commemorative one after all, your arrival is really rare." Clayton hesitated. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Of course it can." Faced with Clayton's request, Jiang Cheng did not refuse, nodded and said. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng met Clayton's request and took a photo with him. After that, Clayton left the presidential suite with satisfaction. Jiang Cheng watched Clayton leave the room, shook his head slightly, picked up the juice next to him, and walked from the living room to the bedroom inside. "This is the first time I have lived in a presidential suite." Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyan, two girls lying in a big, looked at Jiang Cheng, who came in and said with a smile, "Me too." Su Kaiyan nodded. "The villa we live in is better than this kind of presidential suite. I don't know how many times better." Jiang Cheng said, a little amused after hearing this. "But that's not a presidential suite." Guan Xiaofai said, "Of course." Yeah. Su Kaiyan nodded. "Well, how does the presidential suite feel?" Jiang Cheng asked Guan Xiaofai amusedly. "It feels great, and it's free, but because it's free, it always feels a little weird. Isn't this taking advantage of others?" Guan Xiaofai thought for a while and said, "Although I also understand that the fame of Jiang Cheng's husband, who can live here, is much higher than the money that needs to be paid, but it is directly free of charge, and the service is also based on the highest level." "Adapt," Su Kaiyan nodded and said in agreement. Jiang Cheng just wanted to say something. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's mother, Lu Tengyun, also came to the hotel. She obviously came to the presidential suite where Jiang Cheng was a little angry. Lu Tengyun walked directly into the room, looked at Jiang Cheng, and said helplessly, "Do you know? How much shock will you give a speech like that? Most people are okay, even if they are former Nobel Prize winners. Such a speech does not mean anything, but you are completely different. With your current status, and achievements, too many people are paying attention to you, and any actions you make will be infinitely magnified. Under such circumstances, you actually made such a bold speech. At this time, most people in the outside world will pay attention to this matter because of your speech today." "So what?" Jiang Cheng looked at his mother and asked indifferently. "What does that mean? If you don't have solid evidence and theory that can prove that your theory is completely correct, then your credibility will be greatly traumatized." Lu Tengyun said seriously, "Mother, please don't worry. I am not a person who likes aimlessness. Since I said this in the lecture, I naturally have some preparations already." Jiang Cheng said with a confident smile. Lu Tengyun looked at Jiang Cheng, hesitated for a while, but sighed helplessly, and chose to believe Jiang Cheng. "Since you say that, then I have nothing to say." When the Haslow medical lecture was over, the content of Jiang Cheng's speech at the lecture was reported wildly all over the world in an instant. After all the media learned the first-hand information, they rushed to report. Even if some small media or some self-media are already second-hand or even third-hand news after they get it, they still don't hesitate to use it. This is obvious. Just like the announcement of virtual reality devices and transparent mobile phones some time ago, the big media cannot report it in the first place. Small media and self-media ignore this news. As a media, whether it is the media of any size, must rely on hot spots as much as possible so that it can attract more attention. As these reports unfolded, the storm of discussion on the content of Jiang Cheng's speech unfolded instantly. Some time ago, I was a webcaster. In other time, Zia Xiaowei, who helped the company at home and dealt with some things, did not have a stable job. Although he had good ability, he was born in a prestigious school, and even looks, voice, and even personality. Impeccable, but there is really no formal work experience. I first came to Universe Umbrella Technology Company and became Jiang Cheng's only secretary and assistant. The original Zia Xiaowei was still a little nervous, worried that he would not be able to do this job and felt very uneasy. However, as time goes by, working in this job, it took more and more time to go online, and she gradually realized that many things were not as difficult as imagined. As Jiang Cheng's secretary and assistant, although Zia Ziaowei has to deal with a lot of things every day, because Jiang Cheng's irresponsible relationship, most things have to be handled by Zia Ziaowei, many things that cannot be decided. Will he practice Jiang Cheng if it's just a general thing? She has certain authority and can handle it herself. Even if she can't handle it herself, she can also discuss how to deal with the intelligent life on Jiang Cheng's computer, Lucy. In terms of ability, Lucy far surpasses her. What she has been curious about during this period of time is how high Lucy's intelligence is and how intelligent is her thinking ability compared to normal people. How is it? Lucy is an intelligent life, and Zia Ziaowei understands that in terms of calculating this thing, I am afraid that no one on the earth can compare with Lucy. After all, no matter how powerful a person's computing power is, it is impossible to compare to a computer. However, Zia Ziaowei also understands that the reason why humans are humans is because they can think about things outside of calculation. It's like some mental arithmetic abilities are very against the sky, and they are called prodigy. When they are very young, they can do all kinds of complicated calculation problems. But can these people become mathematicians? The answer is of course no. Even if you have the ability to calculate mathematics, you can't become a mathematician no matter how powerful it is. After all, as long as you have a computer, you can easily calculate this kind of thing. A true mathematician should be able to calculate things that computers can't calculate and have more abstract and imaginative thinking. And that's the biggest difference between humans and machines. Human mental arithmetic ability can be accomplished through continuous practice, but some abstract and imaginative mathematical problems can only be done by mathematicians. A large part of this is a problem of innate talent. No matter how hard you work, it is difficult to do it. What Zia Ziaowei is curious about is that although Lucy, as an intelligent life, has extremely powerful computing power, can she have the same problem-solving methods as genius humans? Is her intelligence really that powerful? After getting along for a while, Zia Ziaowei gradually understood this problem. The thinking ability of Lucy, an intelligent life, is not only computational ability, but also powerful. This makes Zia Ziaowei admire Lucy very much, and even more. Admiring Jiang Cheng, she is not only a little curious, what kind of method can she use to create an intelligent life like Lucy? It is said that life is the greatest miracle on this earth, and as the top human beings on earth, it is an incredible miracle. In the vast universe, a planet like the Earth where life exists, after all, many people say that the existence of human beings is created by the Creator. Now, Jiang Cheng has also created life. In a sense, Jiang Cheng also seems to be standing on the level of the Creator. Thinking of this, Zia Ziaowei couldn't help but feel moved. Many times, she felt that in the near future, she might be by Jiang Cheng's side, witnessing more and more miracles and witnessing the advent of a new era. Every time she thinks of this place, Zia Ziaowei's mood became a little excited involuntarily. At this time, Zia Ziaowei is dealing with some of his own work in the Universe Umbrella Technology Company. As the secretary of the chairman, the work that needs to be handled is not much, but not a lot. Within the scope of Zia Ziaowei's ability, simple said, fairly comfortable. Zia Ziaowei quickly finished processing today's work, turned on the computer, hesitated for a moment, still asked, "Lucy, are you there?" "Zia Ziaowei, what's the matter?" Lucy's figure appeared on the computer instantly after Zia Ziaowei's call, looked at Zia Ziaowei and asked, "Yeah, Master Jiang Cheng has already gone to the U.S., counting the time he should be having a lecture. No, the lecture should be over. Is there any news coming?" Zia Ziaowei thought for a while and said, "About the master?" Zia Ziaowei heard this question and immediately nodded and said, "Of course. Haslow's lecture is indeed over. I think about the master's speech. It will be published all over the world soon. Become the attention of the world in the news media, huh? Such an exaggeration." Zia Ziaowei froze for a moment. Although Jiang Cheng's reputation is great, he is only a lecturer in the medical field after all. even if it is so, it should not be so exaggerated, like a virtual reality device or a transparent mobile phone. Become the focus of the world. This is not an exaggeration, Lucy said, shaking her head. Zia Ziaoui frowned and thought for a while, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "In short, Mr. Jiang Cheng, there was a big news in the speech." Lucy was a little speechless by Zia Ziaoi's horrible remarks, but after thinking about it, it seemed that it was true. She only nodded and said, "It is not wrong to use this remark. The master is indeed speaking." There was a big news at the meeting. "It's really?" Zia Ziaoui couldn't help being speechless, and then curiously said, "Then, Mr. Jiang Cheng, what kind of news is there?" Zia Ziaoui is very interested in all news about Jiang Cheng, not to mention that Jiang Cheng has made a big news directly. Naturally, it made Zia Ziaoui extremely curious and almost itchy for a while. She thought about it and asked again. It should be news on the content of the speech. What did Master Jiang Cheng say? Or rather, what happened? "I'm looking for you," Lucy said silently while listening to the urging. "Don't worry about it one by one and be careful, I won't find you." "Okay, sorry." When Zia Ziaoui heard Lucy say this, she suddenly understood that she was too anxious. Although she is Jiang Cheng's secretary, her identity and background are not simple. Lucy is just a created, intelligent life, her status from the above. It is obvious that Zia Ziaoui is the more important person for 377. But Zia Ziaoui understands very well that if she stupidly uses her own status and has a bad attitude, she will only suffer in the end. For a while, Zia Ziaoi's attitude was very good in getting along with Lucy. She didn't have any neglect because Lucy was an intelligent life, or looked at her with any other eyes, but simply treated her as her own sister and got along in this way. Obviously, it was this attitude that made Zia Ziaoui get Lucy's friendship. Lucy quickly found the news section of the New York Times. "I found it all in English. Can you understand it?" Lucy found the news content of the New York Times, glanced at Zia Ziaoui, and asked, "It doesn't matter." As a high-achieving student, Zia Ziaoui reads newspapers in English, so naturally there is no problem at all. "Yeah, take a look." Lucy nodded and opened the New York Times news content as a document to Zia Ziaoui. New York Times 11, The Future of Medicine, the chapter of a new era, is the era of genetic evolution. At the Haslow Medical Lecture, Jiang Cheng, the legendary man who created the Universe Umbrella Technology Company, put forward this theory. In the New York Times, it fully reported the content of Jiang Cheng's speech and added the editor's views on this matter and the analysis of the content of the speech. At the end, the editor of the New York Times said in the tone of the person involved, "Mr. Jiang Cheng gave a speech like this with a very imaginative taste. I believe that many people have been stunned by Mr. Jiang Cheng's unconstrained imagination. As far as I am concerned, this article is negative." The article on the direction of modern medicine pointed out that the future of human medicine is the field of genetic evolution, which really makes me a little unacceptable. However, what I cannot deny is that Mr. Jiang Cheng's various achievements in the field of science and technology nowadays, and the miraculous discovery of King Tang Su, who created King Tang Su not long ago, his bold predictions depict the future chapter, whether it also represents now. Mr. Jiang Cheng, as a painter, will this future chapter be painted by himself? I look forward to Mr. Jiang Cheng's ability to do this. After Mr. Jiang Cheng puts forward such a theoretical speech, I can already foresee that many professors and experts in the medical field will give Jiang Cheng's speech in all directions. Retorted, if Mr. Jiang Cheng cannot prove that what he said is not an illusion, but an impending future, then Mr. Jiang Cheng's credibility will be traumatized to a certain extent. After Zia Ziaoui read the New York Times news, he couldn't help but I was stunned. After a long time, Zia Ziaoui reacted and said silently for a while, "Master Jiang Cheng, this time there is really a big news." He actually directly took the direction of the progress of modern medicine and completely negative, point out directly in the future of modern medicine. There is only one path in the field of genetic evolution. In addition, it is all paving the way. Jiang Cheng put forward such a theory. Although it is imaginative, if it is put on some science fiction magazines, it might be popular. However, Jiang Cheng did not contribute to those science fiction magazines, but in Haslow. In a realistic meeting, such as the medical lecture meeting, such a theory is directly put forward, and it is impossible not to be denied. Regarding research in the field of genes, although it has always been a part of science, modern genetics has not yet reached the level of challenge. According to Jiang Cheng's description or theory, medical things are all about making the human body not regenerate disease, heal the injury, and prevent it before it happens. Simply put, it is to make the pain and illness all intact. There are various vaccines and even surgery. However, if human genes can continue to evolve to be immune to all viruses, they will not get sick at all. And even if they are injured, they can heal quickly without surgery. What medical methods are needed? Jiang Cheng proposed that the end of medicine, or the end, is to allow human genes to continuously evolve to a perfect degree, or even to a higher level to evolve a new human being. Moreover, he put forward many theoretical inferences on this article. Before that, although Jiang Cheng's fantasy was a bit excessive, at best he just laughed. After all, who would not accept such a beautiful future? But the problem lies in the correctness of these theoretical inferences, for those big men in the medical field. 5. 6. These things, they will not look at the second look at the first glance, and I feel ridiculous to the extreme. To admit Jiang Cheng's theory? In short, even ordinary people, after hearing Jiang Cheng's words, feel that Jiang Cheng is /Hayu, not a serious medical lecture, let alone those medical professors. Soon, Jiang Cheng's speech began to appear in the media worldwide. China News Today, the founder of Universe umbrella technology company, Jiang Cheng, boldly portrayed the future medical era. The era of genes is coming soon. Raiban, Asahi Shimbun, the future of medicine is only genes. Jiang Cheng once again proposed an extremely absurd theory. Although the Asahi Shimbun of Raiban uses absurd theory to describe Jiang Cheng's speech, it is not difficult to see that this attitude is actually a public praise, not really a derogation. After all, there is a difference. The absurd words in the same font are marked in bold, and double quotation marks are used. The attitude of the whole article is also very longing for the future described by Jiang Cheng. If Jiang Cheng can create such a future with one hand, then the true future life will appear completely. The editor-in-chief of the Asahi Shimbun clearly agreed with Jiang Cheng's speech. However, the news media of other countries tended to commend and criticize, which is the opposite of Raiban's Asahi Shimbun. For example, North Korea news in South Korea. The hope of a new era, the new century will come completely. Jiang Cheng brought his gene era into this world. Although this headline of the North Korean news is simply a direct praise of Yi-14 Su, in fact, the attitude is reversed. In addition to publishing this speech by Jiang Cheng, North Korea News also specially invited professors from Korea Medical University to evaluate Jiang Cheng's speech. As a professional in the medical field, it is naturally impossible to agree with Jiang Cheng's bold thesis. In fact, this professor also used a very harsh tone to evaluate Jiang Cheng's speech. Daydreaming, I use this word to describe Jiang Cheng, which is really too suitable. The arrogance of this young man obviously surpassed my imagination. Although his achievements are undeniable, he is one of the greatest people in the world. But putting forward such a theory is really ridiculous. The attitudes of the media in other countries are different. Some media insist on supporting Jiang Cheng. Although Jiang Cheng's speech is absurd, the world is sometimes so absurd, isn't it? Jiang Cheng previously created a virtual reality device, created a new graphene, and made transparent mobile phones come out. If these things are not created before, who would believe their existence? Who would believe it? Only in movies the device really appeared in the real world. It is true that although the content of Jiang Cheng's speech is ridiculous, who can tell that it will not be like this in the future? Don't talk about the distant future. Jiang Cheng can speak so bluntly. I am afraid that he already has some related research results in the field of genes. Of course, more media still hold a negative or skeptical attitude towards the content of Jiang Cheng's speech. After all, this speech by Jiang Cheng is too detached from reality. And many tutors in the medical field also appeared continuously during this time, and they really denied Jiang Cheng. Dr. Chakel, who has won the Nobel Prize in Medicine and has made great contributions to the field of medicine, expressed his attitude very clearly in the media interview. What I cannot deny is that what Jiang Cheng described the future of medicine is really very beautiful. And I am also willing to believe that after a long, long time, how long will it be? Hundreds of years? Thousands of years? Even thousands of years later, the end of medicine may really be like what he described. In that way, mankind no longer needs doctors one by one, but that is an unpredictable future, a distance intertwined with dreams, definitely not now. Now, in 2017, it is too early for such a theory to be put forward. The reporter interviewed, listening to these words, asked curiously, "Are you denying that, Mr. Jiang Cheng, and affirming him at the same time? In your opinion, Mr. Jiang Cheng has already surpassed this era." Character. Dr. Chakel nodded and said, "I have some meanings like this, but not necessarily. Mr. Jiang Cheng is indeed a talent beyond this era, but I am absolutely not sure of his speech. Mr. Jiang Cheng's This a Fantasy novel should not be published in a Haslow medical lecture, but in a science fiction magazine." Dr. Delos, who has won countless awards in the neurological field, said in an interview with reporters, "I am very grateful to Jiang Cheng for creating virtual reality equipment. I cannot deny his achievements. However, it is clear that this Mr. Jiang Cheng really takes the medical field too simple. Although he is very visionary, this vision has no effect in the medical field. His ridiculous speech is destined to receive countless criticisms. The world-famous pharmacist, biologist, and warrant, who has won the Nobel Prize for Medicine twice, directly attacked Jiang Cheng's speech on his Twitter account. Hua Luot, "I have never seen such a ridiculous article. At first, I thought it was from a certain fantasy novel magazine. After understanding it in detail, it really made me laugh. It turned out to be Mr. Jiang Cheng. The great opinions delivered at the Haslow Medical Lecture. Such innocent and cute content of the lecture really made me laugh for a long time. I believe that after I posted such a tweet, many people refuted me. After all, it was the great genius who created the unisex umbrella technology company, a new hope in the 21st century. He said everything should be correct, but I have to say, this is really stupid." This Twitter news of Hua Luot has been reposted many times. Many people oppose Hua Luot. These people are loyal fans of Jiang Cheng. They can even be said to be fans of Jiang Cheng, a man who changes the world. Now that Jiang Cheng is attacked like this, he naturally stood up for the first time. However, Hua Luot is not an ordinary person. As a winner of 2 Nobel Prizes in medicine and a world-renowned pharmacist, Jiang Cheng is not comparable to the authority in the medical field, and he has a lot of fans. When Hua Luot was attacked because of this tweet, these fans naturally ripped off with each other. Controversial things will be forced. This is a very common situation with such tearing and arguing. The whole world is completely plunged into the discussion storm of this paper by Jiang Cheng. The whole world was plunged into madness because of Jiang Cheng's speech on this thesis. Only Jiang Cheng himself remained calm. Perhaps from the beginning, he did not put such things in his eyes. Just as in the reporter's interview, Jiang Cheng's answer is that what others think of it is other people's business, and you only need to do your own thing. Such a statement seems simple, but in fact it is very difficult to achieve, and only a transcendent person like Jiang Cheng can easily achieve this. Jiang Cheng did not stay in the United States for a long time. He returned to China the next day. Faced with the storm of discussions in the whole world, he, as the person involved, did not speak out and did not respond at all. He returned to China, confined in the laboratory. To outsiders, Jiang Cheng seemed to have disappeared. Even the inquiries of some big figures in China were directly ignored. China's attitude is naturally different from that of foreign countries. Jiang Cheng has created so many miracles. Now in the field of genes, he has published such a world-shaking speech. If there is nothing in his hands, they will not believe it. Jiang Cheng is a native of China. Since he was born and created the Universe Umbrella Technology Company, the entire China has benefited a lot from this. Recently, the graphene technology that Jiang Cheng handed over to the country has shocked even more people. The heads of Huaxia know. One came forward personally, with a very affirmative attitude, and highly appreciated Jiang Cheng's behavior, his contributions, and his achievements. I got the high attention from the head of No. 1, the entire China. From then on, I am afraid no one dares to touch Jiang Cheng. And now, when Jiang Cheng put forward the concept that the future medical field is the field of genes at the Haslow Medical Lecture, it has attracted general attention. It is a hot spot now and for some time in the future. It is impossible not to pay attention to it. People from other countries probably have most critical voices. Whether they are critical or affirmative, they can't get Jiang Cheng's results at the first time. Unlike Huixia, as a family member, these big people can contact Jiang Cheng in person and ask, are there any results? The only thing, it's a pity that Jiang Cheng is now in retreat and has not received an answer. These big shots had to wait, and Jiang Cheng gave the answer after leaving the customs. They look forward to Jiang Cheng's achievement in the field of genes that will shock the world. The future genetic era described by Jiang Cheng is indeed a bit beautiful, not to mention that all is realized, even if 1/5 or even 1/10 is a remarkable achievement. At this time, Jiang Cheng was preparing genetic evolution medicine for Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian. Although this is the second preparation, after the first experience, the preparation this time has become much simpler. But this is simple, and it's just relative. The complex medicine that promotes genetic evolution, even simple, is very complicated. Therefore, Jiang Cheng still needs to prepare for some time. In addition to the genetic evolution medicine, it is also necessary to prepare nutrient solution for Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian. Soon after the preparations were completed, Jiang Cheng asked Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian to come to the laboratory. According to Jiang Cheng's instructions, Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian took off their clothes and soaked in the nutrient solution. The water temperature is just right. I thought it would be very cold water, Tilda. Guan Xiaofai, who entered the nutrient solution, her eyes lit up and she said in surprise. Yeah, Su Kaiyanqian nodded shyly. Now that she looks naked in front of Jiang Cheng, it really embarrassed her. Although her body has already been seen out, I don't know how many times. But even so, when Jiang Cheng saw it directly, she was still a little shy. No way Guan Xiaofai's personality was like this. Looking at the two sisters entering the nutrient solution, Jiang Cheng was worried and warned. After you inject the genetic evolution medicine, your mentality is calmer, and you subconsciously accept the genetic evolution medicine instead of resisting it. If you resist, it is likely to cause adverse effects. Does the resistance of consciousness interfere with the evolutionary effect of genes? Guan Xiaofai asked strangely after listening to Jiang Cheng's words. Of course, the human consciousness, the ability to interfere with the body, is beyond your imagination. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, if you are very resistant, the success rate of genetic evolution will be much lower, but even if it fails, it will be nothing. The danger is that it will be very troublesome to carry out a second genetic evolution at that time, so it is better to succeed once. I got it. Guan Xiaofai nodded and said, I will accept. Hope to succeed once. Me too, Su Kaiyanqian nodded and said. Yeah, Jiang Cheng said, now that you are ready, I will start to inject you genetic evolution medicine. Okay, Guan Xiaofai nodded. As Su Kaiyanqian's sister, she was naturally the first to receive the injection of the gene evolution medicine. Soon, Su Kaiyanqian's second injection. After injecting the genetic evolution medicine, the two sisters quickly fell into a state of deep sleep. Jiang Cheng looked at the beautiful bodies of the two sisters lying in the bathtub and did not look at them much. He turned and left the depths of the laboratory. In 2 days up to 3 days, Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian will wake up, and then the two sisters will become new humans just like Jiang Cheng. The two sisters nowadays are very good in appearance and figure. If you calculate according to the score, 10 points can get at least 9 points. This is only the score of heaven and humanity. Only a beautiful woman can have it. The score as for 10 points, that is, full marks. How can there be such a perfect person in this world? There are always some shortcomings. However, when the genes of the two sisters have successfully evolved, I am afraid they can be called very beautiful women. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and continued his own experiments and research now. The genetic evolution medicine is just a beginner, far from his ideal level. However, under the influence of conditions. This era can at most research the intermediate genetic evolution medicine. Gene evolution potion the level of /intermediate/ compared with the elementary level is not on the same level. To be precise, as long as one level is reached, the evolution of genes is essentially different. Now, the primary genetic evolution medicine can easily make ordinary human bodies stand at the peak of what a human can, and their lifespan can be increased by 100 years. In terms of fighting power with bare hands, even if Jiang Cheng has not learned the relevant fighting skills, he relies solely on physical fitness and reaction speed. I am afraid that no one in this world can match it, even if he has some talents and natural strength. Infinite, a genius suitable for fighting at best, can fight back and forth, and it is impossible to fight this one to defeat Jiang Cheng. In other words, even an ordinary person who has been injected with the elementary genetic evolution medicine can become the world champion in boxing and go to the pinnacle of life. Of course, given Jiang Cheng's current status, it is impossible for him to do that kind of thing. This is the primary effect. Although the intermediate level above the elementary level is only one level away, in terms of effect, it is completely different. Intermediate genetic medicine, human genes, have been able to achieve perfection with a lifespan of 1,000 years to 500 years of increase, strength, speed, agility, physical fitness, and all aspects will be increased. In addition, some wonderful abilities will be awakened because of genetic evolution. Everyone's abilities are different. The new human beings promoted by genetic evolution are equivalent to the superpowers in the novel. In terms of combat effectiveness, they will be completely separated from ordinary humans, and reaching this level is the limit that current technology can reach. If you want to continue to push genes up, you must make the level of civilization reach a higher level. After all, civilization of the Earth is still too low and too low. Some knowledge and scientific and technological references in Jiang Cheng's mind, only 1% can barely be applied. Apart from the experimental research, when Jiang Cheng was resting, Xia Xiaowei returned home and keenly discovered that the two sisters Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Xiaofai had disappeared. She couldn't help asking Jiang Cheng a little strangely, "Where are Guan Xiaofai and Guan Xiaofai? Why are they missing?" Jiang Cheng shrugged and said, "They are undergoing a transformation." The current Xia Xiaowei can barely be counted as someone who can be trusted. Since choosing Xia Xiaowei as his secretary, Jiang Cheng doesn't mind sharing some of his secrets with her. On the one hand, Xia Xiaowei's feelings for Jiang Cheng are very fanatical. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng is not afraid of Xia Xiaowei betraying him. The reason is simple. He is powerful enough for ordinary people on Earth in various senses. A kind of transformation. After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Xia Xiaowei couldn't help being taken aback and asked more curiously, "What kind of transformation?" "Genetic degeneration." Jiang Cheng did not hide. "You will be able to see them in 2 days." Jiang Cheng smiled and didn't say much. When Xia Xiaowei heard this, Jiao's body couldn't help but shudder down. Her pupils shrank slightly. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Although Xia Xiaowei had already speculated that Jiang Cheng might have achieved some results in terms of genes, she really did not expect that Jiang Cheng's results could already be taken out and applied to the human body. What this means, Xia Xiaowei knows very well that the world will change because of this, and a new era is coming. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaowei's scalp became numb. Over the past 2 days, various news media around the world going up to the discussion section of the forum post-bar, down to the media comment area, the discussion about Jiang Cheng's speech almost never stopped. All kinds of tearing and persecution have happened constantly, but no matter who it is, they have not been able to come up with a true letter. As the center of this matter, Jiang Cheng has not spoken yet. His attitude and subsequent speeches are very important. Now that there is no voice, many people are depressed, but at the same time, they can't help but be curious. Is Jiang Cheng confident, or is it fundamental it's just not dry? It is conceivable that when Jiang Cheng publishes his results, what a shock it will cause. And now, Xia Xiaowei is the first person to know the news. She deeply understands the weight of this news. Such news was actually revealed to herself by Jiang Cheng so casually. Xia Xiaowei couldn't help being touched. Jiang Cheng actually trusted himself so much. Xia Xiaowei opened his mouth, just about to say something, and continued to inquire, but instantly realized that Jiang Cheng didn't want to say more, hesitated for a moment, or closed his mouth. You must ask what should be asked, and never ask what should not be asked. This should not be forgotten. The whole world, because of Jiang Cheng's speech, has been turbulent. Many people laughed at Jiang Cheng's innocence and ridiculous. There are also many people who support Jiang Cheng. Most of these people are looking forward to what Jiang Cheng will achieve again. However, the client, Jiang Cheng, consciously did not receive any attention after the speech, and then silently studied and experimented. Whether outsiders ridicule or anticipation, it seems that they have nothing to do with him. He was not going to show his face again until the intermediate genetic evolution medicine was researched out. In other words, since that lecture, it disappeared from public view and never appeared. A lot of people can be anxious this time. However, everyone was helpless. When Jiang Cheng was doing research and experiment, the two sisters Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian finally woke up. Like Jiang Cheng, both sisters woke up on the third day. The two sisters who regained consciousness looked at each other in a daze. It took a while before they realized what was going on. Go and wash. Jiang Cheng came here for the first time, looking at the two sisters, and said with a smile, "Shoo, yeah." Two sisters nodded and hurriedly went to the bathroom to wash away the dirty things excreted by evolution. Soon, Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian walked out of the bathroom wearing loose white bathrobes, and Jiang Cheng couldn't help but shine with their changes. Originally, Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian's aptitudes and appearances were considered excellent. Now, through genetic evolution medicine, it is like turning the last imperfection into perfection. At this time, the appearances of Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian can be called all the country and the city. Although wearing a very simple and plain bathrobe, there is no fancy, but still looks beautiful. The whiteness revealed between the clothes makes Jiang Cheng's heart a little shaken. The bathrobe was loose, as if it was about to fall off at any time. It also caused Jiang Cheng's desire to find out and hope to dig to the end. In addition, because they were just out of the bath, Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian have water drops all over their bodies, and their white and ruddy skin is even more breezy. Even Jiang Cheng, the moment he saw this picture, still couldn't help but stunned. However, it was only an instant that Jiang Cheng came back to his senses. Even in the previous life, the appearance of the two of them could be regarded as overwhelming. However, Jiang Cheng is not an ordinary person, so naturally it is impossible to be completely stunned, so he soon said, "How do you feel?" The girls who had just taken a bath and washed all the dirt on their bodies looked at each other as if they were looking in a mirror. They were all surprised by each other's appearance. They understood at this moment that since the sisters the appearance has become like this, so he will definitely have such a change, and he can't help but feel a little happy. At this time, the two sisters listened to Jiang Cheng's questioning, looked over, and quickly said, "It feels good." Guan Xiaofai looked at her palms, arms, and that seemed to be slightly enlarged. The joy in her heart could not be described in words. She was a little excited and said, "No, it should feel very, very good. Both up and down are full of energy that can't be used up. In addition, my skin, my eyesight, and my strength seem to have increased a lot. Is this the effect of the genetic evolution potion? It's really amazing. I can't believe it. This is the effect of the elementary level. If this is the elementary level, then the intermediate level, the advanced level, how powerful it should be." Su Kaiyanqian was also a little shocked and said, "It feels like I have been reborn. My sister has become so beautiful. I seem to have changed like this too. It's great. It just feels good." Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Let me see the specific changes in your body." The meaning of Jiang Cheng's words is obvious. Since we need to see the changes in the bodies of the two, it is natural to look at all of the two people's clothing. After the clothing, it is natural to do something else, by the way. Of course. Guan Xiaofai nodded immediately, with fire hot in her eyes, and quickly said, "Okay, I want to see." Su Kaiyanqian's cheeks blushed. After listening to these words, he instantly understood, nodded, and did not speak. Then Jiang Cheng took the two girls into his bedroom. Guan Xiaofai was already a little impatient to chuodiao her bathrobe to reveal a more complete body. Although her previous body was beautiful, it had a little flaw in the end, but now Guan Xiaofai's body is almost perfect. Beautiful, generous, and pure, as if it was an angel with some sacred flavor. Although Chuguang has made clothes, there is no smell of Yinmi. At this point, people can't help but be stunned. The effect of genetic evolution is very obvious. One of them is that Guan Xiaofai's body hair has completely disappeared. Both the armpit hair and the sen forest under the Mayan have completely disappeared. They are as bright as jade, and people can't help but want to stick to it. Jiang Cheng obviously looked a little fascinated. In fact, not only Jiang Cheng, but even Su Kaiyanqian was a little dazed by the side my sister's body has become so beautiful. It is really enviable. No, think carefully thinking. His body should have become like this too. Thinking of this, Su Kaiyanqian couldn't help feeling a little better. Guan Xiaofai, who couldn't wait to chuodiao her clothes, clearly noticed the gazes of Su Kaiyanqian and Jiang Cheng. She couldn't help showing a smug smile, and she boldly posted it over and leaned against Jiang Cheng. Husband, love me. After genetic evolution, Guan Xiaofai's personality seems to have become more lively, but there is nothing wrong with it. After the genetic evolution, it is obvious that whether it is Jiang Cheng, Guan Xiaofai, or Su Kaiyanqian, the patience of each other has become longer, and the time to experience happiness has also become a lot longer. For Jiang Cheng, the experience this time completely surpasses the enjoyment every time before. It made him feel happy from the bottom of his heart, from the inside out. This kind of feeling makes it easy for people to indulge. First, even Jiang Cheng, holding the bodies of the two girls after happiness, can't help thinking like this. If this happiness can last forever, then how good? What else needs to be done? The first moment this idea emerged, it was directly extinguished by Jiang Cheng. Desire, hope, this kind of thing is owned by everyone. No one is exception. As long as it is a human, it must have this kind of thing. Even Jiang Cheng is like this. He also has his own desire, hope for his own pursuit. After all, he is just a human being, not a monster without emotions. Sometimes he can't help but come up with inexplicable thoughts, weird thoughts, and want to indulge in falling into his own desire, hope. Anyone will have this situation, but some people, although they have their own desire, hope, but they often do not indulge in their own desire, hope, but will face their own desire, hope directly, and are very resolutely restrained. Jiang Cheng is like this. He has always been calm in the face of his desire, hope. No matter in his previous life or in this life, he has achieved many achievements, all kinds of temptations, confusion, and desire, hope. Naturally, there are countless, but he never stopped his pace because of these. If Jiang Cheng stopped, he would not be Jiang Cheng. It is not surprising that there is desire. It is normal. After all, he is just a human being. No matter how great his achievements, he is still a human being, not a god. This is something that cannot be changed. In fact, in many cases, a person's ability to succeed has nothing to do with talent or hard work. More, there is a xingxing in it. This innocence, self-firm mind, is often the key element of success. At this time, Jiang Cheng just flashed this thought. Before extinguishing it, he still had to move forward after all. After rejoicing, Jiang Cheng and a few girls went to dinner. On the way to dinner, I ran into Zia Xiaowei, who had just returned home from get-off work. Master Jiang Cheng. Zia Xiaowei looked at Jiang Cheng walking towards him and said with a smile, "Good evening." "Good evening, Xiaowei," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "Good evening." Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian stood beside Jiang Cheng, watching Zia Xiaowei approaching oncomingly, and smiled indifferently. "Let's have dinner together. We just ordered it, and it can be used now. It's dinner." After Jiang Cheng's nourishment, Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian are more beautiful than they were when they first went out of the bath. At this time, the young and astringent breath of the two has completely disappeared, and more of the pure beauty that makes people move. Zia Xiaowei is a very smart girl. At this time, she naturally noticed the beauty of Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian, which changed one or two people. It was really a bit dazzling. Such a change would not be possible without detection. Her small mouth was slightly open. She looked at the two of them in an incredible way, almost couldn't help it, and subconsciously whispered, "It's so beautiful." Although the voice was very small, the three people in front of Zia Xiaowei heard it. Zia Xiaowei naturally realized this too. Her cheeks couldn't help but flushed, and she said quickly, "I'm rude." "It's okay. However, even though Xiao's sister, you praise me like this, I won't have any affection for you. I already have Jiang Cheng's husband." Guan Xiaofei smiled indifferently after hearing such praise, said teasingly. Su Kaiyanqian just smiled and did not speak. "Do you want to have dinner?" Jiang Cheng asked, looking at Xia Xiaoe. "Well, I'll go back to the room first and then go there." Xia Xiaoe nodded and said, "Okay." Jiang Cheng nodded and took the two girls to the restaurant specializing in meals. After Xia Xiaoe returned to her room, she still frowned in disbelief. How come it suddenly changed so much? Have they done makeup on purpose? No, the effect of makeup is not as good at all. It is beauty. Even makeup does not add too much beauty. Instead, there is a tacky taste of heavy makeup. Now beauty is more of a kind of perfection. It is absolutely impossible to be a result of makeup. How on earth? Thing. Xia Xiaoe quickly thought of a possibility. One, Jiang Cheng said not long ago that the two of them were undergoing transformation, which was obviously a genetic change. That is Jiang Cheng's achievement. Is this the result of Jiang Cheng's research? Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoe's heart couldn't help but move. Originally, Xia Xiaoe was very confident about her appearance. Even if it was Guan Xiaofei and Su Kaiyanqian, she even felt that she should be more beautiful than the two sisters. But now she just stood in front of them, but there is a feeling of ashamed. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Xia Xiaoe's mood suddenly became a bit complicated. After a long time, Xia Xiaoe came to the restaurant, where the four of them dined together. During the meal, Xia Xiaoe had been secretly observing Guan Xiaofei and Su Kaiyanqian, but did not speak. Guan Xiaofei and Su Kaiyanqian obviously enjoyed such enviable gazes very much. Originally, the two of them still regarded Xia Xiaoe as rivals, but now they don't have this mood at all. They fully understand that the future is still very long, and they can live long enough as long as they are by Jiang Cheng's side. The time to accompany will become more and more. As for whether Xia Xiaoe will become Jiang Cheng's woman, they don't care. After dinner, Jiang Cheng went directly to the laboratory to continue his own research. The two girls did not slacken their efforts due to genetic evolution. The two girls were surprised to find that their thinking speed seemed to have become much faster. Both in terms of understanding and reaction ability, they became much faster. This should be the effect of the genetic evolution potion. The two sisters were originally considered to be smart people. This time, the learning speed is faster. The research Jiang Cheng has at hand cannot be completed in a short time. If it were in the previous life, he could dispense an intermediate genetic evolution potion instantly. There was no need to study anything at all, but now it is completely different. The resources available on the Earth are really very limited. If you want to formulate a genetic evolution drug, you must research it yourself. Even if someone knows the formula of the genetic evolution medicine, even if this person is a famous genetic master, I am afraid Wang's good. There will be no way to formulate the genetic evolution medicine for a lifetime. Because of the many material formulas in the genetic purification medicine, the Earth simply doesn't exist. Want to find something to replace. What can be used instead? The same kind of experiment. It takes thousands of years to experiment. That is, Jiang Cheng can quickly research, analyze, and produce the primary genetic evolution medicine. That is, Jiang Cheng can go one step further and research the intermediate-level genetic evolution medicine. And because of the limitations of this era, only the intermediate genetic evolution medicine can study lie. On the top, some things can't be used to replace and find others. Jiang Cheng kept studying until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night before stopping. The progress of the intermediate genetic evolution potion is about half completed. Although the intermediate genetic evolution potion has completed one half, the remaining half, if you want to complete it, I am afraid it will take more time, because many things are more difficult as they go backwards. The same is true of genetic evolution medicine. Although Jiang Cheng didn't feel tired at all, since the research has been so far, Jiang Cheng decided to take a break. Jiang Cheng left the laboratory and went directly to his bedroom. On the way, Jiang Cheng bumped into Xia Xiaoe. Still up so late, Jiang Cheng looked at Xia Xiaoe in surprise and asked, "Ah, Lord Jiang Cheng, Zia Ziaoe looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise, but didn't expect that when he came out in the middle of the night, he would bump into Jiang Cheng. "Are you finished? It's over." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "However, it is very rude to answer questions with questions like this." "Sorry." Zia Ziaoe was taken aback for a moment and instantly realized that he was rude and quickly apologized and said, "I'm a bit busy and confused. I have been busy until now." "It doesn't matter. Have you been busy with work until now?" Jiang Cheng asked, a little surprised. "Yes," Zia Ziaoe said with a reddish cheek. "There is so much work. Do you want to find someone to help you?" Jiang Cheng said with some surprise. He really hadn't expected that as his secretary and assistant, he was so busy that he was so busy. "It's 12 o'clock. No, it's not because of too much work." Zia Ziaoe said with some embarrassment. "It's like this. Recently, I'm paying attention to some turmoil after your Haslow medical lecture, and the time is unknown. It feels like it's wasted, but the work has to be done, and the time is too early. It's boring to stay in the company, but I can concentrate more at home, so I took my work home. I accidentally did it now." Zia Ziaoe explained very honestly. After speaking, he looked at Jiang Cheng cautiously, for fear that Jiang Cheng would be angry. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng was not angry. He just smiled and said, "Are you actually paying attention to what happened after my Haslow medical lecture? The turmoil caused by the paper I gave at the lecture has been rioting until now." Although Jiang Cheng did publish a shocking speech topic at the Haslow medical lecture, the enthusiasm has continued to the present, which still surprised him a little bit. During this period of time, he didn't pay attention to it deliberately. After all, it has been so long, and people's pursuit of heat is short-lived after all. Every time there is a period of heat, as long as the heat passes, no one will remember this matter again. In addition, Jiang Cheng also cleverly realized that Zia Ziaoe actually regarded this place as her home. Such a statement is really a bit vague ambiguous, which makes people very concerned. Yes, seeing that Jiang Cheng was not angry because of his negligence in work, Zia Ziaoe breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "Now there are still many people on the internet who are arguing. Most people want you to come forward and give them a statement, but during this period of time, you have been doing experimental research and have not said a word, but it really makes many people depressed, thinking that you have made a very bad joke. But there are still many people who believe you. There must be something, did not take it out. I have been looking forward to it till now." "Is that so?" Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "I'm really surprised. The enthusiasm can continue to the present. However, I am not going to publish gene-related achievements in a short time. After all, the system is not perfect yet." Zia Ziaoe next to him, after hearing this, was really speechless about what other people had achieved. Even if it was just the slightest sign, he would be eager to show it out and reap all kinds of praise and insight. However, Jiang Cheng is ready to perfect this system. Wait until it is perfected, then publish and publish. Zia Ziaoe hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask, Excuse me, I still want to ask about sisters Su Kaiyan and Guan Ziofei. They woke up today and have undergone very, very obvious changes." "Well, is this it?" "Yes." Jiang Cheng didn't hide it. He nodded and said, "Gene evolution medicine, although it is only elementary, it has indeed been researched out. Whether it is me, Guan Ziofei, or Su Kaiyan, they have allowed genes to evolve through this. In a sense, the three of us are no longer humans and should be called new humans. New human." Although there have been some speculations, when Zia Ziaoe heard Jiang Cheng say this, his eyes opened slightly in shock and said in a strange way, "It is actually like this." "Yeah." Jiang Cheng didn't reveal much to Zia Ziaoe before, but just casually mentioned that he had achieved some results with his genes. Hearing such news would be shocked and normal. It's really amazing. Such news, if announced, will definitely cause a sensation. Zia Ziaoe couldn't help but said in shock. At the same time, she couldn't help but become more curious about what will happen after genetic evolution. Is it just that the simple appearance has become better? Take a closer look. Whether it is Jiang Cheng, Guan Ziofei, Su Kaiyan, appearance, skin, are all better than before. Jiang Cheng is not very obvious, but the changes between Guan Ziofei and Su Kaiyan were astonishing, directly making Zia Ziaoe a little embarrassed. Of course, one by one, but as a person who changes the times, it is not strange to do these. Jiang Cheng shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said lightly, "Pay attention to rest, good night." "Okay, good night, Mrs. Jiang Cheng," Zia Ziaoui said quickly. Although Zia Ziaoui wanted to ask about the changes brought about by genetic evolution, his curiosity was about to explode. But since Jiang Cheng did not, she was absolutely impossible to ask what she was going to say. She has no such qualifications. Jiang Cheng was naturally aware of Zia Ziaoi's curiosity. As a normal person, he was a little bit curious about things like genetic evolution medicine, which was simply normal. He smiled and said, "Don't be curious. The effect of the genetic evolution medicine is very obvious. The physical quality, whether it is strength or the constitution of all aspects of immunity, will increase a lot since I will use the person after genetic evolution. It is a new human being, so naturally there are many different places." "Is that so?" Zia Ziaoi's eyes lit up, and she thought Jiang Cheng would not reveal too much. After all, she was able to tell her this kind of news. She was already trusting enough, and she wanted to know more about the inside story. It's a bit unqualified. Who knows, Jiang Cheng didn't mean to conceal, he directly revealed the effect of the medicine. Although Jiang Cheng's statement is a bit vague, it's just that such words inevitably lift her spirits a lot. This is another great achievement that will be recorded in history, and a major invention that will change this era. Since Jiang Cheng is ready to complete the system after that, take it out again, it is not a simple gimmick, the effect will be great. It's like virtual reality, transparent mobile phones, so that something that only appears in science fiction genetic evolution potions will appear in the world soon. At the same time, it will bring huge changes that everyone can't imagine. With this thought, Zia Ziaoui returned to the room. Only then did she remember that she was going to the kitchen to get some food when she just went out. As a result, he bumped into Jiang Cheng, talked for a while and forgot about the matter, couldn't help but feel helpless, ran out again, took some food and returned to the room. Although eating in the middle of the night is not good for your health, it can even be said to be bad, but since you are hungry, you can only eat. Otherwise, the hunger will always exist, but it will be worse for the body. It will also affect sleep. If you are hungry, you will not feel sleepy at all. While eating, Zia Ziaoui thought for a while, took out the notebook from the drawer and started to write a diary. Yes, Zia Ziaoui has always had the habit of writing a diary. This is a habit that he has developed since childhood. However, the diary is not updated quickly, and it cannot be updated every day. Most of the time, I don't want to write anything, or that there is really nothing to write. After all, most of the time, it is plain and unsurprising. There are not too many thrilling things and nothing very interesting. Some trivial things are really not worth recording. No choice to write. So before that, although Zia Ziaoi's diary was said to be a diary, it was more like a weekly diary, until she changed her daily routine, devoted herself to Jiang Cheng's side, and worked at the Universe Umbrella Technology Company. The diary truly became I wrote a diary to record new things that happened every day. Now that I heard this shocking news from Jiang Cheng, it was a shame not to write it in his diary. While eating, Zia Ziaoui grasped the pen and quickly wrote lines of beautiful handwriting on the paper, describing what he wanted to write. Yes, her notebook is not a laptop, but a real notebook. In this era of electronic data, it can be said that it is rare to continue to use notes to describe the diary. Although it is more convenient to use a computer, Zia Ziaoui insists on writing with a pen. He has a habit, and he also has a stubbornness that he does not want to change. She said in the diary, "When I told this news, Master Jiang Cheng said to me like this. However, as a person who changes the times, it is not strange to make these." Such words are really speechless, although this does not have any boasting content, because Lord Jiang Cheng is indeed a person who changes the times. It should be said that he is a person who changes the world. Any one of his achievements is enough to make people feel complacent and endure countless glory. But he has accomplished so much. It is really amazing, and even more amazing is, Master Jiang Cheng did not stop his pace because of these achievements and continued to move forward. He was using his own strength to promote the development of this world civilization. Sometimes, I can't help but think that in this world, there will be people who are destined to be sent down to change the world. They are excellent, talented, and full of imaginative action ability, and Master Jiang Cheng is the best genius among them. This is not an exaggeration, and even a little modest, because I feel that any adjective of praise is not enough to accurately praise Lord Jiang Cheng. To be able to witness all this happening by the side of Master Jiang Cheng, to see it with my own eyes, and to truly feel that the trend of the entire era is indeed being changed. It is really fascinating and cannot be oneself. A long time ago, I used to think more than once. What is the point of my coming into this world? What am I pursuing? Such a problem may be unavoidable for everyone. Perhaps people have meaning and existence value for everyone. Or, the meaning of existence is existence itself, so simple. In any case, at this moment, I have truly felt that the meaning of my existence is to see with my own eyes and to witness the changes of the times. This is my luck, and it is also the place that Master Jiang Cheng deeply attracted me. It fascinated me. It was really great to be able to come to Master Jiang Cheng and experience this feeling. I really hope that this kind of time can last forever. Wouldn't it be better if one day became the woman of Master Jiang Cheng? I thought about this question more than once, but is it really possible? More often, it is inevitable to have such self-doubt. Up arrow Zia Ziaoe quickly finished writing this diary, and when it was finished, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Zia Ziaoe, who had filled his stomach and finished writing the diary, closed the diary with satisfaction, put it in the drawer, and turned back to sleep. I have to go to work tomorrow, and I must rest as soon as possible. The talk about genes, the topics that caused them, and the controversy that spread are actually continuing. However, Jiang Cheng didn't pay attention to it. Although the magnitude of the storm was caused by him, he did not have the leisure to end the topic. It seems a little irresponsible to just let it go, but Jiang Cheng is such a person. Instead of hyping, paying attention, and eager to announce his achievements, let the world praise him, it is better to spend time on more meaningful things. Above, time is extremely precious. No matter how much it is, it won't feel too much. This is especially true of Jiang Cheng's time. He knows how to use his time more effectively. It's like now. Jiang Cheng's 953 behavior, which is completely ignored, is naturally quite speechless in the eyes of others. Even Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian felt that way. If it were them, they would have been under pressure, or say under the pressure of public opinion. He began to announce his position, even if there were some things that could not be taken out. It should be explained that I am very confident, and I am not aimless. It's impossible to achieve Jiang Cheng's attitude, which is completely ignored and ignored. In the days when Jiang Cheng was studying, Major General Xiangdong visited Jiang Cheng. Major General Xiangdong's visit was entirely within Jiang Cheng's expectation. In fact, he was a little surprised to visit Jiang Cheng so late. Since Jiang Cheng made such a statement at the Haslow Medical Lecture, it shows that he has some good things in his hands. It may be graphene and virtual reality equipment. Something that can change the world. This has made many domestic big people they all wanted to contact Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng ignored them one by one and the government officials. Although he was always a little moved, he did not contact Jiang Cheng directly. Only now did Major General Xiangdong be dispatched. This meeting, naturally, couldn't be simpler. Major General Xiangdong, long time no see. Jiang Cheng saw Major General Xiangdong in the reception room of the villa. He was not rude, did not show the impatience of being suddenly disturbed while studying, and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang Cheng, it's been a long time since I saw him. It was a bit presumptuous to interrupt suddenly. I hope I don't blame it." Major General Xiangdong looked at Jiang Cheng in front of him and said apologetically, like Jiang Cheng, the genius of the evildoer in terms of temper, are generally a little special, if you put it in a bad way. It is weird and weird. But no matter how weird it is, this kind of genius and enchantment is also a talent that countless countries desire. It can't be offended at all. No matter how strange the temper is, it must be endured. But fortunately, Jiang Cheng is not such a weird man. He has a very good temper, which is so good that he is a little outrageous. It's okay. Jiang Cheng smiled indifferently and said, "Speaking of which, I had already foreseen that you would come over, so it was not a bother." "You've already foreseen that I will come?" Major General Xiangdong was taken aback, then smiled and said, "That's true. According to the truth, I should come here earlier. Since you said that, Brother Jiang Cheng, I probably know what the did I come here for. Naturally, let's talk about it. Jiang Cheng nodded and then said to the maid who came in with the tea, "Return the tea, prepare the best tea, and in addition, prepare some snacks." The maid is a very cute maid. Although she doesn't have the high-looking appearance of Guan Xiaofai and Guan Xiaofai Xia Xiaowe, she is still cute and attractive. The villa where Jiang Cheng lives is so big, it is natural to have a maid to take care of it. They have all had a lot of professionalism. After getting the job, they were paid a lot of money, and they all worked cautiously and did not dare to make any difference. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words at this time, he said quickly, "Yes, master, I understand. Really good." Xiang Dong looked at the maid with some envy and couldn't help saying so. "What's good?" Jiang Cheng asked Xiang Dong, looking at Xiang Dong inexplicably. "I mean, my brother, your life is really good. I do research in a weekday. I still have a giant company in my hand, making money crazy and constantly fulfilling my life and ideals." Xiang Dong looked at him, said with envy and emotion, "Doing research is not as easy as you think. This is a very hard thing." Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "The company's business is not as simple as you think." "It's true, nothing is simple. I took the liberty." Major General Xiang Dong said, "You came here this time and brought it. What does the above mean?" Jiang Cheng asked, looking at Major General Xiang Dong. The meaning of the above is very simple. Just want to know, Brother Jiang Cheng, your research and results in the field of genes, and whether in the future, will it really be like what you said at the Haslow Medical Lecture in that way? It will become the era of genetic change. Major General Xiang Dong's expression became serious. After all, this is a business matter, and it is not serious if it is not. Jiang Cheng looked at Xiang Dong, smiled, and said, "Since I dared to give out such speech content at the Haslow Medical Lecture, I naturally have achievements in related fields. Although it is not perfect genetic evolution pharmacy, I have already mastered it. As I said, the field of genes will become the subject of the future of medicine. This is an important point that cannot be bypassed. It is also obvious, but it is a pity that many people do not see this. Gene evolution potion?" After hearing this sentence, Major General Xiang Dong couldn't help but change his serious expression. He had no idea that Jiang Cheng's research had reached this level. He was a little impatient and continued to ask, "What is the effect? The genetic evolution medicine you have, since it promotes the evolution of genes, what is the effect?" "The effect is naturally all aspects of growth, as long as it is the basic human quality, whether it is thinking and computing ability, physical strength, agility, immunity, and even lifespan, it will greatly increase and grow." Jiang Cheng said lightly, "Even lifespan will increase." Hearing this, Major General Xiang Dong's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. In Jiang Cheng's body, Major General Xiang Dong always felt that his shocked emotions were not enough. He was shocked time and time again. This magical man seemed to be able to create miracles one after another. Can clearly feel his horror. Lifespan, the obstacle that has plagued mankind for so many years, has never had any essential breakthroughs. Even if modern technology has developed to this level, it is the same. This is a field that is difficult to enter and contact. As early as in ancient times, Qin Shi Huang began to send alchemists to find the elixir of life for himself, but the result was obvious, and it was destined to be impossible. With the accumulation of Chinese civilization for thousands of years, although there is no way to extend life, it has summarized a set of health preservation methods. However, health preservation can increase life expectancy, but it is not essential. This is the forbidden zone of life, the law of nature. As long as it's a human being, it's impossible to get around this barrier. The topic of life is enduring, and discussion cannot be overstated. In all kinds of works, there are countless topics on life and the meaning of life. But Jiang Cheng's genetic evolution medicine seems to be fundamentally different. For many big people, strength is useless no matter how strong it is. It is useful for the mind to become better, but the meaning of lifespan is completely different. This is what almost every big person dreams of. If genetic medicine can really make lifespan longer, it might make many people cheer for it. Life is an ordinary person who has experienced many ups and downs, frustrations, and tribulations. After a lifetime, there may be some mementos, but it will never be too much because life itself is difficult enough and tired. One thing, but for the big shots, it is difficult for them to appreciate these, and they often feel that no matter how much time there is, it is not enough, and the lifespan is better. No wonder Major General Xiang Dong was so shocked after hearing this sentence. After a while, Major General Xiang Dong managed to reduce his shocked emotions, but even so, there was still no way to restore calm. Major General Xiang Dong asked again, "Will the lifespan be extended? If it is extended, how long will it be?" Jiang Cheng looked at Major General Xiang Dong and did not hesitate. He said directly, "Although I haven't actually verified it, my research has a lot of data for me to speculate and refer to. After calculation, it is easy to get this. Conclusion: the extension of lifespan is about 100 years. 100 years? Major General Xiang Dong's pupils shrank slightly. He thought about it and then asked, "Do you mean to live to 100 years old in 100 years, or on the basis of lifespan plus 1 century? Of course, if you add 100 years, how can you only live to 100 years? This is different in its own foundation, and the changes are naturally different. It is impossible to live to 100 years in a unified way." Jiang Cheng said, amused. "Is that so?" Major General Xiang Dong couldn't help being a little too shocked when he heard this, and even a little trance for a while. If it's someone else, vowed to say that he has developed a medicine that can increase lifespan by 100 years. He will undoubtedly slap it and slap the other person with nosebleeds. Let the other person know, "Don't say this next time. Whatever you say, you must be responsible for your own words." But Jiang Cheng said this. He had to believe it. Although the genetic evolution medicine is amazing and unbelievable, how can you easily believe that the things Jiang Cheng took out can be researched? Virtual reality equipment or transparent mobile phones are good. Regardless of the synophilin that cures the liver cancer virus, it is something that can only be seen in this era. These things should appear in the distant future, not now, but Jiang Cheng brought them all to this world. Now, he took out the gene evolution potion. It seems that it is not too difficult to accept. I can't believe it. That's strange. This is a gene evolution potion. It's so hard to believe one by one. The genetic evolution potion has such a magical effect, which is really amazing for your creative ability. After a long while, Xiang Dong came back to his senses. His eyes brightened. Forbearance can't help but admire. "Thank you," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "Then, I have one more question." Major General Xiang Dong hesitated, asked, "What's the problem?" Jiang Cheng looked at him. At this time, the maid came to the door of the meeting room with tea and snacks and knocked on the door. Xiang Dong, who heard the knock on the door, shut his mouth immediately. Jiang Cheng said lightly, "Come in." Then the maid entered the room, carefully put down the tea and snacks, looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, "Master, do you have any more orders 993? "No, step back," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "Yes, yes." The maid nodded, then turned to leave, exited the room, and slowly closed the door. After the door was closed, Major General Xiang Dong asked, "That is the question about the output of this genetic evolution medicine. Can this genetic evolution medicine be produced on a large scale? Another issue is safety." Jiang Cheng replied without hesitation, "There is no safety issue. As for mass production, from a technical point of view, it is completely possible, but from the aspect of raw materials, it is completely impossible to achieve mass production." "Are the raw materials very rare?" Major General Xiang Dong asked. "Yes." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "The demand for raw materials is very demanding and the cost is high. It is destined to be impossible for mass production. Everyone can use it. At first, only a few people can use it. That's it. It's normal. If such a precious genetic evolution medicine can be invented just now, it will be promoted on a large scale so that everyone can use it. That would be a strange thing." Major General Xiang Dong expressed his understanding. He nodded and said, "I only hope that one day it can develop to the genetic evolution drug, one that will completely change the world. I believe this will happen someday." Jiang Cheng smiled undeniably. "Yes." Major General Xiang Dong said, "I won't continue to ask, knowing so much is enough. Thank you very much for giving me so much news. I will forward all these to the above. Hope we will have further cooperation in the future." "Of course so." Jiang Cheng nodded and said lightly. Major General Xiang Dong left soon, only took a sip of tea, then stopped drinking, and didn't eat any snacks. He seemed to know he was anxious. There is no way. It is impossible to get the news without worry. For Xiang Dong, this was the purpose of coming to Jiangcheng, and he was naturally impatient to return to his life after receiving such heavyweight news. Standing by the window of the conference room, Jiangcheng looked at Major General Xiang Dong, who had left the villa, watched him get in the red Kai car, and gradually moved away. He couldn't help but sighed slightly. "Are you sighing?" Guan Yafei then entered the meeting room, looked at Jiangcheng, and asked strangely. "Nothing." Jiangcheng shook his head, then looked at Guan Yafei and asked, "What do you want?" "Well, it's like this." Guan Yafei nodded. "What is the problem?" Jiangcheng came to the private laboratory of the two girls and looked at the two girls and asked. He didn't speak in the meeting room just now. He didn't say anything until he went to the laboratory. This was deliberately selling off. It's really a little bit hateful. "Two girls, you look at me, I look at you." After a while, they still didn't speak. "Huh." Jiangcheng looked at Su Kaiyanqian. Su Kaiyanqian suddenly bowed his head and blushed, afraid to speak. He looked at Guan Yafei again. Su Kaiyanqian hesitated for a while and still said, "That's the case. Maybe your husband will think we are nosy, but we still want to help you." "Help me? What can you do for me?" Jiangcheng couldn't help being taken aback when he heard this, and then asked a little funny. Such a smile does not look down on the two of them, thinking that they can help him in any way. In fact, they were used as their assistants at the beginning to find them. At this time, I was just a little curious about innocence, what the two girls were going to do. At the time, you asked us to help her husband Jiangcheng. Didn't you just help her husband? Guan Yafei thought it was to look down on her, so he made a small mouth and said, "Although we also know that genetic evolution medicine, in terms of it, it's too complicated and difficult to understand. We may be powerless in research. However, we can help analyze the data of genetic evolution agents, and we can help record the data. Now the two of us have become new humans through the primary genetic evolution medicine, and they are the most suitable candidates." "Oh," Jiangcheng's eyes lit up. If he is going to announce the genetic evolution potion to the world, then all aspects of becoming a new human are naturally indispensable. He hasn't considered this yet, but simply wants researched out the intermediate genetic evolution medicine. Who knew that the two girls had volunteered to help? "I know." Jiangcheng nodded. His expression became formal. He looked at the two girls and said, "I understand your thoughts. Since you can help record relevant data, it is naturally better you can do it." When the two girls heard this, their expressions couldn't help but become happy, nodded and said, "Yeah, / you can help me, but have you completed all the tasks I gave you?" Jiangcheng suddenly asked. "Of course it's finished." Guan Yafei said, "Of course, we've already solved it." "So fast?" Jiangcheng said with a smile. "Show me." "Yeah." Su Kaiyanqian nodded and brought all the research results of the subject to Jiangcheng's side and showed him to consult. Guan Yafei smiled and said, "After all, we are geniuses. Because of the effect of genetic medicine?" Jiangcheng said lightly while looking at the research results of the subject without raising his head. "Yes." Su Kaiyanqian nodded very honestly. The genetic medicine evolves not only the flesh, but also the ability of thinking and calculation. It is natural to complete the subject written by Jiangcheng so quickly. This is the reason. After watching for a while, Jiangcheng put the answers to these topics aside and said, "It's okay. It's a bit rough, but it's more concise. There is nothing to be picky about. It's good. You help me record after taking the genetic evolution medicine the effect of it." "Okay." The two girls nodded again. Jiangcheng looked at the two girls and couldn't help being a little satisfied. Under Jiangcheng's continuous training, the two girls made rapid progress. Their main focus is still in the medical field. At the current level, the two girls are already top-notch. Although there are still many gaps between her and her mother Lu Tengyun, as long as she stays with Jiangcheng, it will only be a matter of surpassing Lu Tengyun. At that time, let these two girls take charge of the subject research in the field of genetic evolution medicine. Unlike the subject they quickly completed, the subject of genetic evolution, I am afraid they will spend a lifetime to study. Jiangcheng soon returned to his laboratory and began to continue research on intermediate genetic evolution drugs. When concentrating on research, Jiangcheng can often forget the existence of time, and the current physical strength is not what it used to be, and can often maintain almost uninterrupted research for 24 hours. Fully concentrated, continuous research, although it consumes a lot of money, but the efficiency is also very high. Finally, Jiang Cheng spent a full week to thoroughly research the intermediate genetic evolution medicine. Finally done. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after the intermediate genetic evolution medicine was researched. After studying for so long and taking a long time, it was the first time in history. Looking at the finished intermediate genetic medicine, Jiang Cheng was relieved. His tight thoughts also relaxed, and the body that was running at high load gradually became a little ill, and he sat limp in the chair. The two sisters Guan Yafei and Su Kaiyanqian admired Jiang Cheng's superb workability. They have been sleepless for a week, and their heads are like working machines, rigorous and thorough. Although he was busy preparing the medicine, there was nothing wrong with him. This is no longer the limit of ordinary people. The two sisters felt a little pain in their hearts when they looked at Jiang Cheng's tired look. Jiang Cheng told the two sisters Guan Yafei and Su Kaiyanqian to also go back and rest. When they were too busy before, he asked the two sisters to come and help. Although they only occasionally beat their hands, their bodies are also overloaded with work, so they must have a good rest. All of a sudden, "Then Jiang Cheng, husband, you have to take a good rest." Guan Yafei and Su Kaiyanqian walked out of the room and said to Jiang Cheng in unison. Jiang Cheng waved his hand. Sisters Guan Yafei and Su Kaiyanqian looked at Jiang Cheng reluctantly and had to walk hand in hand, but they whispered in the distance. "Husband Jiang Cheng is so amazing. He has been working for a week without a good rest. Sister, we must grow up quickly in the future so that we can help Jiang Cheng's husband with some simple tasks. It seems difficult. We can't keep up with his thoughts. I also know it's difficult, but no matter how difficult it is, we will do it." As Jiang Cheng's woman, Guan Yafei nodded firmly. Amidst the mist, Jiang Cheng lay in the comfortable bathtub on the slightly hot water with bath foam. The massage function in the bathtub shook the foam and shivered. The handsome face also stretched out, with his eyes gently closed and the whole body feeling relaxed, very enjoyable. Men should be cruel to themselves. As a well-known great scientist in the entire universe, facing the backward Earth civilization, how difficult and anxious it is to promote the progress of the entire civilization and to reach the initial civilization of the universe. Now that I have been taking the primary gene for medicine, I have only been working for a week, and I am already tired and unable to follow up. It's time to take a good rest. Only when the body is adjusted to the best condition can the intermediate genetic evolution medicine be fully absorbed. At that time, one's own body will have a qualitative leap in strength, sensitivity, and intelligence. A crisp ringtone interrupted Jiang Cheng, who was resting. Jiang Cheng picked up the ultimate version of the transparent mobile phone prepared for him by the company. As soon as he answered the phone, a pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. "Dong Jiang, I have something to report to you. Zia Ziaowei was a little bit, what's the matter? You should be off work soon. Come back and tell me I'm taking a bath." Jiang Cheng said lazily. He hung up the phone and then he retracted into the bathtub to enjoy the massage function of the bathtub. When Zia Ziaowei arrived at Jiang Cheng's house, he had just come out of the bathtub, wrapped in a large bathrobe, holding a glass of red wine, sitting quietly on the lounge chair, enjoying the sun peacefully. Zia Ziaowei's face is a little red. Although living together, she doesn't have enough time to meet each other. Jiang Cheng's casual side is even rarer. After the transformation of primary genetic medicine, Jiang Cheng's body was almost reborn, and the originally thin body became stronger and more powerful. The messy hair not only doesn't feel messy, but it adds a different kind of masculinity. The closer she got to Jiang Cheng, Zia Ziaowei's heart beat harder, and she was a little afraid to look at Jiang Cheng for fear of losing her attitude. Dong Jiang has received an official letter from the organizing committee of the Turing Award of the United States. The genie system you developed has a transformative impact on the entire technology development and software development and will bring huge improvements to global technology. The committee decided to award this year's Turing Award to you. Red clouds floated on Zia Ziaowei's white face. He glanced at Jiang Cheng, looked at the large areas of skin revealed by the loose bathrobe, quickly lowered his head, and couldn't help but want to peek. "Turing Award? What kind of award is this?" Jiang Cheng asked in a daze. Jiang Dong, you don't even know what the Turing Award is. Zia Ziaoui was a little weird. The Turing Award is specially awarded to those who have made important contributions to the computer industry. However, the requirements for awards are extremely high, and the awarding procedures are extremely strict. Generally, only one computer scientist is awarded each year. Therefore, it is the most prestigious in the computer industry. One of the most lofty awards is known as the Nobel Prize in the computer industry. Such an award is not known to ordinary people. As the highest honor in the computer industry, it is the dream of every computer person. After Zia Ziaoui explained the Turing Award in detail, Jiang Cheng still disagreed and said calmly, "Then since you have won the award, it is also a good thing for your work. You can contact Zhang Manlin and ask her to send someone over and get the award back. Aren't you going personally?" Zia Ziaoui opened his mouth wide in surprise and could swallow an apple. Jiang Cheng was taken aback, surprised, and said helplessly, "Do I have to go personally?" Zia Ziaoui couldn't help but said speechlessly, "You are the first Chinese to win this award. If Robin Lai and Ma Huiting knew they had won the Turing Award, they would wake up laughing unless they dreamed of it. What's the matter? I don't really care about their award." Jiang Cheng was very plain. The Turing Award, regarded as an insignificant treasure by Robin Lai and Ma Huiting, in Jiang Cheng's opinion, is just like a primary school student who won the safflower. It's no fuss. In fact, although the prize money of the Turing Award is not high, if it wins this award, it will have a huge impact on the global computer industry, and it will also become a leading figure in the global science and technology community. The names among them are not so big, so Lai Yanhong, Ma Huiting, and other talents would be so eager. Jiang Cheng is different. Whether it is the Nobel Prize winner in medicine, the release of the virtual reality device Vi, or the current sales of transparent mobile phones, Jiang Cheng has become a figure of global attention, allowing Jiang Cheng's name to spread overnight. The whole world. As for the millions of dollars in the Turing Award, Jiang Cheng's net worth is even more despised. Are you really not going to accept the award yourself? Zia Ziaoui carefully confirmed again. Jiang Cheng was expressionless, waved his hand, and said, "What I have done has already affected the entire world. What I will do next will have a more dramatic impact on the world. How can I have time to accept the award?" It is probably only Jiang Cheng who compares the Turing Award, which is highly regarded by others as lifelike, to sesame seeds. Zia Ziaoui was speechless, just thinking about it. The honor brought by the Turing Award is far from satisfying Jiang Cheng. In other words, Jiang Cheng has surpassed the level of the Turing Award, looking down on the Turing Award. How rare is it that the Turing Award can bring honor and status at the same time? A conspiracy against transparent mobile phones is unfolding. Mr. Liu, I have contacted Apple's Mr. Cook and other major mobile phone manufacturers at home and abroad. They agreed to your plan. In addition, Mr. Quan Banksy of LG not only agreed, but also sent a powerful support to China to fight together. The strategy of transparent mobile phones. Mr. Liu, we must do it. Although the transparent mobile phone is made high-end, it will definitely have a huge impact on my brand. From the market perspective, our sales this month have fallen by half. Well, now that everyone agrees, the transparent mobile phone is the common enemy of everyone in the mobile phone industry chain. Let's officially start it now. Manager Sun, is the person you looking for okay? Mr. Liu, don't worry. That person is desperate. If it were not for us, he would definitely be driven to death by the creditors. Well, this matter is up to you to handle it yourself. Yes, Mr. Liu, don't worry. After this incident, if you want to sell a transparent mobile phone, you chopped off my head. The General Liu nodded and smiled at the white-collar subordinate in the suit. A sullen flicker flashed out of his eyes. Cosmos Umbrella, Cosmos Umbrella. You won't let us live, we won't let you live. 2 hours later, in an extremely concealed laboratory, 2 men in suits and leather shoes were surrounding a brawny man in ragged clothes. One of the suits is a very cold-hearted young man. He rolled his eyes were full of contempt for the brawny, but he still had a smile on his face, and he didn't want money. Mr. Lai, don't worry, as long as this time, the gambling debts you owe will be repaid by our LG group. In addition, we will give you a sum of money that you can't use for a lifetime. The burly man took a breath, looked at the table next to him, a little frightened, and took a step back unconsciously. The table was full of bombs, and a newly bought transparent mobile phone was placed in the middle of the bomb. The burly man asked the other two men in suits, "With so many bombs, I might die. I will one by one." Another white-collar worker interrupted the brawny man rudely and said harshly, "Even if you die and your family is young, we, Mr. Liu, will definitely take care of the old one. Our domestic and foreign mobile phone vendors will compensate your family members. The whole room is piled up. Then I will do it." The strong man gritted his teeth and finally made the final decision. "Okay, don't worry. Although our bombs are not small, they are still not deadly." The two white-collar workers promised together, calmed the strong man a few more words, and left the laboratory. Time is short. There was a loud noise in the laboratory, and the room a few hundred meters away trembles, and the two white-collar workers looked at each other with surprise and joy. What was surprised was the power of the bomb and the transparency of the cosmic umbrella. The mobile phone will be hit hard and will not recover. The two came to the laboratory when they met, and as soon as they opened the door, the smoke from the bomb inside made them cough. After finally waiting for the smoke to dissipate, the floor tiles around the laboratory were blown up, and the brawny man was completely unrecognizable, and the whole person was already in a pool of blood. Turning his gaze to the table again, the table had broken apart, and the fragments had been blown up everywhere. But the broken, transparent mobile phone was only a corner. Both of them took a breath and got up in a cold sweat from behind. One of them picked up the transparent mobile phone and squeezed it in his hand. He wondered, "It's all blown up like this. This mobile phone can still be roughly intact. This is no longer something that can be produced by existing technology." Yes, such an explosion can't make the transparent mobile phone crush such a technology. When we return to Han country, we at LG Electronics must study hard and strive to produce such a mobile phone. It's too early to say this now. Anyway, with this explosion, it is impossible to sell one of the transparent mobile phones of the universe umbrella. The two laughed slyly, and the huge conspiracy has slowly begun. In just a few hours, a well-known domestic website broke out with shocking news. The transparent mobile phone of the Cosmos umbrella exploded, and the user was blown beyond recognition and dying. Under the headline, the website rewrites that a brawny man bought a transparent mobile phone with a universal umbrella for his daughter in college, saving money and spending all his 2 months' salary into the mobile phone. But the day after I bought it, the phone exploded. Next, the brawny man had only one breath, facing the camera, silently complaining about the transparent mobile phone of the Universe umbrella, condemning the shameless profit of the Universe umbrella technology company, and treating consumers' lives as a child's play. Just a few minutes of video. The next is the situation of medical treatment. A doctor wearing eyes slowly said to the reporter, "The explosion caused by the transparent mobile phone is enough to threaten the lives of users. Our hospital has successively received dozens of injuries caused by the explosion of the transparent mobile phone." Below the video, there are several pictures of the wounded. Among them, the brawny man has the most pictures and is the most eye-catching. He is lying on the floor of the house covered with blood, and the transparent mobile phone with a corner missing is placed beside the brawny man. A father who cared about his daughter and bought a mobile phone for his daughter had a heavy paternal love, but he bought a deadly mobile phone with 2 months' salary. Where is the principle of heaven? Where is the axiom? Is such a company that makes money without a conscience? Or is the Universe umbrella technology company? The host of the video roared hoarsely at the end, shouting, tears faintly in his eyes. Although such a video is artificial and exaggerated, it has to be said that it is very effective. Most people don't know the truth. After seeing such a thing, the first reaction is not to seek the truth behind it, but to be blind. Booing, this can easily lead to a crazy tilt of public opinion. Next, within a few hours under the influence of a force hiding in the dark, major domestic portals reposted this video one after another, directly placing the photo of the strong man on the homepage, followed by comments, "Tanksun. Calm, Universe Umbrella's transparent mobile phone is a failed product. As the legal person of Universe Umbrella Technology, Jiang Cheng should be responsible for it. Sauhu. Calm. A company that cares about life, such a terrible product, such and such, may I ask, is it a mobile phone or a life? Netty, the transparent mobile phone of the Universe umbrella, is not like the original promotion, which has caused such a tragedy, which will cause many consumers to wait and see. Yangshai News. Com. Universe Umbrella Technology Company has always been the top company in our country. Its owner, Jiang Cheng, as a high-tech development talent, has developed a revolutionary product of virtual reality equipment Vi, which has generated a rush to buy in the world. This time the explosion of a transparent mobile phone occurred, and I believe consumers will definitely re-examine it. Shanda Fund. Com. It's the only way to make money and kill, only the Universe Umbrella Technology Company. In addition, all over the world, such news and explosions have spewed out for a while. At the same time as the explosion of the transparent mobile phone exploded on the internet, it also had an impact on TV. The technology channel of Magic TV station interrupted the TV series that was being broadcast and directly invited 3 gray-haired old professors to start the forum. After highlighting those dizzying titles, one of the old professors started from the structure of the transparent mobile phone and demonstrated in detail the explosion of the transparent mobile phone. Finally, he said with a heartache, Universal Umbrella Technology Company makes money, and it also makes money for human lives. One of the law professors later said that he decided to defend the rights of the injured for free and find a huge amount of compensation from the Umbrella Technology Company. He impassionately said, "Everyone knows that the Umbrella Technology Company has background, funds, and relationships, but I am not afraid. Even if I am crushed, I have to ask those poor ordinary buyers for justice." Another sociology professor strongly condemned the shameless behavior of the Universe Umbrella Company with morals. Finally, he said, "Those ordinary people who buy mobile phones for the brand of Universe Umbrella and Jiang Cheng's reputation are only for Universe Umbrella and Jiang Cheng. Gave life money as soon as Madu TV was broadcast, newspapers, the internet, radio, and television. All broadcast the explosion of transparent mobile phones. The wave of transparent mobile phones has swept the entire society and triggered discussions among the general public. Although the Universe Umbrella Technology Company has developed the virtual reality device Vi, the general public is still surprised by the explosion of mobile phones, fearing to buy the mobile phone again. After all, no matter how good a mobile phone is, it is really nothing compared to life. Only a few more professional and rational people express their opinions. The virtual reality device Vi has never heard of explosions, and when the transparent mobile phone was only released for such a short time, it exploded and killed people. There must be the problem. But this kind of opinion was quickly overwhelmed, and the voice condemning the Universe Umbrella Technology Company had set off a huge wave, swallowing the voice of saying good things for the Universe Umbrella. Umbrella's mobile phone shops in central cities have been besieged by consumers, and some of its salesmen have also been beaten by unknown elements. Even Umbrella's company headquarters has begun to have some protesters. They surrounded the Science and Technology Park, where the Universe Umbrella Technology Company was located under a banner of Picture of Wealth and Death, malicious mobile phones. If it weren't for the police to maintain order, the angry crowd would rush into the company. At the same time that a huge wave was set off outside, the Umbrella Technology Company began to panic. The company's benefits have attracted the attention of all employees and also made employees grateful to the company. But now that the outside is aggressively coming, can Universe Umbrella Technology Company pass a barrier? The Umbrella Technology Company, which has gone smoothly to the present, has never had a situation like this. This situation is really the worst in history. Zhang Manlin was so anxious that her eyes turned black. She couldn't imagine how the situation became like this in one day. This change is too fast. She, who usually handles everything with ease at this moment, has completely panicked. Zhang Manlin quickly contacted Jiang Cheng, who seemed to be omnipotent. Dong Jiang, situation is very bad now, Zhang Manlin said anxiously on the phone. Are you talking about the explosion of our transparent mobile phone? Jiang Cheng asked lightly. Yes, our transparent mobile phone exploded, and this situation has occurred globally. Now it has a frenzy. The law professor of Mojiao TV said that we must shut down our company. Now it is reported back. The latest news, the court has accepted. I don't know what to do one by one. Well, it's just that those competitors discredit us. A trivial matter. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. What is a trivial matter? My Dong Jiang, those people are secretly pushing forward in desperate madness. I don't know how many Navy soldiers are invited. The public opinion of the whole world is shaking to them. The situation is very critical. Zhang Manlin almost, I'm about to cry. Although the Universe Umbrella Technology Company belongs to Jiang Cheng, Zhang Manlin really regards it as her own business. The vigorous development of the Universe Umbrella Company excites her. Now the situation has changed suddenly. If it is careless, the Universe Umbrella Company will definitely suffer the biggest hit in its history, and months of her efforts will be lost. Sometimes, if you tell too many lies, they will become facts. Don't you see the LG explosion? Although it is true, as long as public opinion rises, what is the difference between the real and the false? Sometimes, under the attack of public opinion, what is often false becomes the so-called true. Of course, Jin Jin is not afraid of fire. Regarding the public opinion on the internet and the reports of the TV stations, Jiang Cheng certainly knows the situation. But at this time he is still so indifferent. On the contrary, Zhang Manlin was panicked at this time and seemed to be a little confused. Although she has worked in many companies before and encountered some crises, she has never encountered such a big one. Nowadays, the internet is full of remarks about the transparent mobile phone explosion, and the major TV media are also rushing to report. If it's not in a hurry, it's false. If you can't survive the immediate crisis, maybe you won't be able to sell one transparent mobile phone in the future, and the Universe Umbrella Technology Company will probably suffer considerable losses due to this storm. However, when Zhang Manlin saw Jiang Cheng's indifferent posture, she slowly calmed down her emotions. She took a deep breath and asked Jiang Cheng, Jiang Dong, you said that the security of our mobile phones is it really guaranteed? Jiang Cheng smiled indifferently, took a sip of tea, and asked, do you think the transparent mobile phone made by our company will have product loopholes? Will there be an explosion? In fact, although Jiang Cheng is now strategizing, there is still some helplessness in his heart. After he released the transparent mobile phone, he set the price of the mobile phone at more than 7,000, which is already tolerant to mobile phone manufacturers of all sizes. The price of a transparent mobile phone equipped with the ELF system is set at more than 7,000. Although the price is high, it is not affordable for everyone. Many people still do not have the ability to buy, so they can only choose some other mid to low-end phones. In other words, in the mobile phone market, smartphones symbolize high-end. As for the low-end smartphone market, Jiang Cheng hadn't ventured into it leisurely. But now that this kind of thing happened, some thoughts suddenly appeared in his mind. Since you are not benevolent, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Jiang Cheng wanted to see, after the transparent mobile phone exploded for a long time, after all, who can kill anyone? Regarding the public opinions of the major media on the internet, Jiang Cheng did not care. He is still very optimistic about the prospects of transparent mobile phones, but he still needs to adopt some solutions. Just as Jiang Cheng was thinking about a solution, Zhang Manlin was also a little dazed and replied, then this must be a set of other mobile phone manufacturers that have united for us. So Jiang Dong, what should we do in the face of this crisis? Zhang Manlin said, continuing to ask Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng said indifferently, if this is the case, let each department of the mobile phone do a test and publish the test form to the public to inform the public that the explosive public opinions are all made out of nothing. By the way, I seem to have won a Turing Award for the ELF system before. Remember to talk about it when the press conference is held. In addition, the ELF system will also be upgraded. The next version will reflect the intelligence of the system. Come out? Well, that's it. Finally, a low-end version of the transparent phone will be launched soon. Since those people want to stumble us, then we don't have to worry about their life and death. Hearing what Jiang Cheng said, Zhang Manlin nodded and said, well, I understand what you mean, Dong Jiang, I will prepare now. After speaking, Zhang Manlin immediately walked out of the room and went to prepare related matters for the press conference. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Cheng sat in the room alone and smiled, remembering that before the launch of the transparent mobile phone, there were so-called colleagues who wanted to fix themselves. Now this is coming, and it doesn't matter whether they live or die. Up. In his mind, there is already a way to deal with these so-called peers. Zhang Manlin's work efficiency is still very high. In just one day, she was busy with the related matters of the press conference and prepared to hold a media conference to clarify the fact that transparent mobile phones will not explode. Suddenly, there was a voice on the internet. I remember that a certain mobile phone of LG also had an explosion. I tried to clarify, but ultimately ended in failure. What kind of remarks will the Universe Umbrella Science and Technology Department give in this transparent mobile phone explosion? No one knows. Everyone is looking forward to it. Cosmos Umbrella Technology, facing the press conference of the transparent mobile phone explosion, is scheduled for tomorrow, when it will invite reporters from major media and major TV stations. At this time, the CEOs of the major companies that the mobile phone manufacturers belong to cannot calm down. They work together to make such a big move, but they don't want to be turned back by the Universe Umbrella Technology Company, so the Navy hired by their company has also begun to become active on major forums. We don't want to listen to explanations. Are those dead and wounded and those reports false? We just want to hear an apology. What's the use of press releases? Facts speak louder than words. If you make a mistake, you must take responsibility and give us consumers an explanation. I don't want to buy any products from Universe Umbrella Technology in my life. It's really frightening. Do those who have been hurt get any compensation? They believe in Universe Umbrella Technology, so they buy their products. I sold a kidney to buy a transparent mobile phone, and it exploded. What else can I say to such a black-hearted merchant? Various remarks that slandered the Universe Umbrella Technology Company once again appeared on the internet like a flood. The reporters of the major media are also writing articles one by one, preparing to catch the heat before the press conference of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company. The concept machine came true, but the explosion time occurred. Is it a blessing or a curse? Should mobile phone manufacturers who are not responsible for safety continue to produce mobile phones? There are frequent explosions. Where is the future of domestic mobile phones? Various reports appeared in front of the public. One day passed quickly, and it finally arrived when the Universe Umbrella Technology Company held a press conference. On this day, a large theater was filled with people. Zhang Manlin stood on the stage, looking at the media workers waiting to see the jokes, with a smile across her mouth. Regarding the topic of the explosion of transparent mobile phones, everyone knows the recent reports. Those criticizing transparent mobile phones mostly start with the insecurity of transparent mobile phones. Just think about it, selling mobile phones blindly for the sake of innovation and making money. But the security of the mobile phone itself is so worrying. How can people to be relieved? Major TV stations, major portals, major media have recently criticized the Umbrella Technology Company. Although the transparent mobile phone has not really exploded, in the eyes of the people, the transparent mobile phone has exploded. It is not safe. Now, the sales of transparent mobile phones are many times lower than before. Because of the explosion time, Universe Umbrella Technology Company does not know how much it has lost. Universe Umbrella Technology Company press conference. In the Grand Theater, there is a huge crowd of people. At first glance, there are crowds of heads. At this moment, Zhang Manlin stood on the stage and looked at the many media below, but did not feel the slightest panic. Under Jiang Cheng's guidance, she was full of confidence in this press conference. Last night, she had a conversation with Jiang Cheng on the phone, and Jiang Cheng also gave her information. At this press conference, she will give the media a blockbuster. The press conference has not officially started. Everyone is discussing what kind of response Zhang Manlin will give them. After all, the transparent mobile phone explosion is now the most popular keyword on the internet, and it is something that everyone is paying attention to. Time passed quietly, and soon it was time for the press conference to begin, which was exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This time, the conference is being broadcast simultaneously on all major live broadcast platforms, and the number of people watching it is extremely large, counting in the tens of millions. At this time, at the Grand Theater, the cameras and flashes of countless media were all aimed at Zhang Manlin on the stage, Zhang Manlin in the spotlight, with a different kind of temperament that was the result of years of hard work in the mall. Zhang Manlin, who was under the cover of the spotlight lantern, had a very indifferent expression, but at the corner of her mouth, she seemed to have a faint smile. The lights not far from the stage began to adjust, and Zhang Manlin, who looked at a certain camera position, began to talk. Cough, cough. Zhang Manlin cleared her throat and said to various media, "Welcome to the press conference of our Universe Umbrella Technology Company. I will host this press conference. Everyone explain this in detail." There was only Zhang Manlin on the stage. Many media, or those who were watching the live broadcast, were looking for Jiang Cheng, but to their disappointment, Jiang Cheng was not present. Now Jiang Cheng, of course, has something he is busy with. The explosion of the transparent mobile phone seemed to him to be just a trivial matter. He believed in Zhang Manlin's ability, so he only explained some things about Zhang Manlin and did not show up. Recently, there have been a lot of comments on the internet, and even TV stations or some media have reported on this matter. I believe everyone is not unfamiliar. Zhang Manlin looked at the camera with a smile on her beautiful face and continued, "That was the explosion of the transparent mobile phone. Unfortunately, our chairman Jiang Cheng didn't think it was a big deal, so he didn't show up." Hearing Zhang Manlin's words, the media booth, the official website live room, or the major platforms suddenly heard a boo. Zhang Manlin's words are not arrogant. Your cell phones have exploded, and there are so many injured people in the report. Why are you still saying that? The mobile phone explosion is not a big deal. It is a mobile phone produced by your company. Isn't it a big deal that the phone explodes? Since then, the fans of the Universe Umbrella Technology Company have turned black. No love for Jiang Cheng anymore. It's really chilling to say such a thing. Although the Universe Umbrella Company has launched many cutting-edge products of the times, it shouldn't be so pretentious. Yes, those injured, those who bought one with 1 or 2 months' salary, and the phone exploded, what do you think at this time? Where is Jiang Cheng? Let him explain. In the live broadcast room, countless barrages are flying horizontally. There is no doubt that Zhang Manlin's words have undoubtedly stunned the stormy sea, so that everyone who heard these words cannot calm down. In the theater, looking at the media with a lot of discussion, Zhang Manlin's smile on her face brought a hint of unpredictability. She continued, "Yes, the so-called explosion of the transparent mobile phone produced by our company. It's just out of nothing, so it's not a big deal. Speaking of this, some people may question me and show you the test information about our mobile phones." After that, Zhang Manlin immediately switched the PPT on the big screen and placed the results of those test reports on the top of the big screen. All the weeks, Zhang Manlin is still smiling and facing the camera and said, "Our transparent mobile phone, also known as the ELF mobile phone, uses graphene as the main material in the manufacturing process. According to this test report, the highest temperature our mobile phone can withstand is 400 degrees Celsius, and the high temperature that the battery can withstand is many times higher than the current mainstream lithium-ion batteries on the market." Looking at this report again, graphene accounts for more than 80% of the constituents of our mobile phones, and the hardness of graphene is harder than diamond, and harder than the best steel in the world. More than 100 times you said he would explode. After speaking a series of words, Zhang Manlin stopped speaking. Those media waiting to see the media of the Umbrella Technology Company are silent at this moment, because the report Zhang Manlin used to show at the press conference was from the Central Kiyuan, the authority of the Central Kiyuan. They could not question the media. Silence. The scene is so quiet. Those media, at this moment, don't know what to say. And Zhang Manlin on the stage at this time put away her smile and said coldly, "Seeing this result, those with ulterior motives who have spent a lot of time want to blackmail our company colleagues. They should be crying. Can't cry anymore. After all, you are still behind. We don't know how many generations, and it's normal not to understand graphene. With all due respect, everyone here is rubbish. With all due respect, everyone in this room is rubbish. I am jealous when I see other people's technologies that are ahead of you by many generations, worrying that my company's mobile phones are not selling. But instead of looking for the reasons on my own, I just blindly wanted to discredit our company. Tell me, are you or something? Zhang Manlin's cherry-like lips are always talking, and her voice is very good, but these words are so harsh in the ears of some people at the press conference. At the press conference, there were network media, television reporters, and of course staff sent by so-called colleagues. Zhang Manlin's arrogant posture fell in their eyes, and with those arrogant words, their faces at this time could not help but become hot, blue, and white. Zhang Manlin did not care about the feelings of these people and continued, "These test reports are all from the central Tycoon. The audience who are watching the live broadcast, I believe you have heard about the explosion of our transparent mobile phone a few days ago. Today, I will let me tell you that these reports and these events are all false. Can't believe it. As for the media that reported on this incident, I believe it was just hearsay, blinded. However, even if this is the case, our company has the right to pursue its legal responsibility, and those media who know at first glance that they are deliberately spreading rumors to smear us, we will take them to court one by one." It's still that arrogant posture. It's still that unquestionable tone. On the official website, and in the live rooms of various live broadcast platforms, those viewers who were still worried about the security of transparent mobile phones suddenly realized at this time that all the news about transparent mobile phones and explosions were fake. Those customers who were half believing about this matter were also relieved at this time, and each took out their own transparent mobile phones. From now on, they no longer have to worry about their mobile phones becoming bombs. Sheng, at this moment, hearing what Zhang Manlin said at this press conference, the vast majority of the people believed it to be true, and one by one supported the umbrella technology company in the barrage. At this time, the barrage is still insisting, "I am afraid that only the Navy hired by the mobile phone company." The test report of the Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, my God, can there be anything more convincing than this? Just Beidou. The hardness of graphene is indeed higher than that of diamond, and it is resistant to high temperatures. Those who say that graphene phones will explode hit the face, ha ha ha. People's hearts are sinister. I also believe this is a conspiracy by those mobile phone companies, Japan Goo. Why did you believe it in the first place? I was cheated +1, the plus 10,086 who was deceived back then inside the barrage. Except for the accident of the Navy, there was almost an applause. After all, the test results from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Zhang Manlin's indisputable tone, they can see it through the computer screen. And what is on the internet, is it true or not? It seems that it is really uncertain. Some people also went online on Beidou, and only then discovered that graphene is extremely hard and the main material used in the high-temperature resistant transparent mobile phone ELF is graphene. How could it be so prone to explosion? At this time, they were a little embarrassed when they recalled their thoughts after knowing the explosion of the transparent mobile phone. It's so hard and resistant to high temperatures. It seems that smashing walnuts is overkill and can be used to kill people, okay? Some people just remembered, although they have been able to see news about the explosion of transparent mobile phones online or on TV.